Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out tonight, and thanks for being patient with us. We are live streaming. That was the delay, so if you want to text friends, you can go to our individual YouTube page. Right, Ronnie? Also on our Facebook page, the live stream. Or you can go to our live stream and also send friends there. Coming out this morning, I'm the treasurer. And we might get canceled tonight because of the weather, but thank you not. As Nick told me yesterday, we want to be open during the blizzard. So we are really not blizzard, because I wouldn't want y'all coming out in blizzard. Please silence your cell phone. Don't have you looking at your cell phone. Because I'm gonna look at you cross-eyed. Silence your cell phones. The restaurants are. So first of all, let me thank BU. Nick Bates. Nick, can you raise your hand, please? Nick is the interim director here at the Howard Thurman Center. Here to our board members, raise your hand. We worked very hard to put this together for you. To be on the intersection of sports and religion, and it's a very important topic, especially after the Kyrie Irving tweet last year. So we are looking forward to our wonderful panelists and our moderator. I just don't want to forget anything here. All right, well, I'm not going to delay anymore. Our moderator today is Mukala Kambungo. He's a teacher at high school, television, former high school and college sports reporter. He received his communication degree from Salem State and a master's degree from Emerson. With no further ado, let's give our panelists and moderator a round of applause.
Lord, this is a round of honor. Panelists introduce themselves. Give us a fun fact about yourself.
Peace and blessings. My name is Charles, and I was born here in Boston, Massachusetts, and Boston police officer. I started a radio station called Touch 106, the fabric of the Black community. I'm the producer of Touch TV. I'm a member of the Nation of Islam. My mother fell in love with Islam in 1969. First Jewish magazine service. I've been in the entertainment business and media since 1979. I love myself, I love my people, and I'd like to thank this organization for putting this together because knowledge is power.
name is Reverend Bob Gray. On. Yeah, his name is Reverend Bob Gray. And I'm a pastor at Bethel AME Church in the chapel for the Celtics. This is my 23rd season, and I'm from Boston, and I was the assistant chaplain for the Patriots for 10 years and the Sox for 11. One of the things that I tried to do, I ran the juvenile probation department in Dorchester. I was in Brooklyn. Kids were wearing it. And one of the things that I really try to do, with, not only in the ministry, but help people to really develop some life strategies for dealing with life that goes sideways. And you know, sooner or later, life's gonna go sideways for all of us. And so, that's one of the things that I try to do, work at the church and the community, because they're just people like you and me.
Hi, I'm Nikita McCoy. I'm the CEO of Dimensions Educational Consulting. It's an organization that provides resources nationally to folks like the Foundation, to Black Futures Project, to many different movement and social justice-based organizations, so that we can do our highest quality, which is to recover the sense of our humanity and relations. That is what we do, and we help people to do that through looking at options and strategies for being in an adaptive relationship with our behavior. Our work is a self-determined Black women majority led organization, and our organization helps us to create development projects with Black and brown women for their relationship and agency in being able to move through the world with power. That's what I do in the world. Something interesting about me is that I happen to actually like repelling. For Black women, you think my life is dangerous enough, right? But no, I do like repelling. That's something that I enjoy, and something that I grew up with the generation of Black Orthodox.
Testing. I'm Captain Tazariak of the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge under Kemit. Myself from Jersey drove up here to be a part of this event. I appreciate the National Organization of Black Journalists for having us, especially on the topic like this with sports and how we can be perceived. Our background is to rehabilitate Blacks, Hispanics, and whether it be crime, whether it be homes, lack of information, knowledge, lack of spirituality. Without spirituality, you can't actually affect change in your community. So we get into the communities and affect that way.
Thank you. I'd like to preface this when responding to questions you have. All right, when responding, just be cognizant of time and make sure you don't keep long. Just put because we don't have no time. All right. So our first topic of this session, we're going to talk about Kyrie Irving. Earlier in the season, a tweet, and that tweet had reactions from many different people. So let's start down here. How could Kyrie Irving have better handled the situation? It seemed like when he was asked questions about it, he was more on the defensive and not trying to give any answer. But how could he just have a better handle the situation?
I think the danger when it comes to a Black athlete specifically expressing that's contrary to what America feels we should have, there probably was not a better way or a bad way for him to express it. It's opposite of what is the norm
then it's going to be controversial. So in hindsight, he shouldn't have done it at all because he wilted. Meaning, at the end of it, he ends up apologizing. If we go back into the 70s, Muhammad Ali never refused to fight war. And then he ends up lighting the fire for the Olympics.
Come on
That lets you know there's some people that Kyrie, even the tweet itself was just a tweet, anything. All he did was just put it out there, everybody was wild. So now you got this young man who probably didn't have the fortitude to fight with, and so eventually just crumbled. So it's necessarily wrong. The only wrong thing I think he did was apologize. He should have never apologized because he did nothing wrong. He should have been able to express his spirituality.
I would agree with my brother, and I would say that here the current report wrote in 1968 that there are two Americas. Two Americas, one is separate and unequal. One is unequal. When you have a brother or a sister who wants to express themselves and try to find out their roots, find out who they are, and receive knowledge, there shouldn't be anything wrong with that. However, but when you live in a society that stripped us of who we are, stripped us of our culture, stripped us to nothing and wants us to think like them and be like them, then you come to this point where you have our brother who expressed he expressed the love for himself. He was earning, he was trying to find a root of himself. But then you have this government that wants to say, you still a nigga. And you need to be quiet and you need to stay in your place. And unfortunately, our brother didn't have the support of us. We should have been supporting him so he could have felt the energy coming from us where he put it.
One of the things, one of the issues in this society nowadays is the fact that because of social media, right, everybody is looking forward, looking at everything that everyone says. And if I don't like you, I'm going to pull it apart. If I like you, I'm going to support you. One of the things that I realized after being around Apple, everybody is waiting for them to say something about all the issues in society. And some people have to make a good point, and some people feel like they have to make a point because that's what everybody expects. And so you have to be ready, no matter what you say, you have to be ready for the good, the bad, and the ugly, because that's what you're going to get, the good, the bad, and the ugly, because that's the society that we live in. That's how people judge. Everyone is sitting there, everybody picks up their phone and they're waiting to see what someone's going to say. There are haters everywhere. And so even if you say it's a nice sunny day, someone's going to find some fault with that. If they didn't like the way you said it, they didn't like how many words you used to say it. So I think that some of that kickback, and in so many things that I see, we have to expect that when we kick. That doesn't mean that what you say isn't true. It just means that not everybody is going to accept it. And people that make out okay are the ones that understand the fact that I'm going to say this, I'm going to have people that support me, and I'm going to have people that don't support me. And I think the people that make out the best are the people that realize that and then maintain their mental health.
Yeah. I think I'm a +1 on that, but also take us to the reality that the sports industry is a system. And in this country, we are living with systems that were not built for our survival. That just is the basic truth. The systems were not built for us. They were not constructed for us to have agency and voice, to be able to say what we want, when we want. They have rules. And those rules often support white supremacy and racism. And if you know that you are in a system where those rules are created to keep you in a particular position, then the smart person who has signed a contract and an agreement to be paid and to be commoditized and to use time to be able to put forward the benefit of not always you, but you plus, who you can make $1 for your success. When you sign agreements to be able to do that, then you have to know, how do I navigate within the system and not lose myself? So when Kyrie was navigating, he did the very first thing that would make sense for a Black man who wants to use his agency and platform toward the success and proliferation of other Black men coming through the system, right? The struggle, but also with the joy and the celebration of knowing who you are and where you come from. That's where he started. But the place in which you asked, did he make a mistake, was, did he recognize the contract that you are in when you, the contract that you are in when you actually decide to say, pay me for my body, pay me for my talent, pay me for my wits. And I don't care whether it's in sports, whether it's in arts, or whatever celebrity that you are in, you're in a relationship with the system. So the first thing he had to think about was, what are the times that we are in and what are the rules? And I'm just going to say that right now there have been too many people of color who have been brought onto the mat, shamed, and had their history and work and reputation rotted in the public eye over anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism has become not an opportunity for folks to learn more about our history and our peoples and our alignment with Black and Jewish communities. It has become a bully pulpit in many cases. And why is it a bully pulpit? Because rather than talk about what has to change in our behavior and in our assumptions and the way we deal with each other, we would rather do something called virtue signaling. We would rather have people apologize for a tweet. We would rather people say something in an article in the news, rather than be accountable for their actual lived behavior. I think it's super important for us as purveyors and consumers of news to be more accountable to how we allow that to happen. If there's an issue with something that Kyrie did, Kyrie should be accountable in his behavior. So should Nike. Because for Nike, who in 2020 had the Black Nike protest go through and around their organization with close to 6,500 people complaining about racism, but now their first corporation of equity is to stand up against the Black man's anti-Semitism, we have a problem. This is not the way we hold equity for all. If we really want to stand up for equity, it has to be about the way we live, our principles, our values, our commitments to each other. There is no way to be able to testify to your integrity doing that. A tweet, an article, or a statement made in the news. It has to go how you live every day. And that's the best of what religion is. If we talk about tonight, the relationship between religion and sports, and the very first thing we have to do is change our relationship to accountability. We are accountable to each other in our behavior. And so my question is, how did Kyrie behave? Was that behavior upholding what he needed to do at that point? Stand up for his agency and voice, and then also stand up for his people. And then also say, as he said in the comments, I love all religions. But maybe he had to learn a little bit more about this climate we're in right now. But we also try to fight, as we fight for dismantle anti-Semitism, because it doesn't belong among us. Not like homophobia, not like Islamophobia, not like sexism, not like any of the isms that are there in the public.
Thank you, my sister. You brought up the word anti-Semitism. And one thing I believe that Kyrie was doing is looking at the title of that particular documentary, which was, I believe, Hebrew to Negro. We have to understand this word anti-Semitism keeps going out there. How many of us know what Semitism, a Semite is, first of all? A Semite is a Black person. We can't be anti-black. We have to make sure that we look at the words and do our due diligence, do our research to make sure that we find out these words that are being used, what they really mean. Do we know that the king was labeled an anti-Semite? Do we know that? It appears that any black person who tries to fight for their people, who tries to stand up for what's right, gets labeled as an anti-Semite. Right? Thank you.
One more before we get to the question.
No, thank you. Christ made a statement that he said, where your heart is, where your that's where your heart will be. So, with the reason why I brought up Muhammad Ali, Kyrie Irving, Ali risked it all. Couldn't box, do anything because he believed what he was standing for. That's what happened. In spite of Joe Frazier was still fighting. Every other black supporter. It didn't bother him. The fortitude, this was his belief. He's standing on. This conversation is religion and sports. If you love the Most High, love Christ, the book he shared with Hebrews and Negroes, which is addressing the very identity of black people in disproportionate place in America through the transatlantic slave trade. So now this documentary of the Bible gives us identity as the anti-Semitic comes up. The anti-Semitic is like, that means you come from Shem. So Jewish man is the only one that comes from Shem. You have Arabs or Israelites, you have us, you have Chinese, you have a bunch of people that come from that line. So why do they get to own that term? So that term is not utilized to own everything. It's utilized as to stop you taking your identity. And we can't let that go over our heads. What Kyrie represented, like if somebody like me, you might look at me as like, oh, just look at us, so y'all yelling, y'all doing this and doing that. For an entertainer with the status of Kyrie or Kyrie to share that. Remember, he didn't say anything. He didn't put a comment, put a post. He just shared that. That brings attention to the light that what we've been saying since the 60s is correct.
All right. And with that, we saw a lot of athletes, a lot of players that deals, so they take a shot. Then a couple of days later, we see that's put these stipulations come back to play, and you saw more players speaking out against that. So the question is the punishment and the stipulations that the Nets return to play. What did you all make of that?
I know that we talk about the deep right? They put those stipulations in for him. And then again, if your job is more important, he should not have done it. Like we have all lost jobs. Boxes that some man has no place in his head. He was a man that was performing miracles, making the blind see, and he did not use it as an opportunity to make himself wealthy at the expense of his people. And so now you have those of us that sacrifice whether it's our wealth or our home for the sake of the people. So if that's what he did, he should have been able to stand in his principles. Because once he played, you know what that did? That shut down any black person from taking the stand. Spiritually. Now you can't, or you have to do it their way. So now, if you have Muhammad Ali as a center, he ain't the only one. Bill Russell has done it. Brown has done it. When they wanted to affect change, they stopped going. They did what they had to do. And now with Kyrie in place, even Kanye is better than that. Kanye is losing billions of dollars. Crazy, I'm not saying what he's all insane all the way right. But what I do know is he lost billions of dollars and has not changed his stance. Kyrie changed his stance so he can dribble a ball. And so we have to look at that.
I have to say, I don't think he changed his stance so he could dribble the ball. He changed his stance so he could make money. And I think we have to not conflate the idea of principles with people being able to make money and get ahead, but
Why? Because there's a question as to whether anytime you sign a contract to make a certain amount of money, whether if there are things you have to do that were unconscionable, things you have to do that don't have integrity in order to continue to make that money, whether you're actually going to do it. And that's what you're talking about. And for us to be able to watch people in that struggle and not say, here are the principles and values that we want to animate the sports industry. Here's the freedom of agency and voice that we want our celebrities to be able to have, so that if we're going to give them the gift of being called leaders, which is questionable in my mind, I don't think every celebrity is a leader. And I don't stand behind every celebrity's principles and values. I may like how he plays the ball, but do I like what he's doing to his woman? Do I like what he's doing in relationship to people of color? But do I like what he's doing in relationship to class? Do I like what he's doing in relationship to the environment? There are lots of questions about equality and justice that I have before I call somebody my leader, whether that be religious or otherwise. So when we go to the place of commodity and dollars, who is paying for all of these people to be able to play sports? It is not people who look like us. The people who are paying for sports in this country are majority white men. And so they are making the rules. And so that to come into a space where you know that the system, like I said, wasn't built for you, and then to use that as a space in which now you're going to become political activist and protester, you really need to know what you're doing, because you could do just as much damage as you do help if you don't have strategy on board in terms of how. And that's what I would like to say around this. There is a strategy in this moment and an opportunity. People of color, and building up our power and naming our need to be able to be free from a historic system of white supremacy in this country should not be in conflict with being able to say that the history of Jews being persecuted, oppressed, and killed in the name of anti-Semitism, those things should not be two things that are in conflict, regardless of where we feel Jews come from, what they look like, or how they arrived at the space of calling themselves Jews. If for the sake of being in a relationship with the Most High God that allows you to call yourself Israel, that allows you to call yourself Jew, that allows you to call yourself whatever it is that describes that relationship, you become persecuted, it is in all of our interest to make sure that that hatred does not proliferate. Now, if you are a Black man with an opportunity to make that known, that that is a part of what your ominous approach is, that that is a part of what you mean when you say humanity, that is a part of what you mean, love of God, go ahead. But when you start doing that and it calls folks to start circling the wagons around you and circling the wagons around the beauty of what it means for us to claim our roots, the beautiful education that comes out of having an Afrocentric perspective connected to your religion, we lose opportunities too. And I'm sorry, but we have to hold that both hands. We can't go so far in the direction of saying that our politics and our activism is the sole inspiration for why people are in sports, when they are in sports to make money. And as a result, they will constantly be in this tension of a position of whether they're going to give up money or stand for their principles and values. And it's our job to make the conflict between those two less for these beautiful people who want to stand up. And that's about us as purveyors. That's about us for how we consume. That's about us and how we spend our money, because there would be no sports industry without us paying for it.
You know, one of the things that I've seen is sometimes we think that because you're Black, all Black people should think alike, and all Black people have the same opinion. Just like all white people don't have the same opinion, but they think all Black people have the same opinion about something, and we don't. One of the things that I learned is the fact that just because somebody has a platform, that doesn't necessarily mean they have to make a statement. Because sometimes we have people that because we want them to use their platform, but that's not where they are. That's not, they can't sit here like this panel and intelligently let you know this is what I think, because they're just everyday people playing basketball. And so sometimes we put folks on the spot and we make them make a statement by the pressure that we put on, because you're an athlete, you should be doing something. And then when the statement is made, we don't necessarily like the statement that's being made. And so one of the things that folks need to do is really sort of self-regulate sometimes. And people don't really do that. People don't sometimes think before they speak. And then sometimes they speak exactly what's on their mind. It's just that we don't receive it because that's not the stance that we take. And then sometimes people make a statement and they don't necessarily go all the way. And I'm gonna go all the way and I'm gonna quit if they don't give me what I want. Sometimes some people can make a statement and it's enough to make a statement to sort of kick up the dust. And then if they back off of that, okay, we judge them for that. But the statement has been made and people are talking and people are conversing and it's out there. So sometimes there are some people that open up a door and let others walk through. Then there are some people that walk through the door. And that's really only for them to say which one they are.
So to answer the question about the Nets and their punishment that they gave Kyrie, we have to remember that they're the ones that hold the purse. They're the ones that are in charge. I remember my grandfather saying to me when a man walked into his house with one of his friends, and he said, you know, my grandfather's name was Lewis. He said, Lewis, you know, I took care of the situation. You know, I had plan A, B, C, and D. And then when the gentleman left, my grandfather said, look, Charlie, did you hear what he said? And I knew he was testing me because as a child, you're not supposed to listen to grown folks' conversation. So I said, no, Papa. He said, well, the man said you gotta have plan A, B, C, D. And then he said, how many letters are in the alphabet? And I said, A, B, C, count on my hands because I was 10 years old. I said, 26, Papa. He said, exactly. 26 plans. With Kyrie, even though he played basketball, they were holding the purse, the net, and they came down saying, okay, this is what you want to do. He should have had another plan. Just like Muhammad Ali had another plan. You know, he believed in God, he believed in religion, he believed the instructions of the and honored Elijah Muhammad. Thank you.
Black people are the only race of people I know have to be humanitarians. And that involves their liberation, their coming together to include every other race on the face of the planet. No other race has to do that. When Chinese people come over here, they're about to establish Chinatown, nobody invades it, nobody bothers that, nobody knocks them for it. The Jewish community, like in Brooklyn and Jersey, where I'm from, them Jewish people, if they're walking in the middle of the street, you have to yield to them because they own the town. Nobody says nothing to them. When I hear people say that we got to be self-care, like the gentleman said, I've witnessed self-care for about the past 60 years, self-care. We're just selfish. We just care about ourselves. Nobody's willing to sacrifice. For all this talk that we mentioned about Kyrie, tell me the one thing Kyrie said that was wrong in a response to a question, because all he did was post. He didn't say anything anti-Semitic, and that documentary doesn't have anything anti-Semitic in it. He championed the response. The only failure was the fortitude. That's the only failure. And if we're going to make it about money, this is a millionaire that may have to sacrifice a contract. But he's a free agent this year anyway. So after this year is over, he's going to work on getting another contract, and he'll be able to play ball again, just like Muhammad Ali was able to box again. We ain't talking about a cat that couldn't shoot the ball, that was coming, maybe talking on the bench. He's a superstar, won a championship. At some point, there has to be a sacrifice of our people. When I hear people say, you got to think about the money, I know brothers that have sacrificed less, have sacrificed their $10 job hour for their people. So if a brother that sacrificed his $10 job for his people, you can't tell me a man that can't do the same thing. But what did Christ say? When that rich man came to him, what did Christ say? Sell all you have and come follow me. That rich man walked away. And Christ said the rich, it'll be easier for a needle to go, excuse me, what is it? I would need to go for a horse. I might be messing up. Camel, I appreciate y'all helping me with that one. I appreciate that. Before a rich man can enter into a kingdom, because he's going to value his riches more than his people. And that's what we have to remember. Our people, there's nobody in more of a state of emergency than Black people. And without somebody making a sacrifice, there's nobody that's going to get us out of it. That white supremacy that people are mentioning, and it's not his responsibility to get us out of a situation we're in. And we ain't asking him for it. All we ask is that he get out the way. And what we should be doing, the same way he strategized to be against us, we're supposed to be strategizing for us to come together and for the weapons that he uses against us. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right.
2 points of clarity.
All right. We'll have a response and then we'll move over here and then we'll move on to the next one. All right.
Okay. 2 points of clarity. I think it's really super important to underscore the fact that there were things that were in the movie that didn't necessarily tell the story with enough dimension for folks to not believe the tropes. And that's what it is. We signify, right? We imply things, and we're not clear after we signify and imply things, and we lose people, and those people become hurt and harmed. If those same people have the power to organize and harm us, was it in our best interest to organize in ways that caused the KKK to come and burn our house down? I'm going to tell you, Huey P. Newton and the Black Panthers were a model to me when I learned that some of the ways they organized is they actually went to the KKK and said, this corner of the block is going to be owned by the feds. If we work together, you get this piece, I get that piece. We don't agree on anything. We don't agree on one thing, but we do agree that we both need this corner. So are you willing to work with us? And are we willing to work with you? Now that is a strange thing to imagine. The very first time I heard that, I was just like, what? Does that mean I'm selling my soul in the name of getting forward? No. What it means is that we have the supreme strategist for our own survival. What we do at home and with each other, what we do when we are building, what we do when we are growing, when we are putting together coalitions and owning the banks and owning the sports teams and creating unions to be able to support our traversing and journeys through sports. There are ways in which we are organizing, but it takes strategy. To stand in a moment like this and for Kyrie not to do what Durant did immediately when they came after him for supporting him, which was, let me be clear, this is not about anti-Semitism. I'm not an anti-Semite, and Kyrie should get back in the game. You can figure out how to navigate in ways that allow us to get an outcome on the other side, which is not just our survival, but our thriving. I talk to people all the time about the difference between survive and thrive. I can survive a situation that I know was meant to come and kill me. But to thrive means not only do I survive it, but on the other side, I got something to show for it. I got something that's going to lead me 7 generations forward, something that I can bank on, that I can give to my kids, something that's an investment in who we're going to be in the future as a people. So when it comes to anti-Semitism, I do not think it's in the best interest of us as people of color to be fighting with Jews over an equity that requires, in order for white supremacy to end, anti-Semitism has to end too. And if we don't know enough about that, and if we're not fluent in the ways that anti-Semitism and the folks who are white supremacists and white nationalists have used anti-Semitism as a wedge to divide and conquer between peoples who have been marginalized historically by systems where neither one of those peoples have benefited. If we do not understand that history, and if we can't stand up for that history, we are shooting ourselves in our own foot. So I'm going to name that it was a missed opportunity for Kyrie Irving not to stand up both for Black nationalism, both for the ways in which Black men should have agency and voice to be able to speak their political views, and the need to decry and dismantle anti-Semitism, because the two cannot survive together. Anti-Semitism and white supremacy both have to go. And as a Black Jewish woman, I'm telling you, I have fought for both in the name for equity. And I feel like we do not know enough in the Black community about the damage that anti-Semitism has done to our causes as well.
You know, sometimes we'd like to think they are, but sometimes people just aren't that noble. Sometimes people do things because they think it's the right thing to do, and the consequences come. Now, here's a young man that it's easy to say, well, he's going to be a free agent this year anyway, and he can just kick in, the rest of the year and this and that. But here's a young man who didn't get vaccinated, had issues with teams everywhere he went. People were talking about not paying him. People were talking about not bringing him back. He wanted money and nobody gave him the money. And so there are some practical things that go on also. So he took a stand, and sometimes you just look and you say, okay, I can see how this is going. I can see it's not going where I want it to go. I took a stand, yes, but then sometimes back off of those stands. Sometimes people say, well, okay, well, I intended to kick up the dust here, but now the consequences may be too high, too much, and I'm not going to tell somebody that, okay, well, why don't you kick in a few $1 million and then you make it up down the road, because that's some individual's decision. And so I just want to say, sometimes people's motives aren't what we think they should be, but sometimes people do the best they can. And I'm not saying yay or nay. And I know Kyrie, because, he was with us. But I'm just saying that sometimes people have other reasons for doing the things that they do. And sometimes they're not the noble reasons that we think that they should be.
All right, that was great. That was a great discussion right there. We are going to move on with the program to great responses by all of you. All right, our next topic is kind of so athletes who use their platform to promote religion or religious propaganda. Now, with that, Kurt Schilling, he made a few years ago, he had made some statements that got him off air. And for a guy like Kurt Schilling, who has he has a big following, a big fan base. When athletes who do stuff like that, the effect it has on fans, it's a big effect. I mean, what do you make of that when someone does something like Kurt Schilling does, and then you see the fans and how they react to it, or they follow suit? What are the dangers in that?
I would say that in the Bible it talks about that the people perish because of the lack of knowledge. He was talking about extreme Muslims. So there's no such thing as an extreme Muslim or extremist Muslim. No such thing, whatsoever. A Muslim is someone who submits their will to God. A Muslim could be a Christian, could be a Jew. We have to understand that America, or media, most effective devil in America, MEDIA, has the hold on us, whether it be through Hollywood. They're the ones that put the movies out with the black faces, Sambo and what have you, so that we can start looking at ourselves less than what we are. The journalism, the television, that's why it's so important for an organization like this to be around. But also we have to understand that it's time for us to separate and do what we know what's right when it comes to religion. We've always been a spiritual people, always, no matter what happens to us. So sometimes it's hard for that word separation to go out there and penetrate Black people, because some of us have jobs with the government. We don't want to let that job go. But as a former Boston police officer, one thing I've known and seen is that anytime a Black person, a Black officer gets in trouble, he's usually suspended without pay. But if you're white, you get suspended with pay. Absolutely. So let's keep it real. We're living in a society where we have broken promises. They broke the treaties with the natives. They promised us 40 acres and a mule. We don't have it. So we have to look at Brown versus the Board of Education. It doesn't happen. So it's time for us to separate. And if either you want to go into the burning house Dr. Martin Luther King, he talked about with Harry Belafonte that I fear that I'm integrating my people into a burning house. I said, let the house burn and let's build our own house. Thank you.
You know, sometimes people need a platform sometimes for you to see who they really are. And a lot of times, now, I know Kurt because I was there. And I did some things with him, with his business before I went up. And it's really interesting that as long as everybody's playing along in the role that everybody thinks that everybody should have, it all fits like a puzzle. But there are some times when that doesn't happen. Sometimes that there are other things that go on and people are able to show you who they really are. I was one on January 6th. I was sort of glad that that happened, even though I think it was tragic as a nation. I think it was tragic. But what I got out of that was the fact that we all got to see that America is not the America that we all think it is, that we all grew up with, that we all had that vision when we sing the national anthem, right? Because there was something that happened that people could then participate with to really show you what they really thought. Now, I'm quite sure if you see a lot of those people during their everyday life, you have no idea who they are. But they were able to come together because it presented itself, and people got to see how it was. And it was really interesting after that happened, when people went to go home, they went to the airport and tried to get on planes, and because they had pictures of who it was, they weren't able to fly home, and they weren't able to do this and that, and they freaked out. A lot of those things have been happening to us for a long time, and we know how to deal with those things. I mean, it is what it is. But they had no idea that there were going to be those consequences once they took off those masks and showed people who they were. And so sometimes you need a radio show, you need to say things for people to see that you're not just a guy out there throwing the baseball and winning the baseball game, that you really are somebody else, that you really are somebody deeper, that you really are somebody that some folks may not want to get to know, the real you. And so, yeah, I mean, the things happen and things present themselves. But I think sometimes we need those things to happen in order for us to really understand. And we need to see that. It was good for me to see that all this upheaval going on, and to hear Kurt and all that stuff, because we got to be reminded too. Sometimes we look at the smiling face and we sort of get used to seeing that, but sometimes we have to be reminded about their people. That sometimes when people wear masks and they take them off, they're different people than when they have them on.
What if Kurt wasn't saying anything that isn't being said by hundreds of people within the church and within the spaces that he navigates every day? Are we more concerned about what Kurt said that we heard about because the news reported it? Or are we more concerned that it's being said by hundreds of people that co-sign, say yes, and agree? What are we more concerned about? There's a way that we create one-dimensional human beings in the context of celebrity status in this country. It's what we see, it's how it shines, it's how it smiles, how it signifies to us success, but we don't go further, deeper beneath the surface to find where is the human, where are their principles, where are their values, and do I co-sign those? So Kurt didn't lose much, did he? He got censored and he got to go home. He was like, okay, bye y'all, sorry that didn't work out. My question is, when he goes home to all of those people who believe the same thing he does, and those people have access, privilege, and power in this country to make decisions that impact Muslims, that impact our ability to be able to live free in this country without Islamophobia, are we just as concerned then, or as we are concerned with Kurt and what was reported in the news? We have to start thinking about what accountability has to be. Now, look, if we can all leave and go back to the land and the continent and set up independence and have our own economy and our own united Africa and our own, and these are dreams that I've been hearing since my grandparents were in the civil rights movement, right? Of how we gonna be when we finally get to be. Yes. I know that dream and I believe in that dream deeply. And in the meantime, there are people who are struggling in the system to gain and garner the resources to make a life of thrive possible. Are we going to give up on all those people or create conditions where we can succeed long enough to be able to make decisions with agency of our own? That's what I feel like we're at in the moment we are right now. Kyrie is making millions of dollars. Where are those dollars going? Kurt making millions of dollars. All these people that are in sports, right? Tim Tebow, the folks you talk about, Neymar, they're being censored for signaling superficial comments. What I'd like them to be censored is, what are you doing with all of that money that's really our money? It's money that we gave you by supporting you and saying we wanted to follow you and your talent and your skill and your wisdom. You're not just accountable to your paycheck. You're accountable to us. So that deeper accountability. And then if we're going to let principles around religious values come through, then let it really be about the principles of what a religion stands for. If he's talking about Christianity, he has that to say about Muslims, who's calling the church into account around its Islamophobia? Who's calling the church into account around its history of racism, anti-Semitism, and white supremacy? Who's doing all of that? I'm less interested in an article showing a one-sided dimension of a human being that has been commoditized celebrity status than I am in everyday people holding the folks that we raise money for, give money to, and allow to benefit from our support, holding those people accountable to truly represent all of us. And if we're not going to be willing to do that, then continue reading articles because you don't care anyway.
To answer the question, I believe it was about religion at the workplace. That's essentially what you're asking. And I think any job that you have says you have to separate your religious beliefs, because when you have a work environment, you have a bunch of different people coming together at one time. So if an Israelite starts talking about his belief and then a Muslim gets offended, it disrupts the workforce. I believe Kurt Schilling said this at the workforce. So in retrospect, they're treating Kyrie Irving as if he was Kurt Schilling when Kyrie wasn't at the workforce. Kurt Schilling was at the workplace. So there is a certain level of responsibility that you have to have when you make a statement about comparing Nazi extremist Muslims to Nazism. I believe that's what he directly said. And he said it intentionally. He said it intentionally because I'm going to assume he's a Christian. He has an issue with Muslims. So now he makes this statement so that the earth can have an issue with Muslims. That's him making a clear, concise statement to bring out that extreme, which is really weird when America makes somebody an extremist, because there's nobody more extremist than America. I mean, we got to talk about that. I mean, when you talk about the Native Indians, they don't have the land, they're on reservations. When you talk about black people displaced, you ask a black person who they are, you're going to get 10 answers. Most of their identity is going to be their religion. It's going to be Christian, Methodist, Baptist. That's all at the expense of these extremist Americans. So I think they're the last people that are in a position to say anybody that's extreme. But I do think that they treat Kyrie Irving like that. They treat Kyrie Irving as if he said anything. Again, nobody can show me any response Kyrie made other than apologizing for a tweet. Other than not apologizing for a tweet, he didn't say anything wrong. I would like for somebody to just point that out, because he didn't. He also, I wouldn't say he uses his money for every single black person, but there are things that we have seen him do collectively. Even when the brother mentioned about the vaccine, that didn't call the earth to get into an uproar. Nobody went into an uproar because they didn't want to take medicine, because it's just medicine. If you want to get vaccinated, you get vaccinated. If you don't, you don't. If he was a bum player, nobody would have cared. They probably would have just waived him. But it's because he's a good player as to why it became a big issue. So on that particular question, I don't think that religion should necessarily be involved in the workplace because of the disruption that it could cause. Keep it simple.
And bouncing off that, we go into the NFL and we saw Tim Tebow who had his run, and Tim Tebow, whenever he was kneeling and praying, the camera was right there. At any point when he was kneeling and praying, the camera was right there for a while. We see Colin Kaepernick, they made it a point to put the camera away from him when he was kneeling. They made it a point to put the camera away from any player who was kneeling in protest of the national anthem of police brutality. How they hijacked that whole protest. Can you guys just, you guys and gals, just talk about those differences with Tim Tebow and Colin Kaepernick and some of those players that were, kind of shunned for, essentially doing the same thing, but Tebow was like the poster boy for Christianity, for God-fearing man, and what's good in the world, as I say.
I'll start off. Earlier, I talked about media, MEDIA, most effective devil in America. So when you have the media that owns about 99.9% of television, of radio, then you're going to have the focus on their people and make us look bad. But that's why it's so important for us to have our own. There's a reason why Boston, Massachusetts does not have a 24-hour Black radio station. However, we do have Black people that have money, and then we have Black people who are intelligent, but the two just can't come together. We tried to figure that one out. For 50 years, we had a daytime station called WILD, Wild. And yes, it could have been wild. However, it needs to be tamed, I would say. I worked there. However, we have to say this radio station came on when the sun came up and went off when the sun went down. Did you know in December, the sun rises at 7:30 a.m. and sets at 4:30 p.m.? So why is that? So media is very important. And when you have those that control the media, then they will dictate what we see and how we act. And that's why we have to have our own. And I'll just go back to the word separation. It's time to stand up. Thank you.
There's a social contract in America that I believe supports white men being able to say whatever they want when they want to say it and being applauded for it. How do we know? Because right now we have George Soros in the government. The man has lied and stole and done everything that you can do as a child of God in this world that's wrong. And yet they affirmed this man to be a leader in Congress anyway, even after all of this came out in the media. Now, what I want to know is, why does our social contract in this country allow for somebody to be a liar and a stealer and a thief and somebody who has completely fabricated his entire background as a leader, and yet he can still stand up in Congress and be voted into Congress? Yes. But when somebody speaks the truth that they feel aligns with their principles and values, and the amount of melanin in their skin equates to them being brown or Black, all of a sudden now they are a revolutionary and a person who is a danger to the public. That is the way white supremacy works. There is no way to say that you're going to work anywhere in this country where white supremacy and religion are not going to be intertwined, because the basis of our country was founded upon white supremacy and religion. It was the Pope in Europe who decided that the idea of colonization and going out to other countries and calling them savage and taking people's lands. Who do you think that was? That wasn't somebody who woke up on a bad day with no coffee. That was the church. So the church condoned white supremacy and the formation of this country from the very beginning. Charters, the ability to own land connected to the church and religion. The ability to have a Christmas tree and a nativity scene in the front of government offices. That is a sign of Christian hegemony in this country. So there's no workplace you're going to go to where you're not going to find that there are certain areas of religion that are going to be applauded and that actually are going to be in line with what white men can say and do, and other ways of being that you're going to lift up and say, hey, how about this? And you're going to find not today. That's not professional. You can't do that here. So once we know that that is a fabric of the system, then yes, we have to find different ways of making different agreements and different social contracts. In relationship to sports, there needs to be a social contract that holds equity for all, not just white Christian men. And white Christian men and being able to sing the anthem at the beginning of a game and being able to practice a game calendar that honors Christian holidays, but not others. Being able to honor Christmas in the context of the way in which you celebrate a sport. All of this is already a part of the fabric of our society, and it's happening every day, and we are co-signing it by not noticing and not being in relationship with people who aren't benefiting from Christian hegemony. And I'm going to explain what Christian hegemony is. Christian hegemony means that when something is Christian and it happens in our society, that's normal. And if anything else happens, all of a sudden it's exotic, different, or something to pay attention to and lift up as aberrant. This is happening all the time in all places across our system, including the sports system. So Colin Kaepernick isn't necessarily calling it religion. It's his principles and values that he's standing up for when he kneels. Yes? He's not going to be celebrated for that in a system that doesn't honor principles and values of a Black man as normative. A white man standing up for Christianity and saying, I love Jesus every 5 minutes, and claiming every game is a credit and a testimony to Jesus. We're so used to hearing that, we don't even blink. But if I got up and I said every game is a quote and a credit to Allah, if I got up and said every game is a quote and a credit to Hashem and the Most High, if I got up and I said every game is a testament to, I'm a Wiccan, let's say, I love to celebrate through my religion the nativity of trees, people would be calling up to find out whether they needed an exam. Why? Because there is no equality in terms of religion, in terms of how we present around power, access, and privilege. When you say power, access, and privilege in this country, people expect that to be white. And if you are anything other than that, saying that I deserve to move through with agency, power, privilege, and access, and to all my humanity and all the ways in which I show up in the world, somebody is going to try to stop you because the system wasn't built for it. And that includes in relationship to religion.
Romans, the 13th chapter says it's high time for us to wake up out of sleep, right? It's not talking about you being in the bed, it's talking about you being spiritually asleep. The Tim Tebow situation in comparison to Colin Kaepernick lets you know that there ain't a greater white supremacy than Christianity. What the sister was saying about Christianity spawned colonialism, it spawned slavery. You just ask the Spaniards when they came over here, and in the name of the Blessed Trinity, they enslaved the Native Indians, they enslaved the Italian Indians, the Mexicans, and they told them you either convert to Christianity or you be a slave. When they came over here, they gave us this, air quotes, white Jesus. When you go into the Bible, he looks nothing like that image. And then we believe in it. Even if you go back to the Ku Klux Klan is burning what on your lawn? They're burning a cross. What does that mentally do to you? It mentally makes you a slave. So Tim Tebow gets on the knees and he's praying, and like the sister said, nobody pays attention to it. What is Colin Kaepernick kneeling for? Well, first of all, he didn't kneel first. He sat in the back. And I think it was a military vet that was offended at him, a white military vet that was offended at him, that he had a conversation and said, well, could you just kneel? And that's how it actually started. So even in then, like the sister said, you got to sit with, remember earlier, she was like, you got to sit with the Jewish guy and you got to come up with some type of compromise or something like that. So Colin Kaepernick, right? So Colin Kaepernick, right? So Colin Kaepernick, right, I'm just ad-libbing, sis. So Colin Kaepernick gets with the military vet, and instead of sitting in the back where he was sitting at, he compromised. He says, okay, I'll kneel so that you don't think I'm disrespecting the flag. I'm not trying to disrespect your flag. I just want to bring attention to the murders of Black people by police, which just a couple of weeks ago, you got 4 Black men beating a brother to death. 5. And we wouldn't even know about it if it wasn't for, it probably was a Ring camera recording it. We wouldn't even know about it. Just another Black man dead. And what that echoes is that America only cares about their pain. They're never going to care about your pain. And we should have supported Colin Kaepernick, just like we should have supported Kyrie Irving, just like you should support all these Israelite brothers that you see on every corner USA that's standing for you. That's the only solution. The brother has mentioned a couple of times, separate. A lot of people, when they hear the word separate, they think that means you can totally eradicate yourself. How are you just going to separate? Separate is who you give your fealty or your loyalty to. When you go to your job and you make your economics and you get your finances, that should be pushed towards your community the same way other people push their finances and economics into their community. The white guy at your job don't like you no more than you don't like him. But y'all only working together for them 8 hours and then they going home. So for them 8 hours, I ain't got to cuss you out. You ain't got to cuss me out. You can say all those foul words at your home, and then we give our loyalty to me. Then he gives his loyalty to his people. We don't give our loyalty to each other. I never expect America to have compassion on us. And it's not because I shouldn't expect it. It should be required. If America is founded on Christianity, Tim Tebow can kneel and pray. And if we talk about the foundations of Christianity, then what Colin Kaepernick did should have been a champion, because we're seeing it. Eric Garner got choked out on camera. Nothing. Trayvon Martin, the cops told George Zimmerman not to pursue him. He didn't even listen. Tamir Rice gets killed. So we're seeing injustices happen. And when we ask for justice, we don't get nothing. But them Asians, when them Asians came and they saw the Asian on Asian crime, anti-Asian crime, them Asians came together. What did Joe Biden do? He passed that bill. Has there been an anti-Black bill passed? No. Because we rather join than separate, like the brother said. And you know what? When the Asians got that bill passed, they still fund America. They still will work with them, still go everywhere. But touch an American, touch an Asian again. Watch them Asians come together and affect change. Our change is in our unity, not our separation. And that's what Colin Kaepernick, who another player, sacrificed his money and his position to bring light to an issue that affects us every day. So it'll never be even, to answer the question.
Sometimes people go along with you because it's in their best interest. Sometimes people say things to you because it furthers their cause, not because necessarily they believe it. And I know white Christians from down south, know them from all over the country. You meet people, and sometimes you think that everyone is on the same page. But then the more you get to know people, the more you realize that's not the case. I had a situation where, somebody that I knew very well, and we were talking, and we saw a picture of Jesus once. And it was a white, the Jesus with the long hair and then there was a picture of a Black Jesus. And he couldn't really get with that. He couldn't do that. I said, well, let me ask you a question. I said, you remember when Herod was after Jesus and he was going to kill him and they had to flee? He was 2 years old and they fled to Egypt. I said, the Egyptians are dark-skinned people. I said, so if he was going to hide someplace, right, and he was white, he wouldn't go to Egypt because he would stand out like a sore thumb. And this person that I had known, that we had shared scripture with, and we had done some things, our friendship almost broke up over that because he just couldn't see it. Because as long as he thought that I was thinking exactly like him, everything was okay. But I proved my point. I said, yeah, so he's hiding out in Egypt, and they're looking for him. So if he's white and all the Egyptians are Black, they're going to find him quick in a hurry. And he had never conceived that I had a different idea than he did. And I find that in sports. I find that as long as the owners and as long as the people that own the teams and that do all that, as long as they think we're all on the same page and I'm thinking like you and we're all in step, everything's okay. But as soon as you do what I call a misstep, or you're out of step, now we have a problem. Now there's going to be a meeting upstairs or something. So that shouldn't surprise us, because that has been the history, as we said, that has been the history of how it's always worked. Whenever people start, as they say, the natives get restless, right? Then you do tweak it a little bit. You do a little something, and then everybody calms down. And we are a people with a very short memory. So when something happens, as long as one or two things change, then we say, oh, okay, we're good. When it really needs to be 20 or 30 things that change. So it's really interesting that sometimes we expect folks to be more honorable than they are. We expect them to sort of go along, to do what they say, and people don't always do what they say. They do what they get away with. And we expect people to sort of make the playing field even for everybody. And, you know, one thing I learned a long time ago is people don't willingly give up power. You have to take power from people. You have to take what you want from people. And that is really true in sports. It's really true in where we think people have a lot of power because they have a lot of money. Okay, they get paid $20 million a year. Well, the people that with the power are the billionaires that own the team. And so they have some power, that $20 million, but we have to realize it's not an equal playing field. And we have to take some things sometimes if we really want them. And that's what we were talking about before, about how you have to be committed. How committed are you? Are you committed to go a third of the way? Are you committed to go halfway? Are you committed to go 3/4 of the way? And we can't really be mad at people, because that has to be their commitment. It has to be what they decide, not what we decide. So.
Before your response.
Yeah, just real quick. The one thing I would add to what you just said is this. You know, I'm with Ibram Kendi and this idea of being anti-racist right now. I know that we have to really push against systems that were not built for us. And I know that within these systems, there are entrenched practices that are meant to do harm to not just Black folk, but a lot of marginalized communities. I know that to be true. There's also this idea of someday. You know how we used to sing, someday we'll all be together, one day, right? We're all singing one day. What's the difference in terms of how we behave between looking at a future that's someday and making demands that this day is the day where this is going to be different? It's having enough power in a system to say, you don't own me. Not own me, own me. We sign away our agency, and we sign away our ability to own our own humanity in all of these systems. And I love, you know, my daughter plays sports, you know, she's MVP basketball. You know, we support our young Black woman getting into sports, right? But I'm looking at a trajectory of a future where I want this young woman to be able to be in her full agency, regardless of what choices she makes. And the sexism, right, that dominates the basketball industry means that as a woman, a Black woman in that space, she will make only half the salary of what a Black man basketball player is making in the same industry. Is she in agency to be able to tell that story as she goes into the system and demand, I'm so good at what I do, you will pay me what I am worth, and I will decide what happens with it? Or is she going to go into the system and do what's been done for the past 20, 40, 50 years? This is where I'm saying we have to make choices about looking at a system and making demands within a system that it value us for what we actually bring to that system. Sports is a system that is dominated by people of color who are being used as commodities. If we were, you talk about unification, you talk about unity. What if all the people that were in the sports industry gave a certain percentage of their salary back to our communities? I don't mean some of them, I don't mean one of them, I don't mean two of them. What if they all did that? How much money would we now have to be able to use to make choices, to be able to deepen our agency, to be able to deepen education, to be able to fight gang violence, to be able to invest in healthcare, to be able to look at all the maladies right now that are hurting our bodies as a result of white supremacy thinking it owns Black bodies in this country. There are choices to be made about how we want to behave in systems and how we don't want to just talk about it and scream about it and say how bad it is, but to name when a system is not operating with equity because we deserve better. And to do that right now. So when I talk about sports and I talk about the press, I wonder whether the press could be a tool to be able to shine light on the spaces where there's a Nike, like I said, that is claiming that they have no tolerance for bigotry and hatred, but just 2 years ago, they were being protested by over 765 people saying that within the Nike system, they actually are being tormented by racism. Who's telling that story? Where's the press shining light on that so that we as a people can get more equity, that we as a people can work more in unity, so that we as a people can have more of the pie to be able to then decide in agency what we want to do with it. There's so much more than just naming or quoting when somebody, like this story you sent us about Neymar, that man was paid £500,000 to not say Jesus. Brazilian Latinx man. £500,000 to not name his principles and commitments to his religion. He took it. Now, I'm not blaming him or his character or his integrity. I'm telling you the system is set up to be able to dole out resources to serve its principles and values. We got to organize to be able to create spaces where our principles and values are a demand, not an ask, not a request. And there are people organizing in the sports arena now to be able to do that. There are basketball players that are creating akin to unions between basketball players to be able to make sure that we get what we need. But I think we have to be forward thinking and not just decrying the system, but organizing to be anti-racist in the system. Meaning we will not operate in this system where everybody has a rule that in the end is going to cause me to lose. We will only operate in this system based on equitable rules that allow all of us to thrive. And that has to go into agreements, that has to go into contracts, that has to go into policies, that has to go into discussions with managers. It has to go all the way up and down the system before we're going to see any change.
All right. We got about 10 minutes. We're going to get to Q&A from the crowd, and we also there's some questions to say. But the last topic, we talk about Mahmoud Abdul Rauf, formerly known as Chris Jackson. He has a documentary out on Showtime. If you haven't gotten the chance, you should check it out. It's a very good documentary talking about his journey and what he went through and how, basically he's been blackballed from the NBA. He was blackballed from the NBA because he stood on principle. The NBA wanted him to do one thing. He told them no. He stood on it, and then he ended up out the league. Are we surprised that more athletes have not taken a stance on principle like he did? Because I don't know if any of you could think of any that's done it in the last 10, 15 years, but I think he's probably the last player, to my knowledge, that's done that. Are we shocked that more players haven't done that, stood on their principle? Because we've seen many players and just abide to the rules of their team or the contracts, whatever. But he's one. He said he stood on the principle. And he stood with it, and he was comfortable enough to just walk away from the sport and move on with his life, and it didn't affect him at all. Sometimes when folks get out of the league, they get affected and they don't know how to transition, but he did it. Are any of y'all shocked that we've never seen any other players stand on principle?
I would say that there are more that do stand on principle, but again, we control the media. And once we control the media, then we can get the word out. We can beat the drums. And that's why when we were stolen from Africa, they made sure we didn't play the drums when we got here, because that's how we communicate with one another. So again, I would say that when I say separation, I'm not just talking about this physical separation, but I'm also you have to separate the mind from the way the system operates. And if you're going to make a covenant or an agreement, that agreement should be Most High. Thank you.
That's also why when we first came here, they didn't teach us how to read, because they knew if you can learn how to read, you can educate yourself. If you can become educated, you become more dangerous. And so one of the things one of the things I talk to these athletes is things other than basketball. You know basketball, okay? You're here, so you got it, all right. And so, but you have to learn to expand your horizons around what's going on around you and about how things really work. There are a lot of athletes, you'd be surprised, there are a lot of athletes that are very socially aware. So now we know about Jaylen Brown because, he went down to Georgia and he marched and he did the things he had to do. There are a lot of other athletes that do that and they get involved. They get involved on different levels. But one of the things that they have to do is really educate themselves about what's going on, and so that they can be intelligent in conversation and they can make statements that are impactful. And they have to learn to listen to the people that know, because there are people that know and that have knowledge. And that one of the issues that athletes have is they don't always know who to trust, because there are people that want to get close because they're the athletes, because they're the sport. But those people that begin to really spend time working on themselves more than they work on anything else, they begin to grow. And those are the people that make a statement. Those are the people that make a difference. Those are the people that get involved in causes and that do things. And you're right, you don't always hear about it. You don't always hear about what's going on. It's not always printed. If it is, it's some small piece in the paper. But if they get in trouble, if they get stopped on WI or something, that's on the front page. So you have that aspect. There are a lot of athletes that are very intelligent. Everyone thinks that they're, it's amazing to me how many people say to me, and have said over the years, wow, you guys actually get involved in spiritual things? I said, well, yeah, they're a microcosm of society. Just like you have people that go to church and go to temple and do all that. It's the same thing on a team. But people don't think of them like that. They just think of them as bouncing a basketball. So, these are real live people that can think, that get involved, and that are very intelligent. And they're doing some of the things, but you never hear about it. And I agree. Every now and then a columnist will write and they'll put something in there. But yes, they need to be more aware so that they can be more involved. I don't think that just being involved is the answer. I think being aware and being involved, because you can be an involved idiot, but you want somebody who comes and has something to contribute. So.
It's an assumption that sports is going to be neutral to principles and values, right? It's just a game, right? Every man for himself. Notice I did not say every woman for herself, right? We're in it to win, right? Think about the culture of the game. The culture of a game is really grounded in principles and values that agree with a capitalist paradigm. Somebody has to lose in order for somebody else to win, right? Somebody always has to be on top, therefore there's somebody else on bottom. We're already dealing with a system that has taught us principles and values in how we play sports. So if we're going to talk about, I was thinking about that conversation between where Shaq was saying he was told that there was no I in team. With Kobe, right? There's no I in team. What is that supposed to be about? So I'm supposed to totally subjugate myself for the sake of being on a team, right? Doesn't that already set you up to subjugate also your principles and your values? Subjugate your own connection to your roots, subjugate your own connection to religion. So it's a context set, right? So the question is, what type of agency would have to be created for folks who are playing sports to retain their humanity, to retain their ability to think, to be seen as more than just big brute bodies, but as human beings, right? Who have principles and values. There has to be a context shift in order for that to be able to be connected. And in the context of why more people don't do it, we're back into capitalism because it does not make you money. If you just want to play the sport because you love it, you stay out there on the basketball court in the hood. Why you want to leave there and get recruited, right? Because you want to make that big money. So what I'm suggesting is we have to make a connection because I've always been a person that sees both and. This can be true and this can be true. We don't have to be dichotomous when we're reaching for truth with one another. Truth has many faces. Yes. So in the context of folks who are reaching for money, does it have to be that you can't make a whole lot of money and hold your principles and values? We got to make that possibility more of a reality. And when we do that, yes, there will be more players who are able to stand up for what they believe in. But they can't believe, number one, that when they do it, they're going to be alone. Number two, it's going to be a loss that they take as an individual. And then number three, that it's not going to be worth it because we're going to be talking about it for 5 minutes a day and then we're going to be forgetting about it the next day, which is the culture of America. So it's up to us, the purveyors, right, of sports, to demand that the principles and values that animate sports actually have to include humanity and values beyond patriarchy, capitalism, and white supremacy. We have to demand that. And once we do, there'll be change.
So we're gonna get some questions. When you said real quick, when you said Shaq said Kobe, that there's no I in team, Shaq was right. There is no I in team, and they were winning. He just wanted to be an individual instead of a team player, which goes right back to what I was saying. We're selfish for our individual needs, but not selfish for our people. If you even think about the conversation that we're having, religion and sports, our leadership is now downtrodden to sports players, entertainers, when it used to be, whether you want to go in the early 1900s, it was the pastor or the minister or some civil rights leader, whether I agree with them or not. We're now down and reduced to if an entertainer says something, we look at them for leadership. If a sports player does it, we look at them for leadership. That's what white supremacy did. If we look at a brief history of why it's so important for us to be together, remember I mentioned the Asians. Nobody questioned the Asians getting their bill passed. Black people were trying to get a bill passed, simply so-called got free in America. But if you look at what we did when we were together, if you go in history in the timeline of segregation, that's why we have HBCUs, historical black colleges, because those colleges was built during segregation. We had our own Negro League built during segregation. You know how that Negro League got destroyed? Dickey, the owner of the Brooklyn Dodgers, said, we're going to use their desire to integrate to take their best players. And if they complain about us taking the best players, we'll say, didn't y'all want to integrate? And we sacrificed integration over segregation. Brown versus Board of Education. So now we want to get their education instead of our education. Our education would include our history. The math is the same. So you're only talking about history, maybe social science, X, Y, Z like that. But if we're building HBCUs during segregation, how far behind were we intelligently if we had to forego our education for theirs? If you take the black household, if you go to 1964, per capita, the black household was becoming the #1 household in America. That's what it was becoming. And so then they started putting principles in place, whether it be drugs that we failed as black men, whether it's the feminist movement where our black women failed at listening to that, to where now the black household is eradicated. So if we want history to be the lesson, when the brothers talk about separation, the whole time that they were segregated, just think about it. During segregation, you had the Great Depression in the early 1900s. It wasn't depression for us. We were building. We was building all of them, not just Tulsa. You got Rosewood, you got Paradise, and you got Paradise in Detroit. You got all these different cities. Seneca Village in New York City. You know why they used on Seneca Village? They wanted to expand Central Park, so they displaced the whole of the people just to expand a park. So our principles rely on our spirituality, not our money. Black people are not poor. That's a lie. I know black people are not poor because drug dealers make millions of dollars a year off of drug dealing that we glorify. When I was coming up, we saw a guy driving down the street car. I wanted that car, even though my daddy wasn't in the house because of what that guy sold to get that car. And we lost our principal values. From a religious perspective, Christ said, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." If we don't serve the God of that Bible, follow those law, statute, commandments of that Bible, we are missing the core principles that will tell us what to do with our money. That's what we need. We need somebody to tell us to do with our money, tell us what to do with our loyalty, tell us what to do with our fealty, and then we won't have to worry about the sports guy standing on principles. We don't have to worry about the rapper standing on principles, because the leadership will come from within. It won't come from what some entertainer is doing for sport. But we don't have that leadership because we forgot what history taught us. I do.
All right. If you have a question, we're gonna get to your questions. One quick statement, then we'll get to your questions. If you have questions, have them ready. Pass the mic, all right?
Your question. I just wanted to, that story that you told about Shaq and Kobe, that was the teammates were complaining about Kobe because he was taking all the shots, and so they asked Shaq to speak to him. So when Shaq was there, and Shaq said, "You know, Kobe, there's no I in team." Kobe's response was, "Yeah, but there's a M-E in that joker." And that goes to the bottom line of what's wrong, not only in sports, but everywhere. We are so willing for it to be about me, my, I. When the scriptures talk about that, that we're to be there for other people, we're to help lift the burdens off other people. So I just wanted to share that's a perfect example of what the problem is. It's all about me. We're Black millionaires, but it's all about me. We have people in power, but it's all about me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Folks, we're going to let's give our panelists a round of applause. We're going to take about 20 minutes and do some Q&A.
Thank you so much. I want to first acknowledge BABJ and BABJ having this conversation. Speaks to courage that you have to have to offer a counterbalance. Somebody talked about earlier about the narratives surrounding this entire phenomenon and how we've been given one. So I definitely acknowledge BABJ for having the courage to offer an alternate perspective. A hallmark of a robust conversation is the fact that when I'm here and I show up physically, and I want to have a back and forth with all the panelists, I think that's a hallmark of a pretty good conversation. But I'm going to whittle it down. I want to be respectful of everybody's time and attention span to focus on Captain Brother Tazariak and ask a couple questions. I'll ask one question also to Brother Charles. When Kyrie was in the thick of his controversy with the individuals that call themselves Jews, there was another group of Black Israelites that surrounded the Barclays Center. Many people I know confused it with UPK. Can you draw some distinction between the two groups, or maybe some commonalities? Why I thought that was so important was the visceral Black manhood that came at the beck of Kyrie. We don't know if he knew them precisely or knew them personally, but we were very proud to see those brothers respond. And I operate a educational detox for young Black males. Two of my students are here with me now. I wanted them to be part of this so that they can flesh out their desire for intellectual debate. But back to the question, Tazariak, can you draw a distinction between those two? And Brother Charles, can you explain why Islam seems to be a catalyst of so much resistance, particularly in our Black males? When it comes to talk about Muhammad Ali, and we can go on down the line of Muslims who have risen to public prominence, particularly in resistance to racism, white supremacy. Racism, white supremacy is one. There is no racism and white supremacy. One thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, from an organizational standpoint, they're a different organization than us, and they have slightly different beliefs than us that we don't agree with. So that's why they're not with us.
Maybe the trip mine's on. No, go.
Testing. Okay, maybe that's what it is. He did that on purpose. I'm joking, brother. But yeah, they came out of our organization and then did different things than us. I think that's what sparked kind of the conversation with the National Association of Black Journalists, was seeing them, because you had people seeing these men speaking, but they wasn't being violent, they wasn't being overly aggressive, they were just on the frustration of a player being suspended over a tweet. And I think that's what we have to see. It goes back to what I was saying earlier. We just don't have the issues. When you see strong black men and they're standing strong and tall, it's like it amazes the people, it wows the people. But we have to be careful that it's just not for a moment. Because once that event is over, once Kyrie goes back playing, where are those people? Are they marching? Are they talking to the people? Or are they investigating those people? So we have to be careful that we continue to stay in those communities, which we do. So we're still in those communities in Brooklyn and Harlem and the Bronx and XYZ like that. Hope I answered your question.
1, 2. All right. Nation of Islam. It's prophesied that there will be a new Islam. And that new Islam will rise in the West. Well, we're in the Western Hemisphere, and we're in North America. When you have a black people who have been told about the spookism of this God, but then you have the Nation of Islam who makes God real, a human being, the supreme being. And Muhammad Ali was not thinking of the spookism, but Muhammad Ali was taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that God is real and God is in us. And when I see you, when I see the sister, I see God first. So when you have someone that stands up and believes that and fears God and not the white man, then you have a different way of life, of looking at things. I wanted to also say, when you asked that question about other athletes standing up, well, there is the #1 black publication in America, which is the Final Call newspaper. And if you read the Final Call newspaper, you'll see athletes who are standing up that are not being promoted in white publications. I hope that answers your question. Thank you, sir.
We're going to take some questions online. Any other questions from the audience? We have a couple of online questions. Oh.
How you doing? The brother right here. I'm sorry, I think your name. Charles. I'm sorry, sir. Now you say you come from a background centered in Islam. So if Islam was a religion that was brought to us by Arabs, how would me being a black man adopt that religion and save myself and my people with a religion that doesn't come from me?
Thank you for the question. Islam was not brought by the Arabs. Islam is a way of life. Islam is in our very nature of doing what's right. See, we come from the earth. The earth is in harmony with Allah, God. God in Arabic is Allah. So before the Arabs even came, you had Islam. Islam is a way of life, a righteous way of life. Man has taken it and called it a religion. So if you want to do what's right, that's Islam. If you want to think what's right, that's Islam. If you want to be the example in your community, that's Islam. Unfortunately, white media has taken us and made us think that Islam is some boogeyman, some bad thing. So just do what's right, and you're living Islam. Thank you.
Oh, you got a question?
I may.
Yeah.
This one directly is actually for all the panelists, and I think it's kind of based off something that I heard you, Brother Charles, say earlier. I think you were in agreement with Captain Zaryak to the fact that there's a monopoly being used by one ethnic group of people for anti-Semitism. It's clear that there are larger ethnic groups who all fall under that category. So then, seeing as if that being true, then this is something I didn't think I heard answered today. Was there anything anti-Semitic actually then that Kyrie Irving did or posted?
The answer to that is emphatically no.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with that. No, I say no as well.
There was something he did wrong. What he did wrong is he named the way in which the tropes that were a part of the film actually signified real harm to real people that has been experienced by human over generations. Now, there's a lot to be parsed by us as people of color in order for us to really understand the history of religion and people of color. Even the idea of being people of color or even calling ourselves Black is a function of us having been raised in the shadow of white supremacy as humans. There was a time in the dawn of humanity we did not identify around color at all. We identified around being the son of, being the daughter of, being a part of the tribe of. This is the way we lived as humans, and white supremacy taught us to value ourselves and our bodies in the context of something as random as melanin, which has nothing to do with our DNA. So there are ways in that video in which it was a denial of real harm that has come to people, millions of people, at the hands of people like Hitler, who enacted a Nazi genocide upon very real people, very real numbers of folks who, for no reason other than they're being called and named and categorized as Jews. We have no business, however we identify around the melanin in our skin, to deny that as a real experience. We have no business looking at the number of people who were displaced, who were expelled from almost every different community in Europe. Every single different community, almost every single different nation in Europe expelled its Jewish people because of what the Christian religion taught about evil and about Jewish people being the killers of Christ and about a bunch of other things that are not true, but allowed folks to turn to the side when pogroms would happen, which is nothing but the same thing experienced in the United States when people would come through a Black community and kill and rape and pillage as a result of the color of people's skin. We have to stop separating ourselves from the cause and the cry out that people come through this world and decide that because of arbitrary nature, because of arbitrary aspects of their humanity, they have been given a path on enacting violence and enacting terror and humanizing other people. To me, that goes to the basis of my humanity as a Black woman. There were things said in that film that actually didn't directly, but leaned in the direction of tropes that white supremacists and white nationalists use right now to continue to condone the killing, the genocide, the extermination of people that they call Jews. And any time at the University of Virginia, people can actually hold torches, white supremacists can hold torches and march across a campus of young people that I actually had to go through to support, okay? A campus of young people screaming out, Jews will not replace us, blood and soil, which are the tropes of the Nazi regime. Anytime that can happen right now and terrify students to the point where they can no longer feel safe from the campus, it is in my best interest as a Black woman who knows what that has looked like in the DNA and blood of my family. For these same kind of people to come through neighborhoods, to come through communities, to burn crosses on lawns, to terrify and vilify people, and to hang them up on trees. I am sorry. I will never say anything that allows those people to feel like they get a pass in my hood. If we hold that lens on that film, there are some things we said that may give those same pass. And I'm sorry, we have to cry it out when that happens. We have to say, get it straight. We have to tell the true history. And that doesn't mean the whole of what that film put forth was wrong, but there were definitely discrepancies. And in those discrepancies, if the people who have been harmed by the type of violence that I'm describing say, hey, wait a minute, that looks like the type of harm that ran through my family and caused me and people that I love and my ancestors to disappear and die. As a person who has ancestors that have disappeared and died, I'm sorry, my compassion comes out first. So what opportunity did Kyrie miss? He missed an opportunity to be able to name that as a Black man, he has compassion and he has understanding and he has wisdom of the ways in which white supremacy has killed and has terrorized Jews just as much as it has killed and terrorized his ancestors and the people that he comes from. Because he doesn't identify as a Jew. If he did, then this would be a different conversation.
All righty, thank you. We'll do maybe one question online.
We did have some people submit some questions online. There's some good ones on here, but select two. All right. The first one, why are Jews so effectively able to organize against anything or anyone that criticizes a Jewish person and label all such criticism as anti-Semitism?
I'll start off by saying that America sends over $36 billion to them every year, number one. Plus, they control Hollywood, they control media, they control the NBA, the NFL, if you look at the owners. So they control a lot. And the reason why they control a lot is because of their unity. What we need to do is look at how they operate so that we can unify amongst ourselves as Black people. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but we're doing it again. This is what I'm talking about. You can't say they unanimously Jews control anything because Jews also look like me. Jews haven't been historically brown. Jews right now come from places like Juba and Tunisia, Ethiopia, and Africa, and all sorts of places where our melanin is bright and beautiful. And you cannot say them and not include us. There's education that has to happen among us as people of color to be able to really stand up against anti-Semitism, because the protocols of the Elder of Zion were actually used in this country to propagate not just anti-Semitism, but white supremacy. When Jews couldn't get a job at Ford, neither could Black folk. When Jews were not allowed on the island of Manhattan, neither were Black folk. When Jews came to this country in the name of religion, were told that they were people who in their blood were so craving of money that they couldn't trade and therefore were left out of the ability to be able to trade as real people in this country, real humans who came from oppression, looking for a better life. That also was happening to Black folk. We got to stop saying they unanimously and leaving out the truth, which is that these Jews that we think entirely represent white people is our buying into white supremacy, because the original Jews were not white. They included people who look like me. And I don't need to go through anybody else's translation to be able to talk about castigating the folks who are Jews that I claim as mine as being folks who are diverse. Folks who have had historical melanin, folks who have various different entry points and various different political views. We got to stop saying they, because when you talk about we send them money, what you're talking about is Israel. And Israel is also a place that is representative of multiple races and multiple cultures. And historically, that region of the world has never been white either. We've given white supremacy a pass and allowing that to become the truth of today's reality.
Thank
So
you.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask you to take that back.
Thank you, my sister. I appreciate that. And I believe in the context of the question, we weren't talking about Black Jews, with all due respect. Thank you.
I think that white supremacy includes Jewish people. I'm sorry to say it. For all this stuff about Jewish people, if you go through history, Jewish people owned slaves too in North Carolina. So they're not going to get passed, and they're impersonating people that are the children of the book. When I went over to Israel for all this love that the Israelis are supposed to have, there's a section of black people. I met him. So I go to Israel and I meet the brother, and he shows me the section where black people never left Israel. During the expulsion of 70 AD, you had a portion of black people that never left Israel. You know where the Israelis have them? In the prison section. That's where they have them. If we go 1964, when Ben Amin and them took those brothers and they said, we the children of Israel, and they go back into Israel, Israelis wouldn't let them in there at all. And the only way they would let them in there is if they converted to Judaism and they sacrificed their kids into the military. And just 3 years ago, they told them they was going to transport them. And you got black people saying on camera, we did what you wanted. We converted to your religion. We gave you our children. What more do we have to give? So when the brother brought out, they run a diamond district, they run Hollywood, they get funded by America. That's just facts. The government of them is no less white supremacist than the American government. And that's why when you say something against Jewish people, they shut you down. Selectively, though, because nobody shuts down Amazon. If we're going to put it in proper context, that Hebrews and Negroes been on that site since 2015. Nobody said nothing about that until Kyrie Irving makes a post. And for all the uproar they doing to Kyrie Irving, a black man, nobody's going to the owner of Amazon and saying, we're going to boycott you. But they made sure Kyrie couldn't play. That's Jewish people that did that. Why didn't they have the same energy for the owner of Amazon that they had for Kyrie, that they had for Brooklyn? They're telling Brooklyn, you're going to lose this, and Brooklyn's worried about losing their sponsorship. Who also helped Adidas, which has German ties. There's hypocrisy there when we try to absolve Jewish people from saying that if you say something against them, they shut you down. I remember you cut that mic on. Now, you of all people shouldn't be cutting that mic on as long as you be talking and we be sitting there quiet. Now, you of all people shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, she shut me down. She was tired of hearing me talk. Now, she done talked the longest on this stage. Ain't gonna cut her mic on. About 20 minutes, be your own people. But she's Jewish, so you gotta be careful. Now, I'm joking. I had a conversation. Anybody getting their feelings, you know what I mean? We having fun up here, I thought anyway. So when I had a conversation one time, I'm at Motor Vehicles in Jersey City, New Jersey, and I'm having a conversation. This guy asked me, what is all the issues? Why do the issues with America, Israel, and Palestine? I said, the problem with America trying to resolve the issues is they're pro-Israel, and the Jewish man got upset at me. And all I was simply saying is, if you're supposed to be the mediator between the issue between two nations, but you're pro one, you're not going to be able to mediate that. So we have to stop acting like there ain't an agenda, that you can't say anything anti. There's nothing Kyrie said that was anti anything. Anything. Only thing he didn't do was apologize for sharing a documentary that was on there for years before he ever said it, and we're not seeing it. Them attack Amazon, and that owner of Amazon said, I'm not taking the DVD down. I'm not taking the book down. Nobody's saying nothing to him, but he has the complexion for the protection. Kyrie does not. Are you?
All right. Well, we'd love to have more. We had to have one question off that segue, but we come to an end here. We come to an end. Give the panelists one more round of applause. We'd like to thank BU for letting us use your space for this discussion. It was a great discussion. I'd like to thank all of y'all for coming here, taking the time on a cold day. Thank you to the Boston Association of Black Journalists for putting this together. It's been great. And we hope you all enjoy it. Melanie, you have something to say?
Let's thank our moderator too.
Yes, please thank our moderator, Mukala. Thank you. That was an awesome job. Again, thank you, panelists. We have a small gift for you for your time tonight. Thank you so much for coming out. And girlfriend, we are not going to forget any of this stuff tomorrow. We're going to go home and study tonight, right, everybody? And a shout out to our young people. You said you brought some young people with you today. Shout out to all of the young people. all of the young people, because you didn't have to be here, and hopefully you learned something. There are two last things before we close. We're going to let our president say a quick word, and then we have refreshments outside. So stay around and mingle. We do want to give you a little bit of time to mingle. We know it's getting late. You want to be respectful of your time. So definitely stay around and mingle, have some refreshments. And I'm going to hand out these, and Gary, come on up. This is our chapter president, Gary Washburn.
Thank you guys. Amazon gift cards. If they bought Hebrews and Negroes, and then it might be worth it, right? Anyway, I want to thank you guys for coming out. I'm just so impressed with the panel. Thank you for the great conversation. And even though the reason I wanted to put this together is we have so many different viewpoints, and we're not a monolithic people. And I just wanted 4 viewpoints to discuss it, and we discussed it well and robustly, and I really appreciate that. And hopefully people can keep in touch and continue to discuss these issues because they're very important. So thank you for coming out and weathering the snow, and we'll want to do more bring more of this in the future. And thank you a lot. Appreciate it.
We look at who we're gonna look at first. All right, right, this sister right here.
For the people tuned in at home, we'll be getting started in just a few minutes. This is the second lecture that we've done for free. And definitely send a donation, though. You understand? If you want to support this truth, $20 donation to either $ New York Camp. You could also use the super chat feature. You understand? Support this truth. Support these brothers that's putting in this work.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring to you a special service by yours truly, Captain Tazariak. Now I'd like to thank y'all for coming out. The people that's online on the chat, like as I said, like this lecture here is for free, but y'all should be donating, whether it's to the super chat or to the Cash App. If it's a super chat, you can do it right in there. If it's the Cash App, it's NYC Camp, $NYC Camp. Give your donation, support this truth, pay your tithes to the Israelite School EPK like you're supposed to. It's a commandment, just like not being a homo is a commandment, not eating shrimp, crab, and lobster is a commandment. Paying your tithes is also a commandment. Don't short the Most High of what he deserves, and don't short the priests and prophets that sacrifice their lives for this work. It's a very important job that we do in Israelite School EPK. Big up to everybody that came to the cookout yesterday. Manager Jenny Hanna on down, all the generals, officers, captains, the brothers and sisters. The best part that I always like about the cookouts that we do, particularly in Harlem, is that we feed hundreds of homeless people that day. You know what I mean? We started doing it at the camps. How I came with the thing at the camp, if I could throw a little joke, is a brother Kane saw, Brother Kane saw us putting the money in the bucket. So because he see us putting the money in the bucket, he said, I need some money for some food. Can we get the money for the food? So, of course, we gave him money out the bucket. But we already have a food drive that Captain Shmawala is establishing. So I told Zakar, since they asking for money for food, why don't we just bring the food we have to the camp? So what we started doing is having the food drive literally at the camp. So while we teaching the truth, feeding them the real knowledge, we can actually feed them. And we made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And I underestimate the value of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. My rib would tell you she'll eat that John. It's delicious. I ain't ate a peanut butter jelly sandwich I don't know how long. But a brother got the peanut butter and jelly sandwich and came back to the table and said, that reminded me of when I was in kindergarten and wanted another one. Like just feeding people is powerful, you know what I mean? And you got to realize, and that's part of the reason why we do this lecture, because you can hardly get a nickel from the church let alone a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And when we was at camp, if anybody that was at camp, that pastor came in front of the camp. And when I asked him to show me what y'all doing in the Bible, he ran off immediately, when you should be able to stand on it if you're a true Christian, in quotation marks. So y'all know I've done a lot of these lectures, and I always take pieces of each lecture to formulate the overall topic. Not saying that I don't put no new information, anything like that, but all of these lectures tie into each other. The integration lecture, how to share your man, the miseducation series, the no homo part 1 and 2, making Atlanta straight again, the miseducation of the black woman, a household divided, all of them correlate into everything. So surviving Christianity is the same thing, because everything starts and ends with Christianity. The reason why I say that is because the Christian church, or the leader of that church, is really what would be the leader of the nation. Like even in Israel, we had a king, but who could tell the king what to do? The prophet or the priest. When David did something wrong, the only person that could check him was a prophet or a priest. When he had that woman killed, that brother killed because he committed adultery, the peons couldn't come to him and say, David, you did something wrong, but the priest could. And who did the king bow down to and repent to? That priest. So when you think about the lives of the community, especially the Israelite or the black community, it starts and ends with our spiritual belief. So that pastor or that priest or that scribe or that seer, even when Rebecca struggled in her room, who did she go to? She went to a seer or a man of the Lord. The man of the Lord is who you went to when you had problems, when you needed help, when you needed assistance. That's who you went to. So now the Christian church claims to be that people. But when you go into that Christian church, you're either getting raped, robbed, murdered, molested, turned into a homosexual, turned into a lesbian, but none of that is fixing you. So of course, the term surviving Christianity came from the R. Kelly concept, because R. Kelly was doing the same exact thing to the women. That's how I looked at the concept of this lecture, where you had the pastors and the preachers doing nothing but destroying the black community. Even in the time of Trump, you would think Trump would be, I know for me, I was glad when Trump got in office, because I thought that would make my job easier. When we go out there and talk about this oppressor oppressing us and the crimes and everything that he committing, I just knew that it would be easier. But even Trump was able to find pastors to push his agenda. That's amazing to me. That Donald Trump, one of the most racist, one of the most open racists, because every president was racist, but one of the most open racist president was able to come in and give us something where the pastor found a way to say, yeah, we got to still roll with Trump. He's going to help us. He's going to do this for us. So that lets you know that there ain't a low enough level that the preacher will go to destroy you. But we still run to him for help. Al Sharpton done reduced himself to the size of, I don't know. Like I seen Al Sharpton, I just knew that couldn't have been Al Sharpton. Y'all seen that one where he was dancing and moving around and everything? And I call it balloon head. His head was all bigger than his body. Like Mike Epps said, Bevo Lottie got more head than he got body. Like I seen that, and I'm like, this can't be Al Sharpton. This can't be. I didn't want to share the video at first because I knew that was not Al Sharpton, but it was Al Sharpton. But we look at these preachers for leadership, and you're supposed to. Like Christ said, all that in Matthew, the 23rd chapter, Christ said, all that they tell you to do, you do, but after their doings, you don't. Because Christ knew that they were hypocrites. They were telling you to do something, they wasn't keeping the responsibility. So now they have the responsibility of the people, but they're not getting it. So now as I go into these slides, some of it will be just what comes out of my mouth, meaning what I say. Some of it would be what comes on the slide. It'd be like a combination of the two. So now this here, I played this, I think, on 4 lectures. And it's important that you get this embedded in your brain, because if you don't know, like when you get molested or when you get raped or you get anything like that, the only way that you can get over it is to face the tragedy that actually occurred to you. And it'd be hard. because you don't want to visualize a man violating you. If you was a child and got molested, you don't want to visualize that. But sometimes you gotta visualize that so that you can get over it. Because if you don't face what destroyed you and you keep running from it, you're gonna run to a vice more than likely. So it'll be a drug, or it'll be another man, or it'll be another woman, or it'll be promiscuity, or you'll be abusive to your kids, or you'll become the predator yourself. So this short video we're gonna play is what slavery has done to us. Never let slavery go. Like, don't be afraid of, like, when they tell you, you got to throw slavery away. Don't throw slavery away. Face slavery. Like, look at slavery and say, okay, this is what happened in slavery. Because what you'll find is that there were a lot of fighters. There was over 200 before they had the so-called emancipation. There was over 250 slave revolts. Like, they won't teach you that in history. They'll just teach you that slaves just came over here, we got our names taken away from us, our back beat, and we just took it. So we think that all we was some punk asses. Like, our men wasn't strong. Our men didn't fight. A lot of them feminist movement women, they'll love to say, well, where was the black man at when we was over here in slavery? But you had over 250 revolts. We fought. There's a lot of ancestors, brothers and sisters fought against this enemy. Now, why did we lose? Because we didn't have the book. We wasn't serving the Most High. So even when Haiti got free for a while, it lasted for a short time, but they didn't do it under the Most High's authority, so it did not last forever. So this here is how this white lady realized what slavery does, and she did. Well, I don't want to jump the gun, so go ahead and play the video, please. The video's not letting it play. So when it says slavery may have altered black people's body chemistry, if I were to play this video for you, what this video would show you is that slavery over time will get embedded in your DNA over time. So now it says Dr. Rachel Yehuda, professor of psychiatry at Akron School of Medicine in Mount Sinai, has conducted a depth of research into epigenetics and the intergenerational transmission of trauma, which is what slavery is. Slavery is a traumatic experience that black people really have never overcome. We've never overcome anything because we've never been allowed to actually fight against that enemy, because the enemy is who we have to sit next to on a train, who we have to work next to, who we have to worship with. Like, just imagine that. You got to go and get your spirituality next to the same man that destroyed your spirituality. So we've never been able to get over that trauma. It says in layman terms, she is researching how serious incidents of trauma, i.e. slavery and post-traumatic stress disorder, can be passed down through generations in shared family genes. Even when you raise your kids and you teach them to be afraid of cops, their kids gonna teach their kids that. Their kids gonna teach their kids that. Like Jay-Z said the dumbest thing. I don't know if y'all saw the latest thing. Jay-Z said that we don't respect cops because the father is not in the house. So we don't respect authority. That's what Jay-Z just said. You can look it up. You can Google it right now. Y'all got to stop letting entertainers be your leaders. Jay-Z is dumb. Like, Jay-Z was a high school dropout and a drug dealer. One thing I do know about drug dealers, they know how to count money. So Jay-Z making money doesn't make him intelligent. Doesn't mean he know how to fix black people. He couldn't even, when he was running Rockefeller, he was the only star. If he was such a brother, he would have had his other brothers being just as influential as he was. But he made sure he was influential, nobody else. Jay-Z's a selfish bastard, just like everybody else that's not in here, a selfish bastard. So he says that. Now, here's how you know he's a selfish bastard and hates and is teaching to hate black men. To say that we don't respect authority because the black man is out the house makes it the black man's fault. But why would he go deep and say the white man is the one that took the black man out the house so that we don't respect authority? Then that would be the truth. That would be the die-hard truth. Do we not respect authority? Yes, we do not. Do we get loud? Are we raw? Yes, we do not. Is the father out the house? Yes, he is out the house. But how did he get out that house? What was put in place to put him out that house? Let's fix the root of the problem. You can't talk about the results of the problem. You got to talk about the root. So now it says her research has revealed that when people experience trauma, it changes their genes in a very specific and noticeable way. When you go through trauma, it could alter your hormones, especially for you women. Y'all women get abused or get mistreated, the next man gonna get hell. If that next man ain't got some great patience, whatever that previous man did to you is going to get carried on. Even if a woman, sidebar, even if a woman has multiple sex partners, that DNA stays with you. So now you getting Johnny, Dave, Mike, Carl, and Anna. You understand? So now that's who you're talking to. You're talking to all of them in one, because that DNA from all the men she slept with, you're dating them too. And so now you got to try to get rid of that. That's trauma. You understand? So it says, so when these people have children, their genes are passed down to their children. That's why when women are pregnant, they say don't stress them out a lot. Don't stress a woman out when she's pregnant, because the result of that child, depending on how traumatized she was, could be passed on to the child that she has. That's all in here. So imagine as them women is getting pregnant by their man that they got to sleep with in secret, because if they found out that he was married, they were separating him. And so let's say if they found out that they married, now they separating the father from the mother. When we talk about Denmark Vesey, that was him. Denmark was able to buy his freedom, but he couldn't buy his wife's freedom. So he was able to leave and separate, but they kept his wife. You understand? So now imagine that trauma where you growing up as a mother, you growing up with your children without the father because the oppressor took them away from you. And then that passes down, because the kids see when you're stressed. The kids see when you have that problem. All right? It says the abject horrors and brutality suffered by slaves is more than likely to have the same effects on black slavery descendants worldwide. That's why we have to always talk about this. When they sweep that under the rug, they don't sweep no other person's travesty under the rug. They even let Gandhi get revered every year. The only reason they let Martin Luther King get revered is because he teaches you to forget about slavery. And I'll show you why he really wanted to integrate later. You can give me the next slide, Kyle. Now, when it comes to Christianity, I wanted to show y'all that it says roughly 79% are Christian of black people. I don't care about white people. And 77% of Hispanics are Christian. So you could just say we all Christian. Every black, Hispanic, and Native Indian is Christian, period. No matter what. Kemit, they Christian too. Now, when we say Christian, just so you know, so why you say Kemit's Christian? Islam is Christianity too. 5% is Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism. It's all Christianity, because Christianity's #1 philosophy is we can all come together. And they teach that from the youth. When you watch Sesame Street, you're watching Christianity. You watch SpongeBob, you're watching Christian. SpongeBob, the only place a squirrel can go underwater and just squirrel underwater, the lobster, the shrimp, and they all get along. On my way, before I came out here, me and my ribs watching, my daughter's watching cartoons. In the cartoons, in the middle of the ring, they had a lion and a unicorn in the ring together. They wasn't fighting, they was getting along. The first thing my ribs say is, that lion would eat that unicorn if it was like real life. They would, except in Christianity. In Christianity, they're going to teach you that they all could just be together, and they can't be together. So we have to give them something that's different. When we go out on them corners, they say we're aggressive, because being aggressive is not Christian. And we're not just, and when they actually pay attention to what we're saying, who knows where our aggression is at? Where's our aggression aimed at? Y'all can answer if y'all want. To be a little participation. You can just put your hand up. If y'all scared, it's all right. Abadia? Perfect answer. Give him a hand.
We're aggressive about the pain, not only that we've been through, but we've never got an answer for. And we're the one people that can't have that aggression. So that's like, when they talk about surviving Christianity, I really could have called this leaving Christianity, because that's the first step to surviving it. You don't stay with your child molester. You don't stay with your rapist. You don't stay with the man that murdered you or stole your money. So why should we stay with Christianity when it's done nothing but destroy us? Give me the next slide. So now I'm going to give a little history. This is history of early Christianity, its beginning and changes. Some of these quotes that I got here are from a good book. Was it a book? What W.E.B. Du Bois wrote. The Soul of Black Folks. It was a book. I say book because I got it in PDF format. But it's this book that W.E.B. Du Bois called The Soul of Black People. So some of these are excerpts from that. So in the beginning, it says what I said already. It says the preacher is the most unique personality developed by the Negro on American soil. A leader, a politician, an orator, a boss, an intriguer, an idealist. All these he is. And that's the truth. Who do they run to when something goes wrong? Even the sellouts. Don't even think whether they're good or bad. When something goes wrong in the black community, the first place they run to is the preacher. Now, depending on if he's a sellout or not, depending on what he tells you. So usually you get Al, you get Jesse. When they want to push abortion, who do they give you? The preacher. We might have to throw the rappers up in there now because they're getting the rappers now. They got Jay-Z up in the NFL. What does he have to do with any social construct? I can't get over that, the whole Jay-Z thing. Like, Jay-Z got hired so Kaepernick could stay fired. Y'all do know that, right? Jay-Z getting hired assures that Colin Kaepernick will never throw a football. If I could sidebar in the sports, this cat from the Colts just retired out the blue. And they thinking about all these other football players that ain't played in 3-4 years. Colin Kaepernick's name don't even come up. But they did hire Jay-Z so he could fix the social construct. So we might have to call them preachers too, because they listen to them. But it says the combination of a certain adroitness, meaning a likability, so to speak. It says with his deep-seated earnestness, because they talk like, you ever watch pastors talk? Even like, well, I ain't gonna say, I don't want to start no trouble today. So like when you see people talk and they do stuff like, when they doing stuff like that, they trying to draw you in like, oh, he's so sick. Look, he's thinking. Look at him. He's putting his head down. They're doing all that because they've learned the skill of getting you to fall in love with them by just their mannerisms. That's the earnestness, their mannerisms, the way they talk, because they talk soft to you, because they talk sweet to you. Oh, my sister, I understand what you're going through. Next thing you know, the panties is off or the pocketbook is open. One of the two. So now, that earnestness of tact with consummate ability gave him his preeminence and helps him maintain it. Eddie Long in a full-out homosexual church scandal. And he got up there and said, David, wait, I ain't pick up one stone yet to throw. And when he said, I ain't pick up one stone yet to throw, because you know of the story David and Goliath, you say, well, let me wait for him to throw the stone before I pass the judgment. But he never threw a stone. Never threw a stone. And you know what? You forget that he was supposed to throw a stone because he seduced you. That's the Christian church. But that's the preacher, and that's the power that all preachers have. You destroy the preacher, you destroy Christianity. Now you have to replace the preacher with something else. That's where we come in. That's why in my short time in the truth, I've seen this, Salakia, my bad. Salakia. In my short time in the truth, I've seen this truth grow like almost double in size, then triple in size, quadruple in size, and it's growing every year because we're killing the preacher. And as we kill the preacher, them brothers and sisters are saying, I've had enough of the lies. I've had enough of being seduced. I've had enough of emptying out my wallet and still suffering. Can you imagine, Like if you came in here, you had to get your bill paid. You're gonna pay your tithes, but you know what's gonna happen when you can't pay that bill? You can come and ask, and we're gonna pay your rent. We're gonna pay your car note. We're gonna pay your bill. If you're hungry, we're gonna feed you. You can't do that in the church. You go to Creflo, you're not going to get that. You go to what's the Abernathy? What's that cat in Atla Church? What's Pastor Manning? He's not doing that. You have to go where that is. So we kill the preacher, but give you a solution too, which is why you can't be in an organization where you just talk about the problems and not present a solution. So even the Surviving R. Kelly thing, that was cool, but they didn't present no solution for those sisters. Those sisters that got molested, what counseling or anything that they do? Only thing they cared about was defaming R. Kelly. So all I care about is defaming the Christian church, but I can also give you an answer. I can also give you the solution. You can give me the next slide, Kyle. So now, by the middle of the 18th century, the black slave. Now, you're gonna walk with me as I give you some points between the beginning of slavery, which is in what's them Israelites that believe we were supposed to be out of captivity? What 1619? August 20th, 1619, the Lord was supposed to come back. Slakia. So I'm gonna walk you from 1600s or the 1500s all the way up till now. So now, by the middle of the 18th century, the black slave has sunk with hushed murmurs to a place at the bottom of this new economic system. Now, those that know me, when you see the term like new economic system, what economic system was the black man supposed to fit in America? Does anybody know the answer to that? Anyone? What black economic system was the black man supposed to, what economic system was the black man supposed to fit in America? Shalaya? None. What economic system was made for the black man in America? None. When you get that book, The Black Image in the Minds of White, that got to be one of the greatest books the white man ever wrote in history. When you get that book, he tells you on page 17 that America, on the other hand, was a business from which the black man, the black race rather, was never made to fit into. Now, it's saying in the 1800s, we sunk to the bottom of a new economic system that was unconsciously ripe for a new philosophy on life. Now, remember, this is in the 18th century that they bring in this new philosophy on life. Nothing suited his condition nothing suited his condition then better than the doctrines of passive submission. Where passive, like, you know, like when they say like you passive aggressive, like you ain't really aggressive, you try to sneak your aggression in. So now this is passive submission, where they sneak in the submission in where you think you're aggressive because you could talk a little tough, but really at the end of the day, it's about getting you to submit to your oppressors. That's your Al and Jesse. All of them talk tough or make it seem like they're doing something great, but it's about getting you to submit. Martin Luther King gave that rousing speech. I've been to the mountaintop. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. And he said it with such strong and such fervor, but it was about getting you to let the white man whoop your ass and you don't do nothing about it. That's passive submission, right? It said embody the newly in the newly learned Christianity. Pay attention to this phrase right here. I see this. The newly learned Christianity. It's very important you understand why they're saying newly learned Christianity. I'm going to show you as we go through this. Because the Christianity that they do today is not the Christianity or Bible or scripture following that we did when we first came to America. So now it says slave masters early realized this. When they found out this new Christianity, they realized this and cheerfully aided religious propaganda within certain bounds. What does that mean? They allowed the religion to perspire. They allowed the religion to grow as long as it was in certain boundaries. You can't tell them they can fight back. That's outside of bounds. You can't tell them they can't be good slaves. That's out of bounds. But servants, be obedient to your masters. That's perfect. You can say that. Sing us a song of Zion. That's perfect. You can sing that. Don't read the Exodus story, though. You can't do that. Everybody with me? So now it says, the long system of repression and degradation of the Negro tended to emphasize the elements of his character, which made him valuable chattel. You know what chattel is? Chattel is like a cow system. But they just take a bunch of cows and they let them eat the grass, let them get fat. They don't eat no meat. That's why you don't get no meat. You get all the milk in the world. Like John 3:16 is a milk scripture. Y'all know that? That's about self-explanatory as you can get. For God so loved the world, they give that milk to you. And they say, nah, I don't mean that. But they're not going to give you no meat. They're not going to give you nothing of real or true sustenance to be able to sustain. So then it says, courtesy became humility. Right? Moral strength denigrated into submission. What is moral strength? Giving somebody, when somebody is down, like, you know, the scripture said, brother is born in adversity. When he's dealing with that adversity and his morale is low, another brother will come and build him up. Not no more. You get beat down. Well, we know we can't do nothing about it. We're going to try to fight. We hope we get it, but we might not get it. That's what they teach now. So now it says, and the exquisite native appreciation of the beautiful became an infinite capacity for dumb suffering. The Negro losing the joy of this world because we no longer enjoyed it, which in reality, we've never really enjoyed our time here in America. Not one time. Like we're surviving victims in America. That's all we are. Surviving victims. That's why they put the Negro songs. I wish I had it on the next slide. I might have messed that up, but I know I did. That's why they give us a song and dance. That's why they got like 5 award shows a year. They got the hip hop awards. They got the Source Award. They got this award. All so you can be entertained and you can forget about your problems. Everybody, what about 3:30? They all done came out. They singing and dancing and shouting and running around their church, screaming, hooping and hollering. And they come outside as soon as they get in their car. How am I going to pay this bill? Where's my father at? Where's my mother at? Because the pastor is not giving them nothing to address that right there. A song and a dance is never going to address that. A song and a dance is never going to heal the soul or the spirit of anybody at all. That's why when something happen to white people, them pastors don't sing. They arm up. They arm up. They ready to go to war when something happened to them. The first thing we do is sing. When they had that Dylan Storm, he in the goddamn, when you get locked up, they don't always bring you to the jail. They bring you it'd be like a video thing. And they praying for him, the black people that he just shot up. They praying and singing for him. That's the first thing we do is sing a song. It says, the Negro losing the joy of this world eagerly seized upon the offered conceptions of the next, the avenging spirit of the Lord enjoining patience in this world. It says eagerly seized upon the offered conceptions of the next, because there's more than one conception. So what would they start teaching you? They would start teaching you the glory of heaven. Y'all know what that is? Who know what the glory of heaven is? Where they would teach the slaves that if you be a good slave, you'll make it to heaven. Peter waiting for you at the pearly gates, and Peter naked. The angels, little boys, and all that up there. That's what you waiting. That's what's waiting for you, which is white people. Like, how could you be going through hell with white people here, and then think you go to heaven and the white people is good up there? If I was a slave, I would have said, well, can you have them white people come down here at least? Because if it's heaven up there, then let me get them white people. But you can't. So that was one conception. Another conception is the avenging spirit of the Lord enjoining the patience of this world under sorrow and tribulation until the great day when he should lead his dark children home. This became his comforting dream, his preacher repeated prophecy, and his board's song. Can you give me the next slide, Kadazar? So now, in the beginning of Christianity, when they first was giving Christianity to us, it says some white owners allowed slaves to worship in white churches where they were segregated to the back. Like churches, you come into that church as a black man, they was not letting you sit up in the front. you had to sit in the back. It was like, to me, which I think is better to this day. I wish it was like this. There was always a level of understanding that the white man wanted to make us see. I mean, see, like we don't see it now. Like those in the truth can see where they segregate us, where they'll parade Barack Obama as if he's going to save black people. That's what they give you. But then when Barack Obama is in office, he don't do nothing for you. But while he's in office, he's promising that he's going to do it, but it never shows. And then there's this, where when you walk into that church, when you get on that bus, when you go to that restaurant, there's a clear sign you can't ignore: no colors allowed. Get on the back of the bus. Get in this portion of the church. You can't sit in the front with us. That's better. The reason why that's better is because if you keep seeing that every day, you might be docile, but eventually you're going to want to do something about that, because that's one of the most offensive things that you could do when you're parading God loves everybody to us. So if God loves everybody, why are you the bigot to me? If God's not the bigot, which is what they accuse us of. You know, they accuse the Israelites of being bigots, but they're the biggest bigots that you can find anywhere, because they have been that way since we've been here in captivity. So now, occasionally persons of African descent might hear a special sermon from white preachers, but these sermons tended to stress obedience and duty. And the message of the Apostle Paul is like the white man's go-to. They'll tell you Paul White. You read from Romans 11:1 where he say he an Israelite. They swear Paul is the end-all, be-all. And the favorite verse of everybody that hates the Bible is where it says, slaves, obey your masters. Now, you'll never get that in the KJV. You're only going to get that in the NKJV or the NIV or whatever other books they got that they bastardized from the KJV, which a lot of people wonder why we use that, because that was the last best English version. That's it. Like when they do these new translations, they're not even translating from Hebrew and Greek records. They're just retranslating King James English. There's no need to retranslate English to English. That makes absolutely no sense. The only time you require translation is when there's a language barrier. So if it was going from English to Spanish or English to Russian or whatever language that they speak, it would require it. Now, the real verse, of course, which always cut anybody, doesn't matter what denomination or what they believe. These two verses are important to understanding what slaves obey your masters mean. So now the real verse, of course, is servants be obedient to them that are your masters. Now, it's not saying slave. It's saying servant. A servant, now this verse ain't talking about that, but just to broaden the word servant, a servant could just be you have a boss and you have a worker. The worker is the servant, the boss is the boss. So be obedient to your boss for whatever he hired you for. Now, that's not what this is talking about. I just want to give an example. So now here it says, servants, be obedient to them that are your masters according to the flesh with fear and trembling and singleness of your heart as unto Christ. Now, that's the only verse that they'll read. And they'll say, see, the Bible said be a slave. The Bible never said be a slave. And the most heaviest part, when you read verse 9 in that same chapter, it says, and ye masters, do the same things unto them. Unto who? The servants. So if the white man wanted to use that verse and say slaves obey your master, then the master has to obey the slave too. So when the slave said stop beating me, he should have listened. Stop raping my wife, he should have listened. Let me keep my kids, he should have listened. So even in their bastardized version, they don't follow what that is. You can give me the next slide, Kyle. So now we often, this part is important. It says we often neglect the influence of the freed man before the war. What is the freed man? Who knows what the freed man is? Anybody want to take a crack at it? Remember, this is interactive. Abadia? Brother who bought his freedom. Why is buying your freedom important? Why was it important? Because you didn't want to be a slave. If you was a slave, you had no control over your life. As a free man, you didn't have as much freedom as the white man, but you was close on your way. And as a free, sir. Damn right. Say it again, sir. Yeah, Jay-Z. He believes he a free man. He love the white man. Jay-Z is in love. When I saw that album he had, well, on the cover, he had them two Roman white homosexuals. I said, yeah, he fully loved the white man. So now a free man is important because a free man doesn't look at himself as morally destroyed as a slave. And then what he should do as a freed man, look to free other men. That's what everybody should do. That's why Christ said, you do not take your light and put it under the bed. You put it under the bed, it's going to go out. Now, what's heavy about that, when you put it under the bed, that means your light going to go out too. That's why you cannot put it under bed. You have to let your light shine for everybody to see so they can be just like you was. That's what a freed man's job is. Like, we're all free in here. What do I mean by free here? Free from the mental oppression that we have from what the so-called white man system has done to us. At one time, we was all bondmen. We was all bondmen to Christianity, Egyptology, Islam, Nubianism, Hinduism, any other ism you could think of that's not the Bible. We was all subjected unto that spiritually. And then we became free. And I don't know about y'all, but that was a joy. When I didn't have to serve Christmas and Thanksgivings and 4th of July's and all that, because you serving that. You literally serving Christmas to the point where you realize you ain't paying bills to buy your kid a toy that they gonna break. Or buy your mama a toy. Imagine Valentine's Day, your woman be evil to you all year. But on Valentine's Day, you're going to buy something, which she ain't even going to appreciate on the 15th. So on the 14th, she's going to love you. On the 15th, she's going to go back to hating you. You get free. Now, you have to give that freedom to everybody else. So now, because of the paucity of his numbers and the small weight he had in the history of the nation, like I said in the beginning of the lecture, there have been over 250 slave revolts before the Civil War. To let you know, freed men fought for slaves. Freed women, sir. That's what they estimate in total between the North and the South, sir. Before the Civil War, that's what they estimate, 250. So freed men, freed women fought for slaves. Don't ever let that forget. So now you can become that freed man and that freed woman. So you can fight for your slaves today or your brothers today. So now we must not forget that its chief influence was internal. That sounds like Zephaniah 2:1. Gather yourselves together, O nation not desire. That's internal. How can we ever join to other nations when we have no power to even sit at the table? You know why the Arabs can sit at the table with the white man? Because they got power. They got authority. They could tell the white man no. And the only thing they could do is they can go to war, but you know what the Arabs could do? They can bomb back. They can fight back. If we go to that table and the white man say no, what can we do? Besides hope, we tell black people, don't support white business, support black business. You can hope they follow it. But you know what black people gonna do? They're gonna buy chicken. So now it says whose influence was internal, was exerted on the black world, and that there he was the ethical and social leader. I don't know if y'all realize it or not, but the nation of Israel, you are becoming the ethical and social leader. Y'all see the mockery of movies that they make of us? Don't feel ashamed about that. Don't be bothered by that. That is being done on purpose to try to distract from the damage that you're doing to the white world. The only reason they putting us in Barack Obama movies, they got some new movie I seen a preview for with a cat. He like an Israelite Muslim or something like that. He don't want no weapons. Y'all can see he kind of got the vibe of Israel and stuff like that. And then they make it a mockery. I glory in stuff like that because you're hurting them now. Because we're waking them up. Even the entertainers that you see, your Kendrick Lamar's, what's that? What's the Jackson cat? I don't know his first name. Brandon T. Jackson. Nick Cannon got like that feminine turban on his head. I don't know. I'm rocking with y'all see that turban on Nick Cannon? That don't look masculine to me. I'm sorry. I would rather even an Arab type of turban or something, but that turban look like something my rib might wear, something like that. Like when a head needed to stay neat or something, you know, you're a little scared. But even so, like all of that is good. Never get mad and say, oh, they taking our information, whatever, because all that pushes the truth. It all pushes the truth, and it lets the white man know that the nation of Israel is damaging his society. Why do you think they changing up now to where you can't say certain things on social media? That's us doing that. That's us causing them to change what you can say and what you can't say. That's not a terrorist act. That's not no Arabs. That's not no Africans. That's the damage that they see the nation of Israel doing. They don't like it. This is important because we are now being the ethical and social leader. I'm giving you how you survive Christianity. It says the masses of the free man sank into poverty and listlessness, but not all of them. The free Negro leader early rose, and his chief characteristic was intense earnestness. Y'all remember earlier on the earlier slide, it was passive aggressive earnestness. This one is intense earnestness. I love you so much to call a white man the devil. Don't be a drug dealer. Repent. Fix your life. Be a brother. But now I'm saying it calm now, but when we on that mic, we saying that with intense earnestness. That's what a free man does. It says, and the deep feeling on the slavery question. The slavery question is so it was almost like, why is it only us? That's what a free man is saying. And that lets you know free men weren't sellouts like you see today. The free men back then still had a question on slavery. Now, they could have been selfish. Just like when we come into the truth, we could be selfish and just sit at home with our family, Shabbat Shalom, read a couple scriptures and stuff like that or whatever. We could do that. But instead, when we get free, because we got a question on slavery or we got a question on the oppression, we don't sit in the house. We come outside. We do whatever is necessary so that just like somebody before me, like this truth existed before me. This truth existed before a lot of y'all. And y'all learned it because of earnest freedmen. And them earnest freedmen hit them street corners. If I could, that's all One West. When I say One West from 1969, the fruit of One West labors is why this truth is where it's at today. Now, you got other cats that had it. You had other cats that had it. The cat from Demona, Yahweh Ben Yahweh, all of them like that. But everybody should give credit to One West. We're the ones that hit them street corners. Ariel, Mashal, Lahab, Kazak Shah, all of them brothers, Yeshaya, all of them were the ones that hit them street corners, and we all owe our life to them. Now, they made their mistakes or whatever. Now, you don't boast in their fall because you could fall. The scriptures say, he that endured to the end, the same shall be saved. Now, you take the lesson from them to say, I'm not going to be like them. But you glory in the fact that as they were freed men, they grew and made you grow. And you understand? That's why even the part when it says the free men sank into poverty and listlessness, but not all of them, that applies to them too. It's a hard job to do this. You got to leave your family. You know, I'm pretty sure, you know, how many of y'all wives complain because you going to camp again? You traveling again. You doing this lecture. You doing that debate. Why don't you just stay in the house with me? Because that, and you can't fault the woman. The woman is a woman. You should expect a woman is not made for war. So she don't understand why you got to go outside and wake black people up. All she know is, nigga, you got it. So if you got it, stay with me and we got it and we good. Because that's all she knows. But a freed man knows it's selfish to not wake up other brothers. Because how good is it to have all of y'all in here, and the only reason y'all know me is because of the Most High. Y'all don't know me because I ain't grew up with none of y'all. And if I walk down the street and we walk past each other, you just be another cat I walk by. It wouldn't be nothing. But thanks be to the Most High in Christ, I was able to wake up, and now we all can wake up and be brothers together. Imagine if millions more did it. And we just got a bunch of people saying Kwam Yashala, a bunch of people calling on the destruction of this place. That would be greater. So to the wives, that's why we do it. All right. I'm going to keep going. Freedom became to him a real thing and not a dream. His religion became darker and more intense. Now they're using the term darker. Why? Because the light is God loves everybody. We're going to join hand in hand. The white Jesus, the white God, that's the light. You put a nigga on top, that's all dark. They do dark with anything black, they do dark. What they call a dark, I said it. The dark age, when King James and all them was running, that's the dark ages. It's dark. And when they tell the history of the Dark Ages, they tell it like it was just so terrible because they tell it from the white man's perspective. So because he ain't ruling or in power, they say we had these diseases, we was downtrodden, we was destroyed. And then we had the Renaissance. And then the Renaissance, when it becomes white, it becomes great. So now it says the religion became darker and more intense, and into his ethics crept a note of revenge. Why wouldn't you want revenge against your enemies? Why wouldn't you? Everybody requires or wants revenge. As long as Osama lived, America knew that white people would not feel good inside. Even when I remember watching the videos, and I was so envious of white people. When they said Osama was killed, they was parading all through the streets. They was hugging themselves like they was in a Christian church. You know, in a black church, they hug themselves when they talk about Jesus. Like, he's been so good to me. So now, them white people is all in the streets hugging themselves. They cheering, and none of them are really the victims of 9/11. What I mean by victims of 9/11, it's not their family member directly that died. But when they see a white person die at the hands of another nation as a terrorist act, and they see the cat that they blaming for it is dead, they feel free. That's how we supposed to feel, but we can't. Because for us, it's been told it's just a dream. It's just a dream to get your vengeance, when it's not. 2 Corinthians 10:4 says the weapons of our warfare is not carnal, but mighty through the Most High and pulling down strongholds. Now, when you keep reading that, it says that the Most High has a readiness to revenge our destruction when our obedience is fulfilled. That's the one thing that's lacking from black people. You want to know why the Lord ain't done it? Because we ain't been obedient to him, because we still in the Christian church. We have to get out of that church in order to get free, period. So now, it says, and into his ethics crept revenge, and into his songs a day of reckoning close at hand. His song was damn near like the end of Psalms 137. It said, happy shall he be when he dashed them heads into the stone. They get mad at us when we talk about them white babies are gonna die. I remember I was in a courthouse in 2014. We battled Liberty Place in Philadelphia, for those that don't know. For those that don't know, brief story. In Philadelphia, we were speaking in front of this mall called Liberty Place, and they didn't like us speaking. They took us to court, said we was a hate group. And I'll never forget, we in the courtroom, and you got the Jewish judge, so-called Jew, white woman judge. You got the Jewish lawyers. I don't know if our lawyers was Jewish or not. We had our lawyers. And what they would do every time we went to court, they would play our videos. And the video they played this time was Gabalia Allah in Times Square. And in that video, it was a naked white man, not naked all the way naked, but he had his shirt off. He ain't had no shoes on. And Gabalia Allah is just hammering, like, I pray you die, man. I got some special boots to stomp your baby's head into the stone. And then, and then he reading the scripture. Psalms 137, he reading the scripture, happy shall he be when he taketh the little ones to dash them in the stones. And so the Liberty Place lawyers saying, look what they're saying. What they're saying is going to start a race riot. What they're saying is going to start this. This lesson here is why you always stand with the Most High. The scriptures say, even if your ways please the Most High, even your enemies will be at peace with you. As them lawyers are saying all that, the so-called Jewish judge said what they're reading is from the Bible. So they have the right to say what they're saying, because freedom is something that you should stand for and that you should fight for. I was in there, I was like, oh shit, what they gonna say? What, I mean, it's a raw ass video. I mean, it's straight raw. It's goodbye. I mean, goodbye. I pray you die, man. And like, goodbye, Allah is like this short, stout cat, and the white boy just standing there like, why you ain't loving me? It was so hard. And I just knew that was gonna be the one the judge was gonna be against, but the judge stood with it. Always stand with the Most High. You're in front of a judge, gun, it don't matter. You stand with the Most High, you'll survive. That's why it says that. So now the coming of the Lord swept this side of death and came to be a thing to be hoped for in this day. The scriptures say, Christ said, you're supposed to say, our Father which art in heaven, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth. Not no place you die to. Everybody in the Christian church all know the Lord's Prayer. Even cats that don't believe in the New Testament, everybody know the Lord's Prayer. Everybody. But nobody pays attention that Christ said the kingdom will be on earth, not nowhere that you got to die and go to. The white man enjoyed his heaven here. You telling me the only way I got to enjoy my heaven is a place nobody going to know if I'm in heaven or not? If I die and go to heaven, y'all ain't going to know. The Lord don't want his reputation unknown. He wants his reputation known. You see the state of black people? That's part of the Lord's reputation. Because he told us if we served him, we would be above nations. If we didn't serve him, we'd be below. He didn't say you're going to die and be below, because he wants you to see his beautiful work. Now, we can rise out of this and see his beautiful work. That's important, and that's what they knew. They said we could see this in this day. Through fugitive slaves and irrepressible discussion, this desire for freedom seized the black millions still in bondage and became their one ideal in life. This, I would say, will be damn near the birth of what you see in the Israelites. Like the Israelites, you know, we have a history. I don't know if I'm jumping, but, you know, it's all right. In the history of the Israelites, you have like the baby stage. Like I'm going to play the video with Harriet Tubman. They knew that they was Israelites. She had Israelite names. Her brother and sisters, they had Israelite names. They knew where they came from. We'll show some other stuff. And all of that was like, you know, in the book of Daniel said the books would be closed for a while and the books would be opened back up. So now everybody believed that when the books, like we believe because of Christianity, that the Bible is like magic. That you go on there. You ever been to church? How many people been to church? So when you go to church, after they have the whole church, at the end of the church service, they say, anybody want to come up here and be a member? And so when you come up there, the pastor say something like, do you love Jesus with all your heart? Yes. Do you believe he died and saved your sins? Yes. Okay, we're going to bring you in. What's your name? My name is such and such. And then they say, somebody second. And then deacon usually say second. And they say, okay, come in. You've been saved. And you're supposed to believe that from that moment, you're saved. That's it. But then you go outside to that shit out there. And then what happens? That's a damn pipe dream. That's not reality. It requires an action. So thank you, sir. It requires an action. So now the ideal in life is to strive for the truth until death. So now as you open up them books, we start learning, not like the way the Christian pastor tells you where it's like magic and you think you're just going to get it, but you just start learning through what? Who knows how you learn? Shalom. That's true. How do you learn biblically? Who knows how do you learn biblically? Studying. The scriptures say, study thyself to be approved. Nothing is magic. Peter and them was doing John's baptism when Christ left. And these niggas rolled with Christ. Rolled with Christ. He told them the Holy Spirit was coming when he left. The Holy Spirit come, they still dipping cats in water. And then when he seen the Holy Spirit, what did he say? Then remembered I. That's how the truth was when it first came out. When the truth first came out, his brothers knowing that they Israelites, but they ain't getting it all the way. And they didn't have to get it all the way. They just have to keep fighting and keep studying. I've been in class since 2009. I've been in class. Ain't missed a class. I'll be in class until Christ returns. Because you're always going to learn. It's always going to be something that you have to strive for. And the minute you stop having class is the minute you'll fall off. The minute you think you're above studying some scripture, the minute you think you're above being a brother, you'll fall off. And then you'll be a story we talk about, man. Y'all see Cesario used to be great, man. He used to do some things, man. You seen that nigga? I seen that nigga on the street asking for money. That's what you'll become. As great as the Most High can make you, he can also take you low if you decide not to serve him. You got to remember that. Give me the next slide. During the 1770s and the 1780s, black ministers began to preach to their own people. So in the beginning, the white churches used to let them come in, but they used to have to be in the back. But the pastors say, or black people say, no, I don't want to learn that way. You know, niggas want to shine anyway. They want VIP. They want special placing. You know, we think we like when it say we the salt of the earth. Black people believe that a black bum think he's the shit. Straight up. So now we ain't want to be in the back no more. We want to be in the front. So in order to be in the front, we got to teach to ourselves. So now it says black ministers began to preach to their own people, drawing on the stories, peoples, and events depicted in the Old and the New Testaments. The first story, you know, they're going to draw to, the one story they would never want you to read, which is the Exodus story. The Exodus story is so powerful. You know, the children of Israel didn't have to lift one finger against the Egyptians. Not one. How did they get out? Who knows how they got out? What was the start of them getting out, Abijah? They prayed to the Most High. The scriptures, Exodus 2:20-22, says they cried to the Most High. They didn't cry to Pharaoh. They didn't cry to, I don't know what other than homosexual cats they got in their group. I don't know who else that could be. But if I was to equate it to today, we didn't cry to the councilman, to the senator, to the governor, to the mayor, to the president. We didn't cry to none of them because they recognized that they were the ones putting them in that position. So they're doing that on purpose. So they're not going to free me. So they went to a power that was greater. And when they prayed to the Most High heard them by reason of bondage. And then he set up Moses. Moses didn't lift a finger. You know, all Moses told Pharaoh was, let's go serve the Most High for 3 days. We'll come back. We'll come back and continue building up your nation, building up your kingdom. And Pharaoh said, that's not good enough. Why should I respect your God? That's why they don't respect us today. They'll never let us serve the way we want to serve because they know the minute that they let us, like what Pharaoh knew, if I give them 3 days, they're going to take 4. They're going to take 5. They're going to take 6 because they're going to get stronger because when you separate from anything that's oppressing you to get stronger, the more you practice separating them, the stronger you're going to get away. Imagine you're in an abusive relationship, male or female, don't matter, whether it's physical, whether it's mental or whatever. And then you start slowly getting yourself away. In the beginning, you might not have the strength to walk away. You be like, nah, they got such a hold on you, whether they got your mental, whether you're afraid to get your ass whooped. And then imagine one time you fight back. Now you still got whooped, but you fought back a little bit. You'll get more strength to fight back. And then you'll get more strength to fight back. Like that movie, What's Love Got to Do With It? I'll use that as an example. When Angela Bassett fought Lawrence Fishburne in that limousine, she got her ass whooped, but she fought. And so she put some licks in on her. And as she put them licks in on her, she got stronger. So that in the metaphor, that's the exact same thing. So Pharaoh knows if I give them 3 days, they're going to get strong. And then they're going to want forward. Then they're going to get away. And then they're going to get separate. And so he said, no, I ain't doing that. But that's not what the Lord wanted. So then he sent Moses. Moses didn't lift up a finger. Moses just said, let my people go. Well, I don't want to say it like that because that's the gay white version. But Moses went there and said, the Lord's going to do this. He's going to send this plague, send that plague, send that plague, send that. The Lord did all that. All Moses did was stand with the Most High. And what that did, freed us. That's the same thing we're supposed to do today. So now, it says, no story spoke, I pretty much ran it down what I was going to say next. No story spoke more powerful to slaves than the story of the Exodus, with its themes of bondage and liberation brought by a righteous and powerful God who would one day set them free. The God that they was teaching was not the God that they teach about today. This was the true God. This was the true God that redeems his people. It says a few black preachers in the South succeeded in establishing black churches, one of them being Andrew Bryan. I wanted to bring out, like we know the Nat Turners and the Denmark Vessies and stuff like that. I wanted to bring out a few different ones just to give you better names. There's another brother, David Walker. I'm going to talk about him a little bit more extensively because of what he did. But it's important to know these names because they will let you know that slavery is not just like 4 or 5 pages of history. Slavery is a deep-rooted page, which is a lot of pain, a lot of non-victories. But as you can see, as they start fighting, as we go or come up in this truth, we're going to have our pains. So the cops going to come and shut your camp down, or the cops going to come and lock you up. But it's our job to not stop fighting like they eventually did. Imagine if, as these brothers is dying, fighting for our freedom, we just never stop fighting. We're just always at war. The Arabs, that's why they get respect. Like I don't like Arabs, but I respect that they'll fight the white man with a goddamn rock before they'll join him like that. They'll fight him. We supposed to be the exact same way and fight him. All right. So now it says by Andrew Bryan, it says the white community did not like that there were a lot of African-American people gathering for Bryan's services. Why y'all think that is? Who know why they did think that is? Who could take a guess? How's how? Now you thinking today. You ain't worried about that money back then. About you. That's it. Molding them to what? To not be slaves. You can't have that. Andrew Bryan became a threat. Once you tell black people you are the people of the Bible, the Exodus story will be your theme. Because they ain't always say they was Israelites, but they would say we gonna get free like the Israelites. Even Marcus Garvey said that. As he joined us to the Irish, he joined us, the white people, too, with that goddamn green. But even he said, we gonna get free like the Israelites. Everybody read them records and knew we would get free just like them. Then it says, the slave masters did not want their slaves listening to Bryan because they believed that he was plotting a rebellion. And you can't have that because they want to have control of their slaves. So they will let you teach the slave as long as what did I show y'all in the beginning? As long as it was within certain bounds. As long as it was within certain boundaries, they would allow you to teach it. But if you taught anything that sounded like rebellion, you couldn't do it. Which you might as well X out damn near all the Bible. Because all the Bible is about being against your enemies or us falling to our enemies because we left the Most High and then getting redeemed. It says the slaves that did attend the services was whipped, shackled, hanged, beat, burned, and imprisoned. That's how you know they was teaching the truth. When you get oppressed out there teaching the truth, just know it's because you're teaching the truth. When you get heckled, when you get laughed, we get called, we bugging me out, we get called so many names. Power Rangers. I don't get the whole Power Ranger thing though. Because they don't even have a cape. The Power Ranger suit, they even have a cape on there. They don't have a cape, they don't have none of it. It's just a suit. I don't get the whole Power Ranger thing. But we get called so many names. We go to jail, we get locked up, we get falsely accused, we get robbed, we get all these things done to us, but we still stay there. And we have to. It says Bryan was accused of plotting a rebellion, so he was beaten and they threw him in jail because he wanted to plot and rebel against the so-called white man. Give me the next slide. In the late 18th and 19th century, thousands of Americans, black, enslaved, and free, were swept up in the revival known as the Second Great Awakening. That Second Great Awakening, because like I said, there was over 250 slave revolts. And these slave revolts would travel through each plantation, whether it be word of mouth. You know the whites was transporting slaves from different places, so they would just spread that word of mouth. That's why even Denmark Vesey's rebellion was not just on a plantation he was with, it was spread all throughout because of word of mouth. So it says in the South, the religious fervor of evangelical Christianity resonated easily with the emotive religions traditions brought from West Africa. Don't be afraid. I know when y'all see Africa, y'all like, all right, it's Zaryak. He about to bring us into Africa. West Africa, you should never be afraid of West Africa because that's where we was. When you look up on the maps, it say land of Judah in that region of West Africa. So when I read brought from West Africa, I don't read African booty scratcher, putting our face in the cow's ass or cutting my daughter's clitoris or anything like that. What I read is we kept our records of being Israel. So when you come over here and you hear them songs, that's why Harriet Tubman and them knew that they was from the tribe of Ashanti, for example. Not saying that every Ashanti was an Israelite, of course, but of course we know we was in that region, so we came from that area. So when it's saying brought the traditions from West Africa, that's talking about our culture. When you look up the slave names, we had a lot of those names with Israelite names on there. So that's all that we brought was our traditions from West Africa. So don't be afraid of the term West Africa. It's not a big deal. All right. Just when somebody try to tell you a straight up African is an Israelite or anything like that. All right. It says forging a unique synthesis Slaves gathered in hush harbors, aka they would go out in the woods and study, or they would be in the caves somewhere and study. I remember General Hyman used to always tell us or teach that them slaves would put them bandanas on their head, go up in them woods, and then teach how we gonna get out this captivity, or teach how we got to serve the Most High, teach that we the children of Israel. That's what they were doing in the 18th and 19th centuries. It says, for heartfelt worship, which stressed the deliverance from the toil and troubles of the present world, and they got a little Christian here, and salvation in the heavenly life to come. Now, when you see this part right here, this is the creeping in of the second form of redemption that I told you. I remember it said the conceptions of the life that was to come. One conception was heaven here on earth. The other conception was this, that they was teaching. And again, don't get mad at them for teaching this. Like when you read history and you see about them cats that was bringing out slave revolts and they're teaching this part, they didn't have the knowledge that we had. They had enough knowledge to know to love black people and get them free. And that was enough at the time. Keep going. Most of the enslaved lay outside of the institutional church. Like right now, technically, this could be considered what you would call a church. A church is just when people are gathered together in the Lord's name. That's what a church is. It's not the steeples and the big high erected places that they erect over there. But what we would teach wouldn't be in a white church, because we knew that the white church was not for us. And the only way we could learn our spirituality is to be separated from the ones that was giving us a false spirituality. In the 1830s and 1840s, Southern churchmen undertook an active campaign to persuade plantation owners that slaves must be brought into the Christian fold. This will mark the change here. I'm sorry. I need a laser or something next time so I don't mess up because I don't want y'all to not see. So around here is where you start seeing a transition, because as the white owners is seeing how we're being rebellious from that Bible, and they're seeing the power in that Bible when it's properly taught. It says the Southern churchmen undertook an active campaign to persuade plantation owners that slaves must be brought into the Christian fold. This meant that the church had to be carried to the plantation. Aided by denominational missionary societies and associations, plantation missions became popular institutions. So as they see us outside the church, but they see we worshiping the Most High, they say we got to get them in that building. We have to get them in there so that we can institutionalize. Like church is damn near like a prison. In the prison, you don't get fed the proper food. You don't get fed the proper food. You don't get no real rest. You're controlled when you can go in, when you can go out. That's what the church is. You're not getting fed the proper food that can actually feed you spiritually. So you come out just as destroyed as when you went in. You do not get free. You do not get no redemption. It says, but missionaries recognize that Christianity would not appeal to all enslaved blacks. That's what the white man always know, that the white man can't be the face of whatever it is he's trying to give you at all. If you take 2019, I said this at camp yesterday, Roger Goodell and them knew that they couldn't make a white man, a white face, make you forget about Colin Kaepernick. So they gave it Jay-Z. Made y'all forget all about Colin Kaepernick because Jay-Z rap real good. You let some people tell that lie that he's the greatest rapper. It's a lie. I said that on purpose. Shout out to Kadazai Salaki. Anyway, so now they said that Christianity wouldn't appeal to blacks. This is in the 1800s. Remember, we're talking about surviving Christianity. And remember, Kemit or blackity blacks, Muslims, 5%ers, all try to tell you that the white man gave us this book, or the white man gave us this, or the white man gave us Christianity, but we didn't want to accept their Christianity. We celebrated or worshiped the Most High outside of the Christian church. So the white man had to put something in place to bring us into that Christian church, which we'll find throughout this lecture. So it says, he who carries the gospel to them, this is what they were saying about when they try to bring Christianity to them. He who carries the gospel to them discovers deism, skepticism, universalism. Why do you think they see skepticism? Whenever a white man come talking to me, I remember I did this debate, Vocab called into the show one time, right? We doing a debate on the show, and it was going pretty cool. And then Vocab did the one thing a white man can't do to me. he gave me a compliment. As soon as he gave me a compliment, it was a wrap. Because when I hear that compliment, I hear this nigga trying to kill me. Like when he gave me that he said something like, "You'd be surprised, Tazayak, I really like you and listen to," and as he's saying it, he don't know, he just made my blood just start curdling the minute he gave me that, because now I'm like, why is a white man complimenting me? You understand? So now as the black people is already learning the Bible, so why you come and giving me this white version of Christianity? Like, what's your angle? What's your agenda? That's why they had the skepticism. It says all the strong objections against Christianity, objections which were considered peculiar to white Christians. Why is that? Why y'all think it's peculiar? Y'all should know that. You Israelites should know this answer. Why do you think it's peculiar when a white person try to give you Christianity and you reject it, even though you're reading the Bible too? About you. That's true. Give me more. What does it say? That's true too. Give me a little more. Who want to tell? Anybody else want to take a shot at it? Don't get discouraged. I'll read it again. He who carries the gospel to them discovers deism, skepticism, universalism, all the strong objections against Christianity, objections which were considered peculiar to white Christians. So now imagine, Hazard. Okay, everything that y'all saying is right. If I could just add, when white people give Christianity to everybody, they all accept it without question. But they're coming to you, and you reading the Bible too. You love God too. So why won't you love them? The white man will never understand anybody not loving him, because he don't have that level of understanding or compassion unless it's something that affects them. If something affects white people, he want all the compassion in the world. But when it comes to him, he can't understand how you can't love him, even though he's killing you. It's like a general time. That's exactly. Yeah, absolutely. And they can't understand. Like I was telling the general story. I'm at the bar. I'm in Florida for my slavery. And I'm at this bar. Me and a coworker, he's a black guy. I don't go to lunch with white people ever. They say, "Hey, Tyree, I didn't even say my slave, but hey, you want to go to lunch with us?" Nah, I got something to do. I got to call my wife. I got to go to Walmart. I got to do something. I don't go to work. I don't go to lunch with white people, man. So, but me and my coworker, we at the bar at Wild Wings. We had a bar, white guy come up, and they got Sports Center on there. They talking about football or something like that. And the white guy says something about football, about Ben Roethlisberger from the Steelers or something like that. And I said, "Oh yeah, that's interesting," whatever. He said, "Hi, my name is Paul," or whatever his name was. And he puts his hand out to shake my hand. I said, "I don't shake white people's hands. I don't do that." And when I said I don't shake white people's hands, so he take his hand back, but then he spent the next hour trying to convince me that he's different from other white people. So he started telling me about his black girlfriend. He told me he grew up with Muhammad Ali. I said, "You grew up," and he looked young. I said, "You grew up with Muhammad Ali?" He said, "No, my grandfather." I said, "So why are you lying?" Which further let me know, don't shake a white person's hand. So what I felt is the same thing they felt about white Christianity. And it's the same thing we should all feel about white Christianity, which is what the Christian church is. They can put a black face, African face, Chinese, Japanese, Arab, any face, that's white Christianity is what that is. And it has nothing to do with the Bible at all. It says, so I'm gonna keep reading, "What considered peculiar to white Christians who were preaching obedience to your masters." That's why I was peculiar too. Because what they was pushing was be obedient to your masters, no matter what. But then you're looking at the masters whooping ass on everybody. So you want me to be obedient to the man that's gonna kill me, whether I do what he like or don't. Yeah, no, they was raping black women, even when the black women was doing what they say. Killing black people, even when they was doing what they say. Separating families when they was doing what they say. And you want me to obey that? That's what they knew in the 1800s. You give me the next slide. Black ministers took to the pulpits to speak out against slavery. So we still fighting against white Christianity, against slavery, and warned that any nation that condones slavery would suffer divine punishment. That's also how you know when you look at your Denmarks, your Nat Turners, the Stone Revolt in South Carolina, the other cat, Andrew, that we read about earlier. When you read about all of them knew that we would get out of this through divine judgment. Even our Gadite brothers, the Native Indians, what did they say in the Lost Tribes in Promised Land? It'd be divine judgment against this place. Everybody knew that about the so-called white man. Its former slave Frederick Douglass challenged Christians to confront an institution that violated the central tenets of Christian faith. Because even the white Christianity shouldn't be killing black people. Even the white Christianity shouldn't be enslaving nobody. Even the white Christianity should be having all of us as equals. When they say in John 3:16, for God so loved the world, you got to ask the white man, well, where's your love? If you giving me your Christianity, because that's their number one verse. Where's the love for me? If we're all equal, where's the equality for me? They don't give that to us. And that's why Douglas said we should challenge it. And it said, including the principles of equality before God. Now, technically, or not even technically, there is no equality with the Most High. The Most High knows how to deal justly with everybody. There's no equality among men, among families, among nobody. If your family is big, you're going to get more than the family that's small. Equality is not the big family gets the exact same as the little family, because then another family is not going to get it. You have to know how to judge righteously in all things. So now it says in 1829, when I read this, now I have a lot of he takes up a couple of slides, this guy, David Walker, right? And he said a lot of real talk. I mean, a lot of real talk, which we're gonna get into. In 1829, African-American abolitionist David Walker issued his famous tract, Appeal to the Colored Citizens of the World, right? I'm sorry. Urging slaves to resort to violence if necessary. Now, again, violence is never going to be the answer at the end of the day, because this is a spiritual war. Now, you can defend yourself. Please know that, right? We're not Christian. You know, you ain't going to beat us, and then we're just going to say, well, God wanted that to happen. He ain't want that to happen. It said, urging slaves to resort to violence if necessary. He, too, warned of a divine punishment. It said, and this is what he said. This is what I mean, like, they were babies. Like, he's an old man. They were babies in the spiritual aspect, but they were right of what they said. This is what he said, God rules in the armies of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth. His ears continually open to the tears and groans of his oppressed people. This is what he's saying in the 1800s about the Most High. You give me the next slide. David Walker's appeal, arguably the most radical of all anti-slavery documents, caused a great stir when it was published in September of 1829 with its call for slaves to revolt against their masters. Now, I don't know if I have this in the slide, so I'll just say it ahead of time. David Walker was a cat that got his freedom. Freed men fight for their brothers. Always remember that. So now, as a freed man, he had a clothing business. This article that he wrote, he would put in his garments and he would give it to the black men that was fighting in the military. So when the seamen would come into that coast, and they come to his store, he would put it in their pockets so they would get the pamphlet of what he's talking about. He would make sure that truth was pushed all throughout the military, which is interesting because we was in the military then, just like we're in the military now. And he would push that agenda, and that's how they found this and discovered this, and they eventually killed him. So now, it says, David Walker, a free black originally from the South, wrote. These are all the quotes that he wrote. Well, not all of them, but some of them. If I'd have did all of them, the whole lecture would have been this. So now it says, they want us for their slaves, and they think nothing of murdering us. Therefore, if there is an attempt made by us, kill or be killed. That's what he said. This ain't Martin Luther King. This ain't Booker T. Washington or nothing like that. Y'all know Booker T. Washington sold us for jobs. In Atlanta, when them riots and all that started, he sold us for jobs. We are like cattle to everybody. Even like in that parable when it says the rich man and the poor man, when the poor man just wanted to eat and it said moreover the dogs came and saw us, like we are destroyed not by just the other nations, we're destroyed by black leadership too. So now it says they want us for slaves and they think nothing of murdering us. Therefore, if there's an attempt made by us, kill or be killed. And believe this is so heavy. I love this part. He said, and believe this, that it is no more harm for you to kill a man who is trying to kill you than it is for you to take a drink of water when thirsty. Good, give him a hand if you could. You heard what he said? And that's real talk. How could, if a man is trying to kill you, how could you even fathom nothing but defend yourself, even if it means killing him back? That is the pure God-given right to defend yourself. That is just, right? It's the goal of the appeal was to instill pride in its black readers and give hope that a change someday would come. It spoke out against colonization, a popular movement that sought to move free blacks to a colony in Africa. Of course, he had to back to Africa. Again, I said they were babies. He don't know no better. It's all right. It says America, Walker believed, belonged to all who helped build it. Who built America? A white man never built America. That never think the white man established 125th Street. That was black people. Never think he established Chattanooga, Tennessee. That was black people, or Hispanics, or Native Indians. We built this entire place. And I know I always say black. For those, y'all should know this by now. When I say black, I'm talking about all 12 tribes, but I'll try to make sure I include all y'all. But when I say black, because I'm light-skinned, that Cuban brother be darker than me. Well, you know what I mean? So that's how I feel when I say that. It says, I believe to all that helped build it. He said he went even further to stating America is more our country than it is whites. And that's a true statement. It says we have enriched it with our blood and our tears. You got to add our bones. You got to add the graves. You got to add everything, our money. Everything that we have has went to building and making America run like Dunkin' Donuts. How about that? I milk everything, whatever you want to call it, whatever it is. He said he then asks, will they drive it from us, from our property and our homes, which we have earned with our own blood? Meaning, can we, even though you got us on these plantations or try to take us off these plantations, if we establish something of our own, you're going to drive us from that too? Who knows the answer to that? Yes. Every black city we try to establish, they tear it down. But white Christianity is God is all love. If Christianity was Christianity, we build our cities up and they would let them alone. They wouldn't touch them. But Christianity is a lie. The next slide. Having traveled over a considerable portion of these United States, and these are all things that David Walker said that I'm going to read. Having traveled over a considerable portion of the United States and having taken the most accurate observations of things as they exist, the result of my observations has warranted the full and unshaken conviction that we, the colored people of the United States, are the most degraded, wretched, and abject set of beings that ever lived since the world began. Like, that's what made, like, this slavery is different than like any of the other slaveries that we could have ever been in. Like Isaiah 47:6, when the scriptures say, I was wroth with my people when I put them into your hands, but thou showed them no mercy. The white man has been a merciless monster to blacks and Hispanics. You would think at the lowest state that we're in, like if you was to go from here to here, like we like all the way down here, and you would think he would just leave us alone and let us at least get to right here. He might not want us to get all the way to the top, but at least let us get like above ground or something like that. He let every other nation do it, which like General Q said earlier, it's spiritual. Because Esau would never let Jacob get anywhere. He'll love the other nations, though. He let Moab or the Chinese come in and do their thing. Let the Africans come and do their thing. If I could sidebar about them hey, put your phones on mute, please, Barbara Kashaw. So now, that's please for those that don't know. I went to, y'all know I got my fourth dimensions and stuff outside, if I could shameless plug real fast. Now, it goes with my story, but I got them outside if y'all want to get them. I was going to the spot to get to re-up on the oils and stuff like that. So there's this cat named Shabazz. I didn't know him. I know his name now, but I didn't know his name at the time. He was walking in front of me. So he goes in, and then I walk in. And so he says, "Oh, what's going on? I see you on the YouTube or whatever." So we start chopping it up. So as we chopping it up, he said, "Man, I just came back from Africa." He said, "I was in Egypt for a year and a half, and all I was called was nigger when I was in Egypt." He said, "I tried to get some I tried to get some shea butter from the African brothers. I forget which, it wasn't Egypt, but it was someplace else in Africa. And he said, all I was told was that you niggas is lazy in America. So now y'all can go to Africa if y'all want to." But the brother was over there for a year and a half and did not enjoy it at all because they know that there's a difference between us. We have to, like Zephaniah 2:1, like even if, let's say, if you want to call yourself African and you see the Africans ain't love, at least you should say, let's get together with ourselves over here first. Before you can even present an African argument to me, gather the black people together first. I guarantee you, once you gather us together, you'll never call yourself African at all. The reason why you want to call yourself African is because you want to be attached to something, because being black is not good. They make you believe being black is the worst thing on the planet, or being a Puerto Rican is the worst thing. Like you ain't got no history other than a rich port. You ain't got no history other than being a savage if you're a Native Indian, a wetback if you're a Mexican. They won't give you your true history. And when you go into your true culture, you'll see it's the most richest thing you could ever have. That's why everybody has that Bible. That's your treasure. And you should keep it and be selfish to yourself. I'm all selfish. When it comes to that book, when it comes to Israelite, when it comes to my power or my God, I'm selfish. I ain't giving him to nobody. He told me not to give him to nobody. So now, they tell us, now this is important right here. I mean, General Hyman taught one of these sections, I'm going to say, maybe in like 2012, a class he taught about this. And I remember trying to find the information on it, and then to hear this cat say it was interesting. He said, they tell us of the Israelites in Egypt and the Helots in Sparta. Yeah, I know that movie 300. Niggas like to always think they was the 300 or they was the Spartans. We wouldn't be the Spartans, but we would be the Helots. Is who we would be. And I remember General Hyman teaching that and me not finding enough information on it. But it says they tell us of the Israelites in Egypt, the Helots in Sparta, of the Roman slaves, all three of them were Israelites. Of the Roman slaves whose suffering under those ancient and heathen nations were in comparison with ours. Under this enlightened and Christian nation, no more than a cipher, or in other words, those heathen nations of antiquity had but little more among them than the name and the form of slavery, meaning their slavery doesn't compare to our slavery, because they was allowed to live and their families wasn't separated, their children wasn't separated or nothing like that, but ours was. So you can't compare the two. It says, while wretchedness and endless miseries were reserved, apparently and foul, to be poured upon our fathers, ourselves, and our children, are Christian Americans. Y'all see, this is what they were saying in the 1800s. And what they recognize, as you trying to give us Christianity, you're murdering us. In the name of God loves everybody? How do we get murdered under God loves everybody? No other nation. What Africans get oppressed, or Chinese get oppressed, or Japanese, to the extent that we get oppressed? We get profiled. If the Arabs supposed to be the #1 terrorist, why they don't get profiled? We get profiled. Give me the next slide. He says, I call upon the professing Christians. I call upon the philanthropists. I call upon the very tyrant himself to show me a page of history, either sacred or profane, on which a verse can be found which maintains that the Egyptians heaped the insupportable insult upon the children of Israel by telling them that they were not of the human family. Why is he saying that? Because what did they say we were? Monkeys. So what he's saying is, show me where the Egyptians called us monkeys. That's what he's saying. This sounds like a camp speaking when I read it. Like we be at camp, it's like no other nation was this cruel. That's what he's saying. He's saying, show me a page in history that can compare to this history. It says, can the whites deny this charge? Have they not, after having reduced us to the deplorable condition of slaves under their feet, held us up as a descending originally from the tribes of monkeys or orangutans? Then he says, oh my God, this is what he said. As Mr. Jefferson, talk about Thomas Jefferson, declared to the world that we are inferior to the whites, both in the endowments of our bodies and our minds, it is indeed surprising that a man of such great learning, combined with such excellent natural parts, should speak so much of men in chains. I mean, it's easy to talk about a nigga when he locked up. That's what he's saying. I'm trying to break it down to y'all in real time. And he's gonna say it anymore. He says, I do not know what to compare it to unless it's like putting one wild deer in an iron cage where it would be secured and hold another by the side of the same, then let it go and expect the one in the cage to run as fast as the one at liberty. You understand what that's saying? He's saying take one deer, put him in a cage, take the other deer, let him free, and say on your mark, get set, go, and then expect them to do the same. How can you do that when you have one in the cage? That's us in America. This is what he's saying in the 1800s. This is why he's saying we shouldn't be Christians. Now, what is he saying different than us? 200 years later, 300 years later, nothing. But they wouldn't listen to him, just like they don't listen to us. That's why you have to keep pushing it. I remember when I first came in here, there wasn't New York like this here. I had to go to Philly. And it was just me. Then it was Shemawala. Then it was this brother. Then it was that brother. It's always start out with one. And it's easy to not have the fortitude or the strength or the faith. Like Hebrews 11 chapter says, faith is the evidence of things not seen, of things hoped for. So you be hoping I can get a camp in my city. I can get a school in my city. But never in your brain does it make you think, I need to make that camp in my city. I need to make that in my school. So I got to sit here and have phone. You know, before they had like this internet, it used to be phone classes was over the phone. I used to do a class with a brother in Hawaii over the phone every Sunday. And then Kadazar came to the class. Before we had all this fancy internet and stuff like that, or you used to have to find the information by actually going to the library and getting it. Now we say something about this cat here, all of y'all could pull your smartphones out and say, oh, there you go right there. And look at him right there. But the information wasn't that easy. So your faith had to be strong. But it's supposed to be, because the odds is stacked against us, but it's not impossible because we have the Most High. So now it says the whites have always been unjust, jealous, unmerciful, avaricious, and bloodthirsty set of beings, always seeking after power and authority. The white man's bloodlust will never die. That's all he loves is blood. That's why he's made in the fashion that he is, as far as being red and hairy all over like a garment. You can give me the next slide. I want to say Harriet Tubman was another one. So I gave y'all him, Andrew. I talked about Denmark. I think we know pretty much everything about Nat Turner. Like I said, there was over 250 slave revolts that you can go and look up. You got the Stone Revolt. All of them failed. Most of them failed from our own people. Just like a lot of stuff fails from our own people. Now, how many people here go to camp? Who fights y'all the most? Our own people. It be our own people. And listen, if you get the blaze on a white person, you know who hug them away? A black person. Yeah, every time I'm up there, I'm getting the white man. I'm getting them. And then here come a black person. Come on, you ain't got to talk to him. Y'all heard the Patriots Day General Hyman video with that white broad? There's a black woman. Listen, General Hyman will be blazing on that white woman right now. To this day, right now, literally, that black woman came. We'd have had 5, 7, 8 years of just, we loved you, we died you. Here comes somebody saving the white woman. It's sad. So now Harriet Tubman, I like to bring her out because surviving Christianity starts with knowing who you are, which we all were Israelites. So this is just a brief history. Harriet Tubman became known as the Moses of her people because even she was great in her being a freed woman. She did not forget her slaves, her brothers, her sisters. And so she fought like a lot of sisters fought. A lot of brothers fought, just like a lot of sisters is with us today. A lot of brothers is with us today. It says Harriet Tubman became the Moses of her people due to her contributions in facilitating the Underground Railroad. What is often not taught regarding Harriet is that she was given a Hebrew name at birth. Her whole family, her brothers, all of them had Hebrew names. Some was, God damn it, Benjamin or Bunyamin. They all had Hebrew names. Harriet's birth name was Arminta, which is a given name in Hebrew meaning lofty, noble, or elevated character and spirit. I want to play a video on Harriet just so y'all know when I'm saying that she knew she was Israel, these are her ancestors, or these where she come from, and they'll tell you the same thing with a video play. Can you play it?
Descendants. My family is direct descendants from Harriet Tubman, and she's from the same area this tribe is visiting Philadelphia, and so we had to come and worship with you guys today, and we're super excited. It's just a thrill right now to be a part of this whole celebration.
And so, brother and sister, what was Harriet Tubman's name before she changed her name to Harriet, and what significance does that have to us as Hebrews?
Her name was, before she changed her name after she ran away, her name was Araminta Ross, and Araminta is a Hebrew name. Her family knew that they were from the Ashanti tribe, and which is now part of Ghana, and that they were Hebrew. They did have Hebrew names before they were in slavery.
Thank
For her to have that Hebrew name, remember she's in the 1800s. So if her family knew, that means her family before her knew, that family before her knew. So that was passed down generationally. So it's not like they just picked it up or learned it from somewhere else. They learned it because we knew exactly who we were when we came over here. Everybody understand? You give me the next slide. So now, as they see all these rebellions and all of that, then you start seeing, it said this, I got this from an article, it says the shocking slave Bible. Now remember earlier when the Christians were saying they wanted to bring their form of Christianity, but the rebels wasn't rocking with that. So now when they did produce their form of Christianity, they would have the parts that were deleted out of the Bible. It says the Bible used by the slave masters in the early 1800s is quite different than the one in the pews today. The biggest thing is missing in the typical King James has 66 books. This one contains the Old Testaments or all of the parts about 14 books. So it went from 66 to 14. 66 to 14, because a lot of them is about the vengeance that's going to come to this place. So they take them out. Explains Anthony Smith, Associate Curator of the Bible and Religion in America. It says Bibles like this, along with the catechisms, were used to push a specific message to enslaved people. So when people try to tell you the Bible made people be slaves, no. The white man's modifying of the Bible. That's one of the reasons why we don't use anything outside of the KJV. Not that King James was special. A lot of people get caught on that. I can't help it that the Bible is called KJV. Only thing I do know is that the translation of that version closely matches the Hebrew and the Greek. It could have been called Donald. It could have been called anything. Before that, it was like the Bishop's Bible, had tons of different names. That one is just the last closest version. Anything that comes after that is a more bastardized version of English. That's all. So now, it says it starts off with the creation story. You get the creation story. Then it jumps to Joseph getting sold into slavery by his brothers and how that ends up being a good thing. And then it says, how do you get sold and then that ends up being a good thing? I don't understand that. It says, then we skip over the Israelites in slavery in Egypt and then being let out. So because they knew when they was reading and seeing how the Israelites was enslaved and then they came out from the Most High, they took that out of the Bible. That's the version that they gave us, not the truth. Don't let nobody scare y'all from the Bible. Bible is the one blueprint. As Khalid Muhammad said, I love Khalid. Those that know me know I love Khalid. And Khalid said, and for those that don't know, Khalid Muhammad was beginning to come to classes at One West. That's why you would see his doctrine change. His doctrine changed from not rocking with the Bible or rocking with Christ to saying Christ was a black man with the afro, with the woolly hair. He was literally listening to us, and he said the Bible was a blueprint for black people's salvation because he knew it was the truth. Now imagine if a strong brother like that would have never got killed and would stayed in them classes. I'll be thinking, now I ain't no conspiracy theorist, but if he were to be alive, he would have not stayed a Muslim. He would not have stayed. It'd be impossible for him to do it. Keep going. The next slide. Now, it says about 90% of the Old Testament is missing and 50% of the New Testament is missing. Yeah. Put it another way, there are 1,189 chapters in the standard Protestant Bible. This Bible contains 232. Good night. That's like 2%, something like that. It says one verse that was removed was taken from Galatians 3 and 28, reading, there is neither Jew nor Greek, there's neither bond nor free, there's neither male or female, but all are one in Mashiach Yahushua. Now, the bond or free is why they took that out. Because you show that to the slave, and he's going to say, well, if there's no difference between the bond and free, there should be no difference between you and me. I don't rap. It just ended up rhyming like that. Salaki. The abridged Bible was sure, however, to keep verses that promoted the institution of slavery, like Ephesians 6 and 5, which reads, servants, be obedient to them that are your masters according to the flesh. It was intended for use among enslaved Africans in the British West Indies, which is modern day Caribbean. So Jamaica, Barbados, and Antigua is where these type of Bibles was pushed. Next slide. The shifts. So now how was they able to accomplish to get us to follow the Christianity that we have today? As I said in the beginning, if y'all was paying attention, when they want to push something on you, who do they give you? Who knows? Who was paying attention? Korah? That's he paying attention. But who do they give you? That's true. But who do they give you when they want to give you something? The preacher or a black man. The black man, and it got to be a prominent one. It can't just be a low-level one. So when that cat get big, that's who they use. He cannot, like Margaret Sanger with that Planned Parenthood specifically said, we can't be the face of Planned Parenthood. Because if we go telling this black woman to kill her baby, it's not going to work. But the preacher and the nurse, they're the face of Planned Parenthood. Up until this day, whether it's Jesse, Al, every preacher says a woman has the right to choose. Nobody, and it's interesting behind that because nobody ever said this woman should be taught how to choose a man. They teach a woman has, like the baby. I remember Barack Obama when he was legalizing abortion, he said, I don't want to make a woman suffer from a mistake, as if to make it seem like the baby is the mistake. I would imagine letting the rod go inside you from a man you wouldn't want to have a baby by the mistake. So maybe I need to counsel my daughter to make sure she don't choose the wrong man, or help this sister so or the sister should say, let me think before I sleep with this man. But the child can't be the mistake. You know, when you have sex, a baby can happen. Matter of fact, a baby can only happen if you're ovulating. So it's not a mistake when you have the baby. It's a mistake at who you're choosing, because you know you don't want to have a baby with him, so why sleep with him? That's for male and female. Like we both lack the moral compass when we choose who we sleep with. You understand? So now the face of Planned Parenthood was that. The face of the drugs was who? It was not Ronald Reagan. We always talk about Ronald Reagan. He the one flooded America with drugs. But we glorified Frank and Alpo and Rich Porter and all of them. And so when we see them riding down in their Bentleys and they fly cars and we glorifying them, and then our mama ain't home, we don't think that it's Frank's fault. That is Nicky Bond's fault, or whatever famous drug dealer was in your neighborhood that your mama ain't in the house or your daddy ain't in the house. We don't think it's their fault. We blaming Ronald Reagan, which we should blame Ronald Reagan, but we got to blame the drug dealer too, because those freedmen that we read about, they wouldn't sell the drugs. The drug of that day was Christianity, and they was against that drug. So we supposed to be against that drug too. So what was the change? So here we go. We got Martin Luther King, greatest preacher to ever live in America for white people, but the worst or the terrorist for black people. So it says Dr. King had read Gandhi, but at that point he had not accepted. Now I actually, this was some new information I actually discovered. It says he hadn't accepted pacifism as a way of life. Pacifism is a form where you don't believe in violence under any circumstances. You will not retaliate. You just get your ass whooped and you go home. That's what you believe. That's pacifist. All right. So you out there getting your ass whipped, You a pacifist. Salaki. Now, I'm not a pacifist, Salaki. So now, and so when Rustin arrived in Montgomery, Rustin is Bayard Rustin. Who is Bayard Rustin? Who knows? Again? Not you, Abaji, the brother right there. He was a flaming, not just flaming homosexual, flaming open homosexual. He wasn't a homosexual that was on the low. They knew he was a homosexual when he met him. You understand? Which also goes into Christianity. Who's the preacher's number one sidekick? The homosexual, because he's in charge of one of the greatest pieces of Christian church, the music. Which I wish I had that slide next because I can go into the music part. So remind me to say that part again. The homosexual is the greatest part to the pastor. But now, Bayard Rustin, it was Bayard Rustin and a few other pastors who encouraged Dr. King to accept the pacifist way of life. Dr. King actually wasn't about pacifism at first. I think I got it in here. I'm sorry. I didn't read that part. It said when Rustin arrived in Montgomery, Dr. King's home was full of guns. Dr. King actually wasn't trying to be a pacifist till the homo got him. Don't let them homos get close to y'all. The homos get close to y'all. Never know what you're going to be doing up in there. So now, it was Bayard. So I'm sorry. So at the urging of Rustin, pacifism and nonviolence will become the cornerstones of the civil rights movement. A homosexual can never lead you to freedom. Y'all want to know why we bang on Kemit so hard? Because they're homosexual, period. Nubians, homosexual. Christian church, homosexual. Islam, damn near homosexual too. All of them, homosexual. And we'll always be against them. Y'all want to know why we focus on that? Because homosexuality emasculates black men. It makes you weak. And in order for us to survive anything, we have to be strong black men. And strong black men would never tolerate a homosexual, period. I don't know not one that would. So now, I gave the definition of pacifism. I said it's when you let you get your ass whipped, but let me give the technical term, pacifism. The belief that any violence, including war, is unjustifiable under any circumstances. The reason why he had guns in his house, because he was following after Gandhi. Now, Gandhi's a heathen, but Gandhi didn't get his freedom by being a pacifist. That's what made him put the guns in the house. The homo was what made him take the guns out the house. Give me the next slide. Oh, now, being that I was talking about Kemit and their gayness, I gave 1 point to show you how Kemit is just as gay as Christianity. This video I'm about to play, Bayard Rustin, when I was looking up the Bayard Rustin, I came across a cat. What's the name? Cat is that? Bobby Hemmett? Bobby Hemmett, an African cat that be talking against the Bible, but he said something where he don't have a problem with Bayard Rustin assisting Martin Luther King. And in African culture, they call gay people something special. So I'm going to play a video for you. And then if you want to be Kemit after this, Lord be with you. Go ahead and play that. Wait, pause for a second. So like Bayard Rustin, and play some and then I'll talk about it. Play
about the gatekeepers and the gatekeepers in the aspect of the homosexuality, or just say gay. And you first hear this, you go, oh man, that's some bullshit. But then again, on the other hand, if you just study the history of us just being in this country, some of the people that was key in our revolution and liberation.
What you're going to find out is Bayard Rustin wasn't the only homosexual that they was rocking with. Keep going.
Was gay or, bisexual. So this means we need to look real close into this type of thing and say, because we're not talking about religion here. Religion, tells you all this. We're not into this right and wrong and do and don't. We're not into this right and wrong and do and don't. We're not into this right and wrong and do and don't.
We're not into right or wrong, do or don't. How can you have any nation without a moral compass at all? All these different religions, and Kemit is no different, Christianity is no different. What moral code do they have? Not one. You can do what you want. And that's what he's saying about gay people. So Kemit or African culture, just like the Christian church, you can have a gay leader. Can we have a gay leader? Who gonna let the gay, anybody in here gonna let the gay man rule him? We have to escort y'all out here tonight. Play that game, play.
You know, when you really look at this type of thing, and I had to really look at these things, because what we're dealing with now, we're dealing with this goddess, Venus, which is a god of the heart chakra. So they don't deal on morality and these social structures. They deal on what motherfucker got the light.
The light. So if you shining, that's why they love Tyler Perry. Because he got what? The light. Do y'all think it's any surprise that the feminine black man has the light? Why do you think he has the light? Because it's the white man's desire that all of y'all have that light. And the Kemit world wants you to have that light too. And if you have that light, they're going to follow you. That's why when you look at the leadership in Kemit and Christianity, aren't they all feminine? Like, who looks masculine to y'all? I won't even name them. You know who they are. But the leaders in Christianity, when you look at them, you say, man, that cat looks feminine. Well, the leaders in Kemit looks just as feminine as Christianity, and you can be whatever you want in Kemit too. The red, black, and green flag encompasses the blacks, the Indians, and the Irish. So when they have that red, black, and green flag, just know they letting white people in too. They're not separate. Like, they'll fool you today and say, oh, I'm black power, black power, black power, but always go to the origin. It's no different than when they try to parade to us, well, this is white Jesus. You can go to the origin of our records and so, no, that's not Jesus. That's Caesar Borgia. So when we go to the root of what that red, black, and green is about, that's not about black people coming together. That's about blacks, Indians, and white people coming together. And when you put the white man together, it destroys you. It's no different. Keep playing.
In here, because there's people like it's, and I said, let me think about this, because it was Kwame too when he said that the white gays, because everything is political with them, because they're trying to get a political structure. They came to him and said, we want you to head up the gay thing, because some of our people getting killed with the gay bashing. He said, well, I can't do that. He said, why? He said, because that's not my culture. They said, what do you mean by that? He said, look, we knew that James Baldwin was gay, but he was helping us in the struggle.
Right.
And nobody tripped. Because when the shit came down, black people was humane enough to go say, look, does that shit really matter? See what I'm saying?
He said, because of our struggle, does it really matter if a gay man is in charge? If you have a gay man in charge, what's that going to do besides what the white man wants it to do? Imagine if, I won't do that to none of y'all here. So imagine if you go to another place far, far, far away from here, and you got a gay man talking to the people like how we talking to y'all here, and then you have the black kids watching this gay man parade. And so you're the father of that kid, the mother of that kid, and then you're sitting down with that kid. What are you telling that kid? That it's okay to be gay. That it's okay to be a homosexual. What did Farrakhan say about Medea? Who knows? Abadia. He said something worse than that. That's true. What did Tyler Perry say about Medea? He said that Medea represented the most important person in our sojourn here in America, which is the black woman. So he's saying a man represents the most important, like the man playing a black woman is the most important black woman in our sojourn in America. That's why Islam is just as gay as Kemit and just as gay as Christianity. Keep playing it.
Saying that if you get into this religion, that's mind control.
Yeah.
You dealing with a doctrine that somebody put them, you know what I'm saying? He said, so that ain't our thing. He said, we don't have no problem.
1 second. It's interesting when they say like religion is mind control. Now, of course, they talking about the Bible, right? But isn't what he doing mind control too? He's telling, like, mind control is weird to me, because when they say like you brainwashed and stuff like that, everybody listens to something. Doesn't matter what it is. If you go learn to be a doctor, how to do heart surgery, you're listening to someone tell you how to do heart surgery. So is that mind control? No. Somebody has information that you don't. And so you're able to go there and get that information from them. So our mind control is the Bible. So am I mind controlled by the Most High? You goddamn right. I'm mind control. And being mind controlled by the Most High allow me to forgive my brother, my sister, build other brothers up, XYZ. So now, should we follow the mind control that says, don't be a homosexual, don't be a lesbian, be a brother? Or should we follow the mind control that says, be a homosexual, be a lesbian? Don't matter as long as, that's like, if there's nothing wrong with following a homosexual because he has the light, then there's nothing wrong with following that drug dealer because he has the light. What do drug dealers do? When drug dealers making money, what do? They give away free food. Like in every movie, I know in New Jack City they did it, American Gangster they did it. You see the drug dealer giving out free turkeys, or it's Christmas, they giving out free toys, or they might resurrect some park or something like that. And what that does is it desensitizes you from the problems that they're causing. So if you could be a homosexual as long as you got the light, then you could be the drug dealer too. You could be the pastor that's convincing our babies, convincing our women to commit abortion, that's murdering our people to the tune of almost $500,000 a month. That's okay too, because they got the light. See the hypocrisy that comes? So we're all controlled, but we should be controlled by the Most High because he put his name on us. He said the children of Israel is his firstborn. So we're supposed to be controlled by that. How do you get controlled by that? You read Work from Men. Ezekiel's a man. Jeremiah is a man. Hosea is a man. All of these are men that control us. Now you could be controlled by them, or you could be controlled by Bobby Hemmett, where he tell you let the homosexual in. Keep going, keep playing the card.
Like that. You see what I'm saying? We went up now, and I said, well, that's interesting. James Baldwin. Then Byron Rustin. Here's a man who basically was the architect of the whole March on Washington. Not only that, people don't understand those he played. He had to train Martin Luther King, all the trained people. He had to train them on how to go into Mississippi and Alabama and not get killed.
If I could, this ain't number 5 say. Now they got the homo training them. Good Lord.
Because this so-called gay person did it 10 years and 15 years before, in the 40s. When it was unheard of. This was before they even killed Kemit. He was going down in Mississippi and Alabama doing protests, and he had to show them how to go in. This is the man who taught Martin Luther King and them how to go into Alabama, Mississippi, and not get their ass killed. And he's a gay man. So you got to look at that and say, well, man, what the Spirit is saying about this? The Spirit is saying, look, this shit here is not about.
Wait, the spirit of gayness is telling them this. No, you keep playing this.
What a person is doing physically, it's about who got the light. So in the Africans, they was talking about the gatekeepers. So in the Africans, they was talking about the gatekeepers. So in the Africans, they was talking about the gatekeepers.
They was talking about the gatekeepers.
Gatekeepers, they say, is supposed to be bisexual. And what Malodoma Tomei is saying, and all, it's also in the Voodoo Gnostic workbook. It costs about $400, $500. Get it off the internet now, or you can order it. The Voodoo Gnostic workbook. The gatekeepers, and I'm heterosexual.
Why do you think he said he heterosexual? He really gay too. The only reason he got to say I'm heterosexual because he don't realize I've been talking about this gay shit too long now. Let me remind him I done got comfortable in it. Let me remind him I'm heterosexual. I'm heterosexual. He probably had his fingers crossed or something like that. But remember, this is African culture where they believe bisexual is what you're supposed to be in order to lead the people. Because that, wait, let him tell you. Keep playing it.
Gatekeepers, they were saying, was people, because them having the bisexual nature, they were able to see things from another perspective. You see what I'm saying? And so now, coming from religious training and all this other shit like this and all, yes, you can find a lot of things. I ain't with all that kind of shit, but when you look on the spirit realm and on this realm where they're talking about this new goddess, where it ain't based on what you do physically and how you is based on what your heart is. Then you got to understand that when they talk about it, they're talking about there's a reason why they got them as a certain amount of gatekeepers.
Thank you. I didn't want to sodomize y'all verbally too much. But if y'all listen and pay attention to that, the scripture, he said it don't matter what you do physically, it matters what is in your heart. The scriptures say the heart is deceitful above all. Who could know it? We can't make up our moral code. We can't. Now, when you think about the Bible is the only set of laws that I've ever read where that moral code is not personal. What I mean by not personal, it's not something where you could say, when this man wrote it, he wrote it to benefit him. When you read the laws in the Bible, those are laws that only a God, a real God, can come up with. What Bobby Hemmett is saying, and just like everybody in Kemit is saying, it doesn't matter what you are physically, only what you are spiritually. That's why they will always have someone. You see them homosexuals in the Christian church in Kemit, just know that those are the gatekeepers that they encourage to be in there. So now that is that also represents. So now in the shift that we have Martin Luther King. What else was Martin Luther King about? He was about civil rights, about everybody coming together, about us going into white neighborhoods, about us going into white restaurants, about us going into white school systems. So then you had Brown versus Board of Education. You had all these different things that as they slowly coming in, being pushed by our religious leaders, which as I said in the beginning, when we read in the beginning, what did it say about the preacher? The preacher was the quintessential or the cornerstone of the black community. It's who you went to for counsel, for advice, for salvation, for redemption. It's who you went to for all those things. And the greatest preacher that black people believe they have ever had taught them that you're nothing unless you join white people. You're nothing unless you let the white man beat your ass and do nothing about it. And God's gonna love you for that. So we went from all of them militant black men that I read about to the weakest black man that they could ever find. Give me the next one. You ain't see the one with Betty in there, Kadazar? Betty? Betty, for those that don't know who Betty is, before I read the Black Dollar, Betty is the purpose of. I knew Betty was in there. That was before. That must have been before the slide. How could we forget Betty Moitz? Who knows who Betty Moitz is? Anybody? Betty Moitz is Martin Luther King's first woman who was white in college. This Betty Moitz, in Bearing the Cross, quoted a close friend. Sorry, let me get a background on Betty. When Martin Luther King was in college, his first girlfriend was a white woman. And he loved that white woman. Loved that white woman so much to where in the beginning he wouldn't be seen in public with her, but then he didn't care no more. And it's only because he wanted to be a political black leader and they would frown upon him being with that white woman that he separated from her. So what did Martin Luther King start pushing? We got to all come together. His hope was that eventually he would be able to openly just be with a white woman. So Coretta Scott King wasn't even his first love. This devil was his first love. The white woman. It says, in Bearing the Cross, quoted a close friend and mentor of King's at the time, Reverend Barber, who said the relationship had left King as a man with a broken heart that never recovered. That's why he would get with them white women. What did he say? What the white woman had to call him in that room? Nigger. I could only imagine what him and Betty was doing in that room. But his love for white women is what destroyed us. Y'all notice we never read anything from them rebellious black men that said anything about loving white people. But they brought out every atrocity and what they've done to us and how the only way we can get it is fighting back. And then came the greatest traitor that not only loved white people, accepted homosexuals, but joined us white women too. Now it says 8 years later, this is what King said. This is how you know he was regretting. Now 8 years later, he with Coretta already. But 8 years later, King himself was saying in a sermon that there is more integration in the entertaining world and in sports arenas than there is in the Christian church. So what did Martin go about doing? Integrating the church too. When it was better when we were separate from the black church, from the white church. We were never supposed to be joined. Like in order to survive Christianity, you have to know what was our destruction. Which all goes back to the same thing. Daniel Allah had did an interview with me this was a while ago, and in the interview, he said something I never even paid attention to until he actually said it. He said, as he watched the Miseducation series that I had, it seemed like it all led up to this lecture, meaning as I did the integration in lecture, as I did the miseducation of the black woman, the house divided, all of it eventually leads back to Christianity. Why were we divided? Because we started loving white people. In a nutshell, that's why we was divided. Give me the next slide. The most important thing besides the Most High, the scriptures say wisdom is a defense, and what else is a defense? Money. That's why you're supposed to pay your goddamn tithes. You can't, listen, we can love the Most High and come together and sit, but as the scriptures say, wisdom is the defense and money is the defense. And they like to tell you that the ghetto is poor. The ghetto is not poor. Two people make money in the ghetto, the church and the drug dealer. The drug dealer makes, like for drug addicts that not have no money, they get high every day. You know how you know they getting high every day? Because the drug dealer making all the money in the world, and the Christian church making all the money in the world. This is a story from, I think this came out maybe in 2009 or something like that. It might say, I'm sorry, 2013. So the black church has collected over $420 billion since 1980. Can you imagine if them rebellious freedmen had that $420 billion? Can you imagine if the Israelites had that $420 billion? We wouldn't be castrated as black people. Them churches is big as hell. You ever see the size of them churches? David, you walk in there, you be like, God damn. Down there, break your neck, like leaning back, trying to look up to the top. You telling me they can't house the homeless in there? You can't break them pews down, make some beds, make some cots so we can feed people? If they really cared for the people, that's what you're supposed to do. Now, it says some claim that the black church isn't doing enough to assist with the economic, social, and political progress of the black community. The Michigan Chronicle recently took a look at research and reported that over $420 billion have been donated to the black church as of 2013, a figure which averages out to at least $12 to $13 billion a year. Your pastors get rich while you starve, while you die. Mainstream politicians and black community leaders are demanding a better accounting of the return on investment, because that's why they're giving that money. They're giving that money because they think if I give my money to the pastor, God will return and give me what? A blessing. Because that's what the pastor tell you. But God, thank you. But God is not going to give you nothing. Proverbs 28:9 says, when you turn your ear from the law, your prayer is an abomination. So you can give the pastor $1 million and he'll do nothing for you if you're not keeping his commandments. 2 Peter 2:3 says, with fiend words, we become merchandise. You are the merchandise for the pastor. You will always be the merchandise. You'll be the next hustle. You'll be the next thing. Creflo Dollar asked for $65 million for a plane. And even though they complain, he got that $65 million. Nigga got the plane. Nigga flying and cruising. And if he loved black people, he would be with them. And they all talk about Christ or Yahushua. Yahushua stayed with the poor. Yahushua said the foxes have holes, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. And this nigga was waking the dead, making the blind see, the crippled walk. He's doing all kind of miracles. He should get the money, right? He should get it all. He didn't ask for that, but he still did what was required that the Most High said, but your pastors won't do what is required that the Most High said. So now it says, meanwhile, legions of faithful churchgoers defend their pastors. Even though they see the pastor with the Rolls Royce while they at the bus stop, hey, that's my pastor right there. You think the pastor will pull over and say, hey, man, come on, get up in here with me? Hell no. The fact that he want a private plane says he don't want to be with y'all. Why have the private? Why not get a chartered plane that can hold about 200 people and say, we're going to go to church together in style? It still would be off, but he have a better argument if he put more people on there with him. He getting that plane just for himself. And you defend him. When Eddie Long molested them kids, he was defended by the churchgoers. Because you get an affinity. Like, you should never feel like if my leader is doing something wrong, if I admit that he's doing something wrong, it's a bad thing. It's not. It'd be nothing wrong with making Eddie Long be accountable. But what happens is Because you put your faith in him, you defend him because you look at it like you're defending yourself. So if he's wrong, then I'm wrong. And you don't never want to be wrong when you should be wrong. The scriptures say, why not take wrong? Why not take low? Why do you have to be right about everything? Maybe you being wrong will actually make you better, will actually make you grow. But a pastor can't be wrong, not even to the churchgoers. It says, and accuse their detractors of applying. And here's the part that trips me out the most. It says, and accuse the detractors of applying a double standard that ignores the largeness of wealthy white televangelists. When we fail out as black people is if we make our measuring stick what white people do. Because white people don't follow the law. You know what I'm saying? Like we always say, well, why does the black man have, like with Bill Cosby, for example, why does he have to go to jail when whatever that white guy was, he didn't go to jail? Why would, number one, why do you make your measuring stick of evil or morality with a devil that's not moral? You cannot do that. You should expect Bill Cosby to go to jail, but the white man to go free. Because this is his kingdom. He's not going to lock himself up, but he will lock you up for trying to fit in his society. We should condemn any man that joins the white man, and when he gets caught, what do you expect? You should, like Rick Ross went to jail. Now, he wasn't the face of the CIA, but he was the one that was working for him, and then he goes to jail. CIA don't go to jail. And we like, well, why the white man ain't get locked up too? No, nigga, why did he not sell the drug? So when they saying compared to the white televangelist, the televangelist is robbing the people. So you gonna rob the people because the white man is robbing the people? The freedmen that I showed y'all in the beginning would have never done that. The freedmen that I showed y'all in the beginning, if you'd have gave that money to them, they would have freed the people. That was their whole mission in life. They was free. They could have not worried about another slave in life. Why am I saying that? Because we are free. We could not have to worry about another slave out here in life. We could walk outside these streets, outside after this lecture or whatever, and just be our own Israelites. We could have our own truth, keep it all to ourselves, or we could be with like our rebellious ancestors. And not only do we want to be free, but we want everybody else to be free. That's the whole point of surviving Christianity. You surviving Christianity, we're all the survivors in here right now. We're the survivors. The difference is we're going to save everybody else that are dying. You understand? Give me the next slide. Damn, they could have ended it there, but I want to give one more slide. So where does the money go? The question then turned into the whereabouts of the money donated and whether it had been spent to help progress. Leadership Network releases reports every year with current trends in mega churches and data on other churches in general. They find that 7% of churches contain nearly 50% of all churchgoers. Furthermore, they find that nearly 100% of church revenue come from donations. So all the money that the church is like, do you want to say something?
I remember how they brought up those Christian pastors and how much that they were going to be audited by the IRS. Nothing ever happened.
It don't happen.
Don't hear about that.
You know why it don't happen, sir? Because they do an excellent job pushing the white man's agenda. Why send the pastor to jail when I want this person elected? The pastor gonna get him elected. When I want abortion passed, the pastor gonna get it passed. When I want the drugs to go through, homosexuality to be okay, the pastor's gonna let it pass. When I kill a black man, the pastor's gonna pacify the people that the homo taught him. The homosexual taught all of Christendom to be pacifists. A homosexual is the birth of Christianity for black people. That's the sad state of America. I think I got a black people. I got one more topic to go over, right? Next slide. You can skip this one. I was going to do the frenzy of shouting, you know, when they be shouting in the church, but I'm going to skip that one. You can skip that one. For decades. Now, the other thing that takes place in the Christian church is homosexuality. I've done a lot of lectures on it. To be honest, I didn't want to do it because it's an ugly subject. What I mean by ugly subject, you got to research gay stuff. I mean, when I did my first no homo, when I did my first no homo lecture, when that was over, I remember me and Cottas, I was so happy that that day was over because we had to watch Empire. To watch Empire, had to gather videos and pictures and images of gay men trying to find, and you know, when you researching it, you never know what's gonna pop up. So I had to suffer greatly for y'all. I want y'all to know that. Give me a round of applause. So it was terrible. But again, as a freed man, we have to endure the pains and sufferings to help the slaves come up out of that. So we have to endure looking that up because as even this says, it says for decades, victims of child sexual abuse in Baptist church have been silenced by shame, false instruction, and the bully tactics of the church leaders. Because that same church leader, because he was led by a homosexual, becomes a homosexual himself. And because the preacher has such power, he can abuse your daughter and you'll get mad at your daughter. He can abuse your son and you'll get mad at your son. So somebody has to expose the homosexuality that goes on in that church, the homosexuality that goes on in the home, because that's the one thing that the Black community hides like it's a badge of honor. Everybody got some cousin or uncle or auntie that was molested and nobody said nothing about it. And I could never understand why that is. And it's like that child gets destroyed. So them women you see strippers, I guarantee you, they were molested, all of them. 100% of them were molested. That's why they stripped it. And nobody protected them. Nobody defended them. So they become just like that. It says more egregiously, abuse survivors have been taught that scriptures require them to forgive their perpetrator. Why do you think the pastors would teach the victims that they have to be forgiven? Because white Christianity taught them that same thing. That's the ripple effect. White Christianity said, no matter what we do to you, you have to forgive us. So that pastor that becomes the predator does the same thing his master does. Teach you that you got to forgive me. You know, God said you got to forgive me. Yeah, I took your whole childhood. I took your whole life, but you got to forgive me. So now that child grows up in such a messed up state of affairs because he wants to get revenge. He wants to hate the person that raped him. But then he so-called think he loves God because he was given that white version of Christianity. It says these tactics serve to foster an environment of abuse that allows perpetrators to go unpunished. In the Baptist congregation, the pastor and church leaders have enormous power and influence over the lives of the church members, which they do, which technically, like I said, you're supposed to. The Levitical priesthood in the Bible had that same power. So when something would go wrong, they would go to the priest would tell them what to do. And because they believed the priest was from the Most High, they would listen. So they believed that the churchgoers believed the pastors of the Most High. So they thinking he made a mistake and then they're listening to him. Being a leader is a grave responsibility. Being in charge of men is a grave responsibility. It should not be given to anybody, and you should question every leader that you believe in. You believe in a leader, you should question everything about him. And if that leader won't answer your question, that's how you know he's not a leader at all. Because a leader wouldn't have a problem. Oh, you think I stole his money? I ain't steal it. Hey, I don't have to take money. Any charge that's levied against you, you should be able to stand up. I think maybe I got picked for this task because I remember like a couple of years ago, somebody tried to say I did that, right? And so I had to come out and fight it and say that I didn't do it, which I didn't have a problem doing it at all because I've never done it. But that's what a leader is supposed to do. As soon as the charge comes, boom, you just face it. And I ain't have to say nothing about doing no goddamn stone. You ain't got to say that. You can just say, no, I didn't do it. Never have at all. So now, in most Baptist churches, sexual predators gravitate to churches because Christians are taught to submit to an authority in an atmosphere that encourages trust, because they start giving you them scriptures. They start saying, I'm a man of God. They put that cloak on, they put that suit and tie on, they look all professional. And so you become comfortable talking to them. You married women, don't get counseled by no pastor. He'll be banging you in about a week. Guarantee it. If that's too vulgar, I apologize. Says church programs also offer easy access to the children of the parishioners. Many Christians don't know, and this is important. It says many Christians don't know how to distinguish likability and trustworthiness. That's why Jay-Z could be the face. That's why when they want to go for voting, like Sean Combs could say rock the vote, and he could be the face. Because you like him, you believe that he's intelligent, or you believe that he knows what he's talking about because you like the song that he sang, or you like the way he was an actor. Oh, he was such a great actor. He's smart. And we do the same thing with our pastors. Let that pastor perform. Like I always said, my mother brought us to the church. We were scouring churches. My mother would take us to a different church every Sunday. The church we looked for was the one that was the most fun, not the one that taught the truth. So we looking for the choir. Oh, I should do the music that's the frenzy. We was looking for that frenzy. What I mean by the frenzy, when you go into that church, I mean, when I was little, I used to go to my grandmother's church, Central Baptist Church in Jersey City. And in Central Baptist Church, that old ass pastor used to be like, turn to Genesis 3:17. The Lord said, and I used to listen to them. I'm like 6, 7 years old. I go to sleep. My mother, I'm like, Mom, that church is boring. She said, yeah, I think it's boring too. So then my mother started scouring churches. We went to church in Newark, went to church in Jersey City. We ended up finding a church in Newark and on Halsey Street in Newark, New Jersey. And in that church, we went in there, that drummer was playing, the beat was going. I'm like, oh yeah, Mommy, I think I like this church. You see how they singing? You see how they dancing? And the pastor would put on such a show when he used to do that sermon. He used to do that sermon with such showmanship and such power, and then that organ get to playing. He said, man, and I fell in love with that. And so I don't know what he taught about. I couldn't tell you nothing that he taught about. But if Charlie Mae Garrison sung the song, oh, I was in there. Oh, look at Charlie Mae singing. Or Bobby Robin, whoever they was, and they're singing. And that's how we pick, because we like them. But just because you like them don't mean you should trust them. That same nigga that I liked built the church like 3 times, had a building fund 3 times for the church. And I'll never forget, we was giving that building fund money, and this how they seduce you. They put the shit on the wall. They would put like Brother Gas, Brother William, and the dollar amount would start like right here would be 0. Here would be like $200 or $500, and they would color in as you was giving your money. That's how they trick you too. Because you don't want to walk in there and see Brother Gas ain't give nothing. So you want your shit colored up. So you coming in there giving your $5 and your $10 and you color. So, oh, look at mine. It's colored all the way up. I done gave him $100. I got that color. And over color, pastor getting rich. And so we building that up. And I'll never forget, the pastor got us on the land. He actually bought the property, and my mother used to boast on that. She said, see, my pastor ain't like other pastors. We got the building fund, and now we own the land. And we had property. And then he said, we're not going to pay to go to, because we used to rent the church. So we're not going to rent this church. We're going to have church on the land so we could see the progress of it being built. And when we got there, I remember they laid bricks down. The bricks got to about this high, and then it stopped. Dead ass serious. I can't make this up. This is a true story. The bricks got to about this high. Now, this high all the way around. The whole foundation was like laid out about this high in bricks. And then he started having after church meetings. We need more money. We need this money. We need that money. And then, and they getting the money. We seeing the numbers and stuff go up. And then all of a sudden, we off that property. Still getting building fund money though, but we off the property. And I remember my aunt said, she said, I ain't never going there again, because she realized it was a lie. I'm a teenager. I was like 18 or 19 by that time. And then I start seeing exactly what my aunt was always talking about when they say the preachers lie to you. But we like them though. But liking somebody is not trustworthiness. And you'll be so quick to confuse the two just because you like them. Your pastor is going to seduce the hell out of you. I like when they don't like us, but they listen. A lot of them say, I don't like y'all. Y'all too militant. Y'all telling the truth. Even Kyler, when he first was coming to One West, he said, y'all got the truth, but y'all ignorant, is what he said. And the reason why he's saying y'all ignorant, because we rough. It's hard to listen to a UPK man. It's hard. It's hard to listen to a man that come from One West. But when you get past how hard it is and realize why we hard, because the scripture said, press and make a wise man mad, you won't be protected by any man better. You won't feel safer. You won't see a level of brotherhood. You won't see nothing that will build this nation without it. So if you want to know how to survive Christianity, come join the Israelite School UPK. You be good to go. And that, I think that's the last slide, Kadazai. Is that the last slide? One more? Okay. Okay, now it says, well, I kind of covered that. This is talking about the child abuse that takes place or the child molestation. So that concludes this lecture. I apologize for going a half hour over the time, but I will take questions if anybody has any questions. Any questions? I appreciate it. You can cut the light on. That's that fake, but I don't drink that water. So. Any questions? No questions. All right, with that, I'd like to thank y'all for coming out, man. I think they got drinks if you want something to drink. You can always get y'all some Fourth Dimension that's in the back if you want to smell the best you've ever smelled in your life. I thank y'all for coming out. Shalom.
Yeah, you gotta take care of the plans of God. And that's the stupid little boys. I would never use Waldo for Jesus. Well, you gotta understand you. So you want to talk about where Jesus is coming from? The velvet is charm. This brother's about affections is so disgusting, and he can't help himself. Writing is for the people. He can't help himself, and that's why he's okay with the LGBTQ, whatever, man. It's disgusting. You got Jesus in the house, y'all. Give Jesus a hand. Give Jesus a hand. Come on, Jesus.
Come on, Jesus. Which one? Yeah, he said Jesus. No, well, we about to find Waldo. Come on, step right here, Waldo. Now, what you got, bro? Hey, give Jesus, give Waldo a hand. Give him a hand. What's up?
One thing, my name y'all Julo, bro.
Okay.
My name y'all Julo.
No problem.
And I don't call myself Jesus, I'm Christ. I'm the anointed one. That's what Christ
Okay,
means.
he don't call himself Jesus, he call himself Christ. So I don't see the difference, but go ahead.
So when we left off, we was talking about Deuteronomy, right? And
Hey, bro,
Deuteronomy,
you can come up if you need. Make sure you get his voice in there. Go ahead, brother.
we was talking about Deuteronomy and how Deuteronomy speaks about us.
Right? Deuteronomy what exactly? Because last week you thought the slavery with ships was in Genesis, but it's in Deuteronomy. So I want to make sure we're in the right spot.
Genesis also talk about the last days.
Not slavery with ships, though. You said when Moses wrote about the ships, that was in Genesis. It was not. It was in Deuteronomy. So I just want to, I know I'm right. See, I teach Christ again. I didn't know I'd be teaching Christ 2 weeks in a row. So now,
God works in mysterious ways.
it don't he? But Christ ain't never get taught in mysterious ways, though. He did the teaching. The one in the book, anyway.
Right.
So now,
Who's the witness of that? Y'all witness that?
you wasn't a witness of Moses, but you brought up Moses. And you lied about it. Well, you didn't lie. You just misspoke. So now, where in Deuteronomy we read? I just want to make sure we correct.
Well, the whole Deuteronomy is about a future.
But the whole book of Israel is about, the whole book of the Bible is about Israel. But I'm trying, you saying specific about Deuteronomy. What in Deuteronomy are we reading about?
Well, we was just speaking on what Deuteronomy is written about and who it's written to.
It's written to Israel.
It's written to us.
Right. Well, us is Israel, right? People know that when I say Israel.
Okay, so when
right.
Moses said a prophet was going to raise up among us,
right?
Was Moses talking about 2,000 years ago? I mean, was Moses talking about Jesus' time in your world?
Uh-huh.
Or was Moses talking about the future prophecy for the children that was going to be taken away on ships?
Okay, good question. Moses wasn't talking about any time particularly, so I wouldn't say 2,000 years ago. We know it's 2,000 years ago because when Christ came, he fulfilled that portion. But when Moses specifically wrote it, it doesn't say 2,000 years from now, the Christ is coming. He just said, I will raise up a prophet from among his brethren, and he would speak my words. And that was Christ that we read about in the Bible 2,000 years ago.
And I want to know, why do you say that's Christ? Because Moses don't have no dates. So.
Well, you said 2,000 years ago.
No, I said Moses' writing is written to us.
Right.
That's why it's talking about things that's going on with us.
Right.
So why is Deuteronomy 18 not about us also?
It is about us, but not us today. When I'm saying us, I mean everything from Genesis to Revelations is our history book. Will we at least agree there?
No, it's not history. It's a prophecy book because Moses' writing is future.
No problem, but it's still a testament, prophecy, whatever you want to call that's contained in this book belongs to us, the children of Israel, correct? Right. So some things would get completed back then. Some things happen back then. Some things that happen in the future. There's some things like Revelations. There's some things in Revelations that are taking place now, even though it was written back then. Because you believe that. Why you say that's not true?
If you go to Isaiah chapter 2,
Uh-huh.
his whole book is about the last days. So Isaiah.
Most of it. Some of it took place then. But I agree. So like what you're about to say about Isaiah 2, I agree. That has not happened yet. That's future.
Well, it'll be happening because this is the mountain that God has raised up.
What mountain?
It ain't a physical mountain.
No. Whether it's physical or not. If I say what mountain, all you got to do is just tell me what the mountain is. I don't. Okay. So is Mount Zion a physical mountain? Okay. So what mountain you talking about?
It's a higher statue.
Right.
That Christ.
And where is it? I'm asking where is it?
You're looking up to it right now.
That's all. That's all. Listen. When you talking, right, as we record and y'all recording, I see y'all ain't put up that footage from last week, but as we record, y'all put it up? I wouldn't have done that if I was y'all. Nigga ain't know where the books was at. He ain't know nothing. He ain't even know just now. He said, yeah, you right. I fucked up last week. So now, when you speak, the reason why I'm asking you to clarify is because everybody doesn't know that position. I happen to know it because I've had conversations with you. So you can't just accept, like, if you're a teacher, which you think you are, you actually explain and you teach. That's why I talk the way I talk. So you saying you're the mountain.
Yeah.
How?
You want to read chapter 2?
I don't want to read nothing. Now, I want y'all to pay attention very clear. Last week, this nigga said we ain't supposed to read the book at all. Did he not just say, you want to read? You want to read? You want to read? You want to read? Why we got to read?
So you can't teach out the book.
What you got to do, though?
I'm
qualified.
Wait, no. You about to teach and read out the book.
I'm qualified.
You should just be able to show by your works. Christ said, believe me for the work's sake. He didn't say believe me for the book's sake.
So, but you asked me a question, so to bring clarity.
I said to prove it.
I know. It's like you told me this is the way I reveal things.
Right.
If I want to reveal something, it's more easier to reveal it what people already read. Now, if I'm having a conversation with people who don't read the Bible, then I don't have to bring the Bible out. But I'm having a conversation with people who study scriptures.
Reading is not the work though.
It's not. You're not supposed to teach the Bible.
So when I say, so you said you somebody, I'm saying prove it. Hey, y'all go see what Parada's I mean. Yeah, I said prove it. You said you're the guy.
That's what I was going to the scripture for.
What the scripture? Just tell me what the scripture say.
The scripture say in the last days, this mountain will be raised up. And this way you will go get the law from.
Give me Matthew 24, verse 5. You can see something false Christ.
You don't go to the book, to the law.
I'm not going to the law right now.
According to Isaiah chapter 2, you don't go to the book for the
You
law.
go up to the mountain. But you know before you do that, matter of fact, now hold that, go to Isaiah 2. See, because I know, like Romans 15:4 says, whatsoever was written aforetime was written for our learning, that through patience and comfort of the scriptures we might have hope. That's why we read these records. He said last week we don't have to read the records, but now he want to read the records. He keep referencing the records. If he was a teacher, he would just be able to teach without the record. You know, sometimes I talk, I don't use the book, chapter, verse all the time because I could teach and just tell you. I asked him to prove it to me. He can't just tell me. He got to go read. You got Isaiah 2? Go Isaiah 2. You can start at verse 1 because we talk about the last day. I want to show you. Read.
Book of Isaiah, chapter 2, verse 1. The word that Isaiah, the son of Amos, saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. Verse 2, and it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established in the top of the mountains and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it.
So that's what you're saying you are, right?
You can read about 2 more verses?
No, I'll get to them first, but I just want to establish this is what you're saying you are. And you're going to be the one all nations going to flow to, right?
That's right. Verse 3, and many people shall go and say, come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, and he shall teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the Lord, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. Verse 4, and he shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares.
So what's the order of that? Like, you know, visions don't have order all the time. Visions could, like, or dreams, they could be all over the place, and then it's up for the prophet to break down the order. So, do the plowshares get beaten first before they come up?
You beat your plowshare right now?
No, I ain't doing it.
Yes, you are.
No.
Your sword is your.
This it says their weapons shall be turned into plowshares. So this is the mouth. It's not literal. So there's no nations combating against the children of Israel right now.
Doing it right now.
It's not about us. This said, read the top of verse 4. No. Read verse 4 again. Hold on. 1 second. Read verse 4.
Isaiah chapter 2, verse 4. And he shall judge among the nations.
Can you spell that word?
J-U-D. Nations. N-A-T-I-O-N-S.
That's nations. That's plural. So that ain't talking about us, you and I, having a conversation over scriptures. That's like Edom, Moab, Ammon, etc. All these different nations are going to put their weapons in the plowshares because they're going to get their ass whooped.
Right.
So you're not the guy that's doing it. You have to substantiate how, like, you making a claim. And anybody can make a claim. Give me back to Matthew 24, what I asked you about. Anybody can make a claim, right? But you have to prove that claim. If I say we're the children of Israel, the first thing somebody says is, prove it. And then I go about proving it. So if you say you that guy, prove it.
Christ said, I'm going to come fight with you with the sword of my mouth. You know that scripture? He said, oh, let me finish. He said, I'm going to come fight with you with the sword in my mouth.
Hold on, you keep going. Don't talk. Well, we have, but if you don't understand, brother, what we have, if you and I having a conversation, nobody from my side is going to interrupt that dialogue, and nobody from your side is do the same. That we have what's called decency and order. Right. You being in the volume of the book, as he say the volume of the book. It say let all things be done in decency and order. She out of order all the time, every week. She's the one out of order.
Right.
But now, you're supposed to prove it, right?
Christ come fight with a sword in his mouth. Don't he say that?
What verse? What does it say that?
It's in Revelation.
Revelation what?
If you go to, I think that's in Revelation 2 where he's talking to the angels. I don't know the
Revelation.
exact verse.
You don't know?
Revelation 2.
So Christ don't know the verses, man. I just want y'all to understand, Christ don't know the Bible, man. God. Christ does not, he didn't know last week. He said we don't have to read the letter of the law, even though that's not what it was talking about in 2 Corinthians, the 3rd chapter. Now when I ask him where the Bible verse is that, Christ don't know the Bible. Listen, the Sadducees and Pharisees never confounded Christ.
Right.
This nigga done been confounded 2 weeks in a row. God damn, okay, come on, what you got?
Like I said,
So Revelations 2, and you think, can you paraphrase it? I can have the brothers help you.
I just say, if you don't put down your false teachings, I'm gonna fight with you.
Is that what it's, no, what I'm asking you is, can you paraphrase what it says in the verse? I have a brother searching for you. Say it again.
He gonna come fight with the sword.
Fight with the sword?
That's in his mouth.
The words fight with the sword is in it?
Yeah, he gonna fight with
Hey,
the sword.
somebody search fight. Hey, small out. Is there a verse in Revelation that say fight with the sword? See if you can find that for me. See, I'll help you out, man. No, I never profess to know every verse in the Bible. I don't profess to be Christ either. But Christ never was. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Revelation what? 2:16? Okay. Don't you say 2. You just got taught again. Go ahead.
No, I don't teach scripture.
You better help your guy. He got demons on him. He's over there young. Go ahead.
I don't teach scriptures. I fulfill scriptures. You teach scriptures. Y'all teach scriptures on the phone.
No, we reveal scriptures too, though. Don't say that. No problem. But we reveal scriptures too.
No, but listen, I don't teach scriptures. You teach
You
scriptures.
do teach scriptures.
No, I fulfill scriptures. It's a difference.
No, you don't.
Can I finish, bro?
Yes, go
Give me
ahead.
30 seconds. I don't need 30 seconds. So you teach scriptures, I fulfill scriptures. So I don't study scriptures. So I don't know what scriptures is like you know what it is. Because I don't need to know what it is. I just got to do the work and they fulfill. So if I don't never read the scripture, it's still going to get fulfilled.
So why do you quote scriptures to not know where they're at? If you're fulfilling it, you should just be able to speak.
I just did.
No, you didn't. You every time you spoke, no. You said what's in the Bible. That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. I said if you don't know scriptures but you reveal it, you don't have to tell me nothing about the Bible. I'm asking you to prove that you're that mountain. By your works, you should be able to prove that you're that mountain.
Hey, for one thing, Christ is not seen until Christ is lifted up by a multitude of people.
I'm looking at the nigga now according to you. You said you Christ.
I say it's not.
Didn't he say he Christ? He said Christ is not seen, but earlier in the conversation he said you're looking at him right now. Now, unless you talk about the works, you can't see the works until it's revealed to you.
Right now, I'm coming to you as a mere man. Everybody up here think I'm a mere man, but everybody on right here gonna take a knee in the end. And when
Nobody thought Christ was a mere man, though.
Yes, they did.
No, they did not.
Hold on.
They said if we let this man alone, they go ahead.
It says, we don't stone you because of your works. We stone you because you're a mere man and you make yourself equal to God.
That ain't what I'm talking about.
That's what you just said.
No.
You said they ain't think Christ was a mere man.
No, they didn't. Even what they said was a lie. He never said he was God.
But no,
He corrects them later in that verse, in that chapter. He corrects them and says, "I never said that I'm God. I said I'm the Son of God." But when Caiaphas came to him at night, what did he say?
But the concept is they thought he was a mere man, like y'all think I'm a mere man right now.
That's not why they said it.
But they still thought he was a mere man.
No, that's not why they said it.
Why they said
What they said was that he's trying to make himself God. They taking a man and that they say he's trying to make God.
A mere man,
Right. But the mere man is not what they thought, because they see in the miracles he do. The conversation wasn't about him being a mere man. The conversation was about him saying he was God. And he never said he was God.
Yeah, but he was a mere man saying he was God.
I don't think you get it. I don't think you know the Bible at all.
What is a son of man to you? Is a son of man not a mere man?
A son of man, everybody is a man until the Lord does something with him. Moses
was a son of man.
Everybody's a son of man. There's nobody that's not a son of man.
Now stop right there.
Right.
Stop right there. All sons of men are what? Mere
All
man.
men. No,
Mere man.
not all. Because Moses was not a mere man. Elijah was not a mere because of let me answer, and this goes right back to what I'm asking you. The reason it's not, this goes right back to what I'm asking you. They're not mere men because of the works that they did. That's right. Mere men can't do their works. Right. So if you're the Christ, give your works like a Moses, like Elijah, like Joshua. Give me the works.
Moses was rejected, right?
Rejected by who?
He was rejected by Israel.
When he was alive?
Yeah.
What you talking about? When he was up in the mountains? Don't change the subject. Hold up.
Somebody get that scripture for me.
Don't change the subject. This what y'all Jews doing. What he's doing is you changing.
I can't even talk.
Your argument was that Christ was a mere man. I said he wasn't. And then you said, aren't we all sons of men? I said we all are sons of men. So aren't we mere man was your point? And I said no. Moses wasn't a mere man, Elijah, and I qualified it by saying the works that they did made them above being a mere man. So now prove your works. And now you're changing it to rejection instead of just proving your works. I never said whether he was rejected or accepted by people. I never said that.
Brother, I cannot prove my works in front of you right now.
Christ did. Christ did his works publicly, openly.
Listen, I got witnesses.
When Christ healed people, he did it publicly, openly.
Listen. My point was Moses was a mere man. That's why he was rejected. I'm not taking away his anointment of God. We know he was anointed, so he wasn't really a mere man because he had God. Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. I don't need no ad-libs. You know, so he was a mere man, but he was anointed by God that made him separate from man. But my point was he was rejected by his peers because he was a mere man.
What does Christ mean?
Anointed.
So as Moses was anointed, Yahushua was anointed. So Yahushua is not a mere man by the very breakdown that you just gave. Now the reason why I'm asking you to prove your words, you got that verse I asked for? Read that, let's teach.
Matthew chapter 24, verse 5. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many.
So now because we get that warning from the real Christ, you say you Christ. A lot of people, you've been on the Clubhouse app and all over the world. So a lot of people say they Jesus. Nigga from Compton say he Jesus. No, wait. I just want you to hear why I'm asking you to prove your works. Everybody say they Jesus. So if the Bible say there shall be many false Christs, which is the name you go by, prove it.
One thing I go by y'all Jews. Christ is my.
You said you're Christ.
Finish, brother. Can I finish? Can I finish, brother? Christ is a title. It's given to the Christ is a title that's given to the anointed one, right? So Christ is not a name. So
Christ is a title. I'm agreeing.
So, okay. So you come in who? Yahshua name, right? Okay. I come in the Father's name. So you come saying it's Christ is in the book. So I say many people gonna come in my name saying I am Christ. So who do you call Christ? The man in the book?
No. It's two different things. When we teach it from the book where it was written about of Christ. We don't believe that Christ is here. Christ is with the Most High. You're making the case that you are the Christ that's foretold to come. So I'm asking you again to prove it. The only way to separate yourself from being a mere man is to show me by your works that you're not a mere man. That's the battle. You know when Elijah battled the 450 prophets of Baal, for example, right? You familiar with that? They had two gods, right? So now we got the God of Christ. You got my God. I'm not God. We got the Most High. Let me lay the premise. You say what?
It was one Elijah. It was 400.
Right. It was 450 prophets. It's only me talking. It's only me talking. It's only me talking. You the only one got multiple people talking. She talked and he talked. So you got three people. I'm going. It's 1 against 3. And if she's still talking, she can't stop talking. It's only a battle between one-on-one. But let me give you the premise. You say that you are Christ to come. I say Christ hasn't returned because the book say he come in a different way. So the onus is on you to prove it in the battle. Now prove it in this battle that you are him.
If you go to Luke 9,
I ain't got to go to a book. Prove it by your works. Elijah proved it by his works.
Can you give me the mic? I can't even talk. So right now, if you read Luke 9 and 26, you don't want to go to it. It's showing you another anointed one coming. He gonna come in the Father's name and he gonna come in his own glory. He's not gonna come in Yahshua glory because the man ain't gonna come back. So Luke 9:26 read, if you ashamed of me and my words, because you ashamed of my word, why you can't look me in the eyes? So you ashamed of my words right now. So I say, if you ashamed of me and my words, the Son of Man will be ashamed when he comes in his own glory. So you will have a Son of Man who comes in his own glory because he in his own flesh, and the glory has been given to him by God, not by men who read a book. You giving imaginary character you never met glory, and then you coming in his name and clarifying he anointed you. Because where did your anointing come from? Did it come from the book or did it come from Christ? Yeah, I'm asking. That's a question. When did he anoint you? While you read the book? He anointed you when you read the book. I'm asking you a question. When did he anoint you?
When I came to the truth. I had this book. Listen, man, when you talk about the book, this is what I mean. Like, the book is just something you read. But before you do that, right? Get that Luke 9:26. When that man come, right? You still got to prove your works. You're right back to my same question. Prove it by your works.
Right. How many witnesses you supposed to have?
2 or 3.
How many I got right now?
Not for this here, though. Not for this here.
What the witness for?
Because here's the problem. When Christ came during that time and when he left, which we had the same argument last week, the angels, the 2 men that stayed back, said the same way he left is the same way he coming back. So my position is different. My position is different than yours.
Not really, no, because
Yes,
he
it
left
is.
from the earth. He left. He didn't
Physically,
leave from
right?
the sky.
Yeah, he left from the earth.
No, but listen.
He was taken up. So the same way he was taken up is the same way he come from the earth, from the sky.
So listen. Hold on, slow down. Hey, slow down. Slow down, brother. Slow down. I know you got.
Wait, before we do that, I don't have limited time. Before we get to because you like to run, you've been running. You have not. All we doing right now. All we doing right now is arguing over scriptures. That's all we doing. We having a battle over Matthew 24, Luke 9, where Deuteronomy was. My question, you said you're the Christ to come. My question remains, where are your works for Christ to come? When we read this book, when Moses got sent to do work, he did work. He didn't go talk. He didn't just, excuse me, let me rephrase. He did talk, but then he brought the plagues. He did everything. When Elijah battled, he called fire out of heaven. When Christ came, he healed, he fed, he prophesied, he did everything. So where are your works?
I'm a witness to that. I'm a witness to everything he said.
I healed the blind. I don't got no witnesses. I healed the blind.
I don't claim to be Christ. I have to have witnesses.
Stand up.
He claims to be Christ. Where? Where they at? They here? Y'all was blind? Y'all was blind?
Hold on. I want to cap. What is Israel blindness? According to Isaiah, what is Israel blindness? Is it they blind men with walkers, or they can't see the truth?
Well, to quantify, even in Matthew 13, when it says, seeing they see not, hearing they hear not. That's why he spoke to them a certain way, because they owe, in that context, no, we're not talking about that. But you do have parallels where Christ raised a man from the dead, physically. Right.
You saw it.
Why did I have to see it? Like, why do you, okay, then you should, that's why we right back to square one. Why do you reference anything in the book? I ain't see none of that. Hebrews, the 11th chapter, get Hebrews 11 and 1.
You know it's an abomination to be a false witness?
No, I'm not a false witness of anything.
You ain't seen nothing.
I got you. I'm going to show you something now. You got Hebrews? Hebrews 11 and 1. Read that. Go to Hebrews, no, 11. Yeah, 11 and 1. So my bad. Go to Hebrews 11 and 1. I just want to read something. No, you ain't got to read anything, but I'm going to show you something. Read Hebrews 11 and 1.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 1. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen.
Did you see Moses when he did it? You quoted him. No, you started off talking about, you want to talk about Deuteronomy.
I'm not talking about Moses.
But you believe it though, right?
It's a prophecy.
Do you believe it? Oh, was you there?
I'm not talking about his
Was you there?
I'm not talking about his
Were you there? Yes. Okay, so why you keep asking me was I there when I quote the Bible myself? You see the contradiction here?
You're talking about his works. You're not talking
If
about
I'm talking about Moses part of the Red Sea, did you see that?
I know he
Do you believe it?
No, he about the Red Sea.
He didn't deliver the 10 Commandments?
No, he divided information. You ever heard of watered down information? So
Y'all see what this type of man is? He said Moses didn't part the Red Sea, he parted. So they didn't travel from Egypt into the land of Canaan and then destroy those. They didn't do that. Did they do that? These are the yes or no questions I'm asking. They didn't do that either? So they didn't do none of that.
Egypt is supposed to right now. That's why it says you were going back to Egypt on ships.
But to go back to Egypt, that means we had to have been there one time, right?
Egypt is idol worship.
So Egypt is symbolic too. So Egypt's not a real place.
Why does Revelation say spiritual? No, it's not a real
Because why does it say spiritual and not physical?
Because Egypt ain't physical.
There's a land called Egypt right now. The reason why it's well, the Greeks changed that. Even if you read it in Hebrew, it's Matazarium. We say in Egypt because it's a translation from Hebrew. It would be Matazarium in Hebrew. There is a man named Matazarium that created it, just like Canaan is named after Canaan. Like, what are we talking about? The land of Ham. Even Cush is named after a man named Cush. But if we read it in a different language, it's going to be a different word. So when I say Egypt or Matazarium, it's the same thing. The reason why I'm saying spiritual is because you're not going to be in the same place. We're going to be in another place. And America is spiritual Egypt, just like America is spiritual Sodom.
Okay, now stop right there. Y'all heard him, right?
Right. Now I want everybody to know he ain't proved that he did Christ yet.
Let's go and say also while our Lord was crucified.
Where Christ was crucified.
So he was crucified in spiritual Egypt?
Why is it saying spiritual?
No, I asked a question.
So you want me to teach you now? I don't have a problem answering you.
No, just answer the question.
No, okay, so here was the fault I have. Here's the fault I have. Sometimes I ask questions. Sometimes I ask questions.
You running. Y'all ain't running.
Right. Sometimes the way I answer questions, I ask questions. That's a fault of mine. That's the way I teach. So the reason why I said spiritual Egypt, the reason why I'm saying it's crucified, where the devil at? This is crucified right here. You see this right here? Is this Christ? This is probably one thing we agree on. Is this Christ, yes or no? Right. Is he getting crucified?
He's not real.
No. You don't understand context.
I do understand.
Do they say that this is Christ? Like, do the Christianity say that this is what Christ is, or who Christ is? That's what it's talking about, where he was crucified. He's crucified every day. Every time we say that that's Christ. Every time.
Who is this?
This is us battling that.
Right. So
that's the difference. So the difference is, according to you ain't like that. You like that one.
So this is not real. This is a battle.
This is a battle. So what we do is, because black people are so destroyed in America, and they believe that Christ is white, they believe the children of Israel is white, they believe the Bible is white. They believe that there's no color at all that exists in the Bible. So what we do to teach people is we bring out the truth in the Bible. So this is a visual description of Revelation, the first chapter. This is not Christ. It's just a visual description to counter that, because that's the devil right there. So when it says where he was crucified at, in that place that's called spiritual Sodom in Egypt, Christ is crucified daily. So again, I'm asking you to prove that you're the Christ, because he came to me. One thing about it, I didn't come to him to ask if he was Christ. He come to me to talk about he Christ. Right. So if you want to come to me and talk about me Christ, you better gotta show me some work. Right. Show me some work. Otherwise, I'll go back down the street. I didn't ask y'all to come here, so prove that you're the Christ.
We gotta prove Christ in the flesh, bro. You met Christ, he gotta be in the flesh, right? Big bro.
So you talking for him now?
Bro, no, I'm talking to you.
But you talking for him?
No, I'm talking for Danny Small. Okay. To you.
And you asking me what?
I'm asking you, is he in the flesh?
Who?
Christ.
He's in me right now.
Oh, he in you.
Right.
Oh,
he's in me, he's
in
him, he's in him, he's in all of us. Right.
You said you wasn't the Christ.
No, I'm not the Christ.
Oh, but you are the Christ.
No.
No, hold on.
You do know that's two different things you just said. Just say it again what you just said.
Right. You said you wasn't the Christ.
Right.
And you said the Christ is in you.
Right.
So how is that?
Because to have something in you, let's say if I had a father, right? And my father is my son. Excuse me, I'm my son's father. God damn, I'm saying it wrong. I'm my father's son. If I say my father is in me, that means that what my father is about, that's what I'm about. The spirit that he carries is the spirit that I carry. What his law is what my law is. So when I say Christ is in me, what Christ is about, I'm about. Christ serves the Father, I serve the Father. Christ has one God, I have one God. Christ said, keep the law, I keep the law. That's how Christ is in me. But I'm not him. He's a totally separate person. But we have the same vibe, the same spirit. We all worship the Most High. That's what that means. Which one? You was done?
Yeah, I just want to explain this.
Good.
Christ is the head of our church, right?
Right. No. Christ is the head. This is the order. First, according to 1 Corinthians, the head of every woman. No, he's not. The head of every woman is the man. The head of man is Christ. The head of Christ is God. That's the order. Now Melchizedek is God.
Now, this is where I'm asking. Now, you said Christ is in you, but
Right.
Christ is an actual physical man
Right.
that God anoints.
But is
So,
Christ the head of every
hold on.
man?
Just breaking something
Okay,
down.
good.
So Moses, right? Moses didn't jump in and out of his disciples like Casper the Friendly Ghost, right?
He should have, though.
So what they had in them was the Spirit of God. See, God chooses one vessel.
Right.
That vessel.
That's
is
fact.
Christ.
That's a fact. That's a
that
fact.
vessel is Christ. That Christly vessel is the flesh. Now the Spirit that should be inside you should be the Spirit of God.
And where did it come from?
Now, once again, you don't know. I don't know.
No. What I'm saying,
Because the Spirit of God is unseen, untouchable.
No, that ain't what I mean when I ask you that. To think about what you just asked me about the head of every man, the head of Christ, because Christ clearly has a head, which lets you know he's an entity himself. So it's like a rank structure. It's a rank order. So if the head of every woman is the man, I'm not in a woman. But if my wives, you understand? But if my wives say, I am my husband, I'm not in them. They just talk about the head, what I represent, and what they represent.
I get it.
Right.
But
But
the way
Christ,
you explain it is, like God is the head over everything.
He
And
is.
there's Christ,
Right.
the one mediator, right?
Right.
But you're saying that Christ is in you, but you should be saying God is in you, brother.
no.
Hold on. I just want to explain because just like you said, Melchizedek, God over
I never
everything.
said Melchizedek.
Okay, I'm going to say Melchizedek because that's the order of God. So Melchizedek is God, right? Then the mediator, Christ, right? Then man and woman. You're saying Christ is in you, but if you was Christ, you would say God is in you, right?
He was under
If
Christ.
that was the right order, I mean, he's talking about the order.
Say it again.
Like the Spirit of God
Right.
should be in Christ.
But that
It
comes
can't
from-
be- Christ can't be in himself.
You ain't getting what I'm saying. When Christ came, Christ is the one that gave us the blueprint on how to actually serve God. That's the whole point of saying Christ is in you. So we learn and read what Christ did, what Christ taught. So that's why we read Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and we read the letters. Which one? Where it says, they that have the Spirit of Christ in them. That's the one. So when we follow the instructions that Christ gave, that's how we serve the Most High. So saying that Christ is in us is not giving credit to Christ, so to speak. It's giving credit to the Most High because we serve God. We don't serve Christ. But through Christ is how we get to God.
This is important.
Right.
Because the scripture said you have to confess that Christ is in the flesh.
Right.
So if we have an information passed down from our head, and
Right.
the person that we need to go to, then where is he in the flesh? Because he can't be you.
Well, that's how you know it's spirit and not the flesh is talking about us. The flesh is talking, the Spirit of Christ has to be in your flesh.
No,
It's not
I get that. But
right, but it's not a flesh and blood man named Christ that's walking here.
I get that. But the Spirit chooses. We don't ever choose for God, right? God, the Spirit, chooses Christ. We don't
Correct.
ever choose this vessel, right? And it's only one vessel, like there was one Moses, like there was one Noah, and
Right.
there was one Jonah.
Right.
Now, in those
One everybody. I'm with you on that. It's always one. Just like it was one Christ during the time of Christ.
It was only one head for each moment, y'all. One head priest. So for that one head priest, you had to go through the Son to know the Father. That's how you had
Say it
to
again.
go
Say it again. Back up a little bit. Say it again.
You had to go through the Son to get the information.
That's what we do with the book. Right. Exactly.
So this is what we say. We have to
That
prepare.
y'all know they cannot stop talking, all of them. All of y'all talking. Not you. Saying like everybody talking. None of my men talking. No.
I'm just saying
Okay.
that if this is the order, we have to find Christ. In the
We do follow Christ. We do follow Christ.
That's right.
Okay. Also hold 1 John 4 and 3.
I want to
Okay.
read one scripture.
Okay.
I want to talk about being a false witness
Right.
to what you're talking about. If you go to Colossians 2 and 18, it say, "Let no man beguile you of your reward in a voluntary humility and worshiping of angels intruding into those things which he had not seen, vainly puffed up. All right, I'm gonna start over. I'm in Colossians 2:18. It say, let no man beguile you of your reward in a involuntary humility and worshiping of angels, intruding into those things which he had not seen, vainly puffed up, all them garments on, by his fleshly mind. So the Bible say, eat the lamb. If Christ is the lamb that you eat from, you eat the flesh of Christ. It say, eat my flesh. Why are you not eating the flesh of Christ?
Can you read that again?
It says, let no man beguile you of your reward in a voluntary humility and worshiping of angels, intruding into those things which he had not seen.
What does that mean?
I mean, you whatever you talking about, you ain't seen Christ, you ain't ate his flesh, and you ain't drunk his blood.
That says in your worship in an angel.
Well, one thing, brother. One thing, I was trying to be short. I can go back up and show you our handwriting.
You said that's Colossians 2:18. Can you get Colossians 2:18? Now give me another Bible guy. Bible brother.
No, I can go up. So really, I just want to keep it short.
That didn't mention Christ. I don't know what Christ had to do with it. That said worship an angel. That almost sounds like don't worship angels.
No, the thing has been. It says, hold up. Let's go to let's go to 14. It says, blotting out, I'm in Colossians 2:14, blotting out the handwriting of ordinance that was against us. The handwriting that's against us. Because it caused everybody up here to have vain imagination.
So we ain't got to read the book?
You ain't can't teach it. Look, the book don't teach you. You don't learn from the book. You learn from the book.
From the book. Keep reading from the book. We don't teach from. Go ahead, bro. Okay.
Scriptures have no private interpretation. That's why I'm fulfilling the opening.
You're not fulfilling nothing, but you're right about the private
It
interpretation.
says, blotting out the handwriting of ordinance that was against us, which was contrary to us, and took it out of the way by nailing it to his cross. So right now, why do I get laughed and scoffed at? Huh?
That's your question?
No, I'm going to tell you why I get laughed and scoffed at, because of the handwriting.
No, you don't. No, you don't. So now, can you read Colossians 2:18 nice and loud for me?
Come. This is the book of Colossians, chapter 2, verse 18. Let no man beguile you of your reward in a voluntary humility and worshiping of angels.
Say that part again.
Of worshiping of angels.
It's about worshiping angels, huh? We don't worship angels.
Oh, right.
It says, let no man, bring it back up. Let no man beguile you of.
Listen to part of the scripture. Vainly puffed up about things he have not seen. You ain't seen
You're
what
right.
he's talking about.
No, wait, slow down. He ain't talking about. We puffed up. What am I puffed up about?
Stuff you have never seen.
No. Can you give me examples? What am I puffed up about? What about?
Christ.
No, you ain't get what. You don't understand what I'm asking.
I get what you're saying. You don't understand what.
So when I'm puffed, what is that? So let me say it a different way. Me being puffed up in Christ.
No, about Christ.
About Christ. So no problem. Me being puffed up about Christ does what from my position?
You vainly puffed up because whatever you're talking about is
okay.
in vain.
Me being vainly puffed up about Christ from my position does what? Like what do I do with that puffed upness? What do I do?
You're gonna fall.
No,
what you mean, what you do
I said, what do I do? Yeah, what do I do with it?
Oh, you're a scribe and Pharisee. You're the one that's stopping the people from entering the heaven. That's why I say the scribes and
No,
Pharisees.
I said, you gotta listen. Listening is an art, brother. I said, from my position, what am I doing with it? That's what I said. From my position, not what you think of my position. Like, if I can explain what you mean from your position every time you talk.
Well, no.
I said, from my position.
You're basically telling a lie because you haven't seen. You listen.
I've been trying to help y'all out. So I'm gonna tell you what I mean. Being that you can't.
Let me finish.
I'm not talking about what.
He got
what
one
you
right
mean.
next to him, feeding him things.
Can you repeat what I said so I can make sure you understand?
I understand.
Can you repeat what my question is?
Why you asked me about what you're doing with your puffed up?
From my position.
From your position.
Not from your position.
Your position. All right. You are prophesying about things you have not seen, so you are vainly puffed up about it. You know what to be puffed up in vain? That's like right now, you can't go to court and be a witness because you're supposed to be a witness of Christ. But you can't witness Christ if you ain't seen him. That don't hold up in court. You can't go to the witness stand and say, I'm a witness, but I ain't seen nothing. That'll be in vain.
So now, you done?
Yeah, I'm done. So you want
So
to read
now I'm
again?
gonna tell you. Wait, no. First, now I'm gonna tell you what it actually means to actually follow Christ. That verse right there says, "In worshiping of angels, intruding in those things which he had not seen, vainly puffed up by his fleshly mind, not his spiritual mind." The fact that it says angels in there means during Colossians they was worshiping things that they were never supposed to worship. Period. Just like we're not supposed to worship no angel, and we don't worship an angel. We're not supposed to worship Christ. We don't worship Christ. We worship the Father. We do what he say to do. And following after Christ makes us change our lives. That's why I was asking you, what does that make me do? It makes us repent from the evil that we are. Christ said the law hinge on two things. Love the Most High with all thy might, soul, and strength. Love thy brother as thyself. On this hang all the law. That's what I do, following after Christ. That's the answer I expected you to say, but you didn't understand the point. This verse has nothing to do with Christ or believing in Christ. And if you believe in Moses, which you have not seen, you cannot fault me now for believing in Christ and then saying, I ain't never seen it. That makes absolutely no sense. And you already admitted that you believe in Moses.
So the commandments don't say, worship the Lord God that bring you out of Egypt. You should have no other gods before me.
Correct.
Right?
Right.
Who brought you out of Egypt?
The Most High.
So why you worship Yahshua?
Who? I just said we don't worship Yahshua. Show me where we worship. That's not worship. A picture is not worship. You know what worship is? If I bow down to it, if I pray to it. That's do you know what worship is?
That's right. Listen, you just told me.
I just got, and this is how you know you don't listen. Here's how you know you don't listen. I just said we don't worship Christ. We worship the Father, and then you asking me why do we worship Him?
Right. You just said you gave me a whole sermon about you waiting on Christ to come back, right?
I didn't give you a sermon about it. I said according to the scriptures, the way He's coming back. I never said we waiting. The scriptures say occupied till I come. Right. If we was waiting, I'd be home. I'd be home on one of my, you know how many of my wives I wish I was home with them, waiting for Christ? I ain't waiting for no damn Christ. I'm waiting right now, occupying, building this nation. We're working, not waiting.
You can't work without your head because you don't have.
Yes, you can.
You don't have.
My wives working right now without their head being in front of them physically. What are you talking about?
Listen. Your wives can touch their physical head.
No, they can't. They touching me now?
Listen. When you go home, you can.
What if I ain't going home? All my wives don't live together. So I ain't touching them all at the same time. I don't run no brothel. I don't run no brothel house. I don't run no whole house.
Right. One thing. All your wives have seen you physically. Nobody.
Hebrews 11 chapter said faith is evidence of things not seen.
Right. I can't finish.
Go ahead.
I know you. Let me finish though. Because Hebrews 5 says a high priest is supposed to be among us to bring us the truth. It also says in Matthew, you got one teacher. You shouldn't be a teacher. So what are you doing?
I'm not teaching. And here's what.
No, what you doing?
I'm teaching.
So Matthew 23 say, no teachers. We all brothers, right? You shouldn't be no teachers. There's only one teacher.
Right. There's only one teacher.
So why are you teaching?
Here's how you know if I was an actual teacher what you're talking about. I would have to be teaching something opposite of this.
Right.
Like, y'all, I don't understand how idiotic y'all think that sounds. Christ told them to do what? What did Christ order the 12 to do?
Right. Who ordered it?
Christ ordered the 12. What did he order them to do?
To go out and preach the gospel.
Right. In Matthew 28.
He didn't order you.
Wait, hold on one second. I'm trying to show you what teaching is and how stupid you are. You try to, because I said I'm teaching, and you said Christ said not teaching, then I still say I'm teaching. Y'all all laughed because I thought that was funny. When Christ left, did they still teach? Yes or no? Did they still teach? Yes or no? Answer the question.
They revealed the gospel.
Answer. Did they teach? Romans 15:4 says, whatsoever was written aforetime was written for our learning. Hebrews 5:12 says, ye have need that one what? That one what?
One.
That one what?
Teach you. One teach you.
And was Christ there when it was written?
But we talking about you teaching.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Was Christ there when it was written?
Was Christ there? Was Christ there? Yes or no? Then stop telling me Christ got to be here. Stop telling me. Christ gave an order to those disciples, and we're the disciples today. It's easy work. Easy work.
The scripture say the Son of
But
Man.
the more you come out here, the more they're gonna be back here with us.
Hey, hold up. So look, so it say the Son of Man gonna send out his angels to gather the people, right?
Where it say that? Where it
You
say
read
that?
that in Matthew 24?
I'm just asking where it say 24 what? I got the brothers look for it.
Towards the end.
Okay.
Where it say the
Matthew 24, where the angels gonna gather us. You saw there's like one in the field or something.
No, we say the Son of Man gonna send out the
Gonna
angels.
send out the angels.
Yeah.
But that's not what we talk about right now. You said, am I teaching? No, I don't, because y'all tried to laugh at me, and I like to show how stupid y'all are. Because they taught after Christ left. So when their head, air quotes, left, they still taught. Yes or no? Did they still teach?
So that's why it's a future
He
prophecy.
said they didn't teach.
So right now, what we are talking about, we're trying to get to the basics of why you out here teaching, because of who really sent you. So hold on, let me finish. So when I read Colossians, I was showing you how your vain, puffed up mind got you out here. What Peter witnessed Christ. The disciples witnessed Christ. The disciples ate from Christ's flesh. They didn't read a book. So right now, you are out here by your vainly puffed up fleshly mind. You're not out here by the spirit that will be in the Son of Man who will send you out.
Have you ever heard of the letters of Timothy? You ever heard Ephesians? You're Timothy, you heard Ephesians, right? You heard of these letters, right? Yeah, the letters of Ephesians, Corinthians. I'm asking you.
You heard of them?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I heard of them.
You heard of them too, right? These are letters that they all follow, right? Was the disciples of Christ.
They didn't follow them, they follow Christ.
You ain't getting one day I hope you get intelligent. Because you trying to, here's what your premise is. Christ was with them, so they was going out there to teach. But did not they raise up men after that? And then they went out and taught? Didn't Paul have to say, some say I'm of Apollos, some say I'm of Paul? Because Apollos is now teaching, but he never met Christ either. But he teaching. Why did they have some of Apollos?
But listen,
then don't use the argument that Christ had to be here in the flesh.
None of the disciples became apostles by the written letter. They became apostles based off the spirit that was in the Son of Man who God had chose from among them.
Well, see, that part I'm not going to argue because it's not enough. No. The reason why is because everybody has a Bible doesn't mean that the Lord is with them. That's how I know the Lord is not with you. Having a Bible, reading the Bible, even when Christ was tempted, Satan knew scriptures. So having the Bible and even knowing where scriptures are does not mean that the Lord is with you. So in the battle, my initial question was to prove that you're the Christ. All you doing, like I said, we're having a battle over scriptures. The battle I'm having with you is what I have with every lunatic that think they know the Bible that come in front of here. Right. The only difference is you saying you the Christ, but you not. And you haven't done one thing to prove that you're the Christ yet. Not one.
Right. For one thing,
I had to teach you twice. 2 weeks in a row, I'm teaching Jesus.
When we deal with the throne of David, because we all know, we can keep it simple. We all know Christ coming back to sit on the throne of David. Now, we got 100% facts where the throne of David is at. Now, I was up here earlier, you said we're not Africans. Is Israel not in Africa or is it somewhere else?
Israel, landmass. When I say we're not Africans and you think about landmass, that shows your stupidity. They don't even that landmass, I'm going to answer. When you think about that landmass, before it was even called Africa, you can find maps where in the middle of Africa it says land of Judah. Because like Psalms 49 and 11 says, man named lands after his own name. So even though they call that whole continent Africa, the portion where Israel is at, they call it the Middle East. If you go from a scientific perspective, they'll tell you that it's not even on the African tectonic plate. Right. So I don't need all of that because let me just finish answering. I don't care about landmass. Let's say if the land of Israel was on the continent of Africa, we still wouldn't be no funky ass Africans. We still wouldn't be them. We are Israelites. We are not Africans.
Okay. But when you go underwater, when you go in the water, what do you touch?
Well, I don't know if we can swim. What?
But the same. Hey, but when you go in the water, what do you touch? Land, right?
Depending on how deep it is. If it's shallow, of course, but you can only go so far.
But when you, but submarines go to the bottom and they touch mud and dirt, right?
I'm assuming. Yeah.
Yeah. So if something is the Middle East, that's right by Africa, that ain't connected.
I think it's all, personally, when I look at the map, not only is Africa connected to Israel, but it's also connected to Europe. It's also connected to Asia. There's really no big separation between what they, right. So like the 7 continents, that's what man made today. Biblically speaking, the land of Canaan is the land of Israel. So if somebody said, well, that landmass is Africa, I'm not going to argue that.
Okay, so why the throne of David? So why the throne of David is not in Israel?
The throne of David won't be established until Christ comes.
But so you're saying other people never sat on that throne?
They have. The last time was in Bible days. Nobody sat on the throne of Israel.
So ain't nobody sat on the throne in the last 100 years. Nobody sat on David's throne.
No.
Why?
They might have said, let me answer. People might have said, here's where the difference where we have. If you bring up somebody that say they sat on the throne of David, I can't argue that. But if you read in Luke, the 1st chapter, when the angel was talking to Mary and said, he gonna sit on the throne of David, nobody is sitting on that throne until Christ sits on that throne.
Right.
And nobody will get off that throne. It'll just be Christ. So many men, I think Haile Selassie said he was on that. That nigga died. That nigga died. That nigga died. Somebody killed that nigga. Yeah. Christ ain't gonna die. We ain't talking about Moses.
No, I'm just saying.
We're not talking about, we talking about Moses, we talking about Christ. That nigga Haile Selassie, that nigga dead and gone.
Right.
Fuck him.
So what throne he was on? Right.
Whatever throne he made up.
Okay.
You know it wasn't true because he died. He didn't even liberate the children of Israel. The Christ that's supposed to come gonna liberate the children of Israel.
Christ ain't do it 2,000 years either.
No, he didn't. And he said he wasn't supposed to. That was not the time. When the disciples asked him, no. When the disciples asked him, he said, no man knoweth that hour, not even the Son. But Haile Selassie said he was. What? That's what people think, though.
But he never said.
What throne did he sit on?
David's throne. So that's it.
What the angel say? What the angel say? What the angel say he was going to do when he sat on that throne? Was he not going to redeem his people? Did Haile Selassie redeem anybody? He made deals with the Europeans.
I'm not saying
Christ ain't coming to make no damn deals with no white people. You make a deal with white people, you lose. Yeah. They did that. I don't believe none of that garbage. That's Ethiopians that they read in the Bible where Bathsheba came and talked to Solomon. So they tried to make, what's Solomon? These are Ethiopians though, right? Who are the people of the dynasty?
You got a bunch of people.
Who?
You got Tedros, you got Haile Selassie, you got your
These are Ethiopians, right?
Yeah.
Ethiopians are not Israelites. Right. Ethiopians are Cushites. They come from, even from a...
Stop talking for a second, brother. Damn, I can't get
man.
asking that many questions.
Go ahead.
So, it says, children of Israel, are you not like the Ethiopians unto me? Have you read that verse? I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I'm trying to make a point. So the Solomonic dynasty, we got proof that these was royals of government and a society of priests. So right now, we can go dig these people's graves up. We can go look up the Solomonic dynasty and we can see the royal majesty that they came in. We can touch it. Now the stuff that you're talking about, we can't touch. We can't find none of it. The only thing we can find is your fleshly mind of your vain imaginations, of the pictures you paint, or what you think the scripture is saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done.
Get it? Did you get it, yes, Manuel? Zephaniah 2:12. Read that for me, please.
Book of Zephaniah, chapter 2, verse 12. Ye Ethiopians also.
No. It says, are ye not as the Ethiopians? I want to get the verse he quoted. When it says, are ye not as unto the Ethiopians to me? Quick yes or no. Is that a good thing or a bad thing when he say it? Why are you using it to say they establish anything?
Israel went against God.
So when it says, Ethiopians were never associated with God. No, says the Bible. Deuteronomy 7:6 says the Lord had chosen us to be separated and above all people. Ethiopians ethnically would be the Cushites biblically. Cushites come from Ham. We come from Shem.
When the Lord chooses you, that's when you separate.
The Lord never chose Ethiopia or Ethiopians.
The Lord is the Son of Man who God chooses. And when
The who said it one more time, say that the who?
Lord,
The Lord,
as it tell you in Matthew, I think it's 12:8.
the Lord, keep
The
going.
Son of Man who God chooses. It says Matthew 12:8. The Son of Man is Lord of Sabbath. So it say the Son of Man is Lord, even
Right, you have to shut
of
down.
the Sabbath.
Right? But what I'm trying to get
So
is, where do the Ethiopians come? Yeah, I want to know how the Ethiopians are the Lord's people.
You get separated by the Lord. That means right now, the Lord walking the earth and separating you. That's
You're
why
not answering my question.
But I'm going on what you said.
What I asked you was, how are the Ethiopians God's people?
Because these are the people that went against God. Now they are being redeemed.
What does that mean?
They didn't follow God's statutes.
When were they ever given God's statutes? When were they ever given it? Give me Psalms 140. You got the Zephaniah one? You got the give Psalms 147, 19 and 20.
They call the Solomonic dynasty because
No, I ain't asked about the Solomonic dynasty. You said the Ethiopians are God's people. Yeah, give it. Can I read the scripture real fast? Let's read Psalms 140. No, let me read the scripture real fast. Read it.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 147, verse 19. He showed his word unto Jacob, his statutes, his judgments unto Israel.
Who?
Israel. Israel. Verse 20. He have not dealt so with any nation.
Now show me where he dealt or gave law or covenant to any other nation. In this case, Ethiopia. The book that said he did. So show me. Yeah. Answer my question.
So, like I said, he deal with all Israel, not Israel. So Ethiopians is another name for burnt. Israel is the chosen tribe of the last days. That's what Israel is. So when you deal with Solomonic dynasty, you're dealing with David lineage, and the chosen priest would be Solomon. Because David could build the temple. He gave it to Solomon. So that's why you have the Solomonic dynasty of those who actually build the spiritual temple of God.
Hey, where was the temple built at?
The vessel built it.
Where was the temple built at?
Wherever the vessel is.
So the temple is not a real temple. The temple is a person. So what did Solomon build?
Solomon
Look at
is
his brain thinking.
not built. Solomon is a representation of the chosen one from David. But why is called Solomonic dynasty? So why is called Solomonic
Because some Africans made this shit up.
Right.
That shit ain't real. It's not the it's not the throne of Solomon. It's the throne of David. At best, you would say a Davidic. That's if you want to make up a dynasty, say the Davidic dynasty, not the Solomonic dynasty. It's not the throne of Solomon.
Solomon built the temple, right? Is it not Solomon?
You said it's not a build. It's the Lord's temple that Solomon built. That's what it is.
Okay, so that's why it's called Solomonic dynasty.
But it's not from Israelites that did that. It's from Ethiopians that read in this book how Solomon met Bathsheba. They try to make it seem like he had a child with Bathsheba, which that's not in the Bible.
All right, peace and love, ladies and gentlemen. I want to first and foremost say thank you guys for tuning in. I want to say to the debaters, Captain Tazarek and Vocab Malone, thank you for participating in another debate brought to you by the Brother Garfield podcast. I have my moderator, Corey. I want to say first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, there will be no disrespect in the chat at all. Once someone be disrespectful, family, the moderators, listen, you're going to time them out. If they be disrespectful again, let's get them out of here. There'll be no disrespect towards Vocab, no disrespect towards Captain Tazaria. We want to have a clean debate. And of course, I spoke to the debaters. Y'all could take shots, but no disrespect. We want to keep this panel. We want to keep this type of vibe going because we got a bunch of debates coming up. But I'm going to get out of here. Corey, the floor is yours, and I'll be here. Peace and love.
Good deal. And on the moderation end, of course, shots will be taken. I'm quite sure, especially with a style debate like this on this magnitude. But I do want to say, Brother Garfield, disrespect is definitely subjective. So we want to be able to analyze each matter if something comes up. Hopefully debaters will have thick enough skin to take whatever the other brother may throw out. But of course, we're all here for the edification sake. Make sure you guys are sharing this space as much as possible to get the numbers up so people can actually watch this bill and enjoy it. This is going to be a high-powered debate. I'm Christian Corey, especially known as Nadia of Chicago, God First Gang by way of Tabernacle of David. So we got Vocab Malone tonight versus Captain Tazariot. The title of the debate is Jesus the biological father of Jesus? Sorry, is Joseph, Salakia, is Joseph the biological father of Jesus based on prophecy? Captain Tazariot will be taking the affirmative. Vocab Malone will be taking the negative on this formal debate. But we'll start off with the introduction of the debaters. I'll give Captain Tazariot the space to introduce himself first and foremost. A minute or so. Captain Tazariot, the floor is yours.
Hey man, I'm Captain Tazariot of ISUBK and the Commanding General Yohana. I'm just ready to rock and roll. The subject of this debate, pretty self-explanatory, is Joseph the father or not biologically, according to prophecy. So I'll be demonstrating that through biblical prophecy, the only way Christ could be the Christ is if he was the son, the physical, biological son of Jesus Christ. And that's it. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Good deal. We'll bounce the ball over to Vocab Malone, the street apologist. If you can, introduce yourself to the audience. We can't hear you, Vocab. I'm not sure.
My name is Vocab, Christian apologist, born in Columbus, Ohio, live in Phoenix, Arizona, do a YouTube channel, try to have good conversations, and I do apologetics and evangelism from a Christian perspective.
All right, good deal. Let's get this debate on. Is Joseph the biological father of Jesus based on prophecy? We'll start off with the opening statements. Now, just to give audience clarity, we got the opening statements, 5 minutes each. The entire debate, the entire formal debate, Tazariot will be going first. Vocab Malone will follow. So on the opening statements, it's 5 minutes each. Tazariot will go, and then Vocab Malone, I will be timing it all the way down to the second. I will only interject when it's down to 1 minute on each section. I will unmute and say 1 minute left. If you hear me unmute, try not to ask me, hey, what time did you say? Whatever. I said 1 minute left. I'm gonna try to mute up to give you as much time as possible. I don't want to interrupt again because the time is still running. So I'll interrupt. 1 minute left. I'll say it loud and clear and I'll mute back up. That is for each section. Then it will move on to the first round. The first round will be 10 minutes each. Tazariot will go first, and then you have Vocab Malone. Then you will have the rebuttal round of the first round. That will be 5 minutes each. Tazariot will go first, then you will have Vocab Malone. Then you will have the 5 minute cross-examination. That's what you will have between the debaters. It will be 10 minutes total. All right, the questions will be no longer than 30 seconds, and the answers will be no longer than 60 seconds each. Then you will have the second cross-examination between the debaters. That will be a total of 10 minutes as well. And after that section, you will have 5 questions from the audience. The questions will be no longer than 30 seconds. The answers will be no longer than 60 seconds each from the debaters. And then you will have the closing statements where Vocab Malone will wrap it up first and foremost. And then Captain Tazariot will close and we will have the end of the debate. Do any of the debaters have any questions or comments they would like to say at this time before we get to it?
No, I'm good.
All right, good deal. So I'm going to my clock right now to get that going for the first section. Ready? And Cap, will you be presenting anything, sharing your screen right now?
Yeah, I'll be sharing my screen for this presentation.
All right, so this is the 5 minute opening. Cap, if you can get your screen up so I can share that for you. And I think it's possible for you to keep it up there as well.
Okay, so do you see my screen? Now,
Yeah, I
there's one
see it.
thing. So the
Go
only
ahead.
question I got is that, do I have to, this is a spot I always struggle with the PowerPoint, because I think I have to do this for y'all to see the PowerPoint. I have to do it like a slideshow or something like that, right?
Yes, I believe you have to actually manually operate it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So once I get it on the screen, just let me know and I'll put it on the screen. I see it, but I haven't touched it yet.
Okay. So wait, you see it on the screen? Like, does it?
Yes, sir. I mean, I can touch it and then it'll pop up for everybody, but I haven't touched it yet. Do you want me to go ahead and pop it up for everybody?
Yeah, I do.
All right, good deal. It should be visible. People hit the chat to let us know you'll be able to see that. And other than that, the floor is yours, Captain Tazariak. This will be the opening statement, 5 minutes each. The floor is yours. The time will only start when you start.
Appreciate it. The topic of this battle is Joseph the biological father of Jesus Christ, based on prophecy, which is the most important part. Because once we establish how this was supposed to be laid out, if we change it to a woman being pregnant without a man, we have to show how the prophecy changed and where was the new prophecy given. Remember, this is about prophecy, biological definition, relating to biology or living organisms of a member of person's family, genetically related or related by blood, the rights of the biological father. So now we establish what biological means, which can only be attributed to Joseph. When I go to the next slide, we're going to start where the prophecy begins. 2 Samuel 7:12, it says, when our days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers and set up seed after thee. I will set up seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels and establish his kingdom. He shall build a house for my name. I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father. He will be my son. This is the Lord telling David how his seed will be the one that will establish his throne forever, which is what verse 16 says. And thine house and thy kingdom shall be established forever before thee. Thy throne shall be established forever before thee. If I echo Romans 1:3, it says, concerning his son, Jesus Christ, Yahushua Mashiach, was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. That word seed is sperma. And now when we go to Acts 2:29, it says, men and brethren, let me freely speak unto you of the patriarch David, that he is both dead and buried, and his sepulchre is with us unto this day. Therefore, being a prophet, prophecy, and knowing that God has sworn an oath to him, God swore it, that the fruit of his loins, according to the flesh, he would raise up Christ to sit on the throne. Anything less, Christ is not the Christ. That is the criteria that was laid out to King David, and this is echoed in the New Testament in Acts, the 2nd chapter. So now let's see. We go to the next slide. John 1:45. Philip findeth Nathanael and saith unto him, we have found him of whom Moses in the law and the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, son of Joseph. This debate is over. Even the prophets knew during that time that Jesus was the son of Joseph, and that fulfilled. Why? In Deuteronomy 18:18, it says, I will raise up a prophet from among their brethren, not a prophet from a woman pregnant without a brother, without a man. Like unto thee, I will put my words in his mouth. Luke 4:22, and all bear witness and wonder that the gracious words proceeded out of his mouth, and they said, is not this Joseph's son? If Vocab presents anything where Joseph is not the actual son, then what he's saying is that God, the angels, Mary, and Joseph created a conspiracy lie for Joseph to be the spiritual or stepdaddy, and God doesn't lie. John 6:42, and they said, is this not Jesus, the son of Joseph? Everybody knew that this was the son of Joseph. Why would anybody change it? Galatians 4:4. But when the fullness of the time was come, God sent forth his son, made of a woman, made under the law. That's also important, because being made of a woman is not something that's special to Christ. We're all made of a woman. Matthew 11:11, verily I say unto you, among them that are born of women, they have not risen a greater than John the Baptist, notwithstanding he is least in the kingdom. If I was even go to Job, man that is born of woman is a few days and full of trouble. Why is that even important? Man carries the seed that he plants into the woman, but men don't bring
1
forth,
minute left.
men don't bring forth a woman in that fashion. A child in that fashion. The woman gives birth and brings forth that woman. So I want to lay out this foundation. This is about everything according to biblical prophecy. If he brings up Isaiah 7:14, he has to show how that changes 2 Samuel 7:12. He would have to establish that. And so what I plan on demonstrating, especially in my 10-minute round in the Q&A, that the only way Christ can be the Christ is if he's the biological, physical son of Joseph. I yield.
Captain Tazariak yields with 10 seconds on the clock. We'll reset the time to 5 minutes. That was Captain Tazariak's opening statement. Make sure y'all are sharing the space for people to be able to come in and get edified. We'll bounce the ball over to Vocab Malone at 5 minutes on the clock. Vocab, will you be sharing your screen for the opening statement?
Yeah, are you able to put it back on?
Yes, I can tap it right now. Would you want me to go ahead and tap it?
Yeah, once you do it, then I'll start.
We got it up on the screen now. And once you start, the time will start. This will be your opening statement.
All right, appreciate that. Joseph is not the biological father of Jesus Christ. Let's see how many of my reasons I can get through. Here's my presupposition. Scriptures are the divine word of God. They prophesy the Messiah must be the son of David, but Scripture records that the Messiah was virgin born. Therefore, the Messiah is both virgin born and the son of David. There is no incompatibility. ISUPK tries to create incompatibility. It would appear when you first hear this argument by ISUPK that they're using the Jews for Judaism argument, the presuppositions which you see upon the screen. But really, that's not it. It's not even the incompatibility. It's their worry, their concern that Jesus won't be able to properly be identified as a UPK Israelite according to the flesh. They're superimposing their One West definition on top of the scriptures, despite what any lexicon says. This debate is a question of whose son is he? What think ye of Christ? This is a question Jesus asked the Pharisees, and I ask the same thing to the Pharisees of our day. When you look at the history of this doctrine, you see that the Bible affirms the virgin birth. All these groups attack the virgin birth. This is the company that you're in when you deny the virgin birth. When you look at the scriptures, this is who knows the virgin birth is real. But yet, why doesn't Yohanan and Tazariak know? Even Yohanan's teacher, that means his teacher's teachers, now know that Mary was a virgin. The thing you're going to see today is a case of what's called philanthropism, mere manism. And that's a denial of the virgin birth. It's actually an ancient heresy. It was later named in the 19th century, but it's an ancient heresy, and that's what's going to be on display today. We'll probably only have time to go through one reason. This is more of the opening to set the stage for the issues. Number one is Genesis 3:15, the first prophecy, the proto-evangelion. The scripture says in Hebrew, Zerah, her seed, offspring, bruise your head, bruise his heel. Now, ISUPK, I believe, interprets this as Jacob and Esau. But the thing is, there's multiple passages that show that's not the right way to interpret it. And when we look at that, you have to say, how is it that we're going to talk about a woman having seed? A woman having seed. It's an irregular way to describe this. Isaiah 53:5, in fact, even says that Jesus was bruised for our iniquities. And you can see this being backed up in the early church from Justin Martyr to Irenaeus. And even this phraseology, Messiah's heels, was understood during the days of the Jews. In fact, they developed a phrase, well, I'm having trouble, oh, there we go. They developed a phrase called heels of Messiah, or Messiah's heels. And so it appears in all these places on the screen. These are targums. These are Aramaic translations or paraphrases of the Hebrew scripture. So this passage, Genesis 3:15, was known by ancient Jews Cesariak would say that's his ancestors, known to be a prophecy regarding Messiah. Now, did they see it as a virgin birth back then? I'm not claiming that, although God ultimately intended that. Fulfilled in 1 Timothy 2:15, Romans 16:20, and Revelation 20:10. Now, that's not the only Old Testament prophecy, of course, that backs up the virgin birth. Matthew brings out one, which Cesariak mentioned in his opening statement, which says, all this took place to fulfill what the Lord had spoken by the prophet. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son. They shall call his name Emmanuel, which means God with us. He's describing the events that just happened and shows how Jesus fulfilled the prophecy that was fulfilled in Isaiah 8 in a more excellent way. And there's even evidence from the Septuagint. It's on the screen. Take a screenshot. I'm not going to be able to read all this, that the translators understood this as well with the use of pronouns. It's very interesting. The Septuagint is key into this because it's 200 years before Christ. And so this relates to the second reason, which is the Alma. There it is in Hebrew in the Dead Sea Scrolls, translated in the Septuagint as Parthenos. I encourage people to look up these words because you'll hear claims about them that are not true. You'll hear it should have been Betula. However, I show you on the screen places where Alma is used that clearly mean virgin, specifically Song 6:8. This is the lexical study that you got to do before you make the claim. No one's denying Betula can be a virgin, but to deny the Alma, especially when the translators understood it that way, means a virgin as well, or can, and when the context, when it's defined, is ignorant. There's many times this is used in the New Testament. I want to draw these out because this shows you the way it's used. Specifically, Revelation 14:4. It is these who have not defiled themselves with women, for they are virgins. That's the same root word to describe Mary, Parthenos, just in the plural.
Time.
All right.
All right, good deal. The topic is Joseph, the biological father of Jesus, according to prophecy. We will now be moving into the first round. That was the opening statement. Make sure everybody in the audience is trying to share the space as much as possible so we can get the viewers in here to get this edification. So we will be moving back to Captain Tazariak. This will be first round, 10 minutes on you, Cap. Are you ready to share your screen, sir?
Yes, hold on. I'm just presenting it now. Bear with me 1 second.
No problem. So we in the first round is going to be a total of 20 minutes. Cap will be going first. Vocab will follow. Right? Hit in the chat who you with. Right? Right out of the gate. Support your people. Make points. Cap, you got your link up in the back chat. Would you like for me to share it on the screen?
Con. Yes, I would. Let me get to my
right.
PowerPoint. It's just moving slow. Bear with me 1 second.
No, you're fine. Right. Well, I just shared it. The time is set, but it won't start until you start. Make sure y'all following Captain Tazariak on all platforms as well as Vocab Malone. The screen is up, and the time will start when you start, Cap.
That was trash. That's what I want to first say. That was a waste of 5 minutes. This is not about the word virgin. This is Jesus the son of Joseph, according to biblical prophecy. But I knew he was going to go there, and we'll address the virgin in a second. I'll continue to show you prophecy. So I'm going to show here. I'm going to finish showing y'all who marrying him. So if I go to Luke 2, and you can start at 41 for time's sake, this is when Christ stayed back at the temple during the Passover. His parents couldn't find him. And so in Luke 2 and 47, it says, and all that heard him was astonished at his understanding and his answers. And when they saw him, meaning his parents, they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, why hast thou dealt with us? Behold, thy father, which is weird, because I thought she'd be talking about God, have sought thee sorrowing. And he said unto them, how is it that ye sought me? Wist ye not that I must be about my father's business? And when he said that, verse 50, he says, and they understood not the saying that he spake unto them, which is very interesting, because if an angel went to Mary and Joseph and say God made her pregnant, they would know exactly what his father's business was, because Joseph is not his father physically. But if Joseph is his father physically, then maybe they don't understand, because Joseph was a carpenter. To understand, answer the question, in Hebrews 12:9, it says, furthermore, we have had fathers of our flesh, which corrected us, and we gave them reverence.
Shall we not much rather be in subjection unto the Father of spirits and live? As you can see, I am staying on subject. I'm going to go into more scriptures. It says, remember that Christ, this is 2 Timothy 2:8. Remember that Christ of the seed of David was raised from the dead according to my gospel. Again, the seed of David. Outside of Mary giving birth, you don't hear much reverence or reference to Mary. You do see a lot of reference to Joseph and David. Hebrews 2:16. For verily he took not on him the nature of angels, but he took on him the seed of Abraham. That also, in order to be the seed of Abraham, he has to come from a man that comes from the lineage of Abraham. Verse 17. Wherefore in all things, because now if he makes Christ a hybrid, then it's not all things. It's only some things. But this says, wherefore in all things it behooved him to be made like unto his brethren. So if I'm his brother, then and I'm to be made, and he wants to be made like me, he can't be born like Superman. He got to be born like me, that he might be a merciful and faithful high priest in things pertaining to God, to make reconciliation for the sins of the people. For that he himself hath suffered being tempted. The only way he could suffer being tempted is if he was made like me. Romans 8:3. For what the law could not do, in that it was weak through the flesh, God sending his own son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin condemned sin in the flesh. John 7:42. You notice I'm in the text. Maybe he coming in the text in the next round. We'll find out. He more worried about ISUBK and Commander Jenny Hanna than the debate title. John 7:42. Have not the scripture said that Christ cometh of the seed of David? They're saying, have not the scripture said? What? They didn't have the New Testament. They had the Old Testament. And the Old Testament said of the seed of David, of his loins, of the town of Bethlehem. I'm going to go to the next slide. I might get through all of this. I'm going to skip this for now in case I got to come back in the rebuttal. I'm going to skip that. I want to skip that. Slack it. Wait, no. I'm sorry. No. Yes. No. Because I want to go to this virgin that he brought up. If y'all can see my screen here, this is the Zondervan Illustrated Bible Dictionary. Let's debunk this virgin is talking about sex at all. Every time you see the word virgin, whether it's Bethula or Bathwala, I'm not a Hebrew expert like that, or Alma or virgin, it's not always talking about sex for either word. So we take the Zondervan Bible Dictionary. Let's destroy virgin. This is page 882. The former term is rendered virgin in the standard lexicons, and the translation does seem appropriate in many or even most passages. Moreover, the abstract Bethula plural form appears to indicate virginity. In Deuteronomy 22:14, it means evidences of virginity. But in Ezekiel, there are, however, several considerations that should be kept in mind. A number of passages show that it's not talking about sex. It's rendering just a young woman. That's for Bethula. That's one. Now, if I go to the next one. Now, this ain't written by me. This is in the Zondervan Bible Dictionary. The second Hebrew term, Alma, is clearly the feminine form of H6624, young man. This factor affects our understanding of Alma in the most controversial passage, Isaiah 7:14, which traditionally has been translated, behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son. The NRSV and other modern versions, however, uses young woman in this passage. Some have argued that if Isaiah had intended the meaning, he would have used Bathwala instead, but clearly that argument don't work as noted above, as too often that meaning has nothing to do with sex. On the other hand, it's a fair argument to say that if Isaiah had wanted to stress the woman's virginity, he had other means to do so. A woman who had not known a man, like Genesis 24:16. Genesis 24:16 says, the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. That's the proof that the word virgin is not talking about sex, because it says neither had any man known her. If it was meant, if virgin was absolute, they wouldn't have to put that text in there. So even in the Bible dictionary, it tells you that just because you see the word virgin, more times than not, it's talking about a young woman. And if he's going to use Isaiah 7:14, then he must also use Isaiah the 8th chapter, when that prophecy was initially fulfilled, because that was also a man and a woman having sex. Can't get around that. Now I can go back. I got about 3 more minutes. Now I'm gonna go back to, I'm sorry, bear with me 1 second. So now in Luke, the 1st chapter, which is what they usually run to, it says, then said Mary unto the angel, how shall this be, seeing I know not known a man? And it's the same thing in Luke 1:18, when Zacharias said to the angel, whereby shall I know this, for I'm too old a man, and my wife shall be stricken in years. So it's not that Mary is asking a question that's crazy, because Zachariah does it earlier in the chapter. Sarah did the same thing in Genesis 18th chapter, when she hears that she's going to have a child. She says, after I'm old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord also. So the answer says, and the angel said unto her, the Holy Spirit shall come upon thee, the power of the highest shall overshadow thee. Therefore, that holy thing which shall be born of thee shall be called the Son of God. Most people think that's when Mary got pregnant, not realizing that's just a message being done. Just like in Genesis 18, the message was being said to Sarah, what was going to happen. And then as we read here in Genesis 21:1, the Lord visited Sarah as he had said. It didn't happen yet. I'm going to keep going. So now, when you go to verse 36, it says, and behold, thy cousin Elizabeth, she hath also conceived. Now he's making a comparison between Elizabeth's pregnancy and Mary's coming pregnancy. So if Elizabeth was pregnant from a man and woman having sex, then also Mary is going to be pregnant from a man and woman having sex. And when you go to verse 45 in this same chapter, now, for time's sake, it says, and blessed is she that believed, for there shall be a performance of the things which were told her from the Lord. That lets you know these things had not happened yet. It's just that simple.
1 minute left.
In Matthews 1:18, it says, now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child. All that's talking about is before they became together publicly as husband and wife, she was already pregnant, because they just had sex before the marriage. It's no different than Luke 1:15, when it says that, and this is talk about Elijah, when it says, he shall be great in the sight of the Lord, shall drink neither wine nor strong drink, and shall be filled with the Holy Spirit, even from the womb. I'll stop there, but it's going to be on vocab. He has to stay on subject and show, if he's going to go the virgin route, he's going to have to show that prophecy before 2 Samuel 7, or either during some time where the prophecy of coming from the seed of a man changed to just a woman being pregnant. I yield.
All right, that will conclude the first round for Captain Tazariak. I will reset for 10 minutes for Vocab Malone. Make sure you guys are supporting the Brother Garfield podcast with likes, subscribes, as well as financial support. Brother Garfield, if you can throw your link in the chat so people can be able to see it. These finances help support the debaters and bring more content to the platform. So make sure y'all supporting the platform. I reset at 10 minutes. Let me look. We got Captain Tazariak's screen down. And Vocab Malone, would you be utilizing your screen for the first round, 10 minutes?
Yeah, if you could please share it. Yep.
All right, I'm about to share it right now. All right, the time is set for the 10 minutes. It is on Vocab Malone, first round. The time will start when you start.
All right, before I get into my reasons, I'll rebut one thing he said. Using the Zondervan Victoria Encyclopedia of the Bible, page 886. I don't know if Tazariak read this part or if it's a different edition, but let me read this, what it says. This is a resource he used to try to disprove what I'm saying tonight. Listen to this carefully. All of the teachings about virginity in the OT are carried over and related in the NT. The primary discussion of the subject has rested upon the statements concerning Mary in the gospel narratives. It is abundantly clear that the virginity of Mary is taught in Semitic terms in Luke 1:34. Since I have no husband. This phrase is nearly identical to that in Genesis 24:16. The variation being accountable in the shift from third to first person. The Septuagint of that passage reads, a man had not known her. Now I'm going to go down a little bit more and read about Parthenos, which is the Greek word used there by Matthew and by Luke as well. Listen to this carefully. This is Zondervan's Pictorial Encyclopedia of the Bible, 886. At no point in the New Testament is the term Parthenos ever used apart from virgins. The term is used in the masculine plural in Revelation 14:4. Revelation 14:4 is on the screen. Look what it says. It defines virgin from the Bible for you, everyone. It is these who have not defiled themselves with women. Now, we could say that's metaphorical, but it has to relate to something real, and that's what a virgin means. That's what it is. Continuing off my presentation, I want you to look down here at Song of Solomon 6:8. This shows you were almost clearly used as a virgin, meaning a woman who has not been touched. Yes, she's of marriageable age, but that's not all. There are 60 queens and 80 concubines. It's talking about Solomon's ladies, and virgins without number. This doesn't make sense unless they're ones who have not been touched. Queens, the married, concubines, the sex ladies, virgins without number. They're on deck. That's just one example. So we have to define it by context. This is important. This is why scholars recognize this. I'm going to read this, and I got the source listed up there. In its every use in the Hebrew Bible, the word alma either refers to a virgin or has a neutral sense. And I showed you some of the places on the screen. Based on this study, it appears that Isaiah chose his words based on precision. While the Hebrew Bethulah could refer to a virgin of any age, alma would refer to a virgin that has just arrived at puberty. The main difference there has to do with age. That's the main difference. She is a maiden in the truest and purest sense. So there does not seem to be a cause to abandon the traditional interpretation of alma as a virgin, except for an anti-supernatural or anti-messianic bias, or if you've been taught by General Yohana. There's the other examples. You can look these up and you can see how this word is used. Now, going on to point 3 that defends the virgin birth. If you look, this is a genealogical tree. All these people, 40 times. This is in Matthew chapter 1, 40 times or so. What is Matthew writing? 40 times. He's writing basically fathered. This word's it depends on the translation used, but basically fathered. So-and-so fathered so-and-so. So-and-so fathered so-and-so. Tazariak. Why does Matthew never say that Joseph fathered Jesus? And it says Joseph, and then it mentions his wife Mary, and it says, of whom was born Jesus. He literally abandons the formula. You have to be reading this genealogy with blinders on to not see his deviation from it. You can see right there in Matthew 1:15 and 16. Eliud was the father of Eliezer, Eliezer the father of Matan, Matan the father of Jacob, and Jacob the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. Why does he deviate? Why does he deviate? This is a genealogical avoidance. It's set up by the pattern that the author himself creates. And then shock, of whom was born Jesus, because he knows what he's about to show. This is an old copy of Matthew chapter 1 that you can see on the screen. I'm going to show you verse 16. This is key because it says, from whom? From whom? This shows you why. You got to ask yourself, why doesn't Matthew say, and Joseph fathered Jesus, when that's what it says every other time? Luke does something similar, genealogical avoidance. This is Luke 3:23. Haz and Namadetzo. What does it say here? Oh, I'm not flipping the screen. Hold on. Let me flip the right screens here. There's that I just mentioned, and now here we are right here. Why does Luke say, as was supposed? This is in the context of the genealogy. This is how he refers to Jesus. Now, Jesus himself began his ministry at about 30 years of age, being, as was supposed, the son of Joseph, the son of Heli, which is Eli, basically. I hope he doesn't say, because the parentheses tell you that it wasn't originally in there. That's an English grammatical translation choice. It has nothing to do with the Greek. The old one Westers would literally say, as was supposed means it wasn't in there. But you can't find any textual variant where that's absent. Luke says, as was thought, as was supposed. That makes no sense if he is the biological father of Jesus. Look at something similar here. Matthew 1:18, the rest of this. Look at this. Now, the birth of Jesus took place in this way when his mother Mary had been betrothed to Joseph before. That's a Greek conjunction, pren, and it means before. They came together, and it's not for the wedding or anything he's going to say. If he wants to get in there, I have some resources that are going to talk about the actual cultural practices of the day. He can't just assert that's what it says, because that's not what it says. The resources show you how they did weddings in the first century, and it's not the way UPK tells you. She was found to be with child from the Holy Spirit. I've highlighted what it says there in Greek, ek. It means out of. That's literally what it means, ek. Now, it's interesting. If you look at the Greek, it doesn't say child. It says what was in the belly, ek, from, and then it says the Holy Spirit. The genitive is used there. What is the genitive? We'll get into it because it explains everything. There it is in Greek. You can see it. That's the genitive, from the Holy Spirit. The genitive denotes possession, and it says Holy Spirit. That's the genitive case in the Greek. Again, on the screen, you can look all these things up, but I have the resources right there so you can see it. Possession, but what? Of the Holy Spirit, not of Joseph. You really can't get around it. And related to that is the whole way that Matthew frames this. Look at Matthew 1:18. Now, the birth of Jesus Christ took place in this way. It can be translated, the origin of Jesus Christ is this way. He's about to tell you what happened. If Tazariak was right, it should say Joseph and Mary had sex like men and women do and produce Jesus. Instead, he goes into this elaborate dreams and all kinds of other stuff happen. Why? Because it's not what Captain Tazariak says. Now, the birth of Jesus Christ took place in this way. When his mother Mary had been betrothed to Joseph, before they came together, she was found to be with child from the Holy Spirit. Very important to understand. And I want to bring it out that he literally said at one point just now, oh, they had sex before they were married. But yet the scripture says Joseph was a just man. He's not a deadbeat coward. He's not going to abandon her. He's not going to put her to shame. He's not going to blame it on her. And yet he was considering doing that in Matthew 1:18. Why? Why? Why would he dissolve the betrothal if he knows he's the father? That would not be the actions of a just man, even considering that. This whole thing makes Joseph not a just man, to preserve a bad doctrine. When you look at the very next verse, look at it says, as he considered these things, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, do not fear to take Mary as your wife, for that which is conceived in her is from the Holy Spirit. From the Holy Spirit. And guess what? It uses ek again there, both in Matthew and both in Luke. There it is, defined. Look it up. Look at this, a primary preposition denoting origin, the point whence action or emotion proceeds from, out of, the cause. That's what it says. That's what the angel had to tell Joseph. And since we're talking about angels giving people dreams and visions, I want to bring it out to you that according to Yaquab, he received a vision from an angel that told him a lot of the stuff Arya had taught them was wrong. And guess what? One of the things was wrong. Their denial of the virgin birth. But I'm going to trust this vision. I don't know about that vision, but one last thing we're going to get to here is Matthew 1:24-25. Both Matthew and Luke show that they knew each other not. Look at this. When Joseph woke from sleep, he did as the angel of the Lord commanded, took his wife, but knew her not until she had given birth to a son. Tazariak needs to say that, knew her not again. It doesn't say that. And look what Mary says. It backs that up. I know not a man. Luke 1:34. You know what's interesting? Tazariak said, you don't hear a lot about Mary. What are you talking about? Have you not read the beginning of Luke? You don't hear about Joseph, who he goes to visit. Yet you see Mary visiting her family. And you hear her song. What are you talking about?
Time. Make sure y'all supporting the Brother Garfield podcast. financially, spiritually, mentally. Subscribe to the platform for putting together excellent formal debates. As such, tonight's debate is Joseph the biological father of Jesus according to prophecy? Vocab Malone versus Captain Tazariak. We actually got a link at the top of a future debate coming up. I don't know if Garfield wants to speak to that, but we're about to go into the rebuttal round.
Right.
The rebuttal round.
I'm sorry, brother. October 8th is me versus Yawasap. Is there an Israelite presence in Colombia and America? My apologies. I'll go back off mic. All right.
No problem. No problem. Shout out to the good brother Garfield and the good brother Yawasap of Rongo Dal Gabarium. That'll be an excellent showdown. Now we'll be moving from the first round into the rebuttal round. The rebuttal rounds are 5 minutes apiece. Captain Tazariak will be going first for 5 minutes. I will alarm him at the 1 minute marker, as well as Vocab will follow up, and I will alarm him at the 1 minute marker.
Hey, quick question, Corey. For the rebuttal, this ain't where I ask him questions. This is where I rebut what he just said.
Yes, sir. So you'll be able to rebut whatever he said now, or the opening statement, or whatever he has said in the past. The floor is yours to do whatever you would like to.
Okay. And it's gonna start speaking. I don't believe I'm sharing my screen, but if I do, I will ask if my time could be paused to do so. But I do not think I'm sharing my screen to rebut him right now.
All right. I just moved Vocab's screen. So I see yours. If you can you put your screen up? You said you might.
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah. I said I might. I don't know if I am.
So go ahead and add it again.
Okay.
But then I'll just bring it up.
Got you. Okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
I'll highlight it as soon as you say it to save time. I don't want to stop the clock.
Got you. So let me share first. Let me just make sure you see my PowerPoint. Do you see my PowerPoint here?
Yes, I see it. So I'll only tap it if you want to go into it.
All right,
I got the 5 minutes set for your rebuttal round. The time will start when you start, Cap.
I don't know what page he was talking about with the virgin birth. I think it's word virgin. I think he said 886. What I read was 882 and 883 on the word virgin. I also clearly showed in the breakdown of the word virgin that it's not talking about not having sex. And he even proved it himself when he talked about the men in Revelations 14 being virgins, and that not talking about sex. Virgin just means young woman. As a matter of fact, you become a virgin at a certain age. Luke 2:36, Anna the prophetess, who was married to her husband 7 years from her virginity, meaning when a flower came, which is the mark of a young woman, 7 years from that, she got married. So I don't know why he keeps focusing on the word virgin. This is not a virgin birth debate. This is Joseph the seed, is Jesus the seed or son of Joseph according to biblical prophecy? And in 15 minutes, we ain't seen one prophecy to counter what I pulled already. And that's what he has to do in this debate. Otherwise, when a lot of the rebuttal I want to save, I want to ask him the questions, which is why I'm avoiding doing that. So what I will do, can I pause real fast? Or can you pull up my screen? I want to show my PowerPoint. If we could pause the time.
It's already up now. It's already up now.
It's already up there right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so they could see what I'm showing right now. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
So he made a point to pull out Matthew 22 when Christ asked, who is the Christ? Is he the son of David? As if to say Christ was making that statement to say, I'm not the son of David. Whereas if you read right here, Revelations 22:16, Christ says, I am the root and offspring of David. You cannot be an offspring of David unless you come from the seed of David. That's plain. That's what this subject is about. The subject ain't about the lineages. And when we get to this Q&A, I am going to obliterate him. And I'm going to give y'all this information I'm going to bring to y'all. Y'all may not even know. He may not even know. So even when he brought out the public example, Matthew 1:19, and Joseph, her husband, not willing to make her a public example, look how the language changed. It went from espoused, I'm sorry, I jumped the damn chat. It went from espoused to now husband. Even when the angel, he said, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take Mary thy wife, not Mary for a wife, not to take Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Spirit. Meaning what happened between Mary and Joseph, the Lord wanted. The public example was having a child in his father's, in the father's house. Ecclesiasticus, the 42nd chapter, will explain that. It says, the father waketh for the daughter when no man knoweth, and the care for her taketh away sleep when she is young, lest she pass away the flower of her age, and being married, lest she should be hated. In her virginity, lest she should be defiled and gotten with child in her father's house. That's the embarrassment that Joseph didn't want to happen, because they had not come together as man and woman. He also mentioned, I think y'all can still see my screen. He also mentioned in Matthew 1, and a lot of people get this wrong, when it says he knew her not till she brought forth her firstborn, this is the conclusion of the whole entire story. The brought forth is when the sperm cracked the egg and she was pregnant, because that is the issue. The issue in Matthew is Joseph being afraid because he got her pregnant.
1 minute left.
Is Joseph being afraid because he got her pregnant before the ceremony, and the angel telling it to fear not because the Lord wanted this to happen. That's why it quotes Isaiah 7:14 in verse 23. Behold, a virgin shall be with child. That virgin is saying a young woman shall be with child. Just like in Isaiah, the 7th chapter, a young woman shall be with child. And in Isaiah, the 8th chapter, that young woman was with child from a man and a woman. And just like in Matthew 1:23-25, a young woman was with child between a man and a woman. This is not rocket science. This ain't that hard. He has to address the scriptures that I gave. Maybe he'll do it in the rebuttal. But all he's doing is talking about, he has a weird obsession with ISUBK like I can't understand. He keeps talking, he talking about Ariah, he talking about Yaquab giving business, he doing all that, but ain't brought one prophecy in the Old Testament of a virgin birth without a man, without the seed. So can he please, somebody force him? I yield.
Time. We are still in the rebuttal round. I see Cappy cleared your sharing page. We'll reset the 5-minute marker. Let me get that set for vocab. This will be vocab's 5-minute rebuttal round. And vocab, I will interject at the 1-minute marker. Make sure y'all are following the Brother Garfield podcast, supporting financially. Tonight's debate is Joseph the biological father of Jesus according to prophecy? Vocab, would you be sharing your screen?
Yes, but I want to read something first. What do I got? 5 minutes? How much is it?
5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. You know what? For this one, actually.
Well, I'll just be ready. I'll just be ready if you you want to share the screen. I'll just be ready to click it. And whenever you want me to start the time, I'll start the time once you start speaking.
Okay, that works. I appreciate that. Thank you. I may not do it. I may just read some stuff. Okay, I'm ready to start. I want to read something first. This is from Victor, Journey Through the Bible, and this is page 195. This is a book about customs during Bible times, and there's an entry here, betrothal. And look what it says. When Gabriel appeared to Mary, she was betrothed to Joseph. At this time, betrothal was a serious matter, a legally binding promise to marry. It was essentially marriage without living together. The actual wedding ceremony marked the time when the husband took his wife home with him. There were 3 ways to become betrothed at this time. 1, with a piece of money in the presence of witnesses. 2, with a written contract. Or 3, by living together. The 3rd way was not approved of in Jesus's time. A breach of vows during betrothal was considered adultery and was dissolved only by divorce. Now, I can read more on that entry to help Tatariak understand what betrothal is, but what I'm going to do to help him with that is I'm going to go to the Apocrypha. I'm going to show him that he does not understand the difference between a betrothed wife or an espoused wife or husband and someone who is actually consummated. All the indications in the text are that they have not consummated. And it's almost like he doesn't understand the Semitic way to say we had sex. because they keep on saying we haven't known each other. That's a Semitic way to say we haven't had sex. Now let's look here at Tobit 3:7-8. Although the Apocrypha is not the word of God, what it does is show you the way Jewish people thought and did things. Look at this. On this day it happened. This is verse 7. No, I'm just going to read from the screen I got here. You can leave that up for a second. That's fine. On this day it happened unto Sarah, the daughter of Regel, who was in Ecbatana of Media, that she also heard reproaches by one of her father's maidservants. Now listen to this. Because that she had been given to 7 demons, and Asmodeus, the evil demon, had slain them before they had been with her, as it is appointed for women. And the maidservant said unto her, it is thou that slayest thy husbands. Behold, thou hast already been given to 7 husbands, and thou hast not been named of one of them. Notice, it calls them this lady's husbands. The story is the demons are slaying them, but it says you have not been with them. That shows Tazariak doesn't even understand his own Apocrypha. God bless his heart. And that's why I keep on bringing up ISUPK, because the reason why Tazariak thinks what he thinks about this subject is not because he's read the Bible. It's because he was taught by people who rejected the virgin birth because they came out of a school that was imitating Judaism, the commandment keepers. Yet they themselves have now denied it. So Tazariak teacher's teacher, it took him decades to see it, but he went from Luke is a lie to now Luke taught the virgin birth. How many decades will it take Tazariak? Hopefully this debate will speed up the process. Now let's look here at reason 7. Mary is called virgin multiple times by multiple authors. Luke explicitly calls her Parthenos multiple times. To a virgin betrothed to a man whose name was Joseph of the house of David, and the virgin's name was Mary. How many times does he have to call her virgin for Tazariak to understand Mary was a virgin? And this does relate to Isaiah 7:14, not because of the strict Old Testament context, because of the way the New Testament interprets the prophecy. There is double fulfillment, and it's fulfilled in a more literal, excellent way in the birth of Jesus. You know what's interesting about this? What does Isaiah say to Ahaz in the context, Tazariak? Do you know? He says, make the sign as high as the sky or way down low. Make it anything. That sign can be anything. And Tazariak wants us to think that the sign is just these people had sex. No, it's virgin birth ultimately is the ultimate intention. That makes sense of the type of sign Isaiah told Ahaz to ask for, not Tazariak's version. And it also doesn't make sense of this next thing. Mary's question and Gabriel's answer. Look at Luke 1:31. Behold, you will conceive, Salimse, in your womb and bear a son, and you shall call his name Jesus. Notice Joseph ain't mentioned. He will be great and be called the Son of the Most High, not the son of Joseph. And the Lord God will give to him the throne of his father David, and he will reign over the house of Jacob forever, and of his kingdom there will be no end. And Mary said to the angel, how will this be, since I am a virgin? Why would she ask that question? And notice the answer isn't you're going to have sex with your husband. It's the Holy Spirit will come upon you. The power of the Most High will overshadow you. Therefore, that's a logical connective. You got to ask what the therefore is there for. When you see it, it means what came before is relevant to the next statement. The child to be born will be called Holy Son of God. He's set apart. He's sanctified. He's different for a special purpose. Tazariak wants you to think he's not set apart because he came about like everybody comes about. In fact, it's even worse. It's them having sex before they're even married. That's holy? That's holy to you? This is the tragedy of this denial of the virgin birth of Jesus. Not only does it deny plain scripture, it denies the holiness of Jesus from jump.
Tonight's debate is Joseph the biological father of Jesus according to prophecy? Make sure y'all following the Brother Garfield podcast. Subscribe to it as well as support. He has the Cash App up. That is hashtag Ask Brother Garfield. Support the platform and help support the debaters and the edification coming to this platform. So make sure y'all try to support as much as possible. Make sure you following Captain Tazariak and Vocab Malone, the street apologists, on all platforms, and we will get their handles towards the end of this debate. Now we're going into the cross-examination. I love the cross-examination because we're able to see all the edification of both former debaters come to a halt and be criticized before our faces. I believe Tazariak will be going first in the cross-examination. Now, it will be 10 minutes total, but it will still be 5 minutes apiece. It will go round 1, round 2 style. from my understanding. Brother Garfield, you can cut me off at any time, but I think I have the understanding of it. 10 minutes total. Captain Zazariak, you will have 5 minutes on the scoreboard. 1 second. And then I will let you know when it's 1 minute left. So how it will go, Captain, is you have 30 seconds to ask a question. Vocab, you have 60 seconds to answer said question. And try to come to a halt on your answer as much as possible, as quick as possible, so the debater can actually get that next question in, because the time will continue to run. So make sure both debaters, I know y'all kind of ran over a couple of seconds in your rounds, no problem, but try to come to a halt when I say time, so the next question can come through, because we're going to keep it going. So it's 10 minutes total, but first, the first part of it, 5 minutes. Captain Zazariak, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Would you be presenting anything?
At some point, when not currently. So do you want me to share my screen like you have me do, so it's just up there?
Yeah, go ahead and get it up there.
Okay. No problem. Hold on 1 second. Let me come back over here. Let me present. Share screen. Share entire screen. Boom.
Hey, one second, guys. Is this the cross examination?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, cool. So why? Okay, so all right, no problem. All right.
Just quick question, Brother Garfield. So you're saying 10 minutes total, but it will be a cross examination, 5 minutes apiece, correct?
Right. That's what I wanted clarification on. Just to
Yes.
make sure that both debaters realize it's 5 minutes each. So one asks question for 5 minutes, and then the next one, and then you cut the question has to be up to 30 seconds, and the answers has cut off at 60 seconds. All right. So the person don't go long-winded and try to let the time run out. All right. That's
Yes,
any
sir.
day you guys will do that. All right. Peace.
Yes, sir. Captain Zazariak is up, but I won't post the link until you let me know. Okay, King?
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Good deal. So I will have to make sure you about to start, Cap.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I got to make sure both of y'all ready, because both of y'all will be participating. So Vocab, you good to go? The mic is good? All right, good deal. So Cap, the floor is yours. The time will start when you start.
That verse in Luke 1:34, does it say, I know not a man, or I'm a virgin, that you just put up there?
Luke 1:34, I know not a man.
Okay, because you just lied. You said it says I'm a virgin. That's what you just said.
Yeah,
In
because that's what that means.
2 Samuel 7:12, when he says, I will raise up seed after thee, can you show anywhere where that prophecy changed in the Bible?
Can you repeat that? And by the way, I was quoting from the ESV, which does say I'm a virgin. I'm not lying. The ESV translates it that way. But what was your question again?
I'll pause the time, Captain Zazariak, so you can reset the question, and then it'll pick up when Vocab start to answer.
He probably still obsessed with me. You got to keep up. 2 Samuel 7:12. When thy days be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will set up seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels, and will establish his kingdom. Can you show anywhere in the Bible where it changes from the seed of the seed of David to a man being born by God making a woman pregnant? Can you show the change in the Bible?
Well, there's no change. Man doesn't always know what God intends. An offspring doesn't always literally mean sperm. David didn't impregnate Mary. So it just means legal father when you look at who Jesus is.
Thank you for at least being able to tell one truth. In Acts 2, when the Lord said, when it says he swore an oath to David that he would not repent from the fruit of his loins, which also lets you know it's not spiritual, but literal. Can you again show, if the Lord swore, can you show where it changes from that? Yes or no?
Yeah, no one thinks it's spiritual. It's legal. Jesus is a legal son of Joseph, not spiritual. So I don't know why you're using that term. I would never use that term. So that's not describing my position. It's not changing. It's showing the true intention that was there all along. That's why I brought out Genesis 3:15 in the beginning. That's why I brought out Isaiah 7. And you have the divine interpretation in Matthew chapter 1. So you can't get around that.
The word legal is nowhere in there. That's just your assumption. That's not a question. That's a statement. John 1:45. And we Philip found it Nathanael and saith unto him, we have found him of whom Moses in the law and the prophets did write, Jesus of Nazareth, son of Joseph. Is that true or false?
True.
So is Jesus the physical son of Joseph or legal son of Joseph?
Legal son. And by the way, the text doesn't say, but John already wrote his prologue, which assumes the virgin conception. John 1 assumes the virgin conception. And verse 13 is a parallel to it.
Can you show in the Bible where Joseph is a legal father of Jesus and not the physical father of Jesus?
Yeah, in the genealogy of Luke, where it says, as was supposed.
And that means what?
That means people thought he was the physical father like you, but they were wrong. He's the legal father, and that's why he's in the genealogy.
Hey, can I share my screen? Can
Yes.
we pause for a second? I'm not asking you.
I'm teasing, man. You know I'm teasing, man.
Yeah. Can I share my screen?
It's
What I'm
shared.
presenting right here is Julius Africanus in the Epistle to the Aristides. So he said that as was supposed because it wasn't Joseph. That's just what they assumed. But according to Julius Sextus Africanus, he broke down how both the lineage in Mary and in Matthew and Luke's lineage belong to Joseph by showing how Luke's, the reason why it says as was supposed, this is what it says. Thus, neither of the evangelists is in error, as one reckons by nature and the other by law. The as was supposed, according to Julius, is that by law, and Matthew, I believe it's Mathan, was the actual father of Joseph. But by legal, because he was doing the law of a brother, Heli is who he raised up Joseph for. So when you say as was supposed, that are just an error, or do you disagree with the church fathers that y'all love so much?
I like that. I'm glad you asked that question. It's true that just like today, there was some debate and discussion, right, about well, I mean, is that what we're doing? There was some debate and discussion about the
1 minute left.
genealogies. There was some debate and discussion about the genealogies. But Tertullian, Ambrose, Jerome, Leo the Great, Justin, and his dialogue with Trypho, Irenaeus, the martyrdom of Isaiah, the gospel of Nativity of Mary, the proto-evangelion of James, Ignatius, and his epistle to the Ephesians, St. John of Damascus are just an example of some of the early church fathers that you just mentioned, who all understood that Luke was Mary's genealogy. But see, Jesus being the son of David doesn't even depend on that. They could be wrong about that, and Jesus is still the son of David in the way that it matters legally.
I want to highlight also in my PowerPoint that y'all can see right here. First, they always agree with the church fathers. Church father just said it. And Eusebius in Ecclesiastical History, pages 32 and 33, and also page 250 of the Ecclesiastical History, Eusebius, who these people love, it says another epistle of this.
Time. We got to move over to the second section of the first part of the cross-examination. I'm going to kill that screen cap. Let's see. Remove that right quick. Got to move over to Vocab Malone. The topic tonight, if you guys are just coming in, the numbers are going up. The topic is Joseph the biological father of Jesus according to prophecy? That's what the brothers are discussing. Right now, we're in the second section of the first cross-examination. It is on Vocab Malone to ask questions to Captain Cesario. The time is set for 5 minutes. And I will only interject at 1 minute unless there's some form of technical or toss-up. Vocab, quick question. Would you be utilizing your screen for it?
No. I'm going to destroy my interlocutor face-to-face here. I don't want the screen getting in the way.
All right, good deal. So, Cap, are you ready? Your mic is good?
Yeah, and I have 60 seconds to each question, right? Just to confirm.
60 seconds to answer. And Vocab, you got 30 seconds to ask the question. I'll be kind of lenient on a second here or two, but try to stick as close to possible. I don't want to interrupt y'all, so try to stick to close as possible. The time is on you, Vocab, when you would like to start.
Excellent. Cesario, did Adam have a biological father?
Yes.
Who is his biological father?
It doesn't say.
So how do you know he had one?
Because he says, for this cause man shall leave mother and father and cleave unto his wife. He had knowledge of mother and father. That's why he made the statement.
So why
was
does
already-
Luke give? Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
Why does Luke give the title to Adam, the son of God, then?
Because Adam is the one that the Lord started with before the flood, just like Abraham is the one that he started with after the flood.
So who's the first man if it's not Adam?
There's no record of a first man.
Okay. Interesting answers. How do you interpret Genesis 3:15, Zerah, her seed?
In Genesis 3:15, when it says his seed and her seed, is just saying his child and her child. It still would involve two people being at odds with each other from the gate. So he's saying the serpent seed and her seed because she carries seed and gives birth. You can find that in Genesis, the 19th chapter, when Lot's daughters got him drunk. Why? Because they said to preserve seed of their father.
Who is the serpent seed, Tazariak?
When?
The serpent seed of Genesis 3:15. Who is it?
That would be you.
You know my genealogy by looking at me?
No, that's just what I'm going with. That
Yeah, I
would be
got you. You know I knew you were going to answer that, but I want to have some fun here. Let's look at the Septuagint translation of Isaiah 7:14. Why did the translators use the word Parthenos for Alma?
Because as I broke down, what they all knew was that the word virgin just means young woman. It's not meaning that a woman that's never had sex. Even if a young woman, let's say an 18, 20-year-old woman who would still be a young woman had sex, she doesn't stop being a virgin just because she had sex. She's still a young woman. Not being a young woman comes with age, not with your sexual activity.
So you could still be a virgin after you had sex?
Why couldn't you be?
You can't ask questions, but what's the answer to that?
I'm sorry. Yes, you can. I apologize. Yes.
All right. Interesting. How can Christ avoid the curse of Jeconiah in Jeremiah 22:30 if he's physically descended from David?
That's a good question. When you go to Psalms, the 89th chapter, it'll tell you that even if the seed of David fails, if they redeem themselves, they can still be the seed. That's why you'll find Jeconiah and Salathiel in Matthew's lineage and Luke's lineage. The point wasn't about
Jeconiah is not in Luke's lineage. That's incorrect.
It might be
Hold on. One second. I'll pause the time right quick. If you can, Vocab, just give him the space to finish his answer.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to help him out. He's about to make a massive mistake, but go ahead.
No problem. Hey, Cap, you still good. Time is still yours.
I
We'll start back
appreciate
when you.
No problem. I could have misspoke with Jeconiah. That's fine. But Salathiel, people that are in the lineage are still there. So that has nothing to the curse that y'all call a curse is actually not a curse, because in both Matthew and Luke's lineage, they contain individuals that would be connected to him, and he's still the king. When you read Psalms, the 89th chapter, I was trying to find it for you while I was moving around. But when you read that, it'll tell you if they fit. I'm sorry, was that my 60 seconds?
No, you still good.
Oh, no, sir, I apologize. No, I thought I heard you talk. I apologize. You'll see where the seed of David can be evil, which we see evidence of that. But when they correct themselves, they can still reign on the throne because he established that promise to them forever. There is no breaking of that. There is no Acts, the 2nd chapter says he swore to them. If I could read it, Psalms 89 and 34, my covenant will I not break, nor alter the thing that is gone out of my lips. Once I have sworn by my holiness that I will not lie unto David, his seed shall endure forever, and his throne as the sun before me. Next
You got to bounce it back, Cap.
Yeah, I see more than 60 seconds. Jeremiah 22:30 is a curse. It says, write this man down as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days. None of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah. Now, I have a question. Who is Joseph's father, Tazariak? Who's Joseph's
1 minute
father?
remaining.
So if as I was breaking down with your church fathers say that Jacob begat Joseph. And then in Luke 1, Luke 3, it says Heli. And I broke down your church fathers say that Matthew contains the physical father of Joseph. Luke, the 3rd chapter, contains by law, the father of Joseph, according to your church fathers.
Yes, who was Mary's father. Since Mary had no older brothers, that's why he's put in the genealogy. Your position would entail contradiction in the genealogies. Now, going on to the next question. Arya taught Johanna to deny the virgin birth. Johanna taught you. Now Arya goes against his own teaching. Why don't you
look
follow
at God?
him?
Look at God. He's saying time. Look at God.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No problem. No
yeah.
problem, no problem.
Someone you get saved by the bell. Thank God.
No, you got saved.
Hey, Corey,
Thank
if I may, real quick. I'm sorry, guys. We need someone, and I forgot this. My apologies, man. I don't know if my brother Philip in the chat could write down the questions. We need 5 questions from the audience after the second cross-examination. So we got to figure that out. I think we messed up on that part. I apologize to Tazariak and Vocab. But as far as recording the questions, my brother Philip is in the audience. I don't know if you have a question in the audience, just state the question and I'll have my brother Philip or sister Mika write the question down and send it to me in my inbox and Facebook. And then I'll just read it out or I'll just text it to Corey. All right. So the audience, we need 5 questions from the audience after the second cross-examination. So I'm going to be focusing on that right now. Oh, not Philip. I'm talking brother. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I just want to say this right quick. When you say 5 questions, is it 5 questions for vocab and 5 questions for cap, or is it 5 universal questions for both?
5. What did you mean vocab? 5 universal, right?
What?
5 universal questions.
Oh, sure. Yeah. That's fine with me.
Yeah, 5 universal questions that would apply to both.
Good deal.
Hold on, let me find Philip in the chat real quick. Mika says super chatted. Yeah, maybe that's the best way to do it. Super chat your question, and we'll have the question read. But it has to be a question that applies to both Tazariak and Vocab Malone. All right, I'm mute up.
And just because it's a super chat, it still has to be an intelligible question. Just to make sure that the form of debate stays on the level it's already on. Cap, we will be setting the second cross-examination up. You'll still be going first. Vocab will go after. But Cap, would you be utilizing your screen?
Yeah, let me just present. And I'll just use it for my first initial question so I can get it out the way. So that way I don't have to pause it in the middle. So let me share.
Okay. So just share it up there. Yeah. And I'll tap it once we get started. Make sure y'all following the Brother Garfield podcast. Make sure you are cash apping, supporting the brother at #, as Brother Garfield. That supports the forum of debaters as well as the platform for bringing edification out. So make sure y'all subscribe here. We'll be addressing Vocab Malone, the street apologist, as well as Captain Tazariak's handles towards the end, and any information and merch they would like to present towards the end for everybody to gather. Make sure you're sharing the space as well, because this is an exciting, edifying, and fiery debate. We'll be bouncing it over to Captain Tazariak, resetting at 5 minutes. I'm trying my best in these sections to not interrupt you guys in the midst of a question or interrupt y'all in the midst of a Bible verse being read. So I might be lenient, swaying a couple seconds here and there, but I try to make it up on the back end just to let you guys know I'm trying to be as fair as possible, but just to let a Bible verse come cleanly out, and then I'll try to bounce it over to the other gentleman. Other than that, Cap, I'm about to click your screen and get it up there. 5 minutes is set. Cap and Vocab, are y'all mics good?
Yes, my mic is good. Yeah.
All right, good deal. So, Cap, I'm about to highlight your screen, and the time will start when you start.
I read already Julius Africanus, the epistle to Aristides, where he established that Matthew was by physical, Luke by law, which is echoed by Eusebius, another church father that they love, in Ecclesiastical History, page 250, another epistle of the same Africanus addressed on the supposed discrepancy between Matthew and Luke. So both Sextus and Eusebius attribute both lineages to Joseph. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
It's possible, but no.
So are you saying that because you made in your last round, you said that one was Mary's, I believe Luke, the 3rd chapter. Do you have any proof within the Bible that that's Mary's lineage? Book,
Yes.
chapter.
Otherwise, you have a contradiction with who the father is. Heli is Mary's father, and then Joseph is listed, as would be done if there's no older son. You avoid the contradiction. You also do not have the man mentioned in Matthew 1:11. The man who was cursed is absent from hers. Very important to understand that. So there's some evidence right there.
I will repeat the question. Can you show book, chapter, verse, everything that you just said as far as this lineage belonging to Mary's in the Bible? You just gave conjecture.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you're saying that, then neither genealogy says something exactly like that. That's not how it works. You look at the textual clues and hints, and Luke focuses specifically on Mary. It's got her song. It's got her visiting her family. The beginning of the book is all about Mary. And the genealogy is not identical to the one in Matthew. And it's interesting. Now you're okay with the idea of a legal genealogy all of a sudden. And I just want to remind you, Eusebius and Julius Africanus both affirmed the virgin birth. I don't know what's going on here with you trying to cherry pick these sources, but that's the reason why I say that. But remember, I mentioned to Zaryak, even if that was incorrect and both in some way were Joseph's, you still got what you need because Jesus is still a descendant of David legally via Joseph. And there's precedent for that kind of thing in scripture itself.
What is the precedent for that kind of thing in the scripture itself?
Levirate marriage, adoption, and the kinsman redeemer custom. Those 3 things.
And
There's
which
not
one?
going to be. Go ahead.
And which one do you pick?
Well, all 3 of those, so that you can have a descendant who is not biologically yours still be the heir. And they also show that a man can reckon another man as his son or vice versa. That's what they show. You're not going to have case law in Leviticus about what to do with virgin births because that kind of thing wasn't going on until Jesus's day once. So you're not going to have that case law. You're going to have parallels where what I'm saying makes sense in the Semitic context, not in a One West context, though.
I need you to be a little bit more solid. I asked you, which one of those 3 do you pick? You said levirate marriage, spiritual. Which one? It can only be one. It can't be all of them. So pick
I
one.
never said anything about spiritual to Zaryak.
Can
The
you
point
pick
is,
which one? All I'm asking you.
none of those are what happened. It was a virgin birth. The point is there's precedent for having someone who is a son, not biologically, but be reckoned as a son legally.
So
It's mind-blowing to me that you don't understand that.
I want the record to show he first said it was and then said none of it happened. None of that was you. I'm not asking a question. You ain't got to talk.
Well, you're lying on me, though.
He just said, I asked him to pick one. He said none of them because it was a virgin birth. That's what he just said. So now you brought up the curse of Jeconiah, Jeremiah 33:20. Thus saith the Lord, if you can break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, and there should not be day nor night in the season, then my covenant with David, my servant, that he should not have a son reign upon his throne. So is that true or false? Yes or no?
That's true.
Thank you. In Luke, the 2nd chapter, when Mary came to Christ, Mary and Joseph came to Christ and said, thy father and I have sought thee sorrowing. And he said, I must be about my father's business. Why didn't they understand what he spoke to them?
I've heard you ask this in other debates, and it fascinates me. Jesus' whole ministry is filled with people not understanding exactly what he's saying or doing. He's 12 years old, breaking out in the beginning here, right? I don't know about that. Well, I'm not doing that to you because I'm in the middle of my joint. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta let him rock
I don't know
out.
if you're eating some soup, but that's an injection into my time. All right.
You gotta let him rock out, Cap. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. Eat the soup and mute. So when you look at what happened there, it's very fascinating that he says, my father's house. In the text that you brought me to, you walked yourself into a body bag, as you like to say, because he says, my father's house, indicating distinctiveness from Joseph. And notice they didn't deny it. That's what you need. What are you talking about? Your father's right here. Your father's right here. I ain't saying that.
Time. Make sure y'all are supporting the Brother Garfield podcast. Subscribe, like. The debate is getting fiery. We like it going in the order that it's going in. Make sure y'all cash out the cash tag Ask Brother Garfield for your support to the platform. We got some questions we need to derive from the audience. 5 solid questions. Make sure it's intelligible and send it through the super chat, and we will select those 5 questions and make sure it's a unified question that both debaters can give an answer to. We will be bouncing over to the second section of the second cross examination. Make sure all the phones are on vibrate while we are live. So right now it will be on Vocab Malone to ask the questions, and then it will bounce over to Captain Tazariak to answer. Vocab, you got roughly 30 seconds on your question. Cap, you got roughly 60 seconds on your answer. I'll try my best not to interrupt in the middle of a verse or something like that. And if I do extend it out, then I'll give a couple of seconds on the back end for the other debater to actually answer that question. Vocab, would you be utilizing your screen?
No, thank you though.
Right, good deal. So we got the screens down. The time is reset at 5 minutes, and I will be calling it at the 1 minute marker to let you guys know y'all are getting close. Cap and Vocab, y'all mics good?
Yes, indeed.
All right, time will start when you start, Vocab.
Tazariak, where's your verse that says Joseph knew Mary?
Matthew 1:25.
Can you read that?
Yes, I can. Matthew 1:25, and knew her not till she brought forth her firstborn son and called his name Jesus or Yahushua.
Okay. Where does that say Matthew? Where does Matthew say that Joseph knew Mary?
Matthew 1:25.
Could you read that again? A little louder?
And knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son and called his name Jesus.
So I asked you to show me a place that says Joseph knew Mary, and you took me to a place that said he knew her not.
So now I'll explain.
Thank you.
Thank you. The knew her.
No, I didn't. I'm not asking a question there. I'm moving off from there.
Oh, okay.
So what evidence do you have that Joseph knew Mary prior to the birth of Jesus then?
There is no verse that says that Joseph knew Mary prior to the birth of Jesus, because the first time they had intercourse, Jesus was born. Hence, Matthews 1:25, which is the conclusion of the matter, and knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son. Matthew, I'm not finished. Matthews 1:18. Now, the birth of Jesus Christ was on his wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Spirit. The before they came together is not talking about sex, it's talking about the ceremony of marriage. Simple.
What's your evidence for that?
I just read it.
All right. So if that's a case in Luke 2:7, it says she gave birth to her firstborn son and wrapped him in a swaddling cloth and laid him in a manger because there was no room for them in the inn. Why does Luke say her firstborn son and not their firstborn son in the context where he says them in regards to not being any room for them in the inn? Why does he say that? Tan huan atus tan prototakan. Her.
What? I don't know what that is you just said, but it can say her firstborn, his firstborn. It can say whatever it wants. It still takes two people to bring forth a child. If you want a grammar class, we can have a grammar class. But saying she brought her firstborn son because it is her son. Just like John 1:45 said, the son of Joseph. It doesn't make mention of Mary, but is that not Mary's son? That don't make no sense. That's a retarded question.
I like it. Let's do a grammar class then. In Romans 1:3, Paul uses a verb that means to become rather than be born. genome instead of genao. In Galatians 4:4, Paul uses the same verb, this time inflected as genomenon, which means coming from a woman. Yet he describes Ishmael in the same passage, Galatians 4, as gegenadha, which is from genaa, which is the regular way to describe being born. And in Philippians 2:7, he uses that same verb, genomenai, instead of genao, because that tends to associate the husband. Why?
Can you pause this time? I don't know
what's going on.
I don't know what word you're talking about. You know how many words is in Romans 1 and 3? I don't know what you didn't say in Romans 1 and 3. I don't know what word you're talking about.
The word that's translated sometimes is descended.
Can you tell me what word in Romans 1 and 3 you're talking about?
Yeah, it's translated as seed or descended.
So you talk about the word seed.
But I'm talking about that's my point though. Do you
No,
have,
I just want to make I
you can
want
look in the Blue Letter Bible to show you what word it is.
Listen,
what it says is genomene. Huh?
The only reason I'm asking is so that when you go to these different verses, I can look for the same word. That's all I'm asking. You just didn't say what word. So you talk about the word seed or sperma.
Well, so no, so sperma is not in. So no, where it says descended from spermatos, I'm talking about the word that's sometimes translated descended. I don't know what it says in the KJV, but here we'll look it up in the KJV.
Hey Corey, just keep his time paused because I don't want his question. Right, and I don't want your question to not be answered. When I read Romans 1 and 3, it says concerning his son Jesus Christ, our Lord, which was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. I don't know what version you're reading, but I need to go to the correct word because when I go to what I thought you said was seed, that word is sperma from what I'm reading. So if it's a different word, you have to tell me what word so I can properly answer your question.
You're right. I like that. Thank you for clarifying.
I know you do.
That's good. And that's
Look,
good.
I pause your time and everything because you need as much help as you can get.
I appreciate that. Now, to be fair to myself, I thought you would be up on game and know which word I was talking about. It's made. I didn't say spermatos, so I'm clearly not talking about that. It's made.
Word? Well, you
it's
never
made
said,
in English, translated KJV, which was made. That's the word I'm asking you about.
For the record, when I said seed, you said yes, and then you changed your mind. That's why when you asked who was the seed in Genesis 3 and 15, and I said you proving it right now.
That's zero. No, it's part of that phrase. It's part of that phrase because it's made of the seed. But I said in my question, I said made.
I'm good now. I got the right word, Corey. You got it.
Let's get back on point because we stopped the clock and everything for this.
So to re-ask it again, in Romans 1:3, why does he say made of the seed? Made of the seed. And that word that he uses underlying in the Greek, which is what I was drawing out, is not the normal word for born. And that's why the KJV translators translated as made. That's an irregular use of that verb. Why does Paul do that? And in Galatians 4 and in Philippians 2, he does it 3 times. Why?
Thank you. Now that you got the correct word. What y'all get caught up in this grammar class, made of the seed of David according to the flesh is how you should properly read it. And once you read it, you know that he's saying made of the seed of David according to the flesh, because that was the prophecy, which is the subject. The subject is that Christ would be of the seed of David, from the loins of David, from the oath that he would not break. That I read in Acts 2 and 31.
1 minute left.
Acts 2 and 30. Therefore, being a prophet, and the Lord has sworn an oath to him from the fruit of his loins. So even when you read Galatians 4 and 4, made of a woman, all of us are made of women, which are already demonstrated in the first round. When Christ spoke about John, he said, among them that be born of women. There is no difference here.
All right. The Bible records multiple miraculous births. Abraham's wife gave birth to Isaac. Isaac's wife gave birth to Jacob and Esau. All these are miraculous in different ways. Samson, of course, another example. Samuel, his mother was barren. Elizabeth, John the Baptist. Why doesn't Jesus, the Messiah, get a miraculous birth according to Tazariak? Why is he left out of having a miraculous birth? It's just 2 people having sex.
One second before you answer. That's time, but I'm going to ask Vocab and Cap, would you like this question answered?
Yeah, I'll answer it if you don't mind, Vocab.
Vocab?
Yeah.
All right, Cap, you got the floor.
Thank you.
every last one of the miracles you mentioned, I would not have, because all of them required a man and woman having sex. All of them. Abraham and Sarah had sex. Samson's parents had sex. Isaac and Rebekah had sex. And Mary and Joseph had sex. Body bag.
All right, that will.
Why do you even ask that? Why do you ask that question? Why do you ask that?
That will.
Well, because
that-
you
that-
left
that-
Jesus out of Jesus doesn't get a miraculous birth according to you. That's the whole point. He's just two people. There's nothing miraculous about the Messiah being born. It's just a regular old day in Jerusalem. Well, Nazareth.
Make sure y'all are supporting the Brother Garfield podcast. Brother Garfield, how many questions do you
I think
already
we got. I think we may have a lot of questions. I gotta figure out which ones.
We need 5
Um,
clean, unified questions that can be asked to both parties. We don't need them all.
All right.
Excellent
All right.
job done by both debaters in terms of the formal debate back and forth. I think there was an excellent level of decorum for Captain Tazariak as well as Vocab Malone. And now we'll be moving into the section where the
I don't
audience will
think-
be asking questions.
Yeah, I don't think we have 5 completely, but let's do this one first. This one I'm gonna put on the screen. What is the definite? You want me to read it, bro, or you got it? You got it?
I'll read it, but let's start with Cap. Will be answering first. How long do they have? Do they have 60 seconds to
60
answer?
seconds, 60
30 seconds.
60
All right.
seconds. Mhm.
All right, no problem. So the question is, for you, Captain Cesario, first and foremost, what is the definition of the word born in Matthew 1:16?
If I look it up, it says G1080, to procreate properly of the father, but by extension of the mother, figuratively to regenerate, bear, beget, be born, bring forth, conceive, he delivered of, gender, make, spring.
All right. You had 60 seconds to answer that question. You conclude. I will bounce it over to Vocab Malone. Vocab Malone, the same question. What is the definition of the word born in Matthew 1:16?
It's just begat, basically. I mean, the Greek word is genao, and it could also be sometimes defined as to mother.
All right. Good deal. What's that second question, Brother Garfield? Do we have a second question from them? Make sure when y'all sending these questions in, it kind of has a point connected to it.
Yeah, I think both of them could answer this one. The questions aren't great. I mean, thank you for the questions, but in that, I got to make it universal. So this one is, I think both of them could answer this one.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, so far, yeah. So Cap, you'll be answering the question. First and foremost, did Joseph and Mary have sex before marriage? You have 60 seconds to answer that.
My position is always that sex is the consummation of marriage, whether you have a ceremony or not. So Matthews 1:17, 1:18, I'm sorry, that's them having sex before the ceremony of marriage. But whether you have the ceremony or not, if you lay with a woman in the Bible, that is your wife. You can see instances of that with Jacob, with his 3 wives. The only one he had a ceremony for was Rachel, but he got Leah first, no ceremony, and then Bilhah and Zilpah, no ceremony. But they was his wives rather, once he laid down with them. A year.
All right, good deal. And same question to Vocab Malone. Did Joseph and Mary have sex before marriage?
With all due respect, that was a horrible answer. Look at what it says in Matthew 1:18. Now, the birth of Jesus Christ took place in this way. So it's letting you know how he was born, what happened. It should say Joseph and Mary got it on. It doesn't say that. Look what it says. When his mother Mary had been betrothed to Joseph. Betrothed is a legal pledge to be married. They're not living together yet, so they're not doing that. Before they came together, before they came together, she was found to be with child. So she's already got a child, yet they haven't been together. And then it tells you the source of the child. I brought this out in my opening statements, or the second one, ek, from the Holy Spirit. It tells you the source. It's right there. It's clear as day, ek, from the Holy Spirit. So it's bonkers that you would go there to try to prove it. But I mean, I guess you don't have a lot of recourse because the Bible tells you again and again she's a virgin, that they did not know each other sexually. In Matthew 1:24 and 25 and Luke 1:34. So I guess you've got to go to places like this. But it just shows that, yes, you're intelligent and articulate, but you're not a serious student of the Bible. You're repeating what you've heard by tradition.
Time. Can we get another question up there, Brother Garfield? First question, I believe, came from D1JA. Second question came from Tony. Third question will be coming from Lou. Let me read this first. Okay. All right. So I read it. All right, Cap. So you'll be reading this, answering this question first. And I'll address these questions towards the end. Captain Zazariak. So the question says, did God ordain Joseph's sperm in order for the right sperm to hit the egg?
Proverbs 26:4 says, answer not a fool according to his folly, lest thou also be like unto him. Shalom.
All right. Now let me bounce it over to Vocab Malone. So did God ordain Joseph's sperm in order for the right sperm to hit the egg?
Of course, the Bible says that the power of the Most High will overshadow you. It shows you how this happened. And you know what's interesting about this question, about his answer in this whole situation, is his underlying beliefs. This man's teacher, and therefore him as well, has to believe that Messiah is King David. What's interesting about that is David, of course, fathered Solomon. This same man believes that Solomon is actually Jesus reincarnated. I'm sorry, that Jesus is Solomon reincarnated. So Messiah, in a weird, strange way, is actually one of the ancestors of Jesus, because Messiah is David, and then Jesus is Solomon. That's how bizarre these beliefs are when you deny the virgin birth. We're talking about basic things, but there's a lot of other weird stuff happening in the background, such as King David being Messiah, being an ancestor to Jesus Christ, because he's supposed to be Solomon. Great question, Lou.
Y'all see why I read that scripture?
Yeah, to make your audience there cheer for you. That's why.
All right, I just want to be honest. I just want to say it clearly. These questions are weak. And I don't think they're fully helping both debaters. So I'll ask the next question, and I'll just do it because it's up there. I wanted to make sure that these questions have some form of intelligence to it. This is from Joseph Roberts. It says, to both on the program, what makes a child a bastard child? Captain Cesar.
Biblically speaking, I believe it's a child of incest. That what makes a child a bastard child. I know we believe that a child born out of wedlock in today's time, we believe that that's a bastard, but biblically speaking, I believe it's a child born out of incest.
All right, Vocab Malone, same question. What makes a child a bastard child?
It's a child born where the parents aren't married.
Told you.
And that's brought out in Deuteronomy. Most likely Deuteronomy 23:2. No one born of a forbidden union may enter the assembly of the Lord, even to the 10th generation. None of his descendants may enter the assembly of the Lord. Mamzers are not allowed to be in there. So maybe another way to say is illegitimate children. And this is in Deuteronomy 23:2. And in the New Testament, it appears in Hebrews 12:8. Nothori, if you are left without discipline, which all have participated, then you are illegitimate children and not sons.
All right, good deal. Brother Garfield, do you have a fifth question? Let me read it first. And I'll restyle the question a little bit to make it make sense. And I'll start off with Cap.
Scrap this one. Scrap this one. I think I
I mean, I'm okay with it. They paid a super chat.
No, let's do this one as the last one. Philip Bain, $5. And this will be the fifth question.
All right. It says, please
And the reason,
explain.
and hold on, Corey. The reason why I did that, this is more of a universal question that could address to Cap and to vocab. Not that I have a problem with David addressing vocab, but
Well, we can do both. I'm okay with it. Okay, well, if you guys don't want to, that's up to you.
yeah,
I'm just saying.
yeah,
I'm
if
willing-
Cap is willing to do an extra one, we'll do that one. That's fine. But this one is a more universal question. But go ahead.
All right, this one says, please explain Adam had a father, quote unquote, in light of 1 Corinthians 15:45, the first man Adam, quote unquote, and 1 Timothy 2:13, for Adam was first formed. Question
Okay,
is
so
on-
got you. The other one was Timothy's what?
1 Timothy 2:13.
2 and 13. So I'm just highlighting them both. So in 1 Corinthians 15:45, it says, and so it was written, the first man Adam was made a living soul, the last Adam was made a quickening spirit. If we was to take it literal, then that would have to be a literal man named Adam that was the last man, which it wasn't. It's letting you know that it's spiritual, because you're going to, if I say is the last Adam, that means there was no more Adams after Christ. You're going to say no, because that's not the point that it's making. And that's not the point that it's making when it says the first man Adam. The first man Adam, being a living soul, is the first man that the Lord gave his spirit to, that he gave the breath of life to, that he gave instructions on how to live and conduct himself. And then once he got it, it was his job to make sure everybody else got it. So when it says for Adam was first formed in the truth, and Eve came right after.
Time. All right, we'll bounce that same question over to Vocab Malone. This will be the last question from the audience. Please explain Adam had a father, quote unquote, in light of 1 Corinthians 15:45, the first man Adam, quote unquote, and 1 Timothy 2:13, for Adam was first formed.
Yeah, Desariok just did an Edward Scissors hands to that text. Here's what it says. The first man, Adam, showing he's first. That's important because he had neither father or mother. So there's a precedent again. And notice his title in Luke is Son of God. First man, Adam, became a living being. And by the way, that's why Eve is described as the mother of all living. So his whole presuppositional background of Genesis makes no sense. And last Adam became a life-giving spirit. So notice he's a life-giving spirit. That means he's going to reproduce himself spiritually, the last Adam, who is Jesus. And this only makes sense if Adam's the first man, because the last Adam produces a new kind of human, just like Adam produced one. And Romans 5 shows he produced everybody in sin. Jesus is producing a new kind. But it is not the spiritual that is first, but the natural and then the spiritual. The first man was from the earth, a man of dust. The second man is from heaven. By the way, that even shows an awareness of the virgin birth. As was the man of dust, so also are those who are of the dust, and as in the man of heaven, so also are those of heaven, saying, like produces like. Just as we have borne the image of the man of dust, we shall also bear the image of the man of heaven. And 1 Timothy 2:15, that's a great passage. It says, she will be saved through childbearing if they continue in faith and love and holiness with self-control. That fulfills Genesis 3:15, by the way.
Make sure y'all following the Brother Garfield podcast. Subscribe to the platform for putting together an excellent form of debate tonight.
I got one more question. This gentleman should have been number 5, but I'm not. If you guys want to do 2 more, we got 2 more questions. It's up to you guys. It's up to Cap and Vocab.
All right.
Okay.
So what are you saying, Brother Garfield? Did I miscount?
No, it's fine. That's already 5. But if they want to do, we had 2 more super chats. If you guys want to do another 2 questions, it's up to Captain though. It's up to Captain and Vocab. They gotta agree on that.
I'm down to do more. I want to give the people their super chats worth, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Cap.
Yeah, I don't care. I'll take 2 more if that's what you got.
All right, good deal. So we got 2 more questions coming. This one is from Godal. In the original fulfillment of Isaiah 7:14, did that woman have sex, or was it a virgin birth? Original fulfillment only. Cap, question is yours.
Shout out to Godal. I should have known he was going to be in this room. In the original fulfillment of Isaiah 7:14, that woman did have sex with a man and brought forth a child, to answer the question. And just for the record, I read already in my PowerPoint that word virgin in that text is not to be rendered about sex at all. It's just talking about a young woman. I already demonstrated that in this debate.
All right. Cap concludes the rest of his time. We'll bounce it over to Vocab Malone. Same question. In the original fulfillment of Isaiah 7:14, did that woman have sex, or was it a virgin birth, quote unquote, original fulfillment only?
No, that woman definitely had sex. She was almost certainly Isaiah's wife. Notice when I first brought up Isaiah 7, I don't know if people caught it, but I said it was fulfilled during that time. And I spoke of what's called dual fulfillment or double fulfillment. So she certainly did. And that's the beauty of the word Alma. It can mean just young handmaiden, but it also can be virgin. And that's why it's very contextual. And so what we see is the ultimate fulfillment is listed in Matthew 1:23. But that original fulfillment is right there in Isaiah chapter 8. It's almost certainly Isaiah's wife's, the child that they had together. And the point was this child, and it's sort of an age marker for the king to know these certain things will happen within this time frame. And by that time, these nations that are vexing you are no longer going to be around. So it has to be as a sign in its initial context. So Christians shouldn't try to get away from that. We don't want to. We're just following Matthew's lead, understanding how fulfilled in a more excellent way. And that's why the term there, poermo, fulfill, is to be filled up. That's what it means. And so it's fulfilled in a more excellent way, a more literal way, I might add, in the birth of Jesus.
All right, that'll be your time. Brother Garfield, do we have another question?
Yeah, this is gonna be this is the last one unless somebody else does. But before we even, this is the last one. Then go to Captain, then Vocab, and then that would be the question for the night.
All right, so the question is kind of slighted towards Vocab, so I'll rephrase it a little bit. This is from Daweed. It's pretty much saying, did the Most High commit adultery? Yes or no?
Are you saying for me to go first or him to go first?
For Cap.
Oh, I thought it said for Vocab.
He's saying he's gonna ask both of us.
It has to be it has to be universal. So I'm trying to rephrase it because the individual also has his opinion in the question. So I'm trying to take away his opinion and take away the first part of it. So the only thing I can make sense of it is, did the Most High God commit adultery in this matter of the virgin birth?
My answer would be no, because the Most High would never do that to a brother, make a man claim something that ain't his. He hate that. So no, that was Joseph's son. So my answer would be no, he wouldn't do that.
All right, and we'll bounce it over to Vocab. And I'll just read it kind of how you got it. For Vocab, so are you saying that the Most High committed adultery? Yes or no?
This man just said the Most High would never make a man claim a son that wasn't his. It's almost like he forgot the account of Onan written in the Bible, where that's literally what was commanded and he didn't do it and he was killed for it. What are we talking about here? Or Judah and Tamar. What are we talking about here? Now, in regards to this question right here.
Does he know that was sex?
Hey.
We can hear you.
Oh, yeah. I thought I was away from the mic. I apologize.
You got to talk to the ATL guys afterwards in the club.
You got it. You got about, I kept the time running, so you got about 10 more seconds. You good?
So the answer is no. That's not what's going on. But I want to read Luke 1:35. That answers the question. Angel answered her, the Holy Spirit will come upon you. So we've got the Holy Spirit, and the power of the Most High, Father God, will overshadow you. Therefore, the child to be born will be called Holy, the Son of God, Jesus. This verse is Trinitarian in its essence. All three persons mentioned. All you got to do is just catch it. Holy Spirit, Most High, Son of God. And what's it say? Overshadow you. And then there's that connector. Therefore, the child to be born will be called Holy, the Son of God. It tells you right there. It should say, according to this other view, you're going to have sex with your husband. Therefore, the child will be called, born out of wedlock, the son of Joseph. But it doesn't say anything like that.
Make sure y'all are supporting the Brother Garfield podcast. Excellent formal debate tonight. Throw in the chat who you feel won. Was it close? Put all your comments in the chat right now, Brother Garfield. Definitely appreciate you having me on the platform. And I want to roll over to the closing statements for each combatant tonight. We will actually start off with Vocab Malone, and then it will roll over to Captain Cesario. Brother Garfield, the time frame I have down for the closing statements is 2.5 minutes each debater. Is it 2.5 minutes or
No,
is it
it's
5
actually
minutes each?
it's 5 minutes each, but the way how it was written is just the 2 and the 5 is too close.
Yeah.
But before they
Gotcha.
do the closeout, let me just say, everybody, thank you for supporting the channel and thank you for supporting this debate. I want to say to the two debaters, this was an excellent debate, well-spirited. I mean, you guys did very well. I learned a lot. And Vocab, you did very well. Captain, as usual, you did very well. And Corey, you got a lot of compliments in the chat for your moderating. Again, it looked like I can't fire you as the moderator.
It's no possibility. It's no
Oh
possibility.
man, I'm gonna get hate mail for that. And I want to say to all the people at fan base, from Clubhouse, from YouTube world, the Facebook world, who supported the debate, thank you for supporting the channel and thank you for coming in. And thanks for the super chats, by the way, too. All right. And after the debate, I'm gonna just probably do a Vocab, you could just call me and I do a conference call with you and Captain after the debate. All right. But I yield the mic to Corey.
Vocab. So I got it set for 5 minutes. Would you be utilizing your screen? I see you shake your head yes, but your mute mic is muted. So I'll bring your screen up. And before you start your presentation on the 5 minutes, if you can give your handles first, where we can actually find you at around social media to continue to follow you. And then once you start to get into like the edification part, then that's when I'll start the time. We can't hear you. I don't know if that's a me thing or a you thing. I can't hear you.
I apologize. Yes, my bad. Across all social media, it is just at Vocab Malone, and then also at Street Apologist. Those are the way to get a hold. Primarily youtube.com/Vocab Malone. You can follow me and interact there.
All right. The time will start whenever you start on your presentation.
All right, thank you. Here are some of the scriptures we covered tonight. I believe we covered every one of those except the, I think the Hebrews passage. I never got to mention that. There's more, of course. And these are some of the scriptures that are supportive of what we discussed tonight. The fact that Jesus Christ was born without the aid of a human father. Here's the reasons that flowed out of that. We didn't get to all of these, but let's review these. The proto-evangelion of Genesis 3:15, where woman is described as having seed, and that's fulfilled when it says he was bruised in Isaiah 53, which was fulfilled at the cross. And Paul mentions in 1 Timothy 2, the woman being saved through childbearing. These all are the connective tissue of the proto-evangelion. Similar with the virgin birth prophecy. When you take it from Isaiah 7 to go to Isaiah 9 and 11, you'll see there's a son who's given, who is from the root. Interesting. The tree's been chopped down, but there's a little piece where a house of David is basically going to start again, and that's done through Jesus Christ. Isaiah 7:14 is said to be fulfilled in Matthew 1:23. We can't avoid that. But Matthew and Luke did avoid ever, in their own words, directly ever calling Jesus the Father, or saying that they knew each other in the way that Tazariak wants. Very interesting when you see Luke say things like, as was supposed, Matthew avoiding saying Jesus was fathered by Joseph. That is very significant. That is very significant. Do not fool yourself to think those are not huge points against you if you deny the virgin birth. Matthew's entire narrative frame supports it. He says the birth of Jesus Christ came about in this way. Joseph was a just man, Matthew describes him. The whole version that Tazariak and ISUPK gives doesn't make him a just man. It makes him a spineless coward of a man, and that's not who he was. They did not know each other. They did not come together. He has to insert his own phrase about weddings and stuff. I read some about that. He honestly needs to look more into the customs of the Hebrews at this time, and he'll see that he's simply incorrect about that. Likewise, he needs to look more into what Parthenos is. Mary's called that multiple times, and look at the way that word is used in the rest of the New Testament. Virgin, 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 virgin. And that's what Mary's question was. How's that going to happen? I don't know, man. Gabriel's answer is not that you're going to have sex. It's there's going to be conception. That's divine, even though you were a virgin. We saw Luke use of pronouns, how they showed, and also Matthew did the same thing, how they showed just in these subtle ways support for the virgin birth that they're discussing. It's not like that's all we've got, but it's the subtle hints and the ones that are on the nose. We didn't get to that one, so I'm going to skip that. We did touch briefly on Paul's awareness, and I showed that by the Greek words he used 3 times. All I ask people to do is compare Galatians 4:4 in the Greek to Galatians 4:23 and see how the birth of Jesus is described, which is made, versus Ishmael. He uses 2 different Greek words. There's no denying that. He's clearly aware. And I also believe the author of Hebrews was when he says, without mother or father, this sort of allegorical allusion that the author of Hebrews draws from Melchizedek to Jesus. Lastly, we showed how if you understand Mary to be Luke to be recording Mary's genealogy, you avoid contradictions and curses, whereas Caesaric position, it avoids neither. This is what it looks like when you put it all together. Jesus, the Son of God. Now, it's funny he brought up church fathers. He thought he had something there. Those guys agreed with the virgin birth. They just had a different view on the genealogies, which are not even needed to make the case. All these people in the early church, Origen, who was an African, Tertullian, who was an African, Justin, who was born in Israel, Chrysostom, Epiphanius, Eusebius, who he brought up, Rufinus, Ignatius, Clement of Alexandria, which is in Africa, Aristides, Apostles' Creed, a very early creed, the Nicene Creed, Council of Chalcedon, Basil, Melito, Jerome, an African, Theodotus, Irenaeus, and the Apocryphal Proto-Evangelion of James all support the virgin birth. Why doesn't Caesariak? Simply because he's out of step with the earliest believers of the gospel. The virgin birth is the essential historical indication of the incarnation, bearing not only an analogy to the divine and human natures of the incarnate, but also bringing out the nature, purpose, and bearing of this work of God to salvation. Carl F. Henry wrote that a long time ago in the middle of the 20th century when liberals were denying the virgin birth because they didn't believe God could act supernaturally. Miller Erickson says, if we do not hold to the virgin birth, despite the fact that the Bible asserts it, then we have compromised the authority of the Bible, and there is in principle no reason why we should hold to its other teachings. I might add, Caesariak doesn't. Thus, rejecting the virgin birth has implications reaching far beyond the doctrine itself. And you saw that when I asked about Adam, and he said, oh yeah, he had a father. You saw that when he asked about reincarnation, which he believes in. Jay Gressomachin, who wrote, did you say time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll stop there.
All right.
Thank you.
We got no problem. We got 5 minutes back on the clock for the closing statement for Captain Caesariak. Let me close vocab screen out. And Cap, would you be utilizing the screen for your closing statement?
Yeah, I'll be using that. Just give me utilizing. Let me present.
Yeah, if you can share it right quick. And make sure y'all follow Vocab Malone on his handles, Vocab Malone, on all social media, as well as at Street Apologist as well. You can interact with him there. Make sure y'all following the Brother Garfield podcast, subscribe to it on YouTube. And make sure you are supporting financially for the funds help to bring in former debaters to bring out edification on his magnitude. Cap, are you ready to go? Did you share? Let me get it up on there.
Yeah, I'm sharing it. You should see genealogy. You see my screen, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. And I got it at 5 minutes. Cap, if you can start off with your social media handles and whatever merch you would like to let people know about.
That's included in my 5 minutes?
No, it's not. So
okay, sure.
If you communicate that, I'll only start the time once you start to talk about your presentation or whatever you presented.
I got you. My handles are Caesariak on Facebook, Instagram, pretty much everywhere. My YouTube is a little different. It says In the Lab Podcast. Also, you can find me on Cross the Line Radio. You can find my store on Amazon, which I'm putting on the screen right here. If you want to smell fly, get you some women, keep your man, I can help you out with that. You can check that out. I'm gonna go ahead and get in my presentation now. Before I do that, I am on Amazon. Everybody knows I'm on Etsy, but I'm also on Amazon. You can see Carl Gas. You can find that right on Amazon for the flyers, body butters, and oils. You can find anywhere you want. All right. So now I'm gonna get to it. And I'm glad he brought up
the lineage, because it gives me time to take these 5 minutes to break down why I mentioned the church fathers, because unlearned individuals like Vocab do this. This title was, according to prophecy, is Jesus the son of Joseph. He did not counter any scripture I showed that according to prophecy, Jesus had to be the physical son of Joseph. He did not show one. He gave ad homs, wanted to bring up the word virgin as if that was the point, and his bread and butter seems to be the lineage. Right here, if you look, I always tell people that Matthew is a generational lineage. So even when you look at the kings in Matthew, they skip 4 kings. 4. They skip Ahijah, if I'm saying the name wrong, I apologize. Joash, Amaziah, Jehoiakim. They skip them because it's a generational one. And Luke is longer. So why is that? So now I'm going to go back to my PowerPoint and show you why I use. And you notice I said your church fathers. I said that on purpose because I don't agree with the church fathers and everything they say if it contradicts the Bible. So we're going to read what Julius Africanus wrote about the lineages. It says, whereas in Israel, the name of the generations were enumerated either according to nature or according to law. Sidebar, when he brought up Onas and tried to make it say that God had somebody raise up son that wasn't his, even that required sex. I want everybody to know that. God wouldn't make somebody raise up. So anyway, according to nature or according to law? According to nature, indeed, by the succession of legitimate offspring, and according to law, whenever another raised up children to the name of the brother dying childless. For because no clear hope of resurrection was yet given them, they had a representation of the future promise in a kind of mortal resurrection with the view of perpetuating the name of one deceased. Whereas then of those entered in this genealogy, some succeeded by legitimate descent, as the son to the father, while others begotten in one family were introduced in another name, mentioned and therefore made of both, of those who were progenitors in fact, and of those who were only so in name. Thus, neither of the evangelists, Matthew and Luke, is in error, as the one reckons by nature and the other by law. For the several generations, those descending from Solomon and from those from Nathan were so intermingled by the raising up of children to the childless and by second marriages and the raising up of seed that the same persons are quite justly reckoned to belong at one time to the one, at another time to another. This is important. It's telling you that they kept the law of a brother. So if a man died childless within the house of David, they would raise up seed for the brother, i.e. to their reputed or to their actual fathers, and hence it is that both these accounts are true and come down to Joseph, Luke, and Matthew, with considerable intricacy indeed, but yet quite accurately. But in order that we have said that may be evident, I shall explain the interchange of the generations. If we reckon the generations from David through Solomon, Mathan is found to be third from the end, who begat Jacob, the father of Joseph. But if with Luke we reckon from them Nathan, the son of David, in like manner, the third from the end is Melchi, whose son was Heli, the father of Joseph. For Joseph was the son of Heli, the son of Melchi. As Joseph, therefore, as the object proposed to us, we have to show how is it that it is represented as his father. Both Jacob as descending from Solomon and Heli as descending from Nathan. First, how these two, Jacob and Heli, were brothers. And then also how the fathers of these, Mathan and Melchi, being of different families, are shown to be the grandfathers of Joseph. Well then, Mathan and Melchi having taken
1 minute left.
Having taken the same to wife in succession, begat children who were uterine brothers, as the law did not prevent a widow, whether such by divorce or by death, from a husband from marrying another. By Esther then, for such is her a name according to tradition. Mathan, first the descendant of Solomon, begats Jacob, and on Mathan's death, Melchi, who traces his descendant back to Nathan, being of the same tribe but of another family, having married her, has already been said as the son of Heli. Thus we find Jacob and Heli uterine brothers, though of different families, and of these the one Jacob having taken the wife of his brother Heli, who died childless. This is written in Julius Africanus, the epistle to Aristides, who clearly shows and proves that both lineages in Matthew and Luke belong to Joseph. y'all can stop talking about Mary going forward if you really want to win.
Time. Make sure y'all following both combatants tonight. Excellent formal debate. The title was, "Is Joseph the biological father of Jesus according to prophecy?" Throw in the chat who you felt took it tonight. Throw in who you felt won. Was it vocab? Was it cap? Give clarity. Give your opinions. All inside of the chat. A shout out to Captain Tazariak. Make sure y'all go to Call Gas on Amazon as well as on Etsy to support his merch. Make sure y'all follow Vocab Malone on all social media at Vocab Malone or at Street Apologist. Brother Garfield, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, my brother. I'm here. I'm here.
The floor is yours. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Oh, so you used me and left?
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Oh man, I'm proud of you guys, man. Good debate. Good debate. I'm gonna say this, man, publicly, man. Vocab, you did an excellent job, bro. You did an excellent job. You had Captain against the ropes. Captain had to come with a couple of uppercuts. He laughing over there. He knew you threw a couple of body bags his way. We got to admit that. If you look at the audience, even some of the Israelites was like, Vocab, that was a good one. So you got compliments on both sides, from both sides. The Christians did their thing in the audience, and the Israelites did their thing. You had a couple of one or two knuckleheads, but pretty much it was a pretty good audience tonight. See, True ID said, Vocab whip Captain hands down. Definitely Captain Tazariak by Kaya, and so forth. But hey, I'm gonna close out the show. I don't know. Are we doing an after party? You doing an after party, Captain, or you want me to do one? What are you doing?
No, I'm in Atlanta with my family, so my brothers and sisters, so I'll be chilling here.
I don't know, man. Should we do an after party, Corey? You want to do an after party? Or you go to bed?
If you want to crank one up, we can crank one up. Maybe even on the God First Game platform on Fanbase, man. We may crank one up.
All right, do it over at Fanbase. Everybody, you got a link you want to put in the chat so everybody could jump over there?
I won't be able to throw the link in because Fanbase is weird. Simply go to God First Gang, ! Put exclamation point at the end of gang, capitalize GANG gang. You will be able to find that quote unquote camp. It's actually called camps on Fanbase. So
I might try to join you over there.
Yeah, join me over there, man, so we can actually rap about it. Because this ain't, I want to shout out the Versus platform right here on Brother Garfield platform. Usually on Versus, if you're moderating or you're trying to keep time, you can never ever give your opinion to the debate. But this is not the Versus platform. This is Brother Garfield podcast. So I actually want to give my honest opinion on what I've seen from both debaters tonight. So we'll be running an after party room on the God First Gang on Fanbase. So we'll be creating.
Hey, let me know when you start that room, Corey.
Yeah. I'll try to ping you in, and Vocab, just follow it over there, and then I'll follow you and bring you up as well, and we'll all rap about it. And I'll give my honest opinion. But shout out to Brother Garfield. Make sure y'all subscribing to this platform. He said he was gonna be dropping heat. He ain't stopped dropping heat, so we can't knock the brother. The brother has his own, I would say, biblical views, or non-biblical views, but at the same time, he has a platform that he's allowing people to communicate what they feel their spiritual values are. So shout out to Brother Garfield. Make sure y'all following and supporting this platform, and thanks for having me. And thank you, Vocab, as well.
Vocab, is there something you want me to put on the screen before we go? We got 800 people in the chat. What do you want to do, brother?
Well, I just want to say thank you to Corey. You did a good job hosting and moderating. And thank you to Captain Tazariak. He did a great job and stayed on topic and responded to, he did everything you would want out of a high quality debater. So shout out to that. Shout out to Garfield putting it together. And shout out to Faithful to God, Dinu, Abu, and Eric Manhara, as I bounced different ideas off of them at various times. And they were very helpful. So I appreciate that. Specifically, Faithful to God gave me the Tobit 8.3 for you, Tazariak. So shout out to that, brother. And I'll try to join you on Fanbase.
Yeah, he should have gave you a scripture to show the prophecy change. That's what he should have gave.
If I was arguing that, sure.
Come on, man. I ain't interrupt you, man, when you was talking, man. He should have gave you a verse to help you with that. I mean, you. I'm gonna tell you something. If we show who was professional, who was not, Vocab definitely was not professional. He spent, if this was an hour debate, he spent about 20 minutes talk about my school and REI and Michael, House of David, and all of that stuff like that. But he did not counter and show where the prophecy changed to go from being the son or loins of David to now just a woman by herself. He did not do that. But it definitely was a good debate. You know, this subject is one of the subjects that won me into the truth, which is why I know it like the back of my hand. So it definitely was a good debate. I love Garfield's platform. Looking forward to utilizing the platform again. Corey is a good moderator. Good crowd too. There wasn't a lot of nonsense in the crowd. So I look forward to doing the next debate. Garfield, you let me know if that cat signed up for it, because that would be fire if we could get that debate going. Shout out to my man Pastor Bennett. I do like that brother. He's one of the top. I would put him.
I was about to say he's lurking in the audience. Watch how you speak. Watch how you mention the great Pastor Bennett. Watch it. Watch him out.
Pastor Bennett is like somebody you put up there as an excellent debater. When I was preparing for my battle against Chris Harris, I actually watched one of his debates that he had with Chris Harris. So he's a good debater. So with that, I'm gonna say shalom. I'll see y'all later, man. It was my pleasure to be up in the building with you, Garfield. If you got anything else, just let me know. All right.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a see if Vocab call me so we could do a quick three-way. And
okay, yeah, I could do that. Now I could do that if you do get him on the phone, and I can get on the phone for that.
Yeah, let's see what we might want to do next if you're down.
Yeah, no sweat. I'm fine with that.
And Garfield, maybe you can get someone like Haka on here.
Okay.
To leave his safe space of his own channel and come out where he's got to abide by rules.
Hey,
I'm out, Garfield. Let me know when y'all had that call.
All right, cool. No problem, bro. Appreciate you, man. 100%. Appreciate. Let me see what else. Anybody else? Pastor Bennett, man. Oh man, I miss my pastor, man. My pastor is in the building. Corey, you gotta watch it, man. Pastor Bennett is here. You gotta show reverence, man. Reverence to my pastor, man. You notice Tazariak's tone of voice changed when Pastor Bennett came on the screen, right? You notice his tone, like it just came down a little bit. All right, man. Hey, who gonna start the room? You gonna start the room?
I'm starting it now. I actually just created it, but since I was still over here, it kicked me out. So I'm gonna restart it and then try to ping everybody in. Make sure y'all we got 760 people on here. Y'all should be downloading Fanbase if you don't already have Fanbase, and then follow the God First Gang Camp. God First Gang exclamation point. GODFIRSTGANG exclamation point.
Hey, good job by the moderators, by the way, too. Good job, man. Y'all held it down real good tonight, man. The moderators did good. We read as much questions as possible, although the questions weren't the best. But I mean, we made the best out of them questions.
Yeah, I think I might have to end it. I don't know how to just leave. Do I just?
Nah, we could end the show. We could end the show.
Good.
Or you could just drop off. You can't drop off.
Yeah, it don't say leave. So
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put you in the back chat. I'm gonna put you in the back. That's what I'm gonna do. All right. So I'll catch you over there at Fanbase. If anybody want to jump on and have an opinion before we close out in the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna keep it open. True ID. Yeah, what up, True ID? He said $3 per hour. Anybody want to jump on, have an opinion about the debate? The link is in the chat. You could jump on and catch it. Shout out to Wisdom in the building. My man, True ID. He said he wants $3 per hour. Hey, that's reasonable, man. That's reasonable. Reasonable right here, man. Reasonable. Princess Labaya, what's up? What's up, sis? She said Captain Tazariak 1. All right, that's what's up. Hold on 1 second. All right, JJ 7000. I don't know if I want to hear JJ. I don't know if I want to hear you, man. I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to hear JJ. What's up, JJ? Crazy, man. What's up? Something's wrong with your mic, bro. You gotta come out and come back in. Something's wrong with your mic. Shout out to Leader for Christ. Shout out to Dr. Monica Lamb. Check her out on Wednesdays. She got her economic show going on here. Let me see who else. Cap got smacked around. Y'all could vote, by the way. Y'all could vote. The vote's there. Let me see. See my man is in the building. Triller is in the building. The after party is on Fanbase. So if you go on Fanbase and just look for God First Gang, that room, you know, you're good to go. Shout out to Sister Nakia in the building. Let me see who else. Who else I want to give a shout out? All right, True ID, peace in the building. Who won the poll? Let me see. We already know who won. Maria Stevenson. Let me look in the poll. The poll says, how many people voted? 339 people voted. 61% said Tazariak won. You just got to go over there and look for God First Gang. That's all. JT Mac, let me see what you got to say. What's up? What's on your mind, brother?
Hey, man. What you got going tonight, man?
What's up? What's on your mind, brother?
What's up, man? Hey, look here, man. I'm not gonna even, because when I jumped on, and I got to go back and listen to the replay, but I'm pretty sure that Vocab hit on these specific scriptures. And the chat and the polling, I already knew how that was going to go based on the people that was in the chat. So, but I'm going to say this. I do not understand how anybody, and I know you're not, religious. I get that. But I want to say this to the people that are listening, Garfield, if that's okay. I do not understand how anybody can follow a man who clearly ignores specific, explicit scriptures that specifically, explicitly say that the woman had known no man. She knew no man, that the Holy Spirit came upon her, that was the prophet, that was what was foretold to her by the angel after she said she knew no man, and that she would be with child. It even says that Joseph didn't even touch her until after she had the child. So I don't know how anybody could follow a man.
Hold on 1 second, bro. I got the Fanbase link. I'm going to put it in the chat for those who want to go over to Fanbase for the after show. I'm going to put the Fanbase link in the chat right now. Hold on. Let me put it in the chat right now. For anybody who wants to jump on the Fanbase, Brother Corey and them, the link is in the chat. So y'all could jump on at that. All right. Let me see what we got. Got Mark, man. Go ahead, JT Mac. You could finish.
Okay. I'll land my plane on this. Again, you can follow a man who clearly tried to explain away the explicit scriptures and tried to explain away 2,000 years of church history who actually believed that she was born a virgin, to come up with something that's not clearly taught by scripture. But he's the one that's got the truth. He's the one that's out here teaching this heresy, and people follow him off the ledge. And so that's my astonishment and my concern. I could see if scripture taught, there were scriptures that taught what he's talking about, but it doesn't. And so this is horrible. I know there are debates and discussions and whatnot, but on a spiritual level, this is horrible. That's all I'm gonna say. And thanks a lot for having me on.
All right, cool. All right, I'm gonna close out the show. Who is that? Mark Mayhem. Go ahead, my brother. Mark, go ahead. Unmute your mic. All right. Peace and love, man. I'm gonna jump over the Fanbase, man. Peace and love to y'all. Thanks for tuning in, family. Thanks for the support. We got shows on Mondays. We got shows on Sundays. We got shows on Wednesdays. We got more debates coming up, man. I got October 5th. I got Dr. Richard Carrier talking about is Daniel a forgery, and we're going to touch on some other stuff, some crazy Egyptomania stuff. We got Dr. Kip Davis October 12th, Dr. Mayat on the 19th, and then we got some more people. So Thursdays is History and the Bible on here, all right? All right, peace and love, family. We out of here. Thank you. Peace.
One mic on
Cap
Wack. Go ahead,
ain't
Wack.
ducking. Cap ain't ducking nothing if he on the floor. Just gotta keep it respectful. You gotta keep it respectful. Cap don't get. It's been a while since he debated on the floor, so you might want to watch out, nigga. He probably looking for a
We've
victim.
been teaching him how to knife too.
Well,
We've been
look
teaching
good,
him how to
brother.
knife too. So
What is it? What is it? Now you want to cap? Wait, hold on. This question. Wait, hold on. Is this question? Is it a logical just debate question? If so, then you can talk to Captain Tazariot. If it's a question with a little disrespect, there's a new guy in here called Bapton.
Tazariot.
Bapton a little burnt out, and Bapton got some homies. So I don't know which one you asking just a logical, respectful debate question. No accusations.
Yeah, this is definitely a very logical
I'm gonna let
question.
you ask it, and then
Yeah.
gotta determine if you get a captain answer or a Bapton and a homie answer. Now, tread lightly. Go ahead, my brother.
No problem, no problem. And now when I finish, I want to address you as well, my dear brother. May I do that?
No, hey, I'm just letting you know right now. I have my personal male soldiers. They're on break today because they're watching football. I am surrounded by my woman king warriors. So, watch it. They a little crazy. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to knife your ass up behind me. So go ahead on. We're addressing Captain right now.
All right. Now, Brother Tazariak, before all of these people, bro, and you've had enough time to do the research, which you already know, brother. I don't know how you have fooled brother Wack 100 into thinking that you are the greatest intellectual and debater in the conscious community when you know damn well that Bishop Black Jesus Minister is the greatest debater and intellectual in the conscious community because your platform
You're not
saw
asking
nothing.
nothing. You're not.
Here we go. Here we go.
What you're doing is a personal opinion and assumption. You're not asking him nothing. As a man, hold on. As a man, every man shall stand on their mountain and claim their throne. Right? This is a fact. You're not asking him nothing. You're kind of assuming, he's doing something, and what you're saying he's doing as a man, he's supposed to do. That's his mountain, that's his throne. Now, if you got a debate question, right? Put the question out there, brother.
Here we go. Here I come. I was setting it up, Brother Wack. I was setting it up.
Get straight
because I heard you because I heard you on Adam 23 or 23 or 22, whatever that.
Adam 22. Here it go.
Yeah, Adam 22. And you said that, and you alarmed me, and when you said that when you looked for spiritual or intellectual information that's beyond you, you turn to these two brothers, Tazariak and Tariq Nasheed. Now, I ain't got no problem with
correction. I turn to Captain Tazariat, and if it's something of the Muslim faith, then I will probably call Brother Tony Muhammad. But the immediate information when it comes to us as a people, yes, Captain Tazariat is my right-hand man when it comes to
Right, and that's what scared the hell out of me, and that's what I'm addressing.
Okay,
why? So again, my brother, because I should be that person, and let me tell you why. I'm finna show you why. Not to tell you why.
Tread lightly, Black Jesus.
I'm treading lightly, brother. I'm treading lightly.
This ain't drumline, is it? What you gotta
go ahead, Black Jesus. You said you should be that person. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. And so Tazariak, we're gonna get Tazariak to volunteer that and verify that I'm that person. Tazariak, according to Sarnetta,
you talking to Bapton. See, in order to get Captain Tazariak to answer a question, you have to ask an intellectual, logical reason.
It's coming right now.
Right now,
it's coming right now.
The part I don't like. Right. We have a lot of our sisters on the floor, right, that are God-fearing women, right? And your name is Black Jesus, right? Okay.
Minister.
Listen, the problem I have is the
Black Jesus minister, brother.
Tell you why the problem I have is the black when it comes to you representing that. Because when we see Jesus, right? We see Jesus as a teaching, caring, giving, unselfish man. The words that are coming out of your mouth as Black Jesus is you want to degrade, you want to down the next brother instead of join forces with a brother and stand with, you want to stand in front of or on top of, and we can't respect that when it comes to build us, brother.
Yeah, in simple terms, you're being a hater, sir.
Okay.
You're being a hater.
No, I'm not. Here I go. I was getting to my question, Brother Wax. Yeah, it's coming. It's right now. It ain't gonna take me no more than 10 seconds. It ain't gonna take no more than 10 seconds, Brother Wax.
Right now, Black Jesus, respectfully, you are being handled by a student of Captain. You're not earning the right to get a response.
I got you. May I have my 10 seconds, Brother Wax, to ask the question?
Let's go. Go ahead.
Cesaria, according to Sarnetta, the godfather of the conscious community, who is the GOAT and the greatest of all times, according to Sarnetta?
Jabari can't fuck with Cap.
Hold on, that's Sarnetta. That's another man's opinion.
Man.
That's another man's opinion. Like, you can't expect Captain Kazariot to embrace and stand on another man's opinion. He can tell you what his opinion is, but his opinion doesn't make that, solid reality of it. Like,
are you going to let him answer, Brother Wax? Are you going to say him back? Or are you going to let him answer?
Bro, listen what I'm telling you. Hold on, Captain. I gotta check my. I gotta listen. There's levels to this shit. I can't let you come down a mountain that he can't get up.
My nigga,
right?
that's right.
In this situation, I don't mind taking the position of a student. Black Jesus, bro, you have to earn the right to have a conversation with our elder and the elder God in our room, bro. You're not giving us nothing. We can't allow him to even entertain you because you ain't giving him nothing to entertain. It's like you shit you saying is beneath him.
All right, well, Brother Wack, let me address you and I'm done. Brother Wack, did you know that Kazariak and ISUPK wear Star Trek Klingon uniforms, Brother Wack?
I do know that Captain Kazariak and the Hebrew Israelites of the that represent One West, right? I do know that they have a uniform that represents them, which I respect because it represents order.
Yeah.
Sir, so you mean tell me you
Why
respect
you taking direct
people?
shots at him, man?
I got him. Come on, Black Jesus.
I got you. So you respect people, goofballs, wackos, who dress up like Star Trek Klingon soldiers, brother. You respect that, bro?
So, Black Jesus, right? There's an old saying that you never judge a book by its cover, right? And if it's not to your liking or your personal preference, then you go ahead on and you make your own bowl of food, right? So what I'm saying is, if you don't like how these men are dressed, I'm a little curious on why you as a man is paying that much attention to how another man is dressed. But that's the personal shit that you got to figure out. I'm not concerned about how they're dressed when they come. I'm a little more intrigued by the message that they're delivering, brother.
Yeah, okay. Well, Brother Wack, why don't you ask Cesariak, why do you...
I think if you stay...
I got you, bro. Brother,
if you get lucky, you might can learn something. If you get lucky, like we do. We learn when Cap comes off the mic.
I got you, brother. Now, did Cesariak teach you that white people are supposed to kiss the boots of Israelites?
Cesariak, when asked that question, told me why that's the stance that they take. Yes, he told me why that's the stance they take.
And why didn't he ask Adam 22 to kiss his boots?
Well, he didn't ask Adam 22 to kiss his boots because one thing we all understand as men, human beings, and businessmen is the politics of a situation, right? And this is not right or wrong. This is politics. And the politics of a situation will make a right situation wrong or a wrong situation right, depending on the politics. Now, in that situation, a brother that is a student to him brought him to a platform that this white man allowed us to use because it's ultimately his platform, right? So the fact that this white man allowed this Hebrew Israelite to sit at his table and utilize his 5 million following, in a sense, in the source, he was honoring and kissing his boots, just in another way.
All right, brother Wack, I appreciate. Hold on, brother Wack. I appreciate you, brother, allowing me on the platform to address you and to Zariak. I have just posted the video evidence of your man, your teacher, dressed up like a goddamn Star Trek Klingon. And if you don't give a goddamn, brother Wack, you have a right. You have a right, brother. You have a right. You have a right not to give a goddamn. Hold on, Wack. Brother Wack, hold on. You cut me off.
Yo, don't talk over fucking Wack, weird looking motherfucker. You better have a fucking manners, bitch.
Hey, you bitch ass nigga, watch your fucking mouth. Talking about hold on. You fucking hold on, nigga. Fuck is you talking to?
Brother, can I finish my
No, until Wack finishes. Fuck you, George. When Wack finishes, then you can fucking talk, nigga. Now mute up. Until Wack finishes.
Why would you think you can just come on this stage? Why would you think you can come on this stage and do that, bro? You got my number. You should have texted me, homie.
Hey, Wack, I just want to say one thing, right? This brother, I think when I was in Houston, a couple of days before I came to Houston, he did a clubhouse room pretty much saying what he's saying now, like, you got tricked into bringing me on a no jumper. So I know he lives in Houston. So I went in his room and I said, I'm going to be in Houston from Thursday to Monday. We can have a conversation in person. We can have a debate, conversation, XYZ in person. If you don't show up, then I'm going to know you's a bitch. That's what I said. I don't know if I used the bitch word or not. Then I went on Sinetta's platform because he was on Sinetta's live. And I said the same exact thing, because if he really have an issue with me, and I'm talking about intellectually, I'm not talking about even personal. I have a school down there. We could have had the conversation right there. And he never showed up.
Damn, George, you didn't show up,
This
George?
what he did. But this what he did do. Let me just read this text message he sent me. Let me just read this text message he sent me and Sarnetta. I thought it was the funniest shit ever. I'm going to read it verbatim. He said, since I, BJM, am the undisputed GOAT, and you are not, make me an offer that I cannot refuse to debate you. You can start with these imperatives. Number one, you will publicly video record on all your social media that Black Jesus Minister is the GOAT, the greatest debater of all times. 2, you and ISUBK will pay me $10,000 running man tax to debate you. Number 3, Wack 100 will be our moderator and platform and promoter and perhaps judge if we agree. Number 4, General Yohana, who's in charge of my school, must publicly video record his agreement to debate me no later than 3 months after our debate. This agreement must be assured by ISUBK for a sum of $10,000 to be held in a trust by WAC 100. If the agreement is violated, forfeiture belongs to Black Jesus Minister. I never wrote it because I thought it was stupid.
Captain, now how do you feel to be in WAC 100 shoes? That is modern day clout. We want y'all to get that clip probably from 8:15 on. Get that clip from when he came in to when he left to Captain Tazariot. That'll be an excellent piece for him to put up.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Wack.
He got this thing. He got, because what that's going to establish, Cap, is a few things, right? One, it'll let your people know at your school, right, that you respected and protected on this floor, for one.
Damn right.
Two, it'll let your people know that your influence and your presence on this floor, right, has been a teaching to us, right, because they're hearing what I'm saying, right? 3, Cap, it's just a personal thing and a personal honor and salute from the Hunter side to you. We appreciate you hitting our floor with your knowledge. And I've seen the growth, you and Zine, you and Pitbull, me and you and Beast, all the ladies, correct me if I'm wrong. I think they love you on the floor. You know, you always honor them and protect them. So, you know, we doing our thing, right? And it's good to see that you got some haters too.
Damn right. May I respond, Brother White? May I respond, Brother White?
Yeah, a hater named George Blanch.
May I respond, Brother White?
George, you's a hater, George. You ain't gonna come up here fucking with Bapton, bro.
That's
I don't know why you keep coming here and fight with Captain, bro. You ain't fucking with Captain on debate, man. Straight up.
May I respond, Brother White?
You might just be too old, bro. You ain't
Here go
fucking
the
with
thing,
Cap.
Black Jesus. You still didn't lay anything on the table for him to debate. You just all came with sarcasm, speculation, assumptions. You didn't put nothing on the table to debate.
Okay, here's what's on the table, Brother Wack. I will debate Tazariak if you run the show, bro. You set it up. I will debate Tazariak. Oh, come on, Wack. Oh, Wack, Brother Wack. I'm almost there, Brother Wack. Can I finish?
Black Jesus,
Can I finish my statement?
Black Jesus, man, this is Black's room, man. You gotta shut the fuck up when he talks.
Understand this, Black Jesus. I am a student when it comes to this to Captain Tazariak. I don't dictate any of those things. He's gonna make those decisions. What I was attempting to do, right, is open the door for you to at least put some type of subject matter on the table where he might have said, you know what, we might could do that. I don't dictate anything to Captain Tazariak when it comes to debating because I am a student in this lane. You understand what I'm telling you?
Yes, sir. And again, Brother Wack, I'm saying to you, I will debate Tazariak and embarrass the living hell out of him in front of all of you.
No, you won't.
No,
you won't. And I'm Muslim, and I'm saying that to you.
Tell him to put a subject on the table. He tried this back in February. Give a subject.
Look, you got a lane right now. Give us a subject.
Okay, let me give you guys a subject. I can give more than one subject, but let's do this here. How about Tazariak proving that he's an Israelite with his pink ass?
George, is that the best you fucking got?
First, you talking about some suits, now you talking about pink. What the fuck?
I just laid the debate title right there.
Hey, George, you tripping, George? George.
So let's get a response.
Hey, George.
This nigga just said Tazariak a white man.
Yeah, that's not even trying to say.
I want Tazariak to prove. I want Tazariak to prove that he is an Israelite.
Black Jesus.
Oh, okay. So now when you ask me for one,
he's not an Israelite. Listen, bro. We didn't allow you to be disrespectful and have a little fun with Cap. Listen, you're on the 100 side, on the 100 floor. We're going to protect that man, right? So keep it respectful. Let's stop all the shots and all that. You're going to force us because we're not going to let him say anything to you because the shit you saying is beneath him. We ain't going to even give you that.
You're looking for a clip.
Yeah, give us a real topic to debate and we'll see if Cap approves of it. If so, we'll set it up. Like, we giving you a lane, but bro, you're not gonna come on the floor and continue to disrespect him and take shots at him. It ain't gonna happen.
All right. Is Esau the white man, the white race, and for him to prove that he is an Israelite?
Okay.
So. Hey, on the Esau is the white man. Who would Esau be according to you?
That's gonna be in our debate. I know y'all gonna give information, boy.
This is what. Like, you don't understand, like, you keep saying boy and all that stupid shit like that. All that shit is cool, right? But when you talk about actual debating, that's what Wack is trying to get through your simple ass mind. When you bring up a subject, I bring up a counter subject. That's how discussions work. Look how you're still talking, simple nigga. So now, who would Esau be according to you? Because if you have a debate, you have to have a pro and you have to have a con. You have to say Esau is not this person because he's this person. That's how debates work. You don't know that. So who would Esau be according to you?
Brother, Esau is not the white man. Bro,
that's not answering the question. Hey, nigga, that's not answering the question. This is simple comprehension. Who is Esau? If Esau is not the white man, then who is Esau according to the Bible? It's a simple question.
You will find out if you accept the debate.
That's not how debates work. I don't have a problem. See, and here's the problem. You came up with a title that's actually not a bad title. But now you have to present who Esau is. So
back his ass up, Baptist.
Hold on, let him go. He got it.
So what you have to do is you have to present a counter so that when we in a debate, you have to say, I think Esau is this. So who is Esau according to you?
Esau became Israel.
I think it broke. It broke up on
I
me.
said Esau is not the white man. Esau became Israel with your silly behind, bro.
That don't even make sense. That don't even make sense because Esau can't be Israel when they brothers, simple nigga.
Take the debate,
Israel are brothers.
You got an answer. Take the debate, scary man.
No. That's why like what Wack said. Wack, all you gotta do is just be quiet. Just shut the fuck up. Like Wack said, you present the subject, and if Captain Tazariak agrees with the subject, then we could do it. That subject makes no sense biblically. Esau can't be Israel because they're brothers.
Oh my God, this is so sad. Wack, do you see how you
anybody now for this part of the conversation
technically, as a woman that kind of understands the Bible, I kind of get what he's saying, but then it would be a good debate for y'all to elaborate on both sides.
I don't have a problem.
Run to run like you've been running for 5.
For those that, I don't need all of that.
At the same time, you acting like a
that's what I'm saying. I don't need all of that. I don't really need all of that.
Cap, I got a request, Cap. Because I feel the energy right now, Cap, and I know the politics on how y'all move, but I think you please consider this, brother. We need to start letting Shapat go for situations like this.
Okay.
We need you because I know you work and you like it's a pecking order, and I get it, and I'm not gonna tamper with that. But in situations like this, Shapat's supposed to be really, because see, I'm doing what I'm doing, but then you gotta remember, Shapat is closer to what you do than me, right?
Right.
And we having that conversation with Shapat before you even say a word to this crazy nigga right here. But I need you to give Shapat the free run in these sorts of situations. He's been very disciplined to what you asking him, but take him off that chain, bro. He is begging to come off that chain right now.
Let that nigga Shapeezy.
Let Shapeezy go, bro. Let Shapeezy.
125th Street Shapeezy. Let's go.
Let it go.
That's a south side.
Let him go.
Lucky.
Cat, give me this.
It's in that
Unlock it, Cat. He waiting. Come on.
If Shapat want to say anything, Shapat got free range
you
to say.
address this dude right now so Cap can cross his arms, fold his arms, and lay back.
Talk to this nigga Shapat. This nigga still using his slave name. Talk to this nigga.
The problem we're having right here is that, you know what I'm saying, Black Jesus Minister been looking for some clout for a long time. He had his chance in Houston. We just had our Houston cookout. He had his chance. Just like he trying to say Cap running, he threw out a crazy number so that he could try to make sure that he wouldn't have a chance to be in front of Cap. Like who would set up a debate for $10,000 and say we gotta pay you when we the champions? Cap Tazariak is the champion. Why would he pay you for a debate?
Shapeezy.
So, obviously,
put that 125th Street on that nigga.
Obviously, the brother is running, and he come on the stage right now for a little bit of clout. But as you can see, even the nature of the debate that he's asking for makes no sense because he still hasn't taken a position. You know what I'm saying? So like this is the issue that we've always had with Black Jesus Minister, because he creates crazy, you know what I'm saying, like one-sided debates that really don't help the people who listening. You know what I'm saying? All it is he just trying to attack Captain Tazariak when he's not really trying to edify or give information to any of the people on his side. You know why? Because he has no side. His side is to try to attack us. So what we do,
Brother Wack, if you call Sarnetta Brother Wack, he will verify that Tazariak has ran from me
to this nigga,
for 5 years.
Talk to this nigga.
Sarnetta right now. Sarnetta calls Captain Tazariak his captain. Why does he call him that? 100.
But I'm called the GOAT. But I'm called the GOAT.
Why do you think Sarnetta calls Captain Tazariak his captain? That's because
he's just a captain. He ain't the GOAT, bro.
Has washed every person that Sarnetta puts in front of him.
You know what happens when we put a little curry sauce with the goat?
I'm about to call Sarnetta right now. He's gonna verify that your captain Tazariak. Sarnetta's gonna verify that Tazariak has ran from me for 5 years, Wack.
But
you need to stop believing. You need to stop believing the lies of Tazariak.
Black Jesus, here go the problem. When I asked you to put a simple subject matter on the
and I just did.
You answered with 20 minutes of ignorance.
No, brother Wack. I said if you saw the white man, and that's the title. I said,
let me just add hold on 1 second, Black G. Let me just add one more thing. So he did this same stupid shit back in February of this year. And anybody can go on Sarnetta's channel. And so we actually set up the debate. I think the debate was something like, I can't, was something about Adam and Eve or some shit like that. And so what we do in the conscious community is that we have what's called a weigh-in or pre-debate. And after that motherfucking pre-debate, the nigga ran like a bitch. We had a pre-debate. It's live on Sarnetta's channel, and I'm talking my shit. He's talking his shit, and he talk about matter of fact, he told Sarnetta he wanted to get paid. Now here's how if Sarnetta thinks he's the GOAT, here's how you know what Sarnetta thinks about him. He told Sarnetta he wants to get paid to debate me. And Sarnetta said, I ain't paying you for this debate. You're going to have to do it for free. Now, after that debate got canceled because he ran, I got paid to debate 2 people after that by Sarnetta. So if this nigga is who he says he is, according to Sarnetta, why is Sarnetta not paying him, but he absolutely paid? That's all you need to know.
Sounds like he not the GOAT.
That's all you need to know. Black Jesus don't make no money. Black Jesus paid for a trophy for Sarnetta. Sarnetta sent him a mercy trophy, and then he bought a trophy to be this so-called greatest of all time. He's the clown show. He's the minstrel show on Sarnetta's platform. He's the cat you call. Y'all see how he talking on here? The shit be funny. To me, the shit be funny. He get on there, and that's all he does. But just anybody that I tried to call Sarnetta because I was gonna see if I could get him in there, but he didn't answer. But he'll tell you, Black Jesus said to pay me to debate Tazariak, and Sarnetta said, I'm not paying you. But if I told Sarnetta to pay me to debate anybody, Sarnetta will pay.
Tazariak, I'm sorry, Wack, would you pin the video link that's in the chat at the top of the room so everybody can see it, Wack?
You on the hunter side, bro. That you can't.
I'm asking. That's what I'm asking.
No, you can't.
You gotta clear that. You gotta clear that with Cap.
Yeah, nah. You ain't penning shit from your stupid ass.
Yeah, if I was captain, I wouldn't want that.
You should have showed. Maybe if you'd have showed up in Houston and came to my class, we'd have a debate by now. That's real shit. Like real shit is like if you a man and you say you are who you are, then you come outside. You don't be a bitch and just stay online and be on the internet doing this shit back and forth. You could have came to my school, sat down. I could have came to you.
I just gave you a title according to Brother Wack. The Wack demanded that I give you a debate title. I just gave you a debate title.
I didn't have a problem with the debate title. I just asked you who were they. Slow down. I just asked you who they are according to you, and you said Israel. So here's what would have to happen.
Okay, so I gave you an answer.
One second. here's what would have to happen in that debate. In that debate, I would have to prove that Esau is the white man, and I would have to counter that Esau is not Israel or Israelites. That doesn't make sense because in the Bible, Jacob and Esau, who Israel is, are brothers. So there is no counter argument. Now, if you say, let's say if you said they were Japhet, or if you said they was Amalek, or something like that, now you're giving something that's out that matches biblically that I can contend with. So when you say Israel, you just probably just made that stupid shit up in your mind. Now, here's what I will ask you. When you say Israel, are you saying the so-called Jewish man is the Israelite today? Is Esau?
Do y'all hear the fear in this man's voice? Do y'all hear this man's voice?
All I need is just to answer the question. Are you saying that Esau is the modern day person that's in
Israel today? Bro, you need to stop muting my mic with your scary self, bro.
I didn't mute your mic. I'm driving. I didn't mute your mic. I'm asking a question. Are you saying it's Israel to
question, bro?
Yeah.
I heard you, bro. Now I'm telling you, you asked me who is Esau, and I just told you Israel.
But
now, brother, do we have a debate or not, bro?
Here's the problem.
Or do you agree to the debate or not, bro? Yes or no?
Jesus Christ. Here's the problem with saying it's Israel.
You scared and you running in front of all these people.
If you said it's
you
Israel,
running again like you always do.
I don't know why you're doing that. If you say it's Israel and I believe I'm an Israelite, then you would be saying I'm Esau. Or if you're saying that the modern white man today is an Edomite, then I need to know who you talking about. Everybody can hear that you can't answer the question. All you gotta do is just listen. I'm accepting the debate. If you can tell me,
look at him. He's about to cry now. Look at him. He's about to cry.
Look at him. I just said I accept the debate. If you could tell me who Esau is according to you, and you said Israel. Wait, you said Israel. That does not match in the Bible because in Genesis 25 and 23, they have brothers.
Debate and stop being a punk, bro.
That don't make sense.
Stop being a punk. Accept the debate, boy.
That don't make sense. You can say boy, you can say punk, you can say whatever it is, but you a dumb nigga because that doesn't make sense intellectually. Debates are about your intellect, not how much shit talking you can do.
No, just tell everybody.
All you got to do every debate has to make sense intellectually.
Nigga,
and you are not an intellect. You are not an intellect. You are not.
Accept the debate.
Like you a nigga that. No.
Goddamn debate.
I told you. I gave you my caveat.
Hold on, Cap. You ain't slick. You trying to get clips. You can't even talk to Cap no more. You in here trolling, trying to get clips. And you really making yourself or whatever your movement look bad because you ain't said nothing intellectual yet. You ain't said nothing of intelligence. You ain't said nothing that made any sense. Nothing.
I ain't gonna lie. Stop talking to him, Cap. Stop talking to him.
Yo, Wack, you do remember that's the same bozo that came over here talking about Cesariak wife and all that shit, right?
No, I know exactly.
That's the same nigga.
He comes back, but at the end of the day, what he trying to do, he's a Lamonte. He's Captain's
That's Lamonte. A fact. That's a big fact.
Nigga, that nigga's infatuated.
Minister Lamonte.
He done probably had car accidents because his mind is so tap.
Don't wake up thinking about the nigga.
Yeah, and then even when you try to have a regular discussion, he camouflages his ignorance by just saying a bunch of shit because he really can't have a discussion.
Yeah, and this pure hate just overpowers anything he can say. Niggas are hating.
There you go, bro.
And nigga just hating on this nigga Cap because Cap getting the shine, bro. But Cap not getting the shine because he just getting the shine. This nigga really be saying some shit.
Bro, we was in Houston, bro. The cookout the other day. Cap set it up. I was next to him. We was trying to meet him.
The one that I text you and I was like, shit, I'm on my way, bro. Where you at? You ain't texting me back?
Yeah, that one.
And that nigga stay in Texas. That's the crazy thing about it.
Yeah, he stay in Texas. That's why
I tried to come. The pot did not text me back, man.
Bro, you ain't text me. You ain't got my text. Hold up.
I did. What you talking about? You sent it on Instagram. And then you hit me back like 2 days later, like, oh, my bad, bro. I promised to call it, bro. Go check. He was like, my bad, bro. I ain't see this.
Yeah, that cat is a fucking lunatic, man.
That nigga just be infatuated with you, bro. Like, that just let you know your movement going for real.
Crazy.
You got real haters, bro. You got a real dedicated hater, nigga.
Cap, that weirdo ass nigga was trying to send us shit about your wife, talking about this is his wife and all types of weird ass shit, bro. Like that nigga.
Yeah, that's sick.
That nigga, I don't know what he got against you, bro.
This was crazy though. Y'all didn't hear him. No jumper.
Yeah.
Oh, that nigga mad because you was on no jumper.
Yeah, that's what he was mad.
He watched it. He watched it.
Hey, Wack, that's the clubhouse room he made. Had you, I think it had you and Adam and No Jumper in the title. Like I tricked y'all or did something to y'all and all kind of shit. That was his room title.
Cap, we never even seen it. That nigga is way up the mountain. That nigga has a cricket voice down that mountain. He got the voice of a butterfly. We don't even hear that nigga, man.
I literally don't know who he is. Where he stay at in Houston? Like where he from?
I don't know where he stay at in Houston. I just know he say from Houston. He say from Texas. So that's why I had hit him up in total.
Yeah, I never heard of that.
Shit, so yeah.
Hey Cap, when you supposed to be on 85 South?
I was just about to say that. So hey Wack, I spoke to the director of 85 South. I spoke to him Thursday. So tomorrow I'm gonna call them.
We're gonna call DC today on the three-way, bro.
Yeah. And how I got it. So there's a comedian on there that be making parody skit, like Israelite parody skits. I was talking to him. So the guy told me that they film every Tuesday. So I'm supposed to call him Monday. So the next available Tuesday, I'm supposed to go to Atlanta and do the 85 South show.
We're gonna call that's DC show, right?
You're right. Yeah, that's DC.
We're gonna call that nigga today on the three-way just to make sure it's super locked in.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. That's what's up.
Boy, Black Jesus down there punching air. That nigga Black Jesus. That nigga Black Jesus down there like he doing it again. What? Stop believing him. And that nigga hot down there, boy. He is about to cut his bitch out.
He done ripped all his gray dreads out.
Word is boy.
But let me tell y'all the problem, bro, with us, right? Let's just say, hypothetically speaking, Black Jesus is a better speaker than Cap, right? Let's just say this, right?
I wouldn't care.
That doesn't take away that Cap is a great speaker and has a following. So if he has people that listen to him and his guidance is sending people in the right direction, why do we as a people want to come eliminate, destroy, and silence because we want to just be the only one?
You said it. The nigga want to stand in front of the nigga, not stand next to the nigga. That's right. Like even you can humble yourself as you know what I'm saying, and be like, yo, I'm a student. Yeah.
Yeah, and that shit, that was fire. Like it cut him to his core because he wasn't even expecting you to say nothing like that, which was amazing.
It is, bro. Listen. One thing about me, Cap, I am not in my own way. Right? I call a spade a spade. Sometimes I'm in the driver's seat. Sometimes in the passenger seat. Sometimes I'm in the back seat. Hell, sometimes I'm pushing it from the bumper. Right? I'm gonna play my position until I earn that position. That's just me. Before the fall come the pride. So you know, I don't perpetrate the fraud or fake like I'm this or fake like I'm that, because that's when you really be seen as a fool.
Right.
You can only fake it so long before the reality of it comes out that you ain't that.
Real talk.
You know what I mean? So you know, I don't mind sounding the alarm, you know, for my strength to come. The chain is only strong as the weakest link. The objective not to have a weak link. And when you come to that link of debate, when we're speaking about our people and things of that nature, for me to step in there to represent the people, right? I'm giving the chain a weak link because I know it's a strong individual here that can do that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. So I don't know, bro. Maybe I just see shit different. With our people, we got.
No, that was the best way to see it. Like the way you did this shit, that was the best way to do it.
We gotta do better, bro. Because instead of just honoring, saluting, and acknowledging, we get jealous and want to tear down.
Like if he would have came with just a debate without all of the bullshit talking or whatever, I would have respected it more. Right. Yeah.
You know, like, why not stand on the side of Cap and let the world, the people, the opposition, whoever they may be, see two knowledgeable, intelligent, strong men, black men, then you saying, I'm going to tear him down and I'm the one. Look at me. I can't even.
Hey, Wack, you know it's a good example of that, Wack. When you brought me and Tariq beliefs are on two different sides of the spectrum.
That. That's why I did that.
You know what I'm saying? And then when we got on there, you ain't see us doing that shit Black Jesus just did. There was no contention whatsoever. Even though I know Tariq's positions on certain things, he knows mine. We didn't get on there and bash each other. And, you know, you got two intellectuals on there just bashing each other, being disrespectful for no reason. And we learn from each other.
Hey, Cap, is this nigga Israelite or is he a pastor?
I don't know what to call. I would say he's a pastor. I don't think I wouldn't call him an Israelite. The nigga call himself Black Jesus. I mean,
ministries at
his
that.
real name
Ministries.
George. Yeah, Black. Yeah, he kept saying right, ministry. Listen, he's the only member. Like, he don't have a following. This nigga been around. I've known him. Yeah, I'm the only. I've known of him for maybe like 7 or 8 years, and he does not have members at all.
So what he trying to do?
He does not have members. It's just him.
What he trying to do is tap into your fan base. That's what he trying to do.
Right. That's absolutely what he's trying to do, and that shit just not gonna work at all. But that's absolutely what he's trying to do.
Shit, I ain't know y'all was getting paid for them debates. I ain't gonna hold you. I need to get in there.
Yeah, some debates we do. Yeah.
How I get in there, crash out, and get paid. I'm gonna crash out and get paid. What's up, Cat?
So some debates, if we do like a pay-per-view type of debate where people pay to see the debate, some are paid. Not all of them. Like I did one versus Shaka, one versus Chris Harris. Like I did them early in the year. I debated Malik Zulu Shabazz. So those are ones that we would get paid for. But every debate that we do is not a paid one. Just some of them, depending on like if it's a name, if the title is hot or title is good, then those will be like a pay-per-view type of debate.
Did you debate him before this year in February? Did you debate him before that?
Back in February, he had called and said he wanted to do a debate, and I agreed to it. He had like 2 topics. I can't remember them. It's still on Side Netter's channel. And so you do like a pre-debate live, because that, like let's say if me and him would have debated live here before we did the debate, it gets the people interested to see the debate. So we did a pre-debate, and after the pre-debate, he actually retired from debating after that pre-debate. So like we did that dead ass serious. So like that Wednesday, we did that pre-debate. That Saturday, he was live on Side Netter saying he wasn't debating, and I went on the live and said I'm the reason he retired because he fucking scared.
You got that content?
That was back in February.
That'd be some good content.
I'll get it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get it for you. Who's that? This
is Larry.
This Larry. All right. Hey, Larry, you got my number?
Yeah, I got your number.
I think you got my number, right?
Yeah, I got.
All right, text me, and I'm gonna send you the link with the timestamp.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, no shit.
Okay. I don't doubt it. In fact,
and the recitation on the ancient Egyptian pyramid text Pepi, antechamber east wall, recitation 396. Horus groaned because of his eye of his body when he had eaten and swallowed it, and the Enid saw it. Seth rasped because of his testicles. Horus transported semen into Seth's anus. Seth transported his semen into Horus' anus. That's what we doing, Si? That's spelled recitation 396 on the pyramid walls of Pepi.
Who gave you this stuff? Was it Dr. Reggie? No, I'm just asking the question, brother.
I didn't make this.
Masturbated, and then that's how he created Shu and Tefra.
Right. Like the God men. Like the God men.
God men or something like that, right?
Yeah, because they masturbating in the rivers and shit.
Right. Hold on. So, but eventually moving up, come on, pay attention, right?
I am paying attention, man.
Have a conversation. See, now here's my thing. Sanetta, I can't see him. I'm trying to talk to him.
Yeah, why you messing with the Secondly, as I'm listening to Shaka do this breakdown, the one thing the first thing that he's acknowledging is that these are their records. And I don't think he realized what he's acknowledging by saying other people followed it. He's proving that we should not follow this shit. That's what he's proving, which is what this debate is about.
Hold on. What? I don't understand that. Wait, say that again. That don't make
this
sense.
Is not a Hyksos. You said that the Hyksos chose to follow this, correct?
No, I'm saying you said. I'm not saying.
I didn't say anything about the Hyksos at all.
Whoa. Hold on. Let's not do the Hebrew confusion dance. Okay. You said that
I said what?
Was a homosexual, correct?
No, I said that act that they did is homosexual, right?
Oh, okay, right. So,
but what I'm saying is, you said that the Hyksos followed it, right?
I'm saying the Hyksos worship Set.
Okay,
You're
right. That's all I said. Okay, but so why are you saying I'm saying something you didn't say? That's all. All I said was you said that the Hyksos followed it. Why are you getting all in your feelings already? You're so touchy. I didn't lie on you.
Here's the thing, though. I'm not saying. Here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll let you have that. You
said it.
No, I'll let you. You're right. Right, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
It's under a minute and you're emotional already, sir.
No. I don't speak Hebrew. I know you're using a lot of double talk, so I want to make sure.
It wasn't no double talk. All I said was you said the Hyksos followed Set.
Yeah.
All right.
You don't understand English?
Why
you helping him? Why you helping him?
I'm not helping him, Captain. I'm not helping him.
I ain't been here but a minute.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying, Shaka, let him talk, and then you can go right after him, Shaka. Just let him talk. All right, go ahead, Captain. See, that's what I was going to do, Cap. You getting emotional, brother.
I'm not emotional at all. Shaka said I was lying on him only to agree with me. Thank you. So what he got messed up when I said he's proven why we shouldn't follow. And he didn't understand that part. Because no matter what you said, before I address the Hyksos part and why they chose to follow Set, this is Egyptian records, right? No matter what I call it, this is Egyptian records. The topic of the debate is whose ancient writings can fix the black community, whose records are stronger. These records is not what we're supposed to follow, regardless if you say the Hyksos followed it. Now, notice you gave a reference to the Britannica site, right? Was it Encyclopedia Britannica? Is that the site that you gave as a source? I'm asking you, Shaka. Can you hear me? Oh, I can't hear him. You might be muted, Shaka.
Okay.
You said, yeah, right? Encyclopedia Britannica, right? So when you go to Encyclopedia Britannica with Set, all you got, anybody can go to it. Maybe I'll put it in the chat. Set, I'm trying to get down to the Hyksos part. When the Hyksos started following them, they wasn't following them because of this story. You would have to prove that they knew this story. But what they did like in Set 2 was the sky god Baal that they was worshiping, and they were similar. Not the story of Horus and Seth, but the sky god and the warlike part about him. So the onus would be on you is that they worshiped him or followed after this Horus and Seth thing. So like y'all can get all the, oh, he got him because he said the Hyksos was following him. But you got to show that they was following that part, because on the same encyclopedia site that they tell you why the Hyksos followed him. They followed him because he was just like the false god Baal that they were worshiping. Had nothing to do with Horus and Seth at all. So all that shit you did was stupid as fuck. All you did was prove that we should not follow this. Showing me the Hyksos, that if you want to call them Israel, I don't care what you want to call them, showing them doing something evil is like showing me black men that are homosexuals in America, because America allows homosexuality. So now we would have to find a solution or an answer or a law or a culture that eliminates any type of homosexuality being allowed by gods. That's what we would have to show. And the God of the Bible said you cannot be a homosexual. Also notice you brought up two different points of, I guess, men saying they should be with women. That's cool. But if I'm not mistaken, Egypt had an Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt. It has a span of about 5,000 years of information. So somewhere in that information, you had Horus and Seth. Somewhere in that information, if I go to my PowerPoint that I was pulling up, if I go into the PowerPoint, I'll show coffin and pyramid text that was promoting homosexuality. So we would still have to throw that away. So which part of Egypt are we going to follow? That's why in this debate, they like to call it a handicap. Did you still got the title handicap, Sinetta? You still got the title handicap?
No.
In your YouTube, not in the our title. I'm talking about the YouTube video, right?
Yeah,
so
the other video I did. Yeah.
Right. So Shaka gave y'all this thing that I was so-called scared when they called me on the phone. When really what happened is when Shaka called me, what you gonna say, Shaka? Go ahead.
You wasn't scared, you was shook.
Shaka, so what happened? So first of all, 3 weeks ago, I sent the title to Sarnetta. Sarnetta sent it to Shaka. They tell me they agree to it. So now, once they say they agree to it, negotiations are over. You agreed to the title. You got to unmute Shaka.
Who said? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Who said negotiations are over? Where's that written? I didn't see that.
Because
written.
I didn't hear nothing back from y'all. I didn't hear nothing back from y'all.
Who said it's over? Who said
Shaka,
it's over?
listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Once I see the flyer, and y'all agree to it, the negotiations are over. And then when you call me to tell me y'all promoting, here's what you said. I said, "Oh, y'all remember what the rules is?" Shaka said, "Yeah, we getting rid of that shit. We ain't doing none of that shit right there. We just gonna let that go." So all I said was, that's exactly.
Hey yo, Tezoria, hold on. First of all, hey yo, cousin, check this out. If you're gonna imitate me, do a better job. Because I ain't do that shit, bro.
That's the best I could do, but that's how you did it. You was like, "Oh, we get rid of that shit right there." So all I said was,
I think I did.
Yeah, that's how you said it. So I wasn't brolic. I wasn't none of that. All I said was, "How y'all gonna do that?"
We ain't doing that.
I did. I said that later. I said that later after y'all was talking shit. Right. So now, as I'm saying to y'all, how y'all gonna change the title? You can't do it. The only part that you write was I did put a line in the sand. I did put a line in the sand, not to not do the debate, but to call y'all out on the bullshit, because you can't tell me you're gonna change it after we agreed and you got the flyer, but at least asking me. You was telling me that you was changing.
Zoria, I respect that. My whole thing, and the reason why I said, I thought about it as I was preparing it. I said, wait a minute, why are we just only using primaries without any supporting documentation to reinforce what it is that was showing? Because you
but I'm not saying you can't, but I'm not saying you can't use primary. Here's the only thing. So I tried this same debate that you and I are doing.
So you can use primary, Shaka.
No,
yeah,
no, not non-primary is what he seemed to have.
No, all I'm saying is I can't talk about Kemit.
That okay? I misunderstood.
Right. You can't talk about the Bible.
I can't talk about the Bible.
Yeah, meaning like I can't come in.
No, that's
you got to talk about the greatness of Kemit, Shaka. That's
right.
That's all. In other words, we won't be. We're not coming to compare and contrast that way. Not to bad.
Right. Like I ain't coming. Like you see how like I ain't gonna get on here and then say Gab did this, Horace did this. I'm only gonna stay within the Bible.
All right, he's going to talk about how great the Bible is, Shaka.
Right,
you're going to talk about how great and true.
So you have to stay right. You got to stay within the pyramid and the coffin text. That has to be right, and then I have to stay within the Bible. And so what that eliminates is I've tried to do this debate before.
That's cool.
I think that's pretty cool, Tezoria. I have no problem with that at all.
See how I see it. See, now it ain't as bad as you thought it was. So like, because like when I try to, every time I try to do this debate, it becomes me shitting on Kemit, somebody else shitting on the Bible, but we're not really getting into what can actually help or fix black people, XYZ. That's why I told you.
It's actually more of a constructive debate. And
it's more something where you ain't got to come in there and you ain't got to worry about me like how you saw the Gab shit. I'm not going to have the Gab shit. I'm just going to go and show why the Bible fixes us. This is the point. You're gonna go in there and show how Kemit fixes.
That's a good topic. People, that is a good topic.
And the people is gonna look at it and say, okay, I believe Shaka showed Kemit was better, or Tazaryak showed the Bible was better. That's all. That's all it really is about.
I have no problem with that at all. I
see that?
I have no
see that, and so it makes it more concise. I think it makes it professional. That's why I said, talk all your shit all the way up onto the debate. Like, get all that shit out your chest.
I'll get it out. Hey, Tezoria, if you think tonight was bad, bro, you don't want to see what else I got coming.
If you think tonight did anything, I'm not done. Like you already said, Horace and Seth was the Mike Tyson principle. I mean, it don't get no worse than that. Yeah, that's what you said. You said.
Here's the thing. Hold on.
Check this out.
My only legitimate question to you would be about that situation, because you keep lumping Horace and Seth in the situation together. My question to you is, what homosexual act did Horace commit?
I never said Horus committed a
Yeah,
homosexual.
because you keep saying they, them.
Okay,
Horus said.
right. So now
That's
the
leaving
reason,
empty
okay,
spaces to say.
okay, no problem. But what you did was when you called it the Mike Tyson principle,
Right.
you said when the big guy in jail have sex with the little guy, that and you likened it to Greek and Roman, which made it more nasty.
Well, to
That's
me,
what
it's
you
all
did.
nasty. It don't matter who's doing it. To me, it's nasty.
That's in your records, though.
But the records are putting it in.
And then
there
you know
to
when you
show
first,
that it- hold on,
hey,
hold on.
hey,
I keep wondering if you can really. I start to get an IQ alarm going off. The point that I'm making to you that
Right.
should be evident to you is that the reason it's in the record is to illustrate the nastiness and the disgustingness of the act itself. That's why it's there. That's
what
the
you're
whole
saying.
point.
But
No,
when you
that's
read
the
the
whole
whole-
point of it.
That's true, Captain. That's true.
That's the whole
Nah,
point
we
of
don't
it.
need you to talk. We don't need
Well,
you
hold
to.
on.
This is
Just
me
hold
and
on,
this
hold on.
grown man
Hold on.
right here.
Hold on. Just
He
hold on.
always do that, Si. He always do that. Wait, but listen, when you keep going in there, Shaka, though, when you like Miriam Litcham, they don't call sperm out of Seth's ear. They go put sperm on lettuce. He eat the sperm with the lettuce. It's a whole bunch of shit.
But to Zoriak, the same shit is in the Bible. That's
We
like
ain't no sperm in the Bible. We ain't no sperm in the Bible, brother.
Can I talk?
Yeah, get that. Okay, get
The point
that.
I'm making is this, right? The dishonest thing that you're doing when you address that motif is that you're trying to equate telling a story with advocating for the story. They're not doing that. We're advocating for a certain type of behavior. It's just like in the Bible where they're telling certain stories where really fucked up things happen to people. That doesn't mean that the Bible is saying, yeah, do this. Yeah, behave this way. They're just illustrating really fucked up behavior.
But see, like,
yeah,
no,
now,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
there are some things that happen in the Bible that are really fucked up, like committing genocide against people and then attributing it to the God of the Bible. Like he's down with it. He's for this.
Like the Passover.
Right? Or the other killing the Canaanites or the Jebusites. Or
Right,
killing,
right.
The Hebrews is killing everybody.
Right.
So
But,
I mean,
but then when you go further, go outside into other things, you got Geb with his penis aimed at his mouth.
Right.
Talk about he's put
right.
semen in his mouth to bring forth earth. You teaching your kids that?
Okay, so let me ask you a question, right?
Uh-huh.
Let me ask
Right.
you a question.
Right.
You said that Geb is putting his penis in his mouth, right?
No, semen, not his penis.
It's semen in his mouth.
Right.
Okay.
That's the illustration.
Right. That is the illustration.
Right.
So now my only question about the illustration is what is the source of it? That's my only question. If you give me the source, like where it's from, because anybody can produce an image.
You can share your screen cap if you want.
Anybody can produce an image, but if you can't source it for me and say it's from this period, this put it in context.
I get what you're saying.
Where is it from?
What I did was when I did the debate with Jabari, because this is
sharing your screen, Captain?
No, not yet.
See,
like this is an old.
But hold up, I didn't like what you did the last time, Captain. You had me on the bottom.
No, you ain't on that. No, you ain't on
and then you had Jabari on top.
Why
That
you
was
bring that up? I wasn't even gonna say that,
So I
son.
was hoping you don't do that crazy
I'm
shit.
not
again,
sorry.
man. That was crazy,
we cool,
bro.
man. We cool, sorry.
No.
Why would you even bring that up, man?
That is hilarious.
So
That
now,
is
the when I did the debate with Jabari,
right?
I actually pulled the metal net on the screen when it says I embrace myself with my shadow.
Your mic messing up, Captain. Your mic.
Can you hear me now?
It's underwater. It's underwater.
Hold on. All right, hold on.
You got to get a real mic, though, man. Can't hear you. Can't hear you on mute.
Get a new one. Can you hear me now?
I hear you now.
All right, yeah, I'll get a new one. So in the
I'm
metal
gonna
net,
put you, man, if you want one, man.
I'll come and
You're
get
my
it Thursday.
brother. It looks like this. Look, let me show you. Look in the mirror.
Oh, okay.
It's a
Yeah, I do
Shaw.
need to
It's
get
a
one
Shaw.
like that.
It's a Shaw mic. I
Y'all
got
see
one
my
for you,
lab
bro.
over there? Yeah, see that's my lab over there. I was making them oils and butters over there. That's
Yeah.
shocking. You gotta check out my oils and butters, man. I'm telling you, them shits is fire.
I use oils. If you got good stuff, I'll fuck with you.
I got the best, man. I got the best, Shaka. If you send me your number, I send you a link to my site.
You know where I'm at. Look, I'm on 113th. You know the dude in the mosque right around the corner on Malcolm.
My shit better than his.
Okay.
It's better, Shaka. Shaka, it is.
Hey, Shaka. Hey, Shaka, look, I make my own. Like Shaka, I make my own.
I definitely want to see this.
I make body butters, all that shit, man. That's what I was doing while I was watching
all I
that.
do is the oils. Just let me see the oils.
Okay, I got you. I'll bring some.
I'm an oil head.
I'm linking up with Sinetta Thursday. If you want to come, maybe we sit down together. I don't know. Y'all can come to my school.
Let's talk about the weigh-in then. Don't y'all supposed to do a weigh-in at your schools, Cesaria?
Yeah, so now the weigh-in, what I'm thinking is, would a Sunday work?
Any day works.
Shaka?
Yeah, I'm good.
So maybe
not this Sunday, right? Next Sunday?
Yeah, maybe the 26th. Maybe March 26th, we do a weigh-in at the school. That work for you, Shaka?
Y'all can just speak.
Nah, it'll just be what. Maybe we get somebody that could ask some questions, like what we plan to bring. It ain't got to be a PowerPoint. So Shaka, you ain't never been to my school, but I got a school in Harlem on 124th Ave and 3rd Ave, and we can go there. We can bring the people to come.
Where you say it was?
124th and 3rd Ave. You know that fire department is on the other side of the street, the H&R Block.
Yes, sir.
It's right there. So we could come to my school that day and let the people come in. They can give a donation if they want. We could do a little weigh-in for about an hour and a half or so, answer some questions and shit, and then rock from there. But in the metal netter, it says, I joined myself in my embrace with my shadow. I poured seed into my mouth, my own.
Right.
Okay. And so the illustration, I'll get you the source if necessary when I do my little presentation on you and show you where that image came from. But we didn't draw that image.
No, I know you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at it right now. I don't know if this is correct. Hold on a second.
Okay.
All right, because see, here's the thing. Right, my thing is that somebody's claiming that it's part of the Turin erotic papyrus, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're claiming.
That's what somebody's claiming. I don't know if that.
Shaka, if you want.
Right, but hold on. So here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I need to have it sourced because if it's sourced, I could put it in the context. And the problem is that what they're showing when you see the erotic papyrus, that's not on there. So I just need it sourced properly.
No problem. I'm gonna tell you what I've been through for the past 4 or 5 years. I've had Reggie try to explain this. I've had Jabari try to.
I'm gonna do my due diligence on it because I've never.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So I've had Reggie, Jabari, even what's the cat they love from the Amon-Ra squad?
Smash.
No, Asar.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
Asar not with them no more.
Oh, okay, so Asar, I've had
Asar going to war with them. They battling.
Oh, okay, yeah, I've had all three of them try to explain it.
Hey, look, if I touch it, all you're gonna get is pure answers.
That's right. Shaka's a different animal.
I look for the answer.
All you're gonna get is pure answers. I'm gonna give you the origin. I'm gonna give you the context and the whole nine. But
I do know Egypt is the only culture I know of that has the earth as a man pouring seed in his mouth. And Geb and Newt are brother and sister, just like Osiris and Isis were brother and sister.
Captain Cesaria.
Why are you talking like that, sir?
Is mythological. This is mythology.
Hey, Shaka, does Sinetta sound weird to you?
Yours is real. This is mythology.
Why you sound like that?
He was doing that on purpose.
Oh, shit.
This nigga's stupid.
Yours is real. This is mythology, and that's what
I get. See, that's the part that I think we lost. First of all, I want everybody to pay attention. Every time I deal with these cats, I never always got to help them, right? But what I want to highlight,
so to stay out of the conversation. Let me him talk.
Yeah, but what I want to highlight though, it's not so whether it's mythological or real or not. Right. It was a man that created the logic behind it,
right?
And that's what I'm talking about. So when we have this debate and you showing this or I'm showing that, right. That's what I feel is a detriment to us. If you take the way homosexuality plagues us, or if you take incest, for example, but then you read where the gods practice it, even though it's mythological, we imitate it. Right now, Santa Claus is mythological, but that don't stop people from putting a Christmas tree in their house, telling their kids Santa Claus is coming. They follow that cult. They follow the cult of Santa Claus. So just because it's not real does not mean people do not treat it as real. And if they're able to follow that, they will follow Osiris and Isis being brother and sister. And how you know it's real life? King Tut's tomb, when they pulled the DNA, They said based on his DNA, his mother and father was brother and sister. Why? Because they're listening to something mythological and believing that a brother and sister can sleep together. That's what makes that a problem.
Okay. All right.
You have a big shit on your hands, man. I'm the wrong one to fuck
I
with,
ain't got
Shaka.
nothing big on my hands. That's small stuff for me.
No sweat.
So basically, let's deal with the first thing first, right?
I probably got about, just in all fairness, I probably got about 10 more minutes.
All right,
because I got to get back to working.
All right, cool. So your thing is the so-called autofellatio, right? It said that he did something important.
Poured seed in his mouth.
Right?
That's right.
So here's my thing, right? I don't have any provenance on that text. It would be irresponsible for me to address a text that I know nothing about, right? I
agree with that. Now I agree with that.
In other words, and not only that, I would be setting myself up. It's like I'm walking into something that I don't know anything about. That's irresponsible. First, let me do my due diligence on it, and then say, okay, hey, yeah, yada 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 yada.
That's fair enough,
right? Yeah. So the only thing that I would say, preliminarily speaking, right, is that all languages don't necessarily work the same way, right? So can we agree on that? That all languages don't necessarily work.
Like sometimes you can't even have a word translated from one language to another, right? So you got to get like the closest word to it, right? Mm-hmm.
So my point is, if you know how the ancient Egyptians spoke, and I'm going to tell you something. I don't know if I don't know if any other House of Conscious scholars have ever brought this up, but there were times when the ancient Egyptians wrote things, right? Like just use that example you just gave. And then another generation came along and says, yo, that shit don't sound right. And they changed it. They censored it, right? One of the examples is when it talks about creating shu and tefnut.
Okay.
When he said, I spat out shu. Initially, it wasn't spat. Initially, it was purportedly, he supposedly had, the way it was interpreted, had masturbated, and then that's how he created shu and tefnut.
Right. Like the God men. Like the God
men or something like that, right?
Yeah, because they masturbating in the rivers and shit.
Right. Hold on. So, but eventually moving up, come on, pay attention, right?
I am paying attention, man.
Trying to have a conversation. See, now here's my thing. Sanetta, I can't see him. I'm trying to talk him.
Yeah, why you messing with the screen, Sanetta? Yeah, there you go.
If he wants to laugh, let him laugh. I told you he has a childlike mind. Let him.
I was just talking about the God men where they had the rituals of masturbating at the river.
Allow me to finish. Right? The point I'm making to you is this. With respect to Egypt, right? With respect to Egypt, the one thing, if there's going to be adults in the room, right? You have to, when talking about Egypt, one of the things that responsible people do is they put things in chronological context. And one of the things that you have to consider about these people, when they first started their literature, right? When they first started writing down their ideas, you're talking about mankind at a certain period in their thinking, right? Attempting to, you got to remember, writing is brand new, right? Writing is basically being invented. So they don't have everything, everything is not fully together. How to say something, how to explain something, right? So they're using these images to try to explain natural law the way that they think it works, right? That's all they're doing is they're using these images trying to explain natural law for the way that they think it works. And so some of these images are going to look strange to us, and it's going to look like they're promoting or advocating something. When in fact, when you read the principle behind it, you will see in fact that they were not doing that at all. Not at all. In fact, if you give me 2 seconds, I'll pull up something for you that will show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, well,
right? Give me
while you take the time to get that.
Yes.
If you take the God men, for example, that was the god of male sexuality, and the man had to go jerk off in front of everybody.
Okay.
That's what y'all doing up there?
Your mic messed up again, bro.
Oh. I'm definitely gonna get a new one. What I was saying was that the God men, you know, the way the Egyptians worship, and they had to go jerk off in front of everybody. That's what y'all doing out there, Kemit? That's what y'all doing in Kemit?
I can't speak to what I don't know about. But you can always feel free to teach me. I'm looking for something right now.
There you go.
In the ancient Egyptian coffin text spells 635. Ray has no power over me, and it is I who take away his breath. A tomb has no power over me, and I violate his hinder parts. Yeah, that's in your coffin text. That's in your coffin text.
Okay, I don't doubt it. In fact,
and the recitation on the ancient Egyptian pyramid text Pepi, antechamber east wall, recitation 396. Horus groaned because of his eye of his body when he had eaten and swallowed it, and the Enid saw it. Seth rasped because of his testicles. Horus transported semen into Seth's anus. Seth transported his semen into Horus' anus. That's what we doing, Si? That spell recitation 396 on the pyramid walls of Pepi.
Who gave you this stuff? Was it Dr. Reggie? No, I'm just asking the question, brother.
I didn't make this up. This is ancient pyramid text, Pepi, antechamber east wall.
Who gave you this? Reggie? Reggie did this?
No, Reggie didn't give it to me. No, not Reggie.
But guess what though, Captain?
Guess what? Come on, guess what?
The crazy shit is your shit is real in the Bible. This is mythology, bro.
This is a man wrote this on a pyramid text. This a man wrote this in a pyramid, nigga. What was in his brain? Hey, what's the gay country dude? What's the nigga wrote Old Town Road? What's the nigga wrote Old Town Road? What's Little Nas X? Little Nas X comes from the pyramid text.
Okay.
Little Nas X.
Well, brother, have fun now, because
I see you got to put your hand on your head. Y'all listen, y'all fuck with the bull, you get the horns, man.
Bro.
Don't say bring me these nuts. Don't say bring me these nuts. Don't say that shit.
Bring me these nuts. Hold on a second. Well, see, here's the first thing.
I'm the wrong one to fuck with, Sinetta. Don't let me loose.
Hey, yo,
you better shut it down now, because I'm the wrong one. You sure y'all want to go this route?
No, we going this route. I'm looking for something.
Yeah, keep looking, nigga. Keep looking. Want me to read some more shit?
I got you. Oh, keep going, please.
Oh, okay, no sweat. All right,
yeah, don't stop.
Fine. This is from my PowerPoint when I debated Jabari.
All right.
So it's not nothing new. Let me see. This is ancient Egyptian coffin text spelled.
Your mic.
Damn, man. PowerPoints.
Here we go. Okay.
If it worked now. This says ancient Egyptian coffin text volume 1 through 3, spell 700. Right. A man shall be among the living. Oh, who are you between the two cows of Geb? I escaped thence, and Geb is cleansed. He will grant me to his appearing in his glory, and will put down for me the plant that is between his lips. His phallus is between the buttocks of his son and heir. Right. If there be not a son for all
right.
Leave me the fuck alone, yo. Leave me the fuck alone. I was over there chilling, making oils and shit. I was making oils, all brothers and shit like that. And y'all called me and then listen, and Sock called. They was real cocky. Look, Sock over there, he saw we lost and all that bullshit like that. And y'all called me, say, no, come in the screen. Y'all don't come on the phone. I want my phone line tied up. And then Sock say, you want to share your screen? You want to share your screen?
Okay, boom. All right. Boom.
I said I only had 10 minutes. I only got 1 minute left. I got 1 minute left.
All right. So you read what you read, right? Now.
But when it hits 11 o'clock, I got to go though. I did say that.
Hey, bro, can I talk?
No, I'm just telling you. When it says 11 o'clock, I got to go.
Okay, no problem. I know you don't want to.
Sa, you my nigga. Wait, what I want y'all to know, Sa is my motherfucking nigga, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, that's my man right there. I don't care what y'all see us do. Like how much he bang or I bang. That's my man right there.
Right. Now, y'all see how he go in on Kemit? See how he do? You don't see me going crazy? You don't see me.
Shout out to the damn anonymous Hebrew. Cat got y'all dumb quiet. Now it's 11 o'clock. Shaka, whatever you want to do, man, have at it. Just know it's always different. I gotta go. I told you I had to go.
I see he don't want. You don't want me to respond. Let
me
just
do it. He gonna see the video. He gonna see it.
Shaka, I told you 10 minutes ago I had to go 10 minutes. You don't want to say, give me a minute. And he's sitting over there struggling, looking for the shit.
Why you using up my time? Why you still talking? Just let me.
I'm going. I'm about.
Okay. So the point I'm making is simply this. The point I'm making is simply this.
Hey, I fucked your boy up, Si. I fucked your boy up.
I'm making is the only thing you proved. The only thing he proved, because I read what the human beings of Egypt were into. I read it. I quoted it and I documented it.
Right.
So the only thing he's showing you with his childlike mind is he cannot distinguish between gods, mythology, and real life. Apparently, the ancient Egyptians were mature enough to be able to do that. They were able to distinguish between real life.
Right. Your redemption is on the way. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
That's cap.
Kim, is there a queue? Because I would like to.
And Lou, we're gonna talk about it later, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of been popcorn style. I've kind of been doing it like men to women, so that it could be an even representation. So it's kind of popcorn style. I think that point was over, so the floor is kind of open. We could leave it popcorn style as long as everybody can respect the floor. And if two people having a dialogue, let them have the conversation together. Let's just try to keep it clean so we could hear everybody. That's all.
Well, Cap, let me hear your perspective.
On what?
On what Ruler was saying about Sierra and Russell Wilson.
I think Ruler was using that example about his narrative about women leaving a relationship. I think he was speaking from, like, I actually agree. Not the Sierra, Russell Wilson, that's an objective. That's going to be opinionated, because if you like Sierra, you're going to have that position. But what he said about the single mothers leaving their man for their own happiness, I agree with that shit.
Thank you.
Like, I agree with that shit 100%, because you'll have a woman that has a good man and she just leaves him and then goes turn herself into a baby mother just for her own happiness. When if she cares so much about her happiness, she should have been concerned with that before she had a kid, because the ramifications of the child, like the child gets rid of your happiness, in all honesty, because now the number one priority is the child's happiness. And so for a man or a woman to be so selfish to cater their own happiness over that child's, I agree with Ruler from that position. The other position about
Pookie though, he's a Pookie. He's not a good man.
There is no man or woman in that scenario, Tammy. I said if a man or woman leaves for their own happiness when there's a child involved, they're selfish. I agree with Ruler from that position.
No, her mental health.
I mean,
her mental health.
Stop policing what he's saying.
Once again, see how y'all focusing, even like what I try to speak from, because I know when you focus on a woman, the women get emotional. I always speak objectively, because men and women do exactly the same thing. You got men that leave women that they have a child with for their happiness, because they say, well, she don't make me happy. And you got women do the same exact thing. She don't make me happy. Nobody, if y'all looking for like this happy relationship, you're naive, male or female. That's stupid talk. Because there's no such thing as a happy relationship. When you're in do you know yourself? Just think about, don't think about the person that you're going to be with. Just think about yourself. You are not a happy person to be with 24/7. You're not. You know you're not. You need somebody that could tolerate your bullshit, because the benefits of being with you make it tolerable. So when you get in that relationship with an individual, you're going to say, my good outweighs my bad. Yeah, I might have a little attitude. I might be a little this. I might need work here. I might need work there. But these other qualities make that tolerable. So that way, when you have those unhappy moments, you establish a foundation in your relationship where you can communicate. But there's no relationship that lasts 2 years without having to deal with a problem or two. 10 years without having to deal with a damn hurricane. 20 years, you done dealt with Category 5 Katrinas, all kind of shit. But the fact that you're staying together is what you're supposed to do. So happy is a utopia that men and women create and use it as an excuse to just go fuck somebody else. I yield.
Thank you.
Facts, brother.
Thank you.
Facts. Amen.
Got Captain Tazariak on the stage. Captain Tazariak, you good, man? Why you unfollow the club?
Oh, he unfollowed the club? Damn.
Yeah, you got a pink ticket, man. That fucked me up when I saw that.
Cap, what's going on, Cap?
Hold on a second. I don't know what that's about that.
That
I know y'all had me blocked.
It took your
I know
thumb
y'all
to
had
do
me
that.
blocked.
That probably was Zine, bro.
I know y'all.
Now you know
I
y'all.
know I couldn't see the. I couldn't see the. Remember why I texted you like a while ago
You've been
saying I
back to the
couldn't.
room 100 times. What
Yeah,
you
but I
talking
don't
about?
see the room. I'm just saying I don't see the room all the time. I don't know what y'all.
That was Zine. See, Zine got caught and he ain't been over here in about a month, so a couple weeks. Had to be Zine. He the only one hate your guts. You know, he African. When you said you wouldn't feed the African kid, he took that shit personal.
That's funny
He
as hell.
did.
But yeah, I rejoined the house. I didn't know I wasn't in the house.
Yeah, that Zine took that personal. Whatever
Nigga, you knew you wasn't there, nigga. You had to go in there and leave.
No, I'm dead ass. I didn't know I wasn't in the
Whatever you
house. I
said
just
about
rejoined it.
what did you say? Whatever you said about the African kids.
That day you asked me about the Africans, and I was like, "Nah, we don't fuck with Africans either."
No, but fucking with Africans is one thing. All right, that's cool. All right, nigga, don't fuck with cool. But I think he holding on to something about would you feed the African? You put the African kid was hungry. You wouldn't give him no food. Or, I don't know if it was like really an African kid and y'all was
Yeah,
passing
Sarnetta
out
asked me on the street. Sarnetta had an African kid standing next to him, and he was like, "This is my brother. So you telling me if he came to y'all cookout, you wouldn't feed him?" And I said, "No, I wouldn't feed him."
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. That nigga Sarnetta he be starting shit. He know what your answer gonna be.
Yeah, he did on purpose because we didn't know he was African at the time. When we found out he African, Sarnetta used it as an opportunity to say, "Okay, I can get Cap."
And look bad.
Ask
The
him
kid
about him.
actually right there.
Right, exactly. So he put me on the spot. So it's really like, let me see if Cap a real Israelite saying what he say, or is he gonna fold? So that's why he asked me, because when he asked me about the white guy, nobody cared about when I said I wouldn't feed a little white kid, but the little African kid they got mad about. So a lot of people don't like me for that. I don't give a fuck.
Why wouldn't you feed a kid though?
Nah, he say he don't fuck with
I
Africans.
don't fuck with Africans.
I know, but that's a kid though. It don't
So?
matter if it's a kid or not.
Hey, when it was our kids and they was killing them and gunning them down and wouldn't feed them, nobody said that's a kid though.
Who was
So why I
killing
gotta
them
say that's
down,
a kid?
Cap? Who was killing
When they
them?
was
You talking about the white
when
dudes?
anybody, when black people went through their oppression and what they went through, nobody said that's a kid, let them spare.
Let me ask you a question. I do know personally, I personally feel that a lot of African people really don't care for American people, black people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it's something that's cool, right? But I don't know, or I can't recall it ever been a time to where we went at it with one another for that type of attitude to be there, that type of distaste or hatred to be there. Maybe I missed it. I don't recall.
I wouldn't
a time
even
where
say if I got a
Africans.
distaste for him though. I just like Sarnetta was presenting a hypothetical. I've never been in a position where some African asked me something like that, try to come into like one of our events or anything. I haven't experienced that. I do business with all of them though, but I've never experienced something where we got an event that's for like our people only and some African try to get in there. I never experienced that. They still wouldn't come, but I've never experienced it.
So I remember me asking you, what was the difference? Because you straight up told me that Africans, when it comes to the Israelites, or like even over there, because I was like, well, that's the motherland, and you was like, no, it's not.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You was like, I'm like, well, black people come from Africa.
Right.
You was like, no, they didn't. So
Right, meaning like when we from slavery, yeah, because we was in the west coast of Africa, but in originality, everybody had their own land. Like even back then, you wouldn't have called it Africa. Today, you call it Africa. That's named after other people. But even using the term Africa, it's like 50 countries. Most Africans don't really call themselves Africans. Because African is a continent, or Africa is a continent. They call themselves by the country or tribe or village.
By the country, like
Right.
Nigerian or
Right. And even
Moroccan.
Nigerian, right? Or even Nigerian might say, "I'm Nigerian from such and such tribe." We use that term because of course, we don't have no
but
identity.
that is Africa, right?
Right. It
All
will
of
be the
that's
continent of Africa. Right. Mm-hmm.
So just like somebody over here said, "Nah, I'm from Louisiana."
Correct. Right. Or California.
I'm from New Orleans.
Mhm.
I'm from
Right.
New Orleans, Louisiana. Yeah, they
Right.
want,
You're on the
but
same landmass. Right.
it's automatic. We know it's automatic. This is America, but you're right. Niggas don't say, "Nigga, I'm American, Louisiana."
Right. They don't talk like that. And we went over there, we wouldn't say we were American. I would say I'm from New York. I'm from California. It would already be understood that you're American. You just now saying where you from in America. But you have that identity marker to know where you're from. But when you say you're African, that don't even make sense because you don't even know what part of Africa you're from.
So why the lack of acknowledgement for them as well? Because they don't consider themselves black. What you saying? They don't.
No.
They don't call themselves
You
black.
experience that a lot, especially over here in New York. They clearly make a difference that we are not the same people.
Yeah,
all
you're
the
right
time.
about that.
Mm-hmm.
They dress different. They move different. You're right about that.
Yeah. And they look at you different.
Yeah, I got into it with them niggas. You know them niggas be on the side of Amy roof off 116th? They be a gang of them right there. Yeah, I got into it with them niggas before. Gang of Africans right there. Like they were trying to sell me some incense and some clothes, and I just wasn't, nigga. I just got through eating, nigga. I wasn't interested in shit. And the nigga said some shit in another language. I didn't know what he said, but the way he said it, I knew the shit wasn't right.
Right, you knew that was some hard shit.
Yeah, he said some crazy shit, right? So, and the nigga like made it clear, like, he like, y'all don't like our people anyway. And that's the first time I had something like, I'm looking at him like, cause I know he African, but to me he's black. But I'm like, black, right? He like, no, I'm some. But they would not identify as being black.
Yeah, because they consider us lazy. Good for pretty much the same stigmas that American white people put on us is what they put on us too. Now, of course, I'm not saying every single African, but predominantly that's how they view us.
How many Africans you be around on a day?
I try not to be around any of them. I try not to be around any of them.
I was gonna step in because I've been working nightlife 7 years. They be African people. I never get that. Like if they say they from Africa, they like the African niggas that come in or whatever.
But you selling something though, right? Ain't you selling something?
She's selling.
Shit. I sell coochie and I sell bottles.
Yeah, so of course ain't no African ever gonna be mad at buying your pussy.
But I'm just saying, like,
you ain't never gonna experience none of that
here's
shit.
The thing.
Stop telling why ain't nobody gonna be mad.
But here's the thing.
The Chinese people ain't gonna be mad at you. Arabs ain't nobody gonna be mad at you as long as you selling pussy. Ain't nobody.
No, but on some real shit though, like I understand what you're saying, Cap, but I be asking these questions because a lot of people be doing these analyses from their home and they're not really worldly people. They don't be outside every day.
I've been outside the country. I've been over
I'm saying they don't be outside every day, like in the regular, like you're talking about Africans in America, and I'm like, I've never heard the shit you're talking about because I deal with Africans all the time, rich Africans.
But again, stop selling pussy, and I guarantee you, stop selling pussy, and you'll see.
No, I'm being dead ass. So like,
I'm being dead ass too. You stop selling pussy,
sitting in your
and
house
they'll tell
doing
you.
research, and you don't actually be talking to no Africans. That's my opinion of you right now. You don't actually.
I got it. But you didn't listen to what you didn't listen to the beginning of the conversation.
Yeah, because I feel like you sit in your house and do research, but the way you're talking, because I'm bumping next to, I'm from the South, I'm bumping next to, New York, all that shit. I'm talking to them, bumping next to them.
I'm in New York, like I'm in New Jersey, I'm in New York.
I feel like you be in your house a lot though, because you're on Clubhouse a lot, right? So I feel like a lot of people, they make these analyses from their home. They don't actually interact with people in the real world.
When I was on Clubhouse yesterday, I was traveling from Houston. So what is? I was traveling from Houston, like I was in Houston,
Where
So
were
I'm
you at
traveling.
exactly? Were you at like a business convention or
No,
like,
hear what
because
I'm
I feel
saying.
like
Because you said being on Clubhouse
you going
means
to
you're
a
not
gas
outside.
station,
That don't
going
even
to your
make sense.
job is not really interacting with people, right?
That don't even
So I
make
feel
sense.
like people make up these psychoanalyses from research, but I'm
Right.
interacting with people all day for all races,
You're not
right?
interacting with people.
I
You just
am.
selling your
I
pussy.
am. I'm
That's
an
all.
outside person. I go to a lot of events.
You sell
I go
pussy
to
though.
cancer. I do sell pussy. Thank you. But I go to cancer events, Herbalife
But what I'm
events. I go to
saying is
Bill
by
Days.
selling pussy, you're not really
But
going
you
at
sit on.
somebody
But
where
you
if
sit
y'all
on your
have an
phone all day.
economic indifference,
But you
where if
sit on
y'all
your
have an
phone.
economic
But you sit
indifference,
on
they
your
don't
cell
care.
phone all
They're
day. You
not
don't
going to bring
actually.
up your race. They're
You
really
don't
not going to try to
interact with
offend you at all
people.
because they're
You don't
trying to
know
fuck
what
you.
Africans think. You're not the African speaker. You don't
I
know
don't
what
think you're
any
getting what I'm
African
saying though,
thinks.
Indigo.
You're
That's
not
fine.
the
I don't care
African
the
whisperer.
opinion.
You don't interact with
That's
African
fine.
people. You just look up African
Somebody
shit
must
on
have
the
put a
internet.
battery in your
You're
back and
making
said,
up
"Go at
shit.
Cap."
You're making up
Somebody must
shit.
have
You
put a
don't interact with
somebody put a
nobody because
battery in
you're
your
on
back.
Clubhouse all day.
Did
That's what I
somebody put a
hate to
battery in
hear.
your back?
I don't listen to motherfuckers that are antisocial that sit in their house in the
They
dark all
must
day
have.
with the blinds
Somebody must
closed.
have put a. Somebody must have put a
No.
battery in your
You
back.
sit in your
'Cause what
house
you're
all
saying
day with
don't
the
make sense.
blinds closed. You don't talk to no Africans. All you do is
Okay,
sit
can
on your
you just
computer
prove what
all
you're
day.
saying?
You have
No
no
problem. Can you just
friends.
prove what you're
You have
saying?
no friends that are African. I do,
Can
baby,
you
because
just
I'm a
prove
bad
what you're
bitch.
saying?
I
I'm
do
just
business
asking
with
a question.
everybody. I do
Right, but
business
can
with
you just prove
everybody.
what you're
And
saying?
yes, selling pussy too. Thank you. And
Can you
including
just
selling
prove what
pussy.
you're saying? All I'm
Can you
asking you to
prove what
do.
you're saying? You're saying shit off the internet, but
Yes,
everything
I
you're saying
can't.
I've
I'm not
never heard in
saying
my
nothing
life.
off the internet.
I literally am
I'm
about.
not.
I have a section sold today with a whole bunch of
Okay,
Africans in it, and
when
I've
I
never
was
heard
in
none of the shit you're
Israel,
saying.
when I was
You make
actually
up
in
shit and then you
Israel
say it's
over in
fact.
Africa,
You
when I
make
was
up
actually
shit
in
and then you say it's
Israel,
fact.
I
You
actually
make up
had
shit and then you say
conversations
it's
with
fact.
actual
You don't.
Africans.
No,
So I
I'm
don't know
talking
what you're
about
talking about.
American Africans. You're not
I'm not
saying
talking.
anything they
You ain't
say.
even listen. I
No
said when I
niggas
was
or
in
girls talk
Israel,
like
those are
that.
not
The shit you're saying
American
I've never
Africans.
heard. You
Those
make up
aren't
shit in your
American
head and you
Africans.
say it's
You
fact.
do know that though, right?
You make up shit in
You
your
can't
head
be
and
that
say it's
slow.
fact.
I know, like
You're
when y'all go
actually
back
very
and forth, you figure the
uneducated.
more you talk, the more
You're
sense you
actually
make.
less uneducated
But if
than
I
me.
was actually
I
in
know, but you don't
Israel
interact with no
talking to,
Africans daily, bruh.
can you prove
You be
that?
making up
I
shit
just
and
want you
saying
to
it's
prove
fact.
that.
I'm calling your bluff and you're mad. You're
I'm not
antisocial
mad.
in the
Like
house on
when you
Clubhouse
say
all
I'm
day.
mad,
Motherfucker
do
making
you
up stuff because
realize you can't
African
fuck
people
with
say they're
me? Like
African,
you
bruh.
really, but you
You say
really
a
can't
whole
fuck
bunch
with
of
me. When you say
bullshit
I'm
and
mad,
you
you
say
just
it in
gotta
a way
prove
to
that.
make it sound sense, but you're
All you
actually a
are is a woman
dumbass.
that
You're
sells
actually a
pussy
dumbass. You
and
say a whole bunch of
wondering why
bullshit, make
Africans
it sound
love you.
educated.
I
But
get
no,
all
all
Africans that
Africans
like to
say
buy
they're
pussy
African. Like
do
you make
love
no
you.
sense.
Arabs that like to
All the
buy
African
pussy
people I
love
meet
you.
say
All
they're
of them that like
African,
to buy
bruh.
pussy
You
are
make
gonna
no
love you.
sense.
But
You
when you
think
don't
because
have
you
no
have a
pussy for
smart
them to
sounding
buy,
voice,
they will show
the
you
shit
their
you
true
say
colors.
sounds
This
dumb
ain't
as
that
fuck.
hard.
You sound like a complete idiot every time you talk.
No, you
You're dumb
do.
as fuck.
Nobody
Respectfully.
thinks you're
Because no
smart.
African I
Nobody
meet in
thinks you're
America
smart.
has not said they're not African. And they don't tell me what tribe they come from. You're an idiot. And I land my
Then
plane.
you must be around dumb Africans giving your pussy to. You around the unintelligent Africans that you
Bro, no,
selling
you
your
sit
pussy
in your
to.
house all day and make
Because
up
when I be
shit
in
and then come on
Harlem, when I
Clubhouse
be in
and try to make
Harlem,
people
when
think
I
you're
be in
smart.
Brooklyn, when I
You're one of those
be in
inside
Harlem,
the house.
Brooklyn, when
How
I
are
be in
you
North
gonna tell a
Carolina,
whole room
when I
of
be in
400
Vegas,
people what
when I be
Africans
all
say
over and I run
when
into
you're in
these
your house
Africans,
all day?
they
You're
know
in your
what
house
tribe
all
they
day. You
come
don't
from.
interact with nobody. That's an American African. I'm not talking about Africa. I'm talking about Africans that live in America. I interact all day. I can speak this shit all day. I serve them all day.
You
They buy
interact
sections
where?
all day.
Where you
I have
interact
friends that
with?
are
Can you just tell me
African.
where you
I went
interact
to an
at?
HBCU. I went to an
Wait, can
HBCU.
you tell me
You
where
sit in your house
you
and
said
make
you went
up
to a
shit.
H what?
All the
You said you went to a
Africans
H
I
what?
know say that they're African. I've never heard
Right.
them tell me a tribe they're
Where?
from. You
Where
make
you met
up
them at?
shit. When
Where you
is
met him
the
at?
African? You know
I'm
how I
just
know that you're
asking where
lying
you
and you're
met him
an
at.
idiot? You know
Do you
how
want to have a
tell me
conversation, or
one
you
time
think
an
I'm gonna just
African in
ramble?
America tells you
You
what
figure,
tribe
you
they're
figure,
from. Tell me
you
one
figure.
time an African in America tells you what tribe they're from. Tell me one time that happened to you. You just be
Okay,
saying shit.
you want
You're
the
an
answer?
idiot.
Do you
I
want
really
the
wish you would
answer?
shut up. You're an
Do
idiot.
you want the answer? You want the answer?
No, when did that happen?
Every
When in
Saturday, I'm
America
gonna
has an
answer. I
African
can
told you what
answer.
tribe they're
Wait,
from?
I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer.
They don't
You
walk
ready
up
for the
and
answer
say that.
now?
They just say they're African.
No,
Or they might say they're
don't.
Nigerian, maybe, but mostly
No, they don't
African.
even say they're Nigerian.
Okay,
because
we
you know
gotta
what they
get
tell me?
Indigo. We gotta get to the bottom of it. So
Yeah,
let
let
him
him talk,
answer
'cause
that
he's a complete
question.
idiot.
Yeah,
He sits in his
you
house all
answer
day
the
and comes
question.
try
Let
to
me
educate
answer the
us,
question.
and he's a complete
I'm
idiot.
not trying to educate
Okay, so
you,
let
'cause
him
you gonna sell
answer because
pussy
your mic
forever.
is hella
Yeah,
louder
you're gonna
than
sell
his.
pussy
Go
forever.
ahead,
Let
Cap.
me just answer. I
Nah,
appreciate it. When I go to New York or Brooklyn or North Carolina, or when I was actually in Israel, when I flew to Israel and I interact with them, they're all the same. They come to me, and when they see, so we have a sign that says we're not African, like when we're out on the street teaching. So a lot of times that's what makes them come and talk to us. So the one guy comes to me and he says, he told me I look like I'm from his tribe. So he don't just say Nigerian. He says the specific tribe that he's from within Nigeria. Some people might say they from a specific tribe in the Ashantis. It's rare that you see even most Africans that you call American Africans. Just ask them what tribe they're from. They'll tell you what tribe they're from. I can't help it if in your small little world, when you have conversation with them, they don't tell you.
The blinds closed. Shut the fuck up.
I don't sit in my house all day. I just came from traveling. Like, what are you talking about, yo? What? I'll be in Chicago in July.
Did you land your point, Cap?
Yeah, I made my point. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
But
I
all
think
she could
Indigo
do is
said
sell
she was
pussy.
talking about America or something. Go ahead, Indigo.
I mean, I see what you're trying to say, but my thing is that's just not what they say. On top of that, African people are like super like nice, like people that are from the motherland, like that are here. The shit that you're saying, like the hatred you was kind of like,
after they pay you, they leave.
I kind of felt
they?
that because I thought that shit was weird as fuck. Cause yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't feel that type of way. They don't be saying that shit. And on top of that, when I walk up and a person is African, they're coming from the motherland, they're not saying what tribe they're coming from. They're not telling me that. They're not gonna say the exact tribe they're coming from, all that shit.
Yo, who
like,
got
I
the
think,
link
like,
to the next
I
room?
think the one thing I hate is people come on this app and they try to be professors, right? They sit in their dingy ass apartment all day and try to play professor. Like, don't do that shit with me.
Well, let's get to the bottom line.
Don't do that shit with me.
Bottom line, what color appliances do you have?
I got different ones. I got a black, silver, black coffee.
Oh, okay.
My stove is black.
And what kind of car do you drive? Do you drive an updated car?
A Grand Cherokee, Hummer edition, or I shouldn't say Hummer, V8 Hemi edition.
Hemi.
I have a house. I don't have an apartment. You might want to check your facts. I have a house.
Okay.
Bro, where's your degree, bro? Because all y'all
Is that
niggas
typically
coming on here playing professor be blowing me like the shit you
I
be
ain't
saying.
playing
You
professor.
sound like an idiot.
Listen,
Like, I
sell
sat
more
here
than
and listened to
pussy,
the
and
whole
then I
shit and
respect
took
what
notes.
you say.
I said this
If you
nigga
sell
is a
more than
complete
pussy, I
idiot.
respect what you say.
Yo,
You
yeah,
gotta
thank you.
sell
Because
more than
every time
pussy
you
for me to
talk, I
respect
think
what
you're
you
an
say.
idiot. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm
Just
not
sell
trying to
more
be
than
rude.
pussy.
I think you're a
I'll
fake
never take you
professor.
serious.
I think you're a fake professor. You
So?
sound like an idiot
I'm
every
not a
time you talk.
professor.
Yeah,
I never
I
said I was
know.
a
You couldn't
professor.
be because you sound like an idiot every time
So
you
that
talk.
makes you
Every
sound
time.
stupid for thinking I was a
Nothing you
professor.
say
Maybe
be
your
making
level
sense
of
every time you
understanding
talk.
is so
You
low.
sound like an
Your
idiot.
level of understanding
Like,
is so
bro,
low.
like
Talking like this
you didn't go
sounds
to
like a
college,
professor.
bro. You're straight
never
out of
said I
fucking
was a
kindergarten.
professor.
Like, ain't no way. The shit you
I
be
never
saying
said I
is
was a
so
professor.
retarded. Like, I don't understand.
Right.
Every
Right.
time, like, it's always some
But
dumb
everybody
shit that
listen to
comes out
me
your
though.
mouth. I can tell
But
you sit
everybody
in your
listen to me
house
though.
all day. You might go and
Everybody
travel for a
listen to me
business
though.
deal, but you don't interact with people in the real
Everybody
world.
listen to me.
The only
So why my
interaction you do
business
is on Clubhouse
successful?
and when you go business deals. That's all you do. Maybe if you travel for your business,
None of that
whatever.
shit you talk.
But you
You
don't
know, that's why
interact
my
on the
business
daily
is
basis
6
with people
figures
in the
because
real
I
world.
do
You be sounding
travel.
like an idiot.
Because I do
That's what I
travel.
said. I said what
That's
I
why
said.
you
That's
can
my
find people
opinion,
doing
and I land my
commercials with
plane.
my business, with my butt. I can send you the link. If you want to see the commercial, I can send it to you. People
But that's
make
what I'm
commercials
saying.
off of
I
my
said you
product.
sound like an
What are you
idiot.
talking about?
You sound like an idiot every time you talk.
Yeah. They won't make a commercial of your pussy though. I guarantee
I
that.
sell my pussy to
Nobody is
Africans. That's
making a
how I know.
commercial off
I
of
sell my
Indigo's
pussy to
pussy
Africans,
ever.
so that's how I know.
Ever.
Thank you.
But they're not making a
And I sell
commercial
my
about
pussy
that
to
shit.
Africans. That's how I
Just
know.
show me.
So
I tell you what,
yeah,
my butters against
I
your
know for a
your
fact.
pussy,
Trust
I
me, I'm not gonna
guarantee
tell you
you,
how
I
I know
got
that.
more
Motherfuckers don't
good
act like that.
reviews
I
about
know.
my butters than
I
your
sell
pussy.
my
Your
balance
pussy's
to
trash.
Africans.
So what about the person that Moses wrote about in Genesis? Moses wrote about in Genesis, right?
Because there is no truth in
Genesis, right? About us going back to ships.
He was a murderer. This nigga don't even know the book. Wait, He was a murderer.
Jesus ain't never misquoted a book. This nigga said, no, nigga, you supposed to be Jesus and know the. That's why, maybe if you read the book, you would know the book. Rob, is it Deuteronomy that talk about us going in the curses? Or is that the book of Genesis? Make a short out of that nigga with this shit, right? I don't understand that. Say that one more time now. Right. Because Christ was dead. Hold on 1 second. You say
How he chose us? Because he knows that he's going to follow the Lord's statutes commandments. He knows that he's going to show brotherhood. He knows he's going to speak up for the fatherless, for the poor. You know what I'm saying? For the sisters that cannot fight for herself. For the, you know what I'm saying? For all the rape, in the trauma, in the molestation. We're going to fix that. That's what Christ came for. That's what he showed. That's what he's going to say. Oh my God. Show the 12 tribes of Israel. Nobody else.
This nigga supposed to be Jesus, Karab. I just taught this nigga. deal with the hair. So since you know it's not a physical hair, you say you got to go to Christ, right?
No, I said Christ is our hair.
So you say you got to go to Christ. It's hard. You say you got to go to Christ.
I didn't say you got to go to Christ.
Because we speak the truth.
I said for no pecking order, it would be Christ. And it's for Christ to get his pecking order.
You say y'all have to go to Christ. Y'all not going to Christ. Y'all going to the Christ. So Christ is the Father. No, that's why I say he made man.
It also says Christ hates us because we speak the truth. So we say, so-called plastic spirits, you say not to celebrate Christmas, not to celebrate these holidays, not to do with this oppression. Tell us what to do. Not to take on the philosophy of this oppression. But not to do so. Oh, we celebrate, you know what I'm saying, the holidays of this country right here. How? Who told us this?
How do you know if
why are we doing it? That's not our culture. Look at our ID. So we're black, so we're Hispanics. We got a European name. Where's your ID right now? You're not Europe. You're not from Europe. You're not European. You speak the European language. I'm speaking English. I guess I'm from London. And my brother speaks Spanish. I guess he understands you. No. Those are slave masters languages. Those are slave masters languages. Now you
say what?
Let me tell you something. Anybody that teaches the slave master's language is a goddamn slave himself. Is a filthy, disgusting bastard himself. You understand? Is a filthy, disgusting, nasty bastard that teach you to go against the
I can't go and have a debate with him. I'm gonna stay out of this. I'm gonna have this debate here today.
You saying I got saved? You saying Jesus saved me? Or you saying Jesus saved me?
The discussion with y'all. We'll have our discussion in a few minutes.
No sweat. Everybody coming against that is a goddamn filthy, disgusting, nasty bastard. And you can be soft and moist and tender and nice. You want to love everybody and be an Egyptologist and be a Christian and be all you want to be. We are warriors. We're Most High God, and we always be that. But that's how black man is supposed to be. You're soft, moist, tough, sucker. You're supposed to be a tough man for the Most High God. And that's why you call them and being dignified. Because niggas is soft. Niggas is weak. That's why all of them being dignified. You understand that? That's what we do what we do. That's why we talk what we talk. Because brothers is suckers. And we try to make brothers in the warriors. That's how
you just said.
You understand that?
You asked me not to interrupt you, right? But you just said, I believe it's saying in 2 Corinthians, you don't know about it. That's what you just said. So you just used the words that you said we ain't supposed to use right to try to teach
just like your dad. You just like
so
your
now,
supervisor.
that letter that is talking about
superintendent.
It's talking about if somebody
you just like Stephen Graham. You just like the white Jesus Christ. You soft, weak, soft, white punk. You understand what I'm saying? That's exactly who you are. You understand what I'm saying? You act like a you could just keep saying that.
So when I say you don't look on my message,
you're a sucker.
So I can say you can't read, but you can't teach because you don't become teach about the spirit.
Just like your daddy.
Listen, I'm recording.
Your head is talking. You're just like them. You're a snitch. Just like them. You're a fucking bitch. Just like them. You're fighting gold. Just like them.
Because the letter that that's talking about is not talking about the word from above.
That's who you are.
The letter that you're saying, the letter that they're talking about is the word from
That's
above.
who you are. Every man that's in a woman to do his job.
You said the letter that they're talking about is the word from above. That's your position. You say you the Bible number.
You're not supposed to use the book. It said it's a vision. That's it. Okay,
Why are you looking for a book? Why you looking for a verse right now in the book?
I come in the volume.
Why are you looking for a verse?
Answer my question. I come in the volume, so I'm qualified. You not. You're not qualified to use the Bible.
Let me see if I got this. You can read the book because you so-called qualified, but I can't read the book. That makes sense to you?
I got the scripture. Let's read. This is 2 Corinthians chapter 1. We're not scared. Keep going. Let's go to verse 2. I was not at verse 1. I love little boys. I'm going to read from 1 to 6. I want to satisfy the white man. Say it again. And the love of your father. That's why you a sucker. What letter you read? Of your God to you right now. So your letter the lust of your father. Who's your father? Let's go. All right, so Daniel said one credit. He says, do evil again to commend ourselves. All we need is some other determination or letters of determination. We are our in our hearts, known and read by all men. I mean, you can read me right now. I can read you. It says, for as much as he is manifested the claims to be and the apostle of Christ, ministered by us, written not with ink, so anything written with ink, not of God, but with the Spirit of the living God. Not on tables of stone, but on fleshly tables of the heart. God's Spirit goes in the flesh, not a book. It says, and such trust as we through Christ to God, not more significant of ourselves to think anything as for ourselves, because we read for ourselves. But our sufficiency is of God, who have made us able ministers of the New Testament, not of the letter, but of the Spirit. For the letter killeth, but the Spirit gives life. So, what is Spirit? He's always been a murderer.
So your question is when it's done, right?
You
just said you're going to read from the letter, right?
Teach from the letter.
And cherish it. What did you just do?
And worship for what? I gave you direction.
What did you use for
I gave you direction.
That's what you do.
That's your specialty. It's the law of murder. Okay, so now you.
I'm not finished. I'm not counting you, nigga. This nigga just said you don't need the letter. Yeah. But the nigga just taught me from the letter. He said we don't need.
I wouldn't even hear that.
I wouldn't have even used that. Because the fact that he's saying the letter, you don't need the letter. Let it kill it. These are words that written on letters. Those are epistles that are letters that Paul wrote to the Corinthians. So he's telling me reading from a letter to tell me not to read from a letter and get the Spirit of the Lord. That's not how it works. How it works. When that's talking about the letter killing, he's talking directly about the law of Moses that brings the punishment. When you keep reading the chapter, it says the veil was on them, which was done away with Christ. When you go further down in that chapter, like verse about 14, 15, when it said that same veil was taken away, now with the Spirit, all of us have sinned.
Everything you know because he tells me about what?
The Spirit of Christ.
He tells me about
if we was under the Spirit of the letter, we would all have to die, including you. I'm just saying, back right. Excuse me. No, I appreciate it. Don't talk like that. Don't take it disrespectful. No, I'm saying, don't take it disrespectful. So, don't look at this. So, the letter, if we was under the letter of Moses, we would have to die for what we did in our past. But under the Spirit of Christ, we live. That's the context of that. It's not talking about not reading the letter at all. Otherwise, Paul never writes the letter. You would have a better argument if you didn't have no New Testament. If you just come out the blue. Like if you came, like Christ really came before Christ, there was no Matthew, Mark, John, Corinthians, that's a real Christ. And we saying, and then the works are real. You're coming trying to base your life off of something that's already written, telling me we don't need to look at nothing written. Christ did way better than that.
You got something to say?
Okay, so
All right, come on.
why she talking?
Woman, be disciplined. Listen, the brother don't want to say he's good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, what's up? I'm good. I want to real.
So we know but you can't read the letter and teach them.
Come on, you got muscles. You do push-ups.
So
you do
words.
Come on up and do
But I'm in Revelation 5.
I know you not. Because you know why? Because we're not cowards and we're not
seal the book up until the last day.
We're not
What do that mean?
We give life. And that's more powerful than a nigga that's the integrity. You understand? I'm asking anybody that want a conversation. You know why? We love wrong. We love wrong. So if you want a conversation, come on up and have a conversation. Don't have a side conversation. Don't have a side one.
Let me say this. So not just correct you again, was it Genesis or Deuteronomy? It's both. Let me say this. They got the 400 years of Genesis. Right? Trying to remake. That's what you said. I said, and even that Genesis 14 is not talking about today. That was talking about our time. You don't even know that. What? That 400-year prophecy that was told to Abraham took place in Egypt the first time. Okay, has nothing to do with right now. So what Genesis 49? I didn't know about. I wasn't on the mic. So what Genesis 49? Genesis 49 is talking about what's happening to us in the last day, but it doesn't use the word somebody. It say what's going to happen to Judah, Simeon, Levi, Naphtali, all the tribes. You know, you and I know. Okay, so now let's talk about Deuteronomy 28. The 12 tribes.
And the white man really hates.
That's what it's about. What's being lifted up of the 12 tribes. So that's not what Genesis is about. That's not curse. In Genesis 49,
that's let me know when you ask me a question.
I'm asking.
What you first said. You are
Genesis first. And we're not going to get into that though. That's a whole other topic. That's stay on topic. So right now, Genesis and Deuteronomy is not just written about us. That's about us, right?
Us today?
Yeah.
I would say once Israel is written, of course, it's written about us. Prior to that, you got Adam, you got a lot of different nations. So we would be the primary people being written about in the whole Bible, not just
So when Moses writing about us in the person, there was going to be us, who was going to be a scattered people, right?
That's Deuteronomy, right?
So who the scattered people? Who the scattered people? Us, right? So Deuteronomy is about who?
About us. Deuteronomy is about us.
So
see how he eased into using Deuteronomy, so you don't have to admit that I taught him. I'm with you. Deuteronomy written about us.
So Deuteronomy 18:18 is about who?
About Christ.
And where you gonna come from?
From among his brothers.
So where Christ gonna come from?
From among his brothers.
Okay,
wait, why you want to come away?
He said Christ will come from the sky earlier. Didn't he say Christ will come from the sky?
So can I read scriptures now? Wait, can I read scriptures now? Wait. So for the record, right? Wait. Hey, shout out there. Hey, I think. Hey, wait. No.